don't
bother
behavior.
discussing the other stuff. I mean, I think it's pretty self-explanatory that even if the flat Earth model is real, that orbital mechanics isn't like contradictory or anything. Like it works within its model.
What's orbital mechanics based on?
Yeah, how does that work?
Like it's accelerating towards the Earth, but there's also an
It's based on tracking the periodicity of objects in the sky, and then using your location as if you're on a globe in the first instance.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's internally consistent within the globe model.
Okay, yes, it is. And it fails at external validation, as we show continuously day after day in here.
On what account?
Yeah, the Earth flat lasers, or we see too far, we're invalidating the claimed globular topology. When there's no curvature, then you've got no globular manifold.
I can tell you that everything about the globe Earth is like internally consistent.
Everything. Well, we were just talking about how inconsistent the eclipse phenomenon was. We were also just talking about how inconsistent the whole gas pressure without a container against outer space phenomenon is contradictory.
That's still internally consistent. You actually
no, it's not.
It has to do with density
gradient. The whole
gradient.
argument is it's inconsistent.
You told me
the whole argument is that gas pressure requires a physical boundary layer, some kind of containment, in order to accumulate.
Your whole argument rests on the assumption that weight does not work on gas molecules for whatever reason.
Well, my whole
and you're ignoring the electromagnetic field and the dynamo effect.
Because I was describing weight differently than you.
Right.
No, I wasn't talking to you.
Internally consistent.
Yeah, but you're just cutting out things that actually justify it.
The things that you brought up haven't been measured.
You just barreled into this conversation through the side door.
Oh, I've had this conversation with you before. That's how.
How do you know?
Yeah, but you haven't had this conversation.
Not this conversation, dipshit.
He's muted. That's Newt.
You can fuck off.
Yeah,
anyway, sorry about
I've
that.
established, because in the globe model, like we established that weight does affect gas molecules, that can self-contain gas pressure is not like any sort of contradiction.
How have you established it?
I established it before how it works like dynamically as the gas pressure goes up, as the gas pressure goes as you go down. There's weaker pressure. So eventually the weight becomes it.
Okay, we get the claim, but you said it had been verified that you'd established this. How?
For this to happen, we need to see gas molecules being compressed and forced together, creating heat friction as a consequence of gravity, and that hasn't been demonstrated.
Here's the thing: I actually don't need to prove this because your claim was that it was internally contradictory. Like that was the initial claim you were making about it. Like gas pressure.
It is. We pointed that out already, so we're still correct.
Several times.
Contradictory.
Yeah, we've already defended it.
But I don't need to prove per se that gases are affected by weight. I can just say gases are affected by weight.
So you can just make the claim.
That doesn't posit any sort of contradiction, which is what you were trying to point out.
We've pointed out the contradiction.
Yes, there's no contradiction.
Yes, there is. Second law of thermodynamics, gas expansion into a vacuum. You're saying, no, it doesn't.
We don't need to. It's still not internally contradictory. I mean, like I can just deny that. I can just deny that view.
Hold on. You can just make claims and just deny things.
Yeah, exactly.
You can make claims and not have to back them up, but when we say things, you can just deny it based on no evidence, just fucking claim.
Let me explain how it works. Because it's established model.
Stop.
You're trying.
Now I'm fucked off with you. You think that you can just make claims and provide no evidence, and think that you can stand on the fact that you don't have to provide evidence, and then just deny our claims based upon your story? Well, you think that's reasonable?
Things, but
No, hold on. There's a question right at the end. There's a question. I want an answer to it. Do you think that's reasonable behaviour?
Yes, it is reasonable behaviour, and I'm going to explain why. I'm establishing the internal consistency within the model itself. So I'm showing there's no contradictions within the claims, regardless of the proof, whether or not it's true.
Regardless of the proof.
Yes.
Okay.
Regardless of whether it's true or not.
Your story time, then, dude. It's no point talking to you anymore.
Regardless of reality.
To establish that it's not internally contradictory, I don't need to prove that it's actually true. I just need to say it's not internally contradictory. That's what I'm saying. So no, I'm not necessarily proving it. I'm just saying it's not an internal it's not internally contradictory.
Do you remember the contradiction that we gave you and said that you can just deny that?
Well, your narrow view of second law of thermodynamics, yes, because it's right.
Right, fuck you. Your time is now limited. Now it's our narrow view.
You just expand the definition to fit whatever you want, Jared. That's just how it works. When you start losing an argument, you alter the definition and accuse the other person of being narrow-minded.
He's a cunt.
You're asking to accept.
We're going to move on to someone else really quickly. We're going to move on to somebody else really quickly, dude.
Yeah, listen, you accuse us of being too narrow-minded to accept you shifting the goalposts. Not going to happen.
Well,
wasted enough time with this. Go away.
Thermodynamics
go away.
Inconsistent.
Just go away.
Tired of teaching 8th grade physics to this guy.
He's a bigot and he's racist against flat Earth.
He thinks he's teaching us. Well, we've had to go through PV equals nRT in the associated experiments. Also kinetic molecular theory alongside the second law of thermodynamics. And he thinks he's educating us, and he thinks that we've got a narrow view.
Well, listen,
you're just repeating your fucking rhetoric. You're the one with the fucking narrow view.
You're just like looking at
You're the one with the narrow view.
You're not even proving your own view of the second law of thermodynamics. You're just saying,
no,
this is true. This is what it's an appeal to authority as well.
We accept it as it is. How about that?
It's invoking, this is how the second law of thermodynamics works.
Yeah, we accept
it. Unless you can demonstrate to me that it doesn't.
Establish how your view of the second law of thermodynamics works.
How my view. Okay, so when the second law of thermodynamics says quite clearly, gas expands into a vacuum alongside demonstration, what's my narrow view about that?
Well, you're saying that this applies in all contexts.
Yeah, that makes it a law. Yeah, that would be why it is a law.
Yeah, because the second law states that it is a universal law.
I'm telling you that in the case that there's a force making it in equilibrium, this does not apply, and this is actually just like reality. Okay,
so being as it's my now narrow view of the second law of thermodynamics, and there's probably more second law of thermodynamics outside of my narrow view, can you show me the second law of thermodynamics with gravity in it then, please?
Okay, well, I've already explained this to you.
No, show me the law. No, like literally from a fucking university on paper that's transcribed into digital form that you can post in the side chat.
No, I don't have to.
Oh, hold on. Now you're just making claims that I've got a narrow view. You're not going to demonstrate that my view is narrow by showing the rest of the law.
You're asking me to conform to your view of thermodynamics.
What a wanker. I'm not doing this anymore with this prick. He's wasting my fucking time.
Why don't you demonstrate that this is how it works? You can't.
Well, we've been asking you to demonstrate this this narrow-minded view that flat earthers have. We'd like you to demonstrate that.
Yeah. So I'm saying, right, if you have a force that's pulling something in from inside, if there's like an attractive force, then it's going to hold equilibrium on gas pressure that's expanding outwards. It's going to hold that gas pressure in equilibrium. And you're saying like, oh, this violates the second law of thermodynamics, because it just does. You're not even like explaining how this doesn't work. You're just invoking thermodynamics as if it's like an authority.
In a moment, you're going to love this. I'm going to fucking start citing it. You're just going to have me give me a few moments to get some paperwork together. Yeah, in a moment, I'll be citing it to you.
Okay. I'm just gonna not accept that unless you can like prove that it's somehow impossible, without just like reverting to like definitions and like an appeal to some like model that's.
I'll show you an experiment if you want from a university lecturer.
Okay, so you're going to try and prove. So let me tell you what you need to prove. You need to prove that somehow, if you have an inwardly attractive force, it cannot hold a gas in equilibrium.
No, this is your positive claim, dude. No, this is your positive claim. I'm showing you what the second law does. That's what I'm going to be doing. Now you're saying that the law doesn't do this because of my narrow view. That means that you are going to be demonstrating. Like, I've already fucking told you, you little prick, that your time now is limited. You're here on my fucking goodwill. You'll be doing what I fucking tell you, or you'll be off. Do you get it?
I really don't care. I mean, you're just
wrong. Fuck off. Off your trot. I'm not going to bother putting my fucking shit in the side chat. You can go.
Yeah, just leave, dude. Just bye. See you later. Sayonara. Arigato. Bye-bye.
I mean, you can try and do whatever you're trying to do, but I'm just saying.
Just don't waste my time with you, dude. And I don't think anybody else does.
You're a time waster, dude. Nobody wants to talk to you. You're a time waster, but you're a time waster. Nobody want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Jada doesn't want to hear it. Nobody else wants to hear it. So just leave. Just leave, dude. Bye. Hello. Hello. Bye. I'd rather listen to silence myself. See a bunch of new names in the VC. Maybe you can double check. Contrarian is okay, you're in a bunch of servers. Okay, Contrarian, you've been here before. Who's next? Falcon just left. Mars Aries. Checking on the new names. Mars Aries, if you got any questions about the topic, you're welcome to open your mic.
Hi. There are a lot of people in here, and they're all muted.
Yeah, because there's been like 2 people talking back and forward, or 3, and if there's too many people unmuted, it will be chaos, you know?
Yeah. So you're
Yes. Do you have any questions about the topic?
I'm curious, how did you come to believe in it? Like, what was your thought process when it all happened?
The CGI they showed on the Artemis mission that convinced me the Earth was flat.
Me, myself,
that's
is more...
how you became a flat earther.
Yeah, that's because the Artemis mission was faked.
And you didn't have any flat earth beliefs before that?
Oh no, I'm a flat earther for the longest time. 2013. It's flat because water's flat and Earth is stationary and we're contained. It's not a globe. It's never been measured to be a globe. That's why I'm a flat earther.
In 2013, that's exactly what you thought was true.
Yeah, about 2013-ish. Yep.
Okay. Was there anything else going on in your life? Like,
yeah, meteors were hitting my house.
He was also constructing a bunch of structures, huge buildings that are being used today to do a lot of things. Weren't you, Radwin?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's when I got my job I'm at now.
Using water levels to build that stuff. I kind of take it from a simplistic thing. He with the NASA stuff. I mean, obviously you can tell that stuff is fake, but
Who asked that question anyway?
That's Mars Aries. Mars.
Who?
Mars.
Mars asked the question?
Yep.
Oh, okay, I see. So, what made you a flat earther?
I'm not. I'm a circular kind of guy. You know, I like circles, ovals,
No,
or whatever.
you don't.
Spheres.
No, you don't.
Circles are flat.
Yeah, but I like them 3D.
3D circles?
Like, it's just an aesthetic thing.
You can't have 3D circles.
It's an aesthetic thing, man. Come on.
What about water? Do you like water?
I drink it because I have to.
Yeah. What about when you wake up and stand up and kind of like balance yourself on the level floor of your house? Have you ever noticed that you kind of like you have like a sensory system in your body that levels you? You know when you're level and when you're not?
I mean, you mean like balance?
Yeah. You have a vestibular system. You have a liquid in your ears, in the inner canal of your ears, and
well, that's why he drinks water. If he didn't drink water, if he didn't drink water, those would dry up too.
Yeah, you yourself are evidence of the flat Earth. You yourself.
So how does that prove the flat Earth?
Because for you to level yourself like that, it's an orientation of the physical and natural world where you operate, right? So even the structure that you're standing, the level floor, was leveled using water. The first brick for your house was put in place using a level. You know this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then all of the bricks were leveled. Then the floor was leveled. Your bed is level. Your TV is also level. The table in the kitchen and the water cup that you put on top of that table has to be level, because if it's not, the water will go off the cup and go splash splash on the floor, right? And seek its level itself. So
okay,
that's in your immediate experience, right? But then you can go maybe to the bathtub, that's also leveled. You can go to the pool also, you got a pool in your house maybe. That's also leveled side to side. Huge pools are leveled side to side. You can go to a lake, maybe near your house. Do you have any lakes near your house? Any big lakes, small lakes?
not really. We've got a river there.
Okay, so but you know what a lake is, right? You probably drive around and you see bodies of water.
Yeah.
Around your area. So all of those bodies of water around you are parallel to your water level in your inner ear, in your ears, including the level of your house and the first brick and your table and your TV. Then you go to the sea level, right? Maybe are you far or near the sea? 30 miles, 50 miles? Huh?
Like 10-minute drive.
10-minute drive, yeah. So you're near the sea. So from your house to the sea level, the sea level is parallel to your water level at your house. Doesn't matter if you're higher up in the hill, then you go down to the sea level, or if you're down in the valley and then you go up towards the lake up in the mountain, right? All of those bodies of water are leveled parallel to your level. So if you cross the sea level, if you go to the sea and cross the water across the sea, it's going to be all the way level to the other country or the other continent across the sea. And the guy over there, maybe me, I'm near the shore as well. And my vestibular system is also level to your level or parallel. There's no curvature between you and I. Doesn't matter how far we are. So all water is level across the world. So it cannot be a sphere like they show you on the TV. The only place you ever seen the sphere is based on cartoons or TV shows. That's it. It's an idea that was programmed into your mind. Just like mine as well, because it was programmed into mine, but you can decide to believe in stories or acknowledge reality.
How would you prove that it's on the same level from like huge distances apart?
Well, because you can test this, even, I mean, if you want to test distances and see if the water is dropping over a distance, because if you were in a sphere, right, you can utilize like a laser to shoot. You can shoot a laser across water. Let's say the lake, for example, maybe a 10 miles lake. There's many of those all across the world, and these tests have been conducted by many people. And when we shoot lasers across water, what was that?
Isn't 10 miles like too short, but
not necessarily, because the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. So there will be a drop over distance, even at 10 miles. It will be, 66 feet at the other side? So if you put the laser at the shore, maybe 5 feet above the water, and you shoot that laser across the water 10 miles, it's going to hit the target at 5 feet at the other side. When if you were in a globe, there will have to be a drop over a distance conforming to the sphere that they show you in the TV. But based on this test, the water and the Earth is not a sphere because it's not curving. We also have long distance observations, infrared. You can see places that are way far in a distance that you wouldn't see if the Earth was curving away from you. There's everything we do in practicality is basically have to take into account the Earth as a horizontal frame of reference, including your vestibular system. Your senses work in reality. Wouldn't you agree that your senses kind of like help you operate in the physical and natural world in reality? You're crossing the street, you look left to right, you make sure the car is not coming, you use your ears. Even if you're blind, you can use your noises to know there's something coming, a truck is coming, right? So when we operate in reality, and then we test reality, we can confirm that the globe that you saw on the TV is an impossibility. It doesn't exist. No one has discovered it, measured it. It's only like a man-made idea. Oh, he dropped out. Damn, Mars. Was I too mean? Dropped out the Mars guy. Too bad.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Is that CB? Just kidding. How you doing, lads?
Oh, here, roboting. Not sure
Spoke.
what's sound like.
Whoever spoke was roboting, yeah.
Beautiful soccer ball shaped planet.
Say that one more time, because nobody was able to hear you since you are roboting. Your satellite connection, it's messing up. So go ahead, repeat.
Yes, I live on a soccer ball shaped planet. Thank you.
You live in a light in the sky that is soccer ball shaped or something? Is that what you're saying?
I live on a soccer ball shaped planet.
And when you say I, what's your username? I?
Round planet. Round ball shaped planet.
Is that like a baseless assertion that you're making?
No, of course not. There's plenty of evidence, but your flat Earth
But
worldview doesn't
there's
allow
no
you
proof,
to
right? The evidence that you're talking about is like what? Cartoons, TV, sci-fi, fantasy stuff? Nonsense.
Yeah, I know you're a solipsist. I know your worldview doesn't allow you to accept evidence outside of your worldview, but I'm sorry.
You're sorry? What are you sorry, man?
Wait, how many sides does your soccer ball have exactly?
Sorry, you're brainwashed. Yeah.
How many sides
Hey.
does your soccer ball?
And you're both cutting out.
Oh, can you not hear me? My bad.
You cut out. I can definitely hear you. He's floundering. He's another scam pusher. He pushes he does like the scam community service, pushing stuff.
Planet. Planet.
He's shouting, "I love the globe."
Do we all still think inwardly attractive forces are impossible in thermodynamics?
Nobody's shouting.
Soccer balls have 32 surfaces.
It's funny, I was using floundering yesterday.
Inwardly attractive.
Big balls, big ball planet, big balls.
Oh yeah, how big?
We know your love for balls already, dude. We get it.
Is that the scam your favorite scam to push around? Floundering? Is that your favorite scam to push? You live in a globe?
Never one in here because you guys get so triggered. Yeah.
Anyways, Floundering, when you figure out your satellite connection, just talk to us, because right now, I guess the satellites are not well angled to your cell phone. So just contact your provider and tell them to connect you to all the other satellites so you can talk to us. No, Floundering, we cannot hear you. Just mute yourself. You're cutting out. We can't hear you.
Am I still cutting out too?
You sound like 99% better than Floundering.
Okay, cool. No, I was just saying that yesterday I was using floundering as good teaching material for a new flat earther.
Yeah, you can teach people how to not get scammed by scammers. He's a good example.
Pancake planet, pancake planet.
Uh oh.
Yeah,
the brain worms are kicking in. It's the brain worms. They're taking over again.
It's feeding time, I guess.
Pancake planet, pancake planet.
Wow.
Yeah, just fun to point out to newer people how, when asked for proof of anything like his soccer ball shaped planet, how he will never provide anything.
There's no proof, bro. You haven't provided any proof, bro. Oh, well, what do you accept as proof? Oh, well, nothing I can't observe directly and personally. Oh, so you're absolvist. Okay, well, we're done here then, aren't we?
He's having a conversation with himself or something?
Yeah, he's a weird one.
You guys are all solipsists, all of you.
Such a weirdo. These Globers are mostly weirdos. Especially the scammer type.
What did you do to this guy? Why is he talking to himself?
I said water. I said water, and the brain worm started like going crazy.
Yeah, it was last night. He was broken. Woke up broken.
Pancake planet. Pancake planet.
Hey.
Literally just the words, "Can you prove your ball?" That's when he started spiraling.
Doesn't the Globe scam community has anyone better than that? Like, honestly.
I think he was the best they got, honestly.
The Globe scam community.
Yeah, you know, in your community, you sometimes you go out there, pick up trash, you do some community service, maybe help your neighbors shovel the snow, that kind of stuff, right? These Globe community scammers, this is their community service. They push the scam for free. Many of them. That's how they help the Globe community. Just push the scam to every ear that can listen to their scams.
Yeah, he don't want to be like Mattoon. He likes pushing the scam for free.
Yeah, tomorrow he's going to tell his friends, I presented all my evidence and the flat earthers had no rebuttal.
Oh, since Jedi took a seat and is making coffee, I'm gonna unmute Water Driver here. Welcome back to Water Driver. Anything else you want to add up to the topic by any chance? Besides that you're not gonna listen to any evidence that is presented? Earth to Driver. Earth to Driver. Do you copy?
Yeah, I'm back. Didn't realize you unmuted.
Oh, welcome back, Driver. Have you come back to your senses in the short break that you took?
Well, I still hold all the same positions as before.
The same position, like you said, that you're not gonna consider the evidence that was being presented to you, even though...
Well, it wasn't really evidence. You were just saying that, oh, thermodynamics doesn't allow this, without actually like...
Yeah, but he said he was gonna post something, and you said that you don't care, that you're not gonna look at it, and you don't really care.
Okay, I'm just not going to accept that because it's obviously true that an inwardly attractive force can exist. But do you want me to explain why this doesn't violate the second law of thermodynamics?
Why you're not receptive to new information,
though? Well, because I already know this.
You already know what? Go ahead. What do you know? I want to know too.
Okay, let me explain to you. So someone here, I can't remember who, I think it was Jedi, was saying that an inwardly attractive force holding a gas, preventing a gas from expanding eternally, is against the second law of thermodynamics. So this, from his perspective, this might be true because he doesn't actually understand how the second law of thermodynamics guarantees that entropy will always increase, even if you do something to reverse it in one system. So yes, you are reversing entropy by in a limited sense if you're pulling like gas molecules together, and obviously you can do this. Like
talking about an example, when you say you're doing something and it's gonna reverse the laws of thermodynamics.
Well,
are you saying you are doing something? You yourself are doing something? What is that something that you're doing? Can you describe it for me?
I'm just saying what's in reality is that inwardly attractive forces can reverse this apparent entropy within like the.
Can you give me an example, something that I can actually look at and visualize?
Sure. If you have a electromagnet acting on some well, maybe like a solute. If you have like magnetic particles within a solute, and you have a magnet that's pulling it inwards, then that's going to seem to reverse entropy.
Are you saying that you're building like a device to show you reverse entropy, like I don't know, like a refrigerator or something?
Well, it's not actually reversing entropy. So what's actually happening is when this inwardly attractive force is acting on these gas or solute molecules.
So remember when he was talking about the physical and natural world and the law.
The entropy within the attractive. So that is how we avoid the second law of thermodynamics violations that you're.
I would like to visualize what you're saying. Do you have anything to post about that? An example that I can look at? I'm actually interested.
I don't have to post it. I can just tell you what's happening here. So as you're.
So we have a magnet. I'm holding a magnet in my hand. You're saying like a magnet I can buy at the store or something?
We can just.
And then what?
Logically infer these things, okay? This is just pure logic, okay? From what we already accept about reality. So if you have an inward attractor, it's going to seem to reverse entropy. So for example, if you have a magnet that attracts some sort of solute, magnetic solute within water, once that pulls it in, what's happening is the heat, so the total entropy within that attractor, that magnet, will be going up. And that is the increase in entropy.
Agreed. Now all you need is an example with gas.
Why?
Because the gas pressure. Because the containment that
pressure. But yeah, in the ambient world that we live in, with the ambient air, there's no giant magnet under our feet holding down the ferrofluid. Okay, so you need to now. Okay, listen, bro. Your example is sound. Now prove that it's happening in the ambient atmosphere. Go ahead.
Here's what I'm doing.
Prove that our mist, bro, is not made by CGI. Prove it, for example. Have you seen the pictures yesterday, these days?
Spanish Empire will talk to you in a minute. He's replying to the other guy. Just hold your horses, Empire. Just hold your horses. Go ahead, driver.
Yes. My bad, so I'm going to hold firm, saying that I don't actually need to prove these things. And there's a reason why. Because I am establishing internal consistency within a model, which you are trying to disprove by establishing internal contradictions. So there's no actual need for proof. I'm not operating on proofs here. I'm just establishing non-contradiction.
Okay, great. So if you have an internally consistent model and you say that's reality, you'd have a reification fallacy on your hands. So good point. I agree with you.
How easy is to manipulate the human being, my guy? Unbelievable.
Well, you have Globers right here that demonstrate the manipulation live, 24/7.
Manipulation.
Yeah. If you ever get out of,
try to move away from my ice point.
Well, what do you mean by that?
What he means by that is when there's a point being made, and there's a pregnant pause for the point to be considered and the party who it's being made to respond, that's not your cue to come in with something else. Do you follow that, brother?
Yeah, but I say I apologize to bring another topic into that, but there's a lot of contradictions in the spherical model, not only in physics into physics, but as well into what NASA sells to everybody.
We don't need more added into the conversation. What we need is the silence to have taken hold to our friend driver here, because of the question that was asked. Sorry, of the point that was made by AI with regards to him having an reification fallacy, and we need that point addressed. Don't need more.
Yeah.
So all of your points here, they are trying to establish a contradiction within the logic of the globe model. So if I establish actually there is not a logical contradiction here, I'm not necessarily having to prove that this exists in reality. I'm just proving that it's not a contradiction. So if you want, you can be saying, oh, prove that there's that gases like act on that weight acts on gases, things like that. But at the end of the day, it still refutes your point that there can't be gas pressure because it's like there can't be like gas pressure from weight, because that's not actually a contradiction. It works.
So why you wouldn't care about the gas pressure?
Emperor, he's talking to AI Overlord, bro.
Okay, my bad.
So yes, I mean, I could be like trying to prove every single small thing, but I feel like that's...
No, you're fine, brother. You're fine. See, the problem is that Jedi can show you gas pressure expanding into a vacuum till he's blue in the face. Yep. What you can't do is show gas pressure not expanding into a vacuum, ever, except in your hypothetical, internal, logically consistent argument, but you can't validate it in reality. So what we're asking for you, friend, is to validate it in the actual physical and natural world. That's all. Is that so hard?
I have a question.
A question is on the table. If it's that so hard that the guy can either demonstrate or not demonstrate, can he actually demonstrate it? Is that so hard? That was for you, driver.
I mean, I can demonstrate that it is possible to hold a gas.
In the physical and natural world, not you building a device or something.
I can tell you, I can infer it from properties. We know that gases are discrete molecules that obey the laws of nature. That includes
no worries,
weight.
Brother. No worries, brother. Got to stop you there. So find me the paper that's validated by a logician and a scientist in which an inference is equal to a demonstration. Can you do that for me?
Driver,
yeah, you can't.
Can I say
Driver, you have a task. Either you can concede or bring the paper. When you let us know in the chat if you brought the paper and the demonstration or the concession, so we can move to the new people that have questions.
So I'm already demonstrating through inference. We know that there are common laws that apply, that we have no reason to assume just don't apply in different situations. I mean, like, it's not like, oh,
like what?
I know that I can't walk through walls in England. I know I can't walk through walls in Paris. Things like that.
Well, that's not true. No, that's not true. There's a non-zero probability that spontaneously you could walk through a wall. That's a fact.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's like a non-zero probability with everything, even if I prove it with experiments and things like that. I mean, so something could just change.
So then what you're telling me is that you'd have no problem producing an experiment or a demonstration of your claim. And we can move out of the realm of inference and just go straight to demonstration and just skip all this mubbly bubbly.
I mean, I don't have to.
AI, he doesn't have to do that.
Okay, fair enough. I agree with him. Therefore, if gravity is holding the gas towards the Earth in a downward vector, and down is perpendicular to horizontal, and horizontal is parallel to the horizon, and the horizon is horizontal and level, just as the surface water indicates, then gravity holding the gas as you described proves the Earth is flat. That's internally consistent, and I don't need to prove it.
And that's externally consistent too, internally and externally. So yeah,
sure, that's
welcome.
Internally consistent, but it's not true. It's not necessarily true. I mean, I'm not saying that just because I've just established internally consistent internal consistency that my claims are true. But to be honest, I'm not even trying to prove that. I'm just saying your claims.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So what you're saying is that the Earth is flat. Okay, I agree with you.
No, I'm not saying the Earth is flat. I'm just denying.
No, you said that you can just have an internally consistent model, and you don't have to prove it. And so my claim is equal to your claim. Your claim is that gas can be held down, and I agree with you. It's held down to the flat Earth, and so you've proven the flat Earth. Thank you. Good job.
Thank you,
rejecting.
You drove us back to the realist level. Thank you, driver.
I'm establishing that the perceived contradictions that you're finding in the globe model aren't actual contradictions. I'm not proving anything. I mean, I don't have to. It doesn't make me wrong to not prove things. It's just not the argument that I'm operating under.
Yeah, but if you don't prove
fair
it,
enough.
It doesn't make you right.
True story. So, for example, he said, well, if there was a force, listen, this is absolutely true. If there was a force that could affect gas particles and pull them towards the surface, they would move towards the surface. Okay, let's say that's true. Okay, great. How many other hypotheticals do we want to go through today?
Oh, thousands.
I have a question for AI Overlord.
Go ahead, Matejas. Ask your question.
Okay, so let's say we have a container, right? I mean, like a gas container. It has a pressure in it, and let's say we spin it in a centrifuge, right? Is it gonna cause a pressure differential?
Yes.
When it spins?
Yes. Do it without the external container, then I'll be impressed.
What?
Aye.
But it's not being contained on the end of it. That there's a.
It was a direct question to AI.
That depends. Is it frictionless gas or gas with friction?
Just regular air.
Well, regular air can have friction imparted on it. So if you spin something, it's going to hit the molecules, and those molecules are going to hit the other molecules. So that would definitely change the forces inside.
So is it going to pull at the end?
Perhaps. I mean, that would be possible, sure.
Would you say that something like that can be used as an example of how?
Yeah, I agree with you. Yes, I agree with you. I agree with you, dude. I agree with you. So you're a concave earther then?
No.
Oh, really? So then why are we inside a container that's spinning and the gas going to the inside of the rim of the container? How is that analogous to the ambient world that we live in?
Well, because in effect, centrifugal force and gravity act basically the same.
No, they don't.
But
nice try.
We're back to things that are like.
He just claimed that the Earth spinning causes gravity. So if the Earth stopped spinning, everybody would fly off. Yes, you did.
Yeah, we got confessions. We got the first guy confessed he was a flat earther, and this guy confessed he's a concave earther. It's like nothing works unless the Earth is anything but a globe. So listen, guys, it'll work if the Earth is flat. It'll work if the Earth is concave, but it won't work if it's a globe. Isn't that weird?
No, that's not
Got a lot of people today saying things are like other stuff. They should be vegan food salesmen. It's not actually meat, but it's like meat. Why can't you ever give us the actual thing that you're claiming?
No, I'm saying that the container doesn't need to be. It doesn't need to be a physical container for it to contain gases on the Earth.
But you've just demonstrated.
Hey, again, you're back. Yeah, you're back where you started. So in your centrifuge example, you have a centrifuge, you have real forces being imparted, and you have real results that can be witnessed. Now, that's an example. It can be demonstrated. Now, that's great. Now try to demonstrate your claim about what the Earth is doing. Go for it.
Well, why can gravity not be a placeholder force?
Hey, listen, I don't care. I don't care. Pay attention to the words. Demonstration, please.
I don't even know how this is fucking analogous.
Demonstration of what exactly?
Gas pressure without.
Hey, no, we don't. No, we don't even need that. We don't even need that, dude. Just let it sit there. When he figures out what he needs to demonstrate, he can come back and tell us.
Okay. If you have a gas container, and you spin it, you can take the top off, and the gas will not leave.
What?
What?
Back to concave Earth again?
No, provided you spin
Bro,
it
what are
fast
you
enough, the
talking
gas
about,
will
man?
not leave, even if you take the top off.
Are you saying that I'm overpaying
Okay.
for my container? I should just don't buy the cap, just keep it? I'm overpaying,
Have you
guys.
got a demonstration for that?
It's a reasonable thing to say.
Why?
Because it's demonstrable.
Then demonstrate it.
Well, I don't have a centrifuge.
And
But
you don't have a
it's
spinning
something
earth either.
that is observable, right?
Oh, sorry, my friend, I do apologise. Have you seen this before?
Have I seen this?
Yes.
I mean, I've seen centrifuges.
Okay, but you've seen what you're describing to us. You've seen centrifuges work. I can appreciate closed systems that you're talking about, but now you're saying that if you open the container, that the gas won't come out because the gas is spinning inside. That's just you saying that, isn't it?
It's a logical statement, yeah. I mean,
why? How?
Well, I mean, it depends on how strong the centrifuge is, but if it were strong enough, it could contain the gas, even if you take the top off.
So this would be like differential pressure. If I want to get the setup right, say the centrifuge is. Did somebody want to interrupt?
I want you to finish your sentence. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So the centrifuge is in, let's say a vacuum. Would that be fair? And the gas is inside the container in the centrifuge.
The thing outside yeah, but inside the container is gas.
Yeah, inside the container is gas because of the friction, right? So it's going to be less gas outside because of the centrifuge. So there's a vacuum outside, and we're spinning the centrifuge very, 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 very fast, and the gas is pulling at the back of the container, right?
Yes.
So if we open the front of the container, you're positing that the gas will not expand outwards to the front of the container, right?
It will try, but if it succeeds, that depends on how strong the centrifuge is. It's not a physical law that it has to.
I just want to get you right, sir, so I can get it right in my mind of what you're saying. So we've got the centrifuge, the gas is pulling at the. Is it pulling at the back? That's what happens in the centrifuge. That's what we're saying, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. And we open the front of it, and outside is the vacuum. The gas doesn't expand into the vacuum. So you're positing that. Yeah, okay, I can understand why you posit that. I just want to understand why. That was all.
It's pretty. Yeah, that's pretty consistent. Yeah.
So it's like a cube, right? The container for the gas. It's 3-dimensional on all sides, right? And we're taking one face off, but the gas is still contained on all other sides, right? Because obviously, if we remove the wall of the
sides, only the fifth.
I do apologise, mate. Yeah, I do apologise. I'm thinking out loud, and I'm hoping you're following me. So, if we remove the sides of the container, the gas that was pressing against that is going to fuck off into the vacuum now. We've removed the sides of the container because we've got very engineered circumstances. This is a device that we're using to manipulate gas in a specific way. We're going to need to contain it somehow, but not in all directions because of the centrifugal motion. It's going round and round. It's pulling at the back, so as long as we don't open the bottom of the bucket, it won't come out the bottom of the bucket. It won't come out the top of the bucket because of the direction that the bucket's going. I get you.
Yeah.
I think we're just going to get back to AI's question then.
Yeah, and if you use air, just regular air, you're going to also get separation of the gases because certain gases are more dense than others. So you're going to get layering.
Is that demonstrated?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's interesting.
What, like outside?
No, in the centrifuge in these very specially engineered circumstances, not in the physical natural world.
Yeah, no worries, guys. But I posted in the chat a demonstration of this and how it makes the world have air pressure, and it's called the Halo ring from the video game Halo.
Yeah, I mean that's like a trope in science fiction to use centrifugal force on space habitats.
Right. So you can't use centrifugal force to have air pressure on a globe, brother bro. But nice try.
What are you talking about?
Hey, it's what we're talking about here, dude. We're talking about how the Earth is flat and not a globe. And somebody tried to save their globe by appealing to gravity, right? And then you guys' examples all have to do with nothing that demonstrates the Earth is a globe. At best, it's an inference, which you already admitted. So this doesn't prove anything except the fact that if we lived on a giant halo ring, maybe we'd have air pressure if we were spinning. Wow, great.
What about like boats and navigation and stuff like that?
Okay, I mean you can imagine it. You can imagine it being like an inverse force from centrifugal force.
Dude, that's not how it works, dude. You can't spin a ball and have things stick to the outside of the ball. You can only spin a ball and have things stick to the inside of the ball. So here we go again, dude. You're either a halo earther or a concave earther. Pick one.
No. I'm saying gravity is like can be an inverse force to centrifugal force.
Then show us that.
Well, do you know what Lagrange points are?
Are they those points in space of like equal distribution of gravity? So it's like equal between the sun and the Earth.
Well, it's not gravity. It's when the gravitational and centrifugal forces are equal.
It's not gravity, but it's when gravity. Okay, yeah, I think I understand what you're talking about. Okay.
Where is that happening? Like in the middle of space between the Earth and the Sun or something? Is that where it's happening?
Somewhere down there, yeah.
Well, if you are in orbit of something, there are 5 points where it happens.
I think. Wait, will DMOC?
L1, L2, L3, L5.
I think DMOC was trying to get in there real quick.
In a lab, can we get a bucket of Lagrange?
There's a Lagrange point on every object that orbits the sun, and also like between the Earth and the Moon, and
well, the Earth doesn't orbit the sun, so there's not that point between the Earth and the sun, because you said there's that point between objects that orbit the sun, but the Earth doesn't do that.
Yeah,
so not
it
the
just
Earth.
has to be one large object orbiting another for it to work.
Yo, Professor Triangle, could I talk to you for a second, buddy?
What's going on there, pal?
Oh, hello.
So earlier, and I just wanted to have a discussion with you, man. I'm not trying to be a dick to you or mean to you. Or
I saw that you were trying to be mean. I saw your messages.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, buddy. Say, you said earlier you can't measure the distance between two spheres.
Huh?
When we were talking about the sun and the Earth, and you can't measure the distance.
Oh yeah, Earth's
between
not
them.
Earth's not a sphere.
Talking about angles. The distance between two
Yeah,
spheres.
you can't
say
get
I
an
have
angle
a
from the
stick, right?
surface.
And it's
You can't get an
exactly 2
angle
feet.
from the surface of a ball. That's correct. So now that you're not confused anymore, see how that works? You can't be on a ball and get an angle to something that's somewhere else that you're looking at from the ball.
Unless there's another magical way he wants to try and invoke it. Maybe he doesn't think he's on the surface. Maybe he thinks he's in the middle. Sorry.
What if I establish a locally flat area? Would that work?
So is that all he had for me?
I think so.
Well, he didn't have much because he was confused on what he was asking you, and then you had to correct him. So he actually had nothing.
Yeah, but let's go back to the Lagrange points. The Lagrange points are assuming the conclusion, which you were trying to prove in the other instance.
You act like I didn't have.
Hey, Overcooked, you cooked yourself. Bro, you cooked yourself. Just chill.
Guess what?
Oh my goodness!
Go ahead, AI. He cooked.
Yeah, you really broke that guy.
I always make new friends wherever I go.
You do,
dude. You broke him. You broke him so hard that the explosion broke his mic.
Yeah,
that is
he
funny
cooked
shit.
himself and cooked the mic.
I'm impressed.
Just because
I've only ever heard Donnie do that.
I tell him a fact. You can't get an angle from the surface of a ball. That's just a fact. And people go crazy.
You can obviously have flat surfaces on a ball.
What?
Then it's not a ball.
You can obviously have straight horizontal surfaces on a curvilinear surface.
I'm a stupid flat earther, right? And I'm just a loser.
Still trying to figure out how this contradiction works.
Did someone say that you can have non-curving lines on a curving surface?
Sounded like it.
Look in the side chat. You see, it's a ball, but it has flat surfaces.
A side shot is a ball? Let me see.
Define a ball. Define ball.
Or sphere.
Oh, like a soccer ball.
Like a spherical object. Yeah, like a soccer ball.
Yeah, like this is a spherical. It's like triangular. It's a spherical. Yeah, it's got the shape of a spherical object, but when you look closely, those lines aren't curved. So it's not actually curved, unless you want to pump it up with air and it will take a curve nature, because that's what the fucking thing's designed to do.
True, but I would still call it a ball if it's spherical.
Yeah, it's football. Yeah.
Oh, is there a football?
Hey, I've got a. Do you like the if there's a rock in my front yard? Can I call that a ball?
No, probably should
That's
just call
what
that a rock.
That's what we'd call locally flat.
Is that what the Earth is, right? Lots of surfaces that are stitched together at vertices. Where are these stitched together points?
I've been looking for the stitch together. Oh, you know where they're at? They're on the ISS live video. You can see it when the globe comes around. There's a big stitch together point.
Yeah, Joe Rogan found that.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan had that. I can't remember the guy's name right now. He's like, hey, the ISS isn't showing you live feed footage from space. It's stitched together photos. And he's like, that's it. Pull up live stream. Let's look at this. They pull up the live stream and there's a line right through it. And the guy's like, see right there. You see that line that separates those two images? And Joe Rogan's like, oh, fuck.
Where's Dick Driver? Dick Driver, back up your claims. I don't disagree about refraction. What I am disagreeing about is your ability to back up your claims. So if you're claiming these effects are happening, how about you show us the effect and the measured temperature variances or density variances that prove your claim?
He doesn't have to.
Yep, well, he can fuck off then.
Answer.
Yep,
He
that's
told
true.
Jada
I
he
don't
doesn't
have
have to,
to,
and he's
and you
not
know
gonna
why I don't have
read
to.
the evidence
It's of the
presented to
nature
him.
of your
He
original.
doesn't care.
He can just
Am I wrong?
suppose it. He can suppose something to be true, and that's all it takes.
Where'd my
I'm
friend
saying
go, Crit? Crit, is my friend
because
sending you any
refraction
messages?
exists,
No.
because refraction exists and pressure differentials.
Yeah, I didn't say it didn't. Hello, McFly. I never said it didn't.
Matrix
I
is doing it
agree.
again.
I agree.
You
Refraction
can't
exists.
establish. You can't
I agree.
establish
Refraction exists. So you telling me I
without.
can't establish something that I'm agreeing with you is a bit of a falsity. All I'm asking you to do is to back your little claims. You're claiming these
Well,
temperature
you know what
or
I
pressure
claim here?
differences are causing the problem. So get us readings of temperature differences and show us some imagery that backs up your claim.
I'm not saying that that it 100% is causing the problem. I'm just saying you need to.
Well, how about you
factor
keep your pie hole shut then?
You need to factor that out in your own experiments, not mine, because it is your.
Well, if you're not saying it, then don't say it, son. That's how it works.
Before we continue
Okay,
with
this
Dick
is you.
Glover,
You are the one that would
can
need
we
to
check on the
demonstrate that because
other people?
your
Because
experiments
this guy has
essentially
been here for a
disprove
while.
there's a curve.
Yeah, Jamsy, your friend probably hasn't heard a thing because he's just like yabbering for you, mate.
He's been doing
Does
this,
that make
and maybe the new people left. Maybe I don't know. I was just trying to check on them again.
Yeah, Radwin, he's sending the server timeout again. He posted a bunch of the same stuff he posted earlier. The one that server mods got him.
I was nice to him.
Yeah, he cracked. He's typing in all caps now.
Holy! You
Oh,
broke him, all right.
maybe it'll bleed through the other channels and show up in our channel if he types big enough.
He's got to know you from some other server or something. I mean, this guy joins the server like today. Beelines right to the flat Earth section, right to you. I mean,
I don't know who that is. I never heard him before. He must hate me from YouTube or something.
Yeah, maybe. Like, he joined 2 days ago. Never posted any other channels. Didn't do jack shit. Goes right to the flat Earth section, right to you.
Nice.
That's
now I have to look outside. Now I have to look outside every time I open the door.
That's a triggering across time and space. Yeah, it must have been on YouTube. I mean, I can't think of any other. He
It
heard
has
you
to
on
be.
YouTube. Yeah.
Say you can't get an angle from a ball, and he took that as you can't measure the distance between two spheres. And you can. You can measure the distance between two spheres. We do it all the time at work.
It must be
The
like
other-
a stock account too, because it's brand new, created account. It created April 8th, joined April 8th.
Wow.
So this must,
The one of the caveats that he mentioned after he told you you said that you cannot measure the distance between two spheres or something like that, and then after that he mentioned the sun and the earth, so he was throwing his game right there.
Well, yeah, I corrected him. I
89.
said, "Well, the Earth's not a sphere," and then I said, "Well, and then also you can't get an angle from a sphere." So yeah, that's true. So if that's making you wig out, you can't get an angle from a sphere. And then his mic broke.
Professor Triangle, someone in the side chat begs to differ. Angle off a ball is easy. What's your problem? Ooh.
Well, get on the mic.
Level water is easier than that. What is your problem with water?
Okay, I'm waiting for somebody to show me how you get an angle. Hold a basketball and hold a ruler, straight edge. Basketball in one
Why are you
hand, straight
talking
edge
about
in
the
the other.
Obamas, bro? Oh, sorry.
What?
Go ahead. Nothing.
Did he leave? Is he going to answer me or what?
Low tracks. I think that was aimed at you.
Hey, make like Obama on his wedding night and get on the mic.
Shit.
Oh. I was 1 second too slow.
What do you want to know?
You said you can get an angle from the surface of a basketball to something in my bedroom or in outside in my yard, like to the top of a tree.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Tell me how to do that.
It's a weird example. What is at which point on
Oh
the
no,
basketball?
that's the example. That is not a weird example. That is the example. Go ahead. Tell me. You said no problem. Go ahead, Mr. No Problem. In fact, change your name to I have no problem.
Yeah, describe the setup more then.
Basketball in one hand, straight edge / ruler in the other hand. Lay the straight edge on the basketball somewhere on the side, not perfectly on the side, not on top, just anywhere else. And tell me what that angle is to where it's pointing.
The ruler is pointing, or what?
Yeah.
The ruler would be your baseline if it touches the
No.
basketball.
The basketball's the baseline. Most
Yeah,
definitely.
basketball's the baseline.
No, you put the ruler on the basketball where it touches. That's the observer, and the ruler is your baseline.
Basketball is Earth. Basketball is Earth. That's your baseline. So how do you get an angle from your ball, Earth?
But you have to. You need a point that you want to compare the line of the ruler and then another point.
Yeah, what's the other point?
I don't know. You said something about a tree.
So if I have a basketball in my hand and then I have a ruler in my hand and I hold up the basketball and the ruler and I point the ruler at the top of the tree, what angle is that?
I don't know. Maybe you have to draw it as an image. I don't understand what you want to do with.
I can't because you can't make an angle from the surface of a ball, so I can't draw it for you.
Can I give you another example? How I want
to
explain?
No, we're using your Earth example as the example. We're not going to use anything else but ball Earth floating in space, making angles to other ball Earths floating in space, and ball sunshines and ball moons and ball other Earths.
Maybe he needs a triangle test.
But he won't even be able to handle that one. I've been through this with him before. He just thinks that you can make angles from the surface of balls for some reason.
Yep, he wrote it there. Angle off a ball is easy. What's your problem?
Yeah, what's my problem, dude? Give me that angle off the ball. Here, make it easier for you. Take the basketball and set it on. Take the basketball and set it on the table. Tell me what the angle is.
Where?
Where?
Hello? Angle. That baseline's the table, and I put the basketball on it. What's the angle?
You need another point, man. You don't get it.
Oh my God! Look at that. So you can't do what you said.
It's got to do something else.
I win. Thank you.
No, the ruler would be your horizontal line, and the star.
You can't say no. You can't
keep.
No, you can't just add more shit later. You lost.
Low-Track, you made it abundantly clear.
That's what I
Low-Track, stop adding things. You're the one that wrote down. Angle off a ball is easy. So you're getting the angle off the ball, not angle off the straight edge.
My example?
You're at Low-Track, you're trying to reverse it. You're the one that put it in there, bruv, not him.
If I want to give an example, how am I reversing it? I want to give an example.
You're doing an extra step. You're doing an extra step. So you're now going to be, I would suppose, creating some type of tangent to some location along that curved surface that you will decide, and then you will measure the angle between these two straight lines. The curved surface, you're only going to be choosing a point for your tangent to touch at. You've done an extra
and
step.
I am the observer at this point, so I only need this point.
Yeah, of course. You suppose that you're at the intersection point between what the imaginary tangent on what you suppose is a curved surface.
Interesting. Let me ask you this, friend. I'm about to go and do some work. I'm on a level 2 post. Can I level 2 posts with 1 point?
I don't know what a level 2 post is.
Yeah, you got 2 posts. They need to be at the same height, right? So you're going to do a level line across to make sure they're at the same height. So how am I going to do a level line across with only 1 point? Exactly. I rest my case.
Well, another win for Flat Earth. Anybody else want to try their luck? Spin the wheel. Let's play Professor Triangle today.
Why should I show something and I can't set up an example?
Hey, all right. I got a table and I got a basketball. My basketball's sitting on the table. What's the angle that the basketball's sitting on the table at?
Why are you scared of hearing my example? Why can't I give an example?
Look, just let him do it.
I'm giving you your example like 3 different ways, and you won't give me the angle.
Professor, let him give his example. He's going to cry if we don't.
Go ahead, give your example.
Okay, let's take I don't know, maybe a curve or a ball, whatever. It's like a mirror, so it reflects light. So if light hits a certain point from anywhere coming at an angle, can you calculate how that light gets reflected, how that line of light?
Yes.
Yes, you can, because you use just the angle, how it arrives at this point, and then you just mirror it, and you need the angle how it exits at this point. So you have an incoming angle and an exiting angle of the light.
So what's that got to do with
according to the law? Brain cells because they don't have any.
Who cares? Skip all that. Pause. So the reason why you can calculate the angle is because the angle of incidence is equal to the angle of reflection. Okay, that's how you do it. So when you apply that to the Earth and reflections that are on the surface of the Earth, for example, the Solar del Luni, that means that the Earth is flat. So thanks, you just proved the Earth is flat.
No, but I'm not even on Earth. I just take a mirror ball or something, or a mirrored curve.
Those have flat surfaces. I want you to take a chrome. Let's take a chrome polished mirror ball that doesn't have any flat size, and tell me when I point a laser at it, which way is the laser going to reflect?
Yeah, you need a tangent at the point where it hits the ball, and then
tangents. Yeah, Tangent is a point.
Well, hold on. I'm going to agree with you, friend, that you need a tangent to get a normal line to be able to use the law of reflection to know the reflection direction, and then you could use the law of refraction to know the incident angle. And if you do that at the Solar del Luni, you end up with it's impossible for those reflections to exist if the Earth is a ball. So again, you prove the Earth is flat. Man, you're on a roll. Just let this guy keep talking.
What is the Solar del Luni? You're coming up with extra stuff.
It's a giant mirror on the surface of the Earth. It's a salt lake bed that when it fills with like a very small amount of water, it creates a giant mirror. And according to you, you can calculate the angle of reflection, and then you can reciprocate that to the angle of incidence, and you can find out that it's impossible for you to get the reflections if the Earth is a globe, and meaning the Earth is flat. So good job. Like, you're the best flat earthers in the past 30 minutes, bro.
No, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying it is possible with a tangent. You agreed that you need a tangent on the curve.
What kind of statement is that? What does that even have to do with anything? Curves need tangents. What is it? What are you trying to get at?
The original question was if you can get an angle of a ball from an observer point.
The more
Yeah, but
specific
a tangent's
question
not an
is,
angle.
yeah,
No,
the
the
more
tangent is
specific question is
one-sided.
how do you acquire an angle if one of your lines is curved? Understanding that that doesn't fit the definition of an angle. We always get to the extra step of, I tell you what, if I invoke a straight line, we'll call it a tangent, to touch this curved surface at a point of my choosing, I can measure the angle between these two straight lines, coming to the conclusion and the soft concession that you can't measure an angle between one straight and one curved line unless you do an extra step.
Yeah,
How do you know the orientation of the tangent? Hold on, friend. How do you know the orientation of the tangent?
You use a plumb line and then 90 degrees to it.
Okay. So what you're doing is you're creating a line 90 degrees to plumb. So you're actually not creating a tangent on a ball, because in order to create a tangent on a ball, you have to have a ball in the first instance. So you can't listen, friend. Let me help you out, friend. Let me help you out. What you're doing is you're using the word tangent, but all as you've demonstrated is a horizontal line. This is the problem. You're trying to insert tangent where all that you have is a horizontal line. This is a problem, dude. Very big problem.
Yeah, but you said it isn't possible on a ball. I don't say that I want to prove it's a ball by having a horizontal line. That's you try to reverse it now.
If you drop a plumb and you're going 90 degrees off that plumb line, nowhere in that is a circle required. Drop a plumb line, measure 90 degrees off that plumb line. There's no circle or sphere required in that.
No. Yes, Matrix, you're correct. There's a problem, though. He said, I'm only making an example of how you get a tangent to the ball, not the earth. But he said drop a plumb line, which immediately brought the analogy into the present tense of being applied to the earth, because you can't drop a plumb line on just a random basketball.
Good point. No, you can't.
Yeah, on a basketball, you just trick a ruler through it, then you have your tangent.
Right, so you can get an angle from the baseline of the ruler. So you were asked how to get an angle from a curve, and you described getting an angle from a baseline of a straight line of a ruler. So you didn't explain getting an angle from a curve, did you? No, you didn't.
Yeah, well, it's an extra step with the tangent, but what is the problem with the curve? You will say because the angle will change.
No, friend, you're correct. You're finally getting it.
exactly
You're finally getting it. There's an extra step where you have to establish a tangent. In order to know you have a tangent, you must know you have a ball. You've described on the earth, all you can do is get a horizontal line, which we all already know. Now, can you prove that that horizontal line is actually a tangent? Go ahead.
It's completely something different. We start out, the question started out with a ball, and now you want to reverse it and saying how.
No, listen, we progressed. Pay attention. We progressed. No, it does make sense, because you're using an example of an actual ball. You demonstrated that you couldn't get an angle with an actual ball unless you create a tangent. We already all know that. Now that we've all evolved past that, since this is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, everything we talk about is an application to the Earth, friend. So now that we've established all these facts, that the only way to even begin to do this is to take an extra step, which is to create a tangent. Can you please explain to the audience how to prove that the horizontal line that you need to make your angle is actually a tangent? Otherwise, just concede that you can't do it.
That wasn't the question that we started out with.
Hey, friend, let me help you out, since you seem to be slow, since your country's education system failed you.
You want to change the subject.
No. It's not changing the subject. Friend.
Of course, you
Shut your
cannot
mouth.
prove that you're
all right, dude.
with a line that you're on a ball. That's stupid.
Yeah, great. So I got to mute you because you want to interrupt me. So here's the point, dude. You are correct that we started at one point, but we're evolving the conversation. We're not just going to start at one point and stay at that point and repeat that point for 24 hours a day. We're going to evolve the conversation. So if you don't want to be a participant in the evolved conversation, then just stop talking and let somebody else answer. Or talk about the evolved conversation. Now we're talking about tangents on a giant ball that you think is the Earth. And if you can use a horizontal line and prove it's a tangent. That's the current topic of conversation. It started somewhere else. It arrived at this. So participate in that or don't participate. Go ahead. We're waiting for proof that horizontal lines are tangents to a giant ball Earth. That's what we're waiting for in case anybody didn't get it.
Tangents aren't lines; they're points.
Isn't the intersection of a straight line and a curved surface, isn't that intersection always a tangent? Is
Yeah,
it
it's a
ever like
point.
not a tangent? Yeah, exactly. The exact
Yeah, it's not
intersection
the line.
of
It's
the
not the
actually
line. It's the
believe in flat
point where the
Earth?
line
Yeah,
touched the surface.
what's the angle between that curved line and the straight line? What's the angle?
Is 90 degrees from the straight line.
Wait, guys,
No.
if the Earth is flat, let's just say that like I go swimming or something, like, and I just keep swimming. Like, can I just fall off the Earth?
No, no.
Oh my God, that's
Can we get back to
hilarious, dude. That's
Can we get
funny.
back to elemental geometry?
No, I don't know, man. I dropped out of school in year 3.
Yeah, we were talking to somebody else before you jumped in and spoke about swimming.
Well, I don't know. I like swimming, man.
I appreciate that, but you were aware there was a conversation going on before you jumped in, right?
Yeah, sorry. I have like quite severe Tourette's.
Okay, no worries. The type of Tourette's where you form perfectly structured sentences.
Yeah, perfect.
That's interesting.
So what's on the table is hey, quiet. What's on the table is you can establish a horizontal line on the Earth. We know that. What we're asking for is prove that that horizontal line is actually a tangent to a giant ball. Invoking the definition of tangent doesn't create circles in reality. You can't just say this line is a tangent, therefore a curve is under it. That's not how it works.
So even if the Earth was flat, like, why is it important?
It's important enough for you to
It's
be here, my friend.
It's very important because when you wake up every day, you have to balance yourself to the water level in your inner canal. So you don't, if you don't have that, you will be, going sideways and hitting the walls. And there's gonna have to, a medic group come to save you before you die or something. So if you're balanced, you can operate in the physical and natural world. So that's very important. And for you to be able to wake up from that good sleep in your comfy bed, there has to before that, very important, there has to be someone building the structure where you put the bed upon, right? So the person that built your structure and put that floor level for you to be comfy and level and balance, they have to build upon this earth that is horizontal, level, and flat. So it's very important to take that into account.
What if you're perfectly
sleep,
comfortable
for
and
you
don't have
for
an
you
issue?
to sleep comfortable?
But what if you're perfectly
It's so
comfortable and you don't notice any difference?
It's so important that he had to come in here and have a conversation with us. That's how important it is.
It's so important that you asking about it.
I just like philosophical discussions and learning something
Not
new.
philosophy. Yeah, it's not philosophy.
It's so important that when engineers are building aircraft and they want to, make it safely and test the aircraft, they have to take reality into account to build the aircraft. So they take they assume and they take into account that the Earth is motionless and flat, level.
Do you think in the current manufacturing of aircraft they've taken into account that we've got a
It's
flat
so
Earth?
important. You know why it's so
No,
important?
they don't take.
Because they know
When they make cars, they don't take globe into account. No, you're right.
Yeah, you're correct. So it's so important for the engineers because you know why it's important? Because when they know their families are gonna get in the aircraft eventually, so they want their families to travel and make it to point A to point B safely. So it's very important to take reality into account.
But my question is every building that's ever existed, every building that's been built, every car that's been made, do you think these engineers took into account that we've got a flat Earth or a globe?
No, it's a flat Earth.
Right. So you think this is like one of the biggest conspiracies ever designed?
No, it's not a
No.
conspiracy. You can
It's
see
truth.
water is flat level, dude.
Water is not a conspiracy.
Okay,
How's
so you
water
think,
a conspiracy?
so you think flat Earth is not? So
You think water is a conspiracy, bro? Come on.
So you think having a flat Earth is not a conspiracy?
No,
And
it's
you know
not a
what's crazy?
conspiracy.
You guys,
It's right in front of your face.
You always get it the wrong way round.
This is one of the biggest
Globe.
conspiracies on Earth, which is
No.
why you guys are discussing it.
No.
And it's a
No.
contrarian view. It's against the norm.
No.
You are a conspiracy theorist.
For believing that
What's
the Earth
what's
is a
a
globe.
conspiracy? What's a conspiracy, dude?
Conspiracy is something that goes against the norm of professionals that have studied
No,
a certain...
No. No. a
Weirdo.
conspiracy-
Okay, tell me what a conspiracy
let me
is
help.
then.
No, but yeah, I'm going to try. Conspiracy is two or more people conspiring that has been holding secrets or doing something devious or planning something behind other people's backs.
It's like the
for
Jews in
example,
9/11. It's kind of like the same box of frogs.
Hold on, please. Me and your brother conspiring behind your back to hold a birthday party. That's
Okay,
what
in
a
the context of
conspiracy
what you
is,
just
dude.
spoke about, you said two or more people
Happy
asserting
birthday
against the
to
existence of
you.
a conspiracy.
So, my friend, the point is the flat Earth isn't a conspiracy. That isn't a group of people hiding behind your back. It
Yeah, we're not having a party.
It would be easier termed as the globe Earth was the conspiracy.
Oh, that's for
Right?
sure.
It's just the use of language, my friend. The flat Earth isn't a conspiracy. That would be the globe Earth.
I just love how we pointed out like how every engineering design uses a flat and stationary Earth, and he's like, "Oh, they must be lying to us all of a sudden." Like that's for you, bro.
You don't learn about any globe shit in engineering like you think. You don't use it for anything, actually. Maybe talk about people working at NASA is about as close as you'll ever get.
Was Ganyu spiraling and singing "Happy Birthday"? Is that Ganyu?
Yeah.
Is that
No,
why
I'm not
he had
sure
to
who
be
that
muted?
was.
Wondering why Ganyu is muted now.
I don't think it was. I don't think it was Ganyu. I think he was just challenging your opinions, but I don't think it was the guy saying "Happy Birthday."
The
I think he left.
water level is no one's opinion, though. It's a state of the matter. It's the physical and natural world. We just acknowledge reality for what it is.
Sorry,
You
man.
come in here and claimed you came in here and claimed water is a conspiracy, and that's some
No, I
weird
didn't.
shit. Yes,
And
you
our
did.
opinion.
No, I didn't. I said the flat the flat Earth is a conspiracy.
No, you said water is a conspiracy.
Okay, maybe you misinterpreted me.
Oh no, because water is flat and level, and that's how we base it. So
Okay,
you're telling
if you're
us
looking
that
at a
water
direct
is a
straight
conspiracy.
line, if you're looking at
You're telling us that water is a conspiracy.
What are you talking about? When did I ever say that?
The flat Earth.
I said that flat Earth was a conspiracy.
Yeah.
Water
So
is a
that would be
conspiracy.
so that would be 70% of the surface of the Earth is water.
Okay, you're so confusing, man.
Yeah, you're just not following. That's what we mean by
gravitational pull that stops
Confusion
all
is
of the
the
water
path
from
to
escaping.
Now he's on to gravitational pulls. Yeah, okay, dude, that would be bringing down stuff to a horizontal plane.
Brother, do you think... okay, so you think there's a flat Earth, right? Obviously.
Yeah, it's measured.
Okay, it's measured by who?
By everybody, even the engineers. And
what scientist or engineer has ever taken into account flat Earth when it comes to shipping routes, when it's come to airplane routes?
Pull up, go back, take a step back, slow down. The science bit, Jedi's probably going to question.
No, it's just at the moment it's everybody. This is the thing, right? We all utilize and measure a flat Earth. Right, water is actually used as a horizontal reference datum and tool. It's a leveling device. We also use the surface of the Earth to actually dictate what level is, level being a horizontal line from left to right. This is also what is measured by surveyors of the world, right? When we build upon the land, we measure the surface of the land to be horizontal, no measured curvature. So this is what we mean by measured.
That's because it's all relative. You're not going to notice a difference between a straight line and a curved line relatively.
You are okay, but you are over distance if that surface is curved because it's an exponential function. That means there will be more and more deviation from a horizontal tangent plane with distance. According to the radius of the Earth, that could be measured over a distance of a few kilometers.
Okay, and exactly what difference would that be over a few kilometers?
Okay, if you don't mind, I'll go into miles because it's just easier for me. But if you could follow along, so the approximate, so the approximate formula is set. Sorry, I say approximate, and I'll give you the actual number. It's about 8 inches per mile squared. So after 8 inches, there's 8 inches per mile squared. So after 1 mile, that's 8 inches of descent from a tangential horizontal. After 2 miles, it gets worse. 10 miles, it's 66 foot. 20 miles, it's 266 foot. So you notice over a distance of, let's say, 5, 10, 15, 20 kilometers, we should be measuring that rate of change of slope.
Yeah. What you're saying is it's exponential over a longer distance.
Yeah, but we don't measure that. Right? When you said it's all relative, I presumed because the Earth is so big and we're so small, but relative to us, it's flat. But over the distances that we measure, we should be measuring curvature, but we don't.
Right. Okay. I can see what you're saying.
Thank you.
And that's why the engineers build upon the flat, motionless Earth.
So why is this denied across society then? What's to lose in just admitting that it's flat?
I don't deny it, and everybody I work with
No, I
never
mean wider
uses the
society.
globe. I don't know why you guys deny that water is flat and level. That's beyond me.
It's like a Western culture, like America, we made it to the moon. We are better than everyone else, and you better believe it. It's like culture. Like kids believe in Santa Claus, adults believe in water balls in space.
It's not just the USA.
Do you believe that the
it's
firmament
Russia,
is
it's China,
ionized plasma?
It's contrary governments that all have an understanding that the Earth is.
It's really, I hate to point this out. It's kind of ambiguous when we say like governments, right? Only because one, governments change like every 4 or 5 years, whatever it is, whatever government, some stay, whatever. People within governments, right? Their departments and so on. Your local member of parliament or constituency, or however it's expressed in your part of the world, they don't know shit. They only do politics, right? Do we really trust politicians? But they don't know shit. They change all the fucking time. We're not talking about these people. It's deeper than that, further back or higher up the chain. Let's say nobody that we see, nobody that we can really point a finger at. But it's not your teacher. It's not
satellite or launch is all fake. Then
okay, so. This is the conclusion that we reach if we're talking about satellites and rockets proving that the Earth is a sphere because they show us pictures of the Earth being a ball, right? Now,
Artemis 2 is AI.
Okay, but when we try to validate that claim, we measure the surface not to be curved, we measure it to be flat. So we can only come to the conclusion that in some form or another, this is manipulated or not true imagery. Some would just cast it as fake and CGI or whatever. It could just be lens distortion, who knows, but you'd have to be particular about the image. And if we're talking about satellites, the majority of them are in low Earth orbit, not far enough away to see 50% of the spherical nature of the sphere. They usually do low orbit passes, taking snapshots over the train that they pass over, and then after many, many, many transits of the Earth, they stitch what they see together around a model that they presuppose. So not all satellites show the Earth to be a sphere anyway.
You can't break through the plasmasphere.
Look, I understand what you're saying, but the point I'm trying to make is that there's a huge conspiracy in the sense that every single government seems to be hiding this information or doctoring imagery, videos, everything.
I understand.
And nobody from any sort of scientific background or someone that is, their job is primarily to focus on, satellites or
think you watch all
launches.
that on TV, though. If you think about it, that's where you get everything from. You don't get that from reality. You don't
No, I'm
go
just saying it's
into
a huge
government.
conspiracy.
You don't go into a government building and they've got globes floating around.
I'm just saying your
Look at the
idea
UN logo.
is a
Enough
conspiracy
said.
against every government to ever exist or study the Earth.
Yeah, it's
Governments
mind blowing,
don't
isn't
study
it?
the
You would have
Earth.
assumed that at least one person studying the field would have come out and said something.
Yeah, we
Maybe.
did. That's why we're here. Earth is flat. There you go. We told you.
We get
Yeah,
this.
but what authority do you actually have?
We get this a lot, dude. Right, this reliance on the narrative, and they're going to tell us the truth no matter what. Right, this understood idea that everybody believes the Earth is a sphere, and nobody's pointed out that it's not, even though that we're doing so. The majority of these scientists are not doing this. Everybody goes to universities and gets taught from the idea that we all got brought up at school that the Earth is a sphere. No need to prove it. That's what it is. They demonstrated this like hundreds, if not thousands, of years ago. So starting from that premise, we can just go on and stare at the sky. That's primarily what goes on. No one's going to university to prove the Earth is a sphere. That was done.
And then they can't get a job, and they can't get a job, and then they don't get a job in that field, and then they have to stay at the university and get funded from people so that they can get paid to sit there and do nothing.
Sure, but this is you're talking about thousands, if not tens of thousands, being involved. You would have assumed one person would
Who?
have.
Name them. Name one person.
I'm talking about like at least NASA. You're talking about the site.
NASA's a spy
No, no,
agency
no.
now, so
That's
they're
a
out. So
company.
pick something new.
I mean,
Name
weren't
a
they just
person.
responsible for the Artemis launch?
All right. Okay. Right. This is, again, really simple. You understand what a hierarchical structure is, right?
I know what you're saying, but it's just too
Yeah, cool.
big. There's just too many people involved, too many parties with conflicted interess. That it
Okay,
ever be
so
a
you
motive
also
to all agree on one thing.
Okay, but I'm still going to point out departmentalization. You know what these things are.
Yeah.
You know what need to know basis. You know what national secrets are, non-disclosure agreements. You know how military structures work. The generals know more than the fucking privates do, to keep it simple. And you're asking how secrets are kept with large organisations, and I'm pointing out the structure that keeps it out, and you're going to hand wave it away because it's a really big organisation.
Well, NDAs are broken all the time, so that doesn't really mean anything.
I do appreciate that, right? But we don't really know the depths of these things. All we can really point out to, and it's a little bit like a murder scene, right? We've got a body with a knife hanging out of its back. The murder's taken place. How, why, all of these things are still yet to be decided, but the fucking knife is hanging out the back. It's akin to the surface of the earth being measured. Now, why these people are motivated to do the opposite, as in tell us that the earth is not what we measure, we can't necessarily tell you, but we can obviously come to the conclusion that what we've been taught is not true.
I don't know. It just seems too big of a conspiracy for at least one person to come out.
What fallacy is that, guys? Appeal to incredulity or something like that?
It's called appealing to authority, but that's only really you sort of have to when it comes to the study.
No, I don't have to.
saying,
Dude, I can
cannot
measure
conceive.
water. I can measure over water, dude, and prove that the Earth is not curving. And now that I've done that, the Earth is not curving.
Funny. Look, I'm not educated enough in this background to really discuss anything.
You can go prove it to yourself. You can go prove it to yourself.
A conspiracy.
Got you.
A conspiracy.
You can go prove it to yourself. You don't have to believe us.
Yeah, you
I
are
don't have to
arguing
believe
from the
it, but-
conspiracy side. You think you live on a globe in a vacuum, spinning around a sun and flying around a galaxy, Mr. Conspiracy Theorist.
I tell you guys,
I'm not a
the
conspiracy theorist. I'm agreeing with authority here.
No, you're not. You're a conspiracy theorist.
That doesn't make me a conspiracy theorist.
Yes, it does, because we measure the Earth flat, and you're conspiring to say it's
In this
not.
group chat, I'm a conspiracy theorist, but
Are
relative
you
to
Australian?
in real life.
Are you Australian?
Yeah.
And you appeal to authority, and the authority is true.
I don't appeal to authority in everything.
With everything, so this is grey area, right? This is kind of subjective to you.
Well, yeah. I think something like this, where I'm, not well versed in this topic specifically, I can't discuss, semantics like you can.
All right, so forgive me for saying this, and we're all in this boat. Being as we're all kept dumb and ignorant, it's kind of hard for us to argue this, so why bother? Let's just
Hey,
rely
did
on
you
the
just say the
authority. Tell
N-word?
us the story.
Did you just say the N-word?
No.
Who made them the authority on it?
What do you mean? Who made? What do you
Right.
mean?
Yeah,
Hey,
who
listen.
made the people in your
Hold
authority?
on,
Who
real
made
quick.
those people the ones that have all the answers?
I guess
Hey, real
education and
quick.
background and funding. I guess probably
Oh my God.
government
Hey,
funding.
Ganzu.
Money is the reason why?
Hold for a
Okay.
second.
Probably, yeah. I mean, that's sort of the case in everything.
Now I.
All right. Don't interrupt the flow of conversation to ask about words. So whoever asked that, you could just get kicked from the channel. Thanks. All right, continue.
Sorry, I don't know why. I don't know why I'm being muted.
No, neither do I. It gives me the reliance on authority. And I get it, like we're too ignorant, so why would we like argue against those who are in authority? Doesn't that worry you though?
No, I agree. I just think in this field specifically, I sort of have to appeal to authority. When it comes to a lot of things, I don't. But in this specific, I guess, conversation we're having, I'm not well versed
Why?
enough. I'm just not well versed enough.
Okay.
I do my sort of own
Yeah,
things.
I get you. Because you think it's out of your reach and this is like really complicated stuff.
Well, it requires a lot
Right,
of
you think
funding
this
to sort of I mean, you can obviously your measures doesn't that doesn't require funding, but I think the best way, honestly, to disprove or approve of what you're saying is to send up your own satellite and get a picture of Earth.
why is measuring the surface not good enough?
Because it's contrary. Again, you have your own measures, but there's just so many photos, so many videos out there that all have a globe, not a
Which
flat.
all have a curved surface.
Yes.
So I would measure that consequence then, wouldn't I?
Well, you can do your own measurements, but realistically, the only way that I think is a plausible way to measure whether it's a globe or whether it's flat is to literally get your own rocket, launch it, and take your own imagery.
That's not measuring, though.
To measure your table, you go to your neighbor's table? Damn.
I just genuinely think that's the only way you could physically know.
But that's what we're talking about, physically know, and we're physically measuring that's not a good way to physically demonstrate what it physically is. There's two
So you don't
things
think a
with
photo. You don't think a photo.
Let's put it like this. There's two things with like shapes and geometry and stuff. We can see them and we can measure them because certain shapes have got like laws that apply to them when we measure them, triangles and spheres and so on, curved surfaces and interior angles. Right? So geometry, we observe and we measure. Now, if we get an observation of something like a sphere, then just by consequence of that, then we're going to measure that curved surface. It's a problem when we don't measure that curved surface. That kind of invalidates the picture, right?
Right.
That's what we're saying. The picture shows us curved surface that we don't measure.
Okay. Do you think if you had the funding to send your own, I guess, satellite into space, you would do it?
It'd be really interesting. But what would that prove? Because we could end up with two possibilities, right? Or maybe three, but let's keep to two. One, we're going to see a ball, and one, we're going to see a flat Earth. But it's a hypothetical.
Okay, but my question is let's say you did have the funding to send your own satellite into space.
Mm-hmm.
You took your own imagery. Would you, and let's say hypothetically it was a globe, would you then retract everything you said? Or would you think, NASA have hacked into my satellite and
No, not
the
necessarily.
imagery?
Not necessarily, because I'd have to understand the instrumentation and how they apply in different pressures. For example, cameras and lenses in vacuums and so on, because lenses distort straight lines. So I'd have to understand this, but still by consequence of picture showing a curved surface, I would still consequentially measure that curved surface, wouldn't I?
Right.
That's the whole crescendo to the point. Because I could go up in a hypothetical and show you a picture of a flat Earth, and you could go up in a hypothetical and show me a picture of a globe Earth. But now we've got two contradictory ideas. How do we verify which one is true? Well, if we measure the surface, we'll figure out what it is. Unless we're going to have contradictory measurements.
Okay. Do you think the moon is flat, or do you think it's a sphere?
I don't know, because even though I can observe it and it looks like it most probably is a sphere, I can't confirm that speculation until I go to it and measure it upon its surface or fly around.
Right. Do you think it's possible for the Earth scientifically to be a globe, or does it defy? Or does it defy your understanding of physics?
What do you mean by scientifically a globe?
Do you think it's
Scientifically a shape?
possible? Do you think it's possible, given our current circumstances, minus, I guess, the curvature of the Earth? Do you think it's, I guess, your measurements of the curvature? Do you think it's possible for?
No.
You don't think it's possible?
No, because it would need a curved surface. So if it doesn't measure to have a curved surface, yeah.
The measurements you've done regarding the curvature.
Pretty much, dude, yeah. We're talking about the identification of an object. Now, we can use measurements as an identifying factor within identifying anything. So, for example, you and your height, you can go to a medical professional like a hospital or a doctor's and they'll measure you. Now, that will be put on documentation. It will also be put on your driving license, right? 6'2" or whatever it is. This is now your verified height measured to be so. It's empirical unless you change it over time. So this is what we mean by an empirical standard, especially within geometric claims.
Gotcha.
Hey Jedi, if we're in a long break, Marcus has a question. Do you have any more questions?
No. It's all good.
Professor Triangle, bro, you tried to DM me and ask me for child porn, bro. You're a pedophile. You're a piece of shit pedo. You're going to
No, he
fucking
didn't.
hell.
And you can just get out the
Yes, you
channel
fucking
now.
did, bro. You fucking DM me and asked me for
No, he
child
didn't.
porn, dude. I got the proof. That's why you disabled my chat so I can't put it in
you
the
haven't
side
got
chat.
the proof. Just fuck off. Thank you very much.
I do want to make one correction, John. You're asking about the shape of the Earth being scientifically proven, and I don't think science has to do with shape. I think that's more of a math question, and math is not science. It might be a tool in science, but math itself is just math. Geometry is
Okay.
If
At the end of the
you
day,
don't have anything else,
science is not my strong point at all. So, no, it's been interesting having a conversation with you guys. You guys seem to know what you're talking about. You have your own opinions. Fair enough. I can't disprove them. Yeah.
Mate, if you're taking your leave, dude, it's been a good conversation. You're welcome back if you've got any other questions. It's been nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you, mate.
Appreciate it, dude. See you around.
See ya.
I'm going to unmute Marcus. He says he has a question. What's up, Marcus? What's your question? He just wanted unmuted so he could leave. That's funny. He just wanted unmuted so he could leave the room.
Don't worry about it. I've seen that before they do that.
Yeah, I find it sad how people don't understand that the further you get away from an object doesn't necessarily mean you'll be able to see more, depending on how the light rays reflect.
Ball planet.
What?
Oh, he was just. Remember earlier I asked a question and nobody answered it? I asked, how can I level my two posts with a dot or a point? And so that was the answer.
Well, thanks for getting back to us anyway.
Problem is, though, I forgot the sonotubes. So now I got to go back to the hardware store. Or there aren't going to be no posts. Yeah, for those of you who never did any work in your life, like the majority of this generation, a sonotube is like a cardboard tube that you fill with cement, or sorry, concrete, to make like posts and columns that you're going to build on. And
They
the
wouldn't
earlier
even
guy
have,
was
they don't
correct.
have any clue what they don't have any clue what you're talking about. I guarantee
Right.
it. Maybe the best thing you could give an example in a parking garage, you guys sometimes see a swirly thing going up the side of a round post. That's a sonotube.
Yeah, and in case you don't know what the posts are, that's what you crashed in because you don't know how to park.
Round planet.
So on the side of the sonotube, it tells you like how many feet you want to go down, so how long your tube's going to be, and how many bags of concrete you need. And then right below that, it has a table which describes how to level and plumb the tube. So what it says is, step 1, place a point in free space. Step 2, and then it's blank. Yeah, but I really want to answer that question. How do you know a horizontal line is a tangent? I'd like an answer. That's step one, by the way. To have a tangent, you need a line that is a tangent. In order to know that your line is a tangent, it must intersect a curve at only one point, which means you have to know there's a curve. So how do you know a horizontal line is teetering atop a giant curve? How do you know that?
How do we know the Earth is round?
Sure, how do you know that?
Because I don't live on a pancake.
Pancakes are round, dummy.
Pancake planet, pancake planet.
He never cooked a pancake in his life, so he doesn't know about round pancakes.
He
You're
took
right.
a
I'm a
massive
waffle
run up
guy.
to that as well.
I prefer waffles.
That's awesome. He sat in the background for ages thinking about doing that. Built up all his courage.
Globers ruin themselves all the time.
It's funny.
I love
isn't it?
my big round ball planet.
That's brilliant. Thanks for adding in ball now. Now we understand what you're talking about because round wasn't specific enough.
Hey, wait a minute, dude. I love your work. I love your work, bro. I saw your CGI work in Little Dicky's We Love the Earth music video. When Little Dicky is hugging the earth, you did the CGI for that. Wow.
Little Dicky, is that what they call you?
Yeah, among the elephant community. No, Little Dicky is a music artist.
Oh.
And for
Instead of
Earth Day,
slime,
he made. Well, hold on, brother. For Earth Day, he made this video called "We Love the Earth." And it's just all about pumping the earth and loving on it and rubbing yourself on it. Pretty gross.
yeah, I would hump a hole in the ground. Why not?
Well, you know the Earth is Mother Earth, right? So that explains a lot about you.
I know, Mama Earth makes me horny.
Oedipus would be proud. Oh, wait a minute. You're not cultured enough to know that reference.
I don't know who Oedipus is.
Do you?
You
Of
know,
course I do. I went to public
brainworms.
school.
Brainworms can cause hosts to be sexually promiscuous. So he feeling like that for his mother might be brainworms.
Of course I know who Oedipus is. I went to public school. We all read the story.
Yeah, but see, they diagnosed you at the counselor's office. You're like, I really have this attraction to my mom. And they're like, yeah, that's Oedipus complex.
But I'm not attracted to my mom.
Oh, dude, your dad? Oh, man, dang.
My mom's a very
Damn,
beautiful
bro.
woman, but
Damn, bro. That's. I know you were
I'm
low,
glad
but
to
that
be
low, damn.
I'm glad to be related to her because she's a beautiful woman and I have good genes, but I'm not attracted to her.
Yo, hold on. We can't. We don't allow racist comments in here.
What's
Stop! Don't
racist
do
about
that.
that?
Don't do that.
Never
Don't
mind,
do it.
dude. Are you cultured enough to understand the reference? Holy crap, dude.
Yeah, he's a millennial
I
or
have,
something like that.
dude. It's popping right now. Sydney Sweeney, the jeans ad. I have good genes. That's racist because she's gorgeous and not black. I mean, come on now, bro. You got to keep up with the times.
I mean, my mom is a beautiful white woman. That's correct.
White? Like a white paper?
No, like an albino.
Ooh, your mom is albino? Can I get her number?
Yeah. Yeah, Jumsy's into the alabaster skin.
No, I'm into things that I've never tried.
You seem to me like a guy who likes chicken nuggets, so
What's wrong
Like
with chicken nuggets,
dinosaur
bro?
nuggets? I like dinosaur nuggets.
Who doesn't like chicken nuggets?
Me, because I like dinosaur nuggets.
No, you
Listen,
like
isn't
women
a chicken? Listen, isn't a chicken strip just a chicken nugget?
Well, if you watch Mr. Beast's latest YouTube video, one of the latest ones, he went to the laboratory and factory that where they grow the chicken nuggets, but it's not from chickens.
Why the fuck would I watch Mr. Beast? I'm not 13.
I mean, you follow the Beast system, so you might as well follow Mr. Beast.
No, dude, we just assumed you were stupid and banal because you came in here and were like, Earth planet, glow planet, derpa derpa little.
All planet. All planet.
I mean, since
Yeah, dude,
your
how could we
vessel,
possibly have not recognized that you're an erudite valedictorian from Harvard? I mean, how could we not know that with that rhetoric?
Pancake planet, pancake planet.
the brainworms again, they're taking over.
His one seemed to be feeding every 2 hours or so.
Yeah, they're overgrown already, overfeeding.
I have an academic question.
No, you don't.
All right, hit me.
If a flurf gets mauled by a bear in the forest, does anyone care?
The bear cares.
Yeah? A family, probably?
That's why the bear is doing it, because he cares.
Other flat earthers?
You know who cares too?
Oh, yeah, so
Go ahead.
let's break this down. So basically what you're insinuating is that no one would care if a flat earther got mauled by a bear, which means that you're bigoted against the concept that people would think the earth is flat, which basically just reduces when you divide by 0 to you're just a bigot. So you're actually just a horrible person. So thanks for admitting it, even though we already knew it.
Thankfully, all is forgiven in Christ.
What, the fact that you're bigoted?
What's wrong with being bigoted?
Yeah, I'm a bigot, but I have Jesus in my life.
Listen, ever since I got bigoted, I had to buy bigger pants.
People who don't hold to objective morality as being true can't say there's anything wrong with being a bigot.
How about objective reality?
I don't have to care what other people think because I have a huge cock.
No, you don't.
Does he sings and the sun rises, or do you do you feed him like corn or something? Because he's big, right? Fat, so maybe he's like a chubby rooster.
He's girthy. He's girthy. It's a girthy cock.
Hey, in case you didn't know, dude, women divorce guys with big wieners too, and they leave them, and they're disgusted by them for other reasons, like their personality and their lack of ability to be decisive and other such things that have nothing to do with your physical appearance.
This is why you marry a good Christian girl who comes from a good family that doesn't believe in divorce. And you make it clear what the roles are in marriage and what the duties are for each party. And
Wait, he was talking about something else? I thought he said cock, like, you know, the roosters? No?
No, I was talking about my penis.
Oh, yeah, forgot that.
Not gonna lie, that's very black-coded.
To be fair, you'll talk about anything except for the lack of demonstrable proven Earth curvature.
Oh, you mean that curvature that's totally real?
Oh, dude, listen, bros. He just said it's real. Let's shut it down, bros. Shut it down, back it in. It's settled now.
I mean,
Goyim
we're gonna
are
have to
noticing.
shut down.
Goyim are
We're gonna have to
noticing.
shut down. We're gonna have to shut down airports. We're gonna have to shut down the world because now we have to reinvent everything.
Pancake Planet.
Oh man.
We're gonna have to make curving stoves now so we can cook the
Nobody
curving.
nobody told this guy
Has anyone
space is
found the edge
fake.
yet? Has
Nobody
anyone
told this
found
guy
the edge
space
yet?
is fake yet. Nobody told you space is fake yet. You keep thinking we live on a planet.
Hey, has
Yeah.
anyone found the edge yet?
Well, your mom's been
Yeah.
trying for years.
Anyone find the edge? Anyone?
Yeah, he's been hiding in front of us this whole time. He's currently playing bass for a band called U2.
Yes, I know that the edge plays for you two, but I mean the edge of the planet, the edge of the flat Earth.
What about it? What is that? What do you mean
Anyone
by
found it
when you
yet?
say?
I mean, it's just a point that's
Anyone
intentionally
find it
Hold
yet?
on.
formatting.
Sorry, hold on. When you say I need to know what this is before I can say that someone's found it. What do you mean by edge?
The boundary.
Boundary. Okay, a little bit more, please.
Well,
The
no, I need to
boundary
know
of
exactly
what?
what I mean by that.
Well, yeah, I need specifics. So, boundary
Yeah,
between Earth
I
and
know.
what?
I don't use your
Between Earth,
neuro-linguistic programming in order to deceive
between
people. You and I
Earth,
both know what a
dude.
boundary is.
Yeah, the boundaries can take many forms. The boundary between the Earth and what?
Oh, he didn't think that far. Dang.
No, I'm just not going to play your linguistic game. You and I both know
I
what
don't-
boundary means.
No, no.
I mean, it's just trying to understand
You
what's
just
actually
refuse
being
to
talked
answer the
about.
Okay,
question.
well, let me
Refuse to
give you
answer
an
the question.
example, right? Let me give you an example. The boundary of my table, right? Now I can stand on my table and I can walk off my table and I will fall off my table. The boundary of my table, right? But there's also the boundary of my room. I can walk to my room and I can hit a wall. Now there's two different boundaries. We can define them differently. So I'm asking what you mean.
Okay, is the Earth infinite?
I don't. That's not helping me answer your question. That's
Anything
a
that
new
isn't
question.
infinite boundary.
How,
Anything that
dude?
isn't infinite has a
Dude,
boundary.
infinite. How the fuck would I know? Even entertaining this concept of
Okay,
infinity,
so just say you don't know. Have the intellectual honesty to say you don't know. Thank you.
I just did. Didn't know you're claiming I wouldn't have the intellectual honesty.
Okay,
I don't. I
conversation
just
over,
did.
isn't it?
When you brought
Okay,
up the
so you don't
claim
know
of
where
an
the boundary is.
infinite Earth,
You know the Earth is flat,
Well,
but you don't know if it's infinite or not.
hey, brother, listen. Jedi's correct, and you're just not getting it. So, for example, the boundary of an object is in all directions extant from the center. Okay? So, technically, I'm in a car driving on a road. That's the boundary. So, what you meant is the boundary going out horizontally. So, that's why he asked you to qualify your statement, dude.
No, there very well could be a boundary leading into space, but you guys don't believe in space. There could be an upward boundary. Earth isn't infinite. You either believe Earth is infinite or you don't.
yeah. Okay, so I bring this up, right? And
Here,
even
let
though
me tell you. Let me ruin your day,
Never been
brother. Let me
found.
ruin your day.
Because the
Here, yeah,
boundary
let
has
me
never
ruin your
been
day.
demonstrated.
Here, no, bro, check this out. The boundary of the universe has never been demonstrated either. So here's what
Well, I don't
I'm
think
going to
I
say
will.
about the boundary of the earth. Hold on, brother. Every claim that they make about the boundary of the universe, I'm going to apply to the earth. There you go. Yeah, you didn't see that one coming, did you?
Now I just don't care.
Exactly. So you're asking questions that one can't arbitrate the proposition anyway, and two you don't actually care about.
No, I don't care about your answer because it's retarded.
Really? So then the same reasons that it's retarded can be applied to the universe. I agree with you. The universe is retarded. Good job.
No, flat earthers are retarded.
No. Well, let me go through some of the qualities. So the universe is either in a bounded space or an unbounded space. If it's in a bounded space, then there's space beyond the bounded space, right? And so the boundary of the universe, what's beyond the boundary? Well, nobody would ever know. And nobody knows where the boundary is because allegedly the boundary is increasing faster than our ability to even travel to it. So the actual conditions of the boundary of the universe will never be known. So it's unknown now, and it can never be known in principle. There you go. So my answer to you is that the boundaries of the Earth extend horizontally, and keep in mind this is just tongue in cheek. The boundaries of the Earth extend horizontally are procedurally generated faster than we'd ever be able to travel to it. There you go. That's my answer to you. Now, none of that changes the fact that the known territory is horizontal and flat. So, see, you'll talk about anything but the actual thing that matters, which is the Earth isn't curved. You'll talk about pancakes. You'll talk about, can I fall off the edge of the Earth? You'll talk about my wiener is big. You'll talk about anything except for the thing that matters. Because you want to leave this conversation thinking you've won, patting yourself on the back like you gave Flat Earth a fair shake, like you were intellectually honest. And you can go away thinking that. That's fine. But you're doing yourself a disservice by not taking it seriously. So yeah, now that we've established who the real men are and that you're a chump, you got anything to say for yourself?
I think he's at a loss for words right now.
I'm gonna predict he's gonna say, I don't care.
I wouldn't wait for him to respond. I would just change the subject and move on. I think he's
Yeah.
just enjoying the
Obviously.
attention.
What's his handle?
Was it? Let me check it again. It was the doggy guy. Is he gone? Probably made it to his destination. He gone.
Bro, you guys kept talking about pancakes, so I made myself one, dude. It just sounded way too good.
I know, right? But see, he messed up. He messed up. He made a crucial error, friends, and this is why. The Earth is actually flatter than a pancake, so he screwed it up.
Oh my god. You guys. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, bro. Listen, a pancake. Listen, the University of Kansas, I think, they surveyed Kansas and they found out that Kansas is flatter than a pancake based on the topology profile from a mean line. And if you actually take the same principle across the whole surface of the Earth, you have allegedly 197 million square miles, and the maximum surface variance of the height and troughs is 13 miles. So if you take a 13-mile swing around the mean line, and the highest point is Everest, and the lowest point being the Marianas Trench, you end up with a surface that's actually flatter than a pancake.
I wish I could say that. I tried to say something like that the other day, but you said it so eloquently that I'm gonna have to re-listen to it, kind of like replay that.
You just tell the AI, say, "Hey, AI, can you just redo this in my voice?" And then you can just play it as a clip, whatever you need to.
I almost tried to say that the other day, but couldn't make it as simple and Well said, like you did. Good job, AI. Thanks for that.
Yeah, in the category of flat things that we interact with on a daily basis, the Earth is very, very high in the percentile of flattest things. All right, time to go in the hardware store. I guess Wrecking Globers has to go on pause.
Gen Z.
Oh, hey.
Do you actually follow up with Mr. Beast?
No, you know how sometimes, well, I'm gonna speak for myself. I find myself doom scrolling, and there was this someone talking about Mr. V's making a video about Chicken Factory, and they were talking how this company makes chicken out of the same egg, like clones of an egg, and it just make chicken out of that same clone for many years now. So that's
Really?
something. That's what I meant. Like when you go to the store and buy chicken, it's not actually chicken.
Wait, what? But it's chicken shaped.
I mean, yeah, those chickens, but when you buy like you know the like chicken breast and that kind of stuff, it's like grown in a lab.
You know, there is lab grown meat, but I don't think they're able to do that at scale yet. Like I think lab grown
Just
meat would
like with
actually be
Mr.
pretty
Beast,
cool,
you know.
but
That's all I'm saying. It's just that's what I saw in the TikTok shorts or YouTube shorts. That's TikTok University or YouTube Shorts University. That's all I'm saying.
I see.
Don't quote me on it.
Well, maybe one day we'll have lab grown meats. Hopefully.
Maybe it's already a thing.
No, I don't think so. Because then, if you have lab grown meats, you can make like perfect cuts and stuff, right? You wouldn't like have a bone inside, or if you have like steak, you know how like when you buy steak, there's that fat part that you want to cut out, and like it's all unnecessary. You could have all like perfect cuts every time if it was lab grown, but it's not.
Yo, mama lab grown. Anyway, how are we feeling about circling the moon again, fellers? You guys don't believe that shit?
I think
We
it's
do
pretty
believe
cool.
in shit because we can find shit in the physical and natural world. Even
Why are you
What's the
being
you
ignorant?
produce a
what's
lot
the
Why
of
are you
angle?
shit.
being ignorant,
What's the
Jamesy?
But
angle? What's the angle to the spaceship right now?
Why are you being ignorant, Jamesy? What kind of
What's the angle to the
disrespectful
spaceship
answers?
right now?
You said what?
What's the angle to the
Facer?
spaceship right now? Yeah, what's the angle to the spaceship right now?
Angle from where?
What do you mean from where?
You heard what I said. Angle from where to the spaceship?
From your backyard.
I said you guys don't believe in Artemis 2. You think it's warehouse footage.
No, it's
Yeah, it
studio
was.
footage, not in a warehouse
no,
studio.
you said you guys
They
don't
put
believe in that
they
shit.
did
That's
better
what you said.
production than just do it in a warehouse. That was the old one when they used two air hangars on an Air Force base. That's what you're thinking of.
What do they use now? It was
Just a
filmed
regular studio.
on
NASA owns the largest
April
green
Fools.
screen studio in the world.
And why is the
Why is the footage glitchy and laggy?
Because it's made that way.
So it looks real.
How would you know if that was real or not? Why would it look that way if it was real?
You can tell it's
Nah,
real because it looks so fake.
no, I'm saying, yeah, I'm saying you guys think they do the glitch and the
No, I
glitchy
don't.
stuff.
I don't watch that TV show. It was like 10 minutes after that thing went off. They're just showing CGI the whole time. CGI.
Wait, bro, when you say you guys think, are you like a mind reader or something?
Yeah, I don't know, failures. In a few years. In a few years. In a
In a
few,
few
maybe,
years?
maybe in a
You have
20,
2 years, right? 2 years?
I don't know how old are you fellers, but probably in 20, 30 years, people could go, commercially to space out there.
Oh yeah, that's
And,
Yeah,
what
we
they
can.
said in 19. That's what they said in 1969. That's funny you said
and
that.
it's gonna be game over for you failures.
That's what they said in 1969. It was they said it was game over for you fellers.
Well, nobody was a flat earther in 1969.
Everybody was a flat earther.
Nah, they weren't failure. Anyway, um, what's your guys' problem with those
So you don't
curve
have an
measure?
angle. You don't have an angle to a spaceship for me.
I have
That's
an
because you
angle.
can't. That's
I have
because
an
you can't
angle.
get an angle. That's because you can't take an angle to it from the surface of a ball.
I have a penile angle. Anyway, what's your
Anyway,
failures?
Seaway.
What's your failures problem with the curve measurements? Is that you guys,
Think.
you
You
guys,
guys think, and since you are in our heads, you know what we think, since
you
you're a
guys
mind reader.
don't, you guys don't
You guys.
calculate the
You
drop
guys.
off correctly. You guys don't do the 8 miles per square 8 miles per square kilometer or whatever it is.
Tell him,
A
tell him.
measurement, and that's it for you fellers. You don't do no refraction. You don't do no weather
He doesn't
observations.
even know what the
And
fuck
you
he's talking. He's come
motherfuckers,
in here so many
you
times,
motherfuckers
dude. He's
come
been
in
in here
here
so many times.
doing
You don't
refraction.
even know the arguments yet, and you've been in here at least 100 times. You don't know the
Yeah,
arguments
that's
yet.
because I forgot
I
them
mean,
because
you
they're
gotta
stupid.
remember though that brainworms take a lot of space
Why
in
would
your
why would I
brain,
remember? Why
and
would I
he
remember
has
a
like
measurement for
small
drop over
brain
distance?
capacity at the moment. That's why.
So those arguments you guys got are bullshit, and you know how they're bullshit. You look
Yeah,
at the
yeah,
way they're
yeah,
presented. The arguments you guys
yeah, yeah, yeah,
present are
yeah,
always
yeah,
in a
yeah,
form
yeah,
of some
yeah, yeah.
shitty edited video, some retarded looking meme, or anything else for that matter. There's not a single like scientific this and this project for
Oh well,
flat
This,
Earth.
give
It's
this,
me the
that.
so
scientific. Give me
it's
the
so
scientific
man. Listen,
thing you want me to do, and I'll go do it.
man. There's why didn't a
Man,
single flat Earther
come
do that
on,
shit?
man.
Why
Dude,
didn't a single
what
flat
is
Earther do
this?
it yet?
Give me the
Look
scientific
at
experiment you need me to do.
For example, look at the most scientific things you guys done is the FE core experiment, and that
Pancakes.
project is
Pancakes are
full
very
of
scientific,
lies.
right?
That project is full of lies and false evidence, false results, and the guy who posted that shit has disappeared from internet since they done the experiment because they've been caught lying to their fans who took their money. You flat earthers got your money took, and these guys didn't produce nothing. That PDF
Not.
file they got is full of lies. You guys ain't got no proof.
What are you
All
talking
of the other
about, dude?
experiments have been
He
debunked.
You
doesn't know what
talking
he's
about
talking
Greater
about.
Sapien?
You guys heard what I said. You just choose to play dumb.
You haven't said anything yet.
Hey, Professor Triangle, calm down, feeler. Anyway, I'll see you guys on the next one. On the next Artemis mission.
Please never come back.
So, did you guys see my video demonstrating gravity yesterday? Should I repost it?
No.
Define gravity.
Oh, I'm just talking about gravitational attraction.
Well, define what that is.
A bigger object with bigger mass attracting a smaller object with smaller mass.
So when I go to the grocery store and I see the massive lady, why don't I feel attracted to her though?
You actually are to a small degree. You just can't feel it.
So, so you are, but you just don't know you are. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. So, what size do you have to be attracting things?
Let me show you. So this.
No, you can just tell me.
Well, like the
tell
video
me
demonstration
what size.
will prove.
What size do
The
you
video
have to
demonstration
be?
will prove it.
What does it prove? Tell me about the video.
Sure. Let me just link it and I'll tell you as we watch through it together.
Oh, yeah, I'm not watching it until you tell me. So I want to make sure I'm not wasting my time on something I've seen a million times.
Sure. Yeah. Well, for anyone else here, why can't I paste? 1 sec.
No. No, thank you.
Okay, there we go. So he takes in the first experiment 2 lead balls on a precision instrument, and
what precision instrument?
It's sitting at rest, but when he puts
what's the precision instrument?
It's like a sliding arm.
That's not a precision instrument.
Well, the
what's
second
precise
one has a
about it?
scale the second one has a precision scale that you can see. The lead triangle gets attracted to the lead ball underneath it, and actually gets heavier on the scale.
Maybe triangles are attracted to balls.
Yeah, it could have. Well, I mean, it could have been any shape. I mean,
so you didn't eliminate that then, huh?
You're just trolling. So, actually, look at the video and
That's
try to
helping you.
explain.
No, things aren't attracted to each other.
Well, they are. This video shows it.
They're not.
And try to
No, they're not.
explain this.
When you do that video and it doesn't happen?
It does. You can do this at home. You can do this yourself.
You
can prove gravity at home.
Can I see?
Yeah.
I can hang balls in the closet.
Sure.
So, suppose that you look at this video. It's interesting enough. You think, well, maybe this does happen. Maybe gravity is real. I want to do this for myself to prove it. You guys do the experiment, prove gravity, and then we can talk about how.
What am I proving? What am I proving?
That's gonna change your worldview, right?
And you're debunking Einstein?
No.
No.
Universal gravitation is consistent with Einstein's theories.
Hold on. So now you have mass attracts mass and Einstein's are the same thing?
No, but they're consistent. Einstein believed in universal
you can't
gravitation.
Have both.
His theories are consistent with it.
No, they're not. There's no such thing.
Hold on, before
Do you know what
getting
consistent
sucked into the weeds on this, he's sucking you into the weeds, and you're taking the bait. I know you're probably know more about this than I do. It sounds like you could have that debate after, but right now we just need an explanation. If
hanging balls doesn't prove anything.
I mean, it's pretty good at showing universal gravitation.
No, define universal gravitation for me, so then you can show me how you proved it.
Energy exerts force on energy, basically.
What was the energy?
In the form of mass. It was the mass of the 2 spheres.
Oh, so define mass then, so we could really get down to the brass taxes here.
It's a property of fermions. I forgot exactly. No, it's more universal than that. It's a property of some kinds of matter.
Wait, isn't mass like a unit of measure?
It allows objects to resist deviations in their in their velocity.
So how is that attracted to something else?
Via universal gravitation.
And which is what?
It's the phenomenon that was in that video. It's the thing exerting the torque.
The phenomenon?
Yes.
It's the
So
phenomenon.
Phenomena?
Yeah, if I go and do that and it doesn't work, then what do we say?
Oh, we gotta ask whether you built your experiment properly. But if you did and it didn't
It's
work,
my fault now.
if you did and it didn't
So
work,
if you make
then
it
you
if you make
might
it the right
be.
way, if you make it the right way, it works. If you don't make it the right way, it doesn't work. Is that what you're telling me?
This is true for all objects. If you try to make a pizza using mercury, you didn't succeed in making a pizza.
If you don't
What's a
put all the
successful
pieces
way to
of
do that?
if you don't put all the pieces
Like
of the
tomato sauce and
watch
such.
together, it doesn't give you the correct time, right?
Yep.
So as a man-made object and this man-made thing that you are trying to push, where do we find this in the physical and natural world without, man's intervention?
And the force that we all feel towards the planet, and the force the forces, I should say, causing the planets to hold their orbits and have their various orbital deviations.
You just said that those things are flying around up there, orbiting around each other. That's a story.
Welcome to what science is. There's stories that we think have causal
Oh
power.
no, science
Because
isn't.
everything we
That isn't how
perceive
you
is
do
hopefully
science.
consistent
That's
with
not
them.
how you do science. You don't
What do you
tell
think
a
a hypothesis
story.
is?
You
What do
don't
you think a
tell a
hypothesis
story,
is?
dude. You don't tell a
What do you think a
story.
hypothesis is? What do you think a
You don't
hypothesis
just
is?
go tell a story and then that's it. Ta-da! You're done with science.
Obviously. But you start with a story, and then you figure out whether your story is consistent with what you can observe.
Observation in the physical and natural world, you don't start with a story. That's wrong.
What do you think a hypothesis is, Gemsy?
You first have to observe a phenomena, don't you?
No.
Oh, so you just make up a story? Isn't a hypothesis has to be qualified as a valid hypothesis?
What is an invalid hypothesis? What is that?
An
What do you
invalid
mean?
hypothesis will be like me closing my eyes without observing any phenomena and saying, my hypothesis is that if Superman can shoot his laser eyes towards the sun, we might have a hotter summer this year. That's an invalid
perfectly valid hypothesis. Nope, that's valid.
That's an invalid hypothesis.
That's a valid hypothesis. It isn't relevant to our universe, but it is a valid hypothesis.
It's invalid because you cannot observe you never observe anything in the physical and natural world to be able to make that story based in the physical and natural world, to be able to observe any variables that you're gonna manipulate, to be able to observe any variables that you're gonna manipulate, right, to determine the cause of the effect.
The temperature is absolutely an observable thing. That's a valid hypothesis. It's even a
So are you saying that you're gonna be able
hypothesis
to manipulate Superman's laser eyes to not cause the phenomena of having a warmer summer because he caused the effect himself?
No, Superman doesn't exist in our universe.
Exactly. So invalid hypothesis.
No, it's valid. It's just like vacuous. It's about an object that doesn't exist.
Like doctor just told you. I mean, professor just told you. It's just a story.
You
you say,
know
yeah,
that all propositions are basically stories, right?
That's why it has to be a valid hypothesis.
But it is valid. Again, validity is like a very low bar. Like if it doesn't have contradictions, it's probably valid. You got that, right?
The hypothesis is the whole point, dude.
No.
And you need a valid one.
The hypothesis isn't anything of import. The hypothesis by itself is like fucking worthless. The question is the hypothesis consistent with what we see? And when we try to extrapolate the hypothesis to new situations, does it predict what we experience? That's how you separate, discarded hypotheses from theories. Hypotheses that stand the test of our rigor.
Wait, if you're talking about science, scientific theories are established after the repeated experimentation.
That's what I just told you, basically.
Wait, are you saying
it's not about some number of experiments, right? It's about whether the theory is consistent within some domain. whether it's predictive within some domain.
So the scientific theory is an established, let's say, scientific fact then.
I mean, in the sense that scientific facts aren't like absolutes, yes. It is a sufficiently powerful tool that science wants to keep it around, basically.
Yeah, it becomes a scientific law after you
No,
experiment.
laws are parts of theories. They're just horribly named, but laws are just parts of theories. Very confusing to lay people.
Okay, I thought you were using theory as something like before the fact. Like people usually say.
Let me put it this way, right? When people talk about science facts, they talk about observable things. But observable things aren't stories, they aren't explanations, they aren't even causes. Observable things don't let you, like, understand the world or what will happen in the future. To do something like that, you build a hypothesis about the underlying mechanisms, right? What is the actual cause for that stuff? And based on that, well, then you start testing them. You see, okay, does this hypothesis actually work? Do triangles attract spheres, or is it some other mechanism? And eventually, hopefully, we have some theory that's sufficiently strong that works in a sufficient number of cases where we go, yeah, that's a theory, we'll support that.
Have a valid hypothesis for the Earth being a spinning globe in a vacuum of space?
Do I have a valid hypothesis for that?
Yeah.
Sure. I think you just laid it out. Like, having a valid hypothesis is trivial.
Give me the hypothesis for the Earth being a sphere.
Yeah, I want to hear this. Go ahead, tell us.
Again, hypotheses, very simple. It's a sphere.
No, give us a valid hypothesis that proves that it's a globe.
Hypotheses don't prove anything.
Well, tell us how you figured it out.
Sure. When I looked at how ships passed over the horizon, I got real fucking confused until I thought through how they would look on the horizon of a sphere. And I was like, damn, that's consistent with what I'm looking at.
When you bought a P900 and said, oh shit, they really don't go over anything, then what did you say?
I don't know what that is, but I've done this with magnification and without. There's no difference in, like,
the
fact they disappear.
You haven't tried
I'm
it
in the
then.
middle of a
So you haven't
sentence.
tried.
I'm in the middle of a
So what
sentence.
you're saying
I'm in the
is
middle
you
of a
haven't
sentence.
tried this time. Okay.
I'm in the middle of a sentence. So I've done this with and without magnification.
What you said about the observation.
Give me 20 seconds. With binoculars, and it doesn't change that they disappear from the bottom up. I've yet to see a single flat Earth hypothesis
you need to use
that explains why they disappear from the bottom up.
Triangle.
Again,
he said
binoculars
that he
work
saw
just
a
fine.
boat going over the horizon, and then he thought about something, and then he came with a conclusion.
Yes, a sphere is consistent with it, unlike it being flat.
He saw a boat get all wiggly near the water and said, it's wiggly
Not
because Earth. Yeah, it is. Earth is a ball because it's wiggly.
The one I looked at wasn't wiggly.
What about the one I looked at?
I don't know what you're looking at. I couldn't tell you.
Oh, well, I guess I'll post it for you.
I'll say in general, if it's wiggly, you probably have some pretty bad observation conditions.
So how many other variables did you check before you just thought the cause of the effect that you're observing is
There's 9 miles away.
Included?
9 miles. 9 miles for you guys.
I can't tell if that's the case, but I'll say that does have some optical shenanigans going on. You can see the size of the different elements of the boat change slightly. But yeah, I mean, if there's big enough waves, I suppose that could cause a false horizon.
That means the Earth is a ball, right? Because that boat's going down behind the ball, right?
That's not the thing that makes it. It's that it disappears from the bottom up. This suggests that either the waves get like infinite.
From the bottom up because boats float in water, idiot.
I'm in the middle of a sentence. So the same amount of the boat is out of the water, whether it's over here or over there. The amount that's in the water is dictated by its tonnage and its displacement and all that stuff. That's not changing if you have a sufficiently large boat. The thing that is changing is the distance away to it. So unless you think the waves just get infinitely large the further you go out to sea in order to obscure the boat, then you have to think that, oh, it must be moving downward in some fashion relative to the line I'm inventing.
Did it have
and if you project that in all directions, you get a sphere.
did the boat going behind the horizon happen at a specific location that will conform to the geometry of the sphere?
The Atlantic Ocean, yes.
Okay,
like if
the
it was
Atlantic
going up a
Ocean.
mountain,
That
I'd
doesn't
probably be
answer
able
my
to see it.
question, though. You know that for
Well,
it
I'm
to
not sure
be
what you're
the
asking.
sphere. Okay, so the sphere has a specific size, correct?
Sure.
Okay,
I mean, it
so
by necessity
when you
will.
observe the boat, you're saying it's disappearing behind the geometry of the sphere. That phenomena disappearing behind the geometry will have to happen at a specific location, at a specific distance.
For like whatever optics and waves and whatnot. Yeah, for any particular place you're looking at, it's going to happen at some specific distance for any given object. Sure.
Oh no, you mentioned waves. You mentioned the maybe there's temperature. There is also light that is reflecting on the water. So there's
the
many.
geometry.
There's the angle of view. So there is many other variables that can cause the effect of the boat disappearing, though.
I'm not denying that fog exists.
You mentioned waves, the water. Maybe 1/4 of the boat is under the water as well, right?
If the boat is sinking, it's obviously going to look like it's receding behind the horizon if it's sufficiently distant.
Not
But I'm talking about
sinking.
boats that aren't sinking.
Okay. What about the reflection of the light on the surface of the water that will also create a, kind of like a line that you could call a horizon? It could cause objects to disappear. You won't be able to resolve images within that line.
If you're looking like directly at the sun, I guess not. But I
Not directly at the sun. There's
seen
light
that.
reflecting on the water and causing also more
you can see
phenomena
it.
that can cause disappearance.
I don't know what you're referring to. The fact that you can see the ocean means light is reflecting off of it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. So there's multiple variables, many things happening at the same time, or is it one thing happening causing the phenomena that you're observing?
Dude, in the real world, everything's always like hundreds and billions of phenomena. Like it's crazy. The world is complicated.
Exactly. So when people say the boat is disappearing behind the geometry of the sphere, is that the cause of the effect?
Of the one I'm describing? Yes.
So if the water is not curving to the specific rate that it will have to be for it to be the ball of the specific size that you believe in, if that's not happening, then could it be other causes?
If you can find a cause for it, potentially. But I'll say we have like abundant evidence of the Earth being, vaguely a sphere. So
Abundant
you need a lot of
evidence
evidence to dismantle that.
Okay, so now we can say that now you agree that the boat disappearing from your beak could be caused by other effects. But now that we
Well, that's
are
just
trying
scientific
to
humbleness. Like this is the
Okay,
same way of
that's
saying,
perfect.
like, hey, could we discover tomorrow that the standard model is completely wrong and we need this other like model of physics entirely? It's like, I mean, yeah, but the evidence for the standard model is incredible. It's so strong that to do that is virtually impossible.
Now let's isolate the one that you're saying is the cause. Now let's isolate the curvature or the drop over the distance. Let's isolate that one. Let's find if that one exists or not. Because if it doesn't exist, then it's not the cause of the boat disappearing.
That doesn't follow.
Okay. You're saying that the boat is disappearing behind the geometry of the sphere. But you know that there is other variables that might be causing that effect. Now,
yeah, but
let's
we're
skip
not talking
that
about a boat
and
that's
let's go
sinking. We're not
straight to
talking
your
about
claim.
horribly complicated optics. We're not talking about any of those situations.
No, we're talking about the geometry of the sphere. The boat is disappearing behind the geometry of the sphere, right?
Sure.
Okay, so let's test to find if the geometry is there, if the sphere is actually there, if the water is actually curving.
Yeah,
Can
how
we
else
test
do
for
you
that?
account for the boat disappearing from the bottom up?
Do you have an actual measurement of Earth's curvature or water curving for it to conform to the sphere? An actual measurement of that.
The boat disappears from the bottom upward.
Is that a measurement?
Literally, yes. What do you think measurements are?
So you're saying that people do measurements with boats disappearing over the horizon?
Yes. People look at the ocean pretty frequently.
What about when that doesn't happen?
Can you give me an example of a boat traveling like across the entire ocean
Yeah,
and
all
not
the
disappearing
time.
over the
I
horizon?
see boats all the time on Lake Erie that don't go over a curve.
Lake Erie is not an ocean. It's a lake. I said ocean.
Oh, so lakes don't conform to the sphere?
They vaguely do,
A
yeah.
large body of water,
But
dude.
you need a sufficiently large body of water before like sphere effects come into play. Like if you've got a glass of water in front of you, it's not going to be significant.
You know there's lakes that are 100 miles long?
Nah, I don't know the size of lakes.
Are you saying that like the lakes, the big lakes in the United States, like how big are they? Like 50 miles, 60 miles big?
I don't know, dude. No idea.
But you don't know, but you're making a claim that lakes are not big enough. So which one is it?
I think
One or the
Lake
other?
Erie is.
No, I said
I think
some
Lake
lakes are
Erie is
big enough.
165 miles long in one direction.
There you
Like
go.
in principle,
So is that
right? It
big
used to
enough
be
or
the
no?
entire like North America had a giant fucking lake in it at one point. I mean, yeah, lakes can be big enough.
No, you can't prove that.
I mean, we got pretty good evidence for it.
No, you don't.
Sure, whatever.
We got like spillways worn into the terrain and whatnot.
You
We've
don't
got
know what
evidence
that's from.
that it's clearly from a fuck ton of water moving. What do you mean?
You have no idea. You're making up stories just because it looks like something.
If it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, what the fuck do you think if it's not a duck?
So if the Earth is flat and it's measured flat, why would the fuck would you think it's a ball?
It's not measured flat. Doesn't look like it's flat. That's the point.
Yeah,
it looks like it's a sphere. It measures like a
measure
sphere.
it flat. No,
No,
surveyors
that's
don't
not how
measure
that
a
works at
sphere.
all. Surveyors don't measure the Earth, my dude. That's the reason why they have elevated tools, so that they aren't trying to draw lines on the ground. They're drawing lines through the air to avoid the sphere part. Anyway.
Surveyors put their equipment on tripods to avoid the hump in the Earth, everybody.
The beauty of being a solipsist is just dismissing what you don't like.
Tripods were invented so that people could see over the curve of the Earth, everybody.
Tripods were invented for people who wanted to do things, not relating to doing stuff on the ground. You know, we have like
So
little wheels that you can use to measure distances on the ground,
Yeah,
right?
you don't have to hold your camera anymore. You can just put your camera on a tripod.
Well, if you're trying to take a picture of the literal Earth below you, you should put the camera on the ground. But if you want to do something not relating to the Earth below you, then you might want to use a tripod.
I'll do it 1 foot off the ground. 1 foot off the ground is better. And then if we can see 10 miles, 1 foot off the ground, the Earth is flat, right?
No.
Why not? Tell me how. Tell me how much drop there should be. Tell me how much drop there should be. The boat should go in 10 miles. How far down should the boat be? Well, look it up.
You're the one making claims. I don't know why.
You're the professional boat. Says boats go over a horizon. So you tell me how far down it will be.
I said you stop being able to see the boats from the bottom up.
That's because they're in the water.
Why would that make them disappear that way just because they're in water? I mean, the same thing happens on land. It's just harder to see most of the time.
Because they don't disappear from the top up because the top's not in the water.
Again, if we turn the boat upside down, it still works the same way. Like, what do you mean? And again, on land, it works the same way too. You just aren't usually in places that are that flat.
Okay, so how far from 10 miles away at 1 foot off the ground should that boat be down around the curve?
No idea. I don't know why you think I'm going to have a different answer the next time.
Google it.
Fully deficient. Rough.
Solipsism is a hell of a drug.
Have Flat Earthers got any new models? Last I checked, they still couldn't account for simple shit. Well, then they can't know anything about the world.
Yeah,
so
I posted
rough.
my model earlier.
You did?
Yeah. Guess I'll have to go do it again.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it, but I haven't scrolled through the entire
I'll have
chat
to
or
do it
anything.
again. This is something you can't do on a globe. So here you go. Right here.
Something you can't do on a globe.
Correct. Right here. There it is. Something you cannot do on a globe.
That sure looks like something you can do on a globe.
No,
that looks like something you could do on
you don't have planes on a globe. There's something wrong with you mentally. If you think there's planes
you don't need a plane on the globe.
that you're standing on a plane when you're standing on the surface of a ball. Do you guys see what's wrong with you yet?
You don't need a plane. You can do those kinds of measurements on hyperbolic space as well.
Plane. The guy's standing on the ground plane. That's Flat Earth model. That's my Flat Earth model.
A geometric plane and labeled it
how
ground.
It works. No, I can just go to sea level. That's my plane. Sea level.
Sea level is not a plane. So that doesn't work.
So what is it? A curve? Is it a sea curve?
It's a literal sphere.
So it looks like we're talking two different models. Let's correctly label each model, okay? In one model, one of the waters curves, and one model, one of the waters doesn't do that. Why are we making this?
Well, that doesn't follow necessarily. The flat earthers can shape the water however they like. They just need to commit to a model.
I don't commit. I did. I posted my model for you.
That's not a model.
Let me see you get an angle to a sun off a ball.
You can do an angle to a point on any shape, whether it's a ball or hyperbolic, like torus, or like whatever geometry.
You might not know what a basketball is, but ask your older brother who probably played sports. Get a basketball and then put that in one hand, and then go get a ruler. You know what that is? A scale. Get him like a 1 foot scale. Lay that kind of
scale.
Yeah, just on the side of the basketball anywhere, and then give me that angle.
You do know
the angle
that
from the basketball. The angle from the basketball to where the your ruler is pointing to. Put a sword on there; it'll be longer. Hey, better yet, take one leg from a tripod and lay it on there. There you can another use for tripods for you.
Listen, you're not making much sense, but if you're roughly constructing a tangent, it's going to be 90 degrees towards the center of the basketball, meaning it's going to be approximately 0 degrees.
You don't have a center to work from when you're standing on Earth. You don't have a center when you're standing on a flat Earth.
We're talking about a basketball. Hello? Did you forget what you said? Okay, so basketballs, by virtue of approximating spheres, roughly have centers.
You don't have it to work from. You're working from the surface of the ball, not the center of the ball.
I didn't say you worked from the center of the ball. I said the tangent that the ruler will point in that direction.
Don't ever mention center again.
Why? It's true.
Because you don't have a center to work from.
You do? Welcome to geometry. Geometry, you just invent things. Dude, that's how it works.
So you can't.
We also don't have a tangent. We also don't have a perpendicular. We also don't have planes or lines or angles. All those things are geometry.
You don't have a center to work from, so you don't have an angle you can make on the surface of a ball. I win this one every time, dude.
No, all the things you're talking about aren't physical. They're geometry. Geometry doesn't exist in the real world. Geometry is what humans invent to describe arrangements of things. A plane isn't real. A line isn't real. An angle isn't real. These are mathematical constructs that we use in order to analyze things. You get it now?
Do you know what an angle is?
Yes.
What's an angle?
Oh, it's the sweep between two lines.
Oh, so not a curved line and a straight line.
What?
A curved line and a straight line?
Whatever kind of lines. It doesn't matter.
So you're telling me I can put a basketball on my kitchen table and then you can give me the angle?
The angle to what? Again, you need two lines. A basketball on
The
a
angle
table
that it's
doesn't
forming. It's
necessarily have any
forming an
lines.
angle. Yeah, if you look at near the bottom,
What's
near
forming
it,
an
where
angle?
it's near where it's touching the table, there's a curved surface touching the flat surface, right? That's, according to you, that's an angle. That
Well,
curved line
kind
is some
of.
kind of an angle. Called a shark fin.
No, it's
fin
not
angle.
some kind of an angle. Nope, that's not the angle. Because
What's it
angles are
called?
between lines.
Straight lines or curved lines?
Doesn't matter. They
All
need to
right,
be
so
lines.
give me the angle for between a curved line and a basketball sitting on that, or a straight line and a basketball sitting on that line. Give me the angle.
So if you have a sphere and it's touching a plane, you're going to have tangents at the point where it touches the plane in all directions. In that
point.
plane.
Now you have a point now, no angles then. So now you're talking about points again, no angles.
No, you have an infinite set of 0-degree angles.
Nope, you don't have any angles. You have a point.
You have infinite angles of size 0 degree because they're tangent
the
lines.
angle where a ball meets a floor, when you set a basketball on a floor, the angle is infinite now, according to you.
It's 0 degrees. I told you it's 0 degrees.
0 degrees now. So you can't measure
if we
off
are
the surface
talking
of a ball.
about the if you're talking
so if
about
you were
the tangent
standing on
line,
the
it's going to be 0
ball-
degrees.
Yeah, if you were standing on a ball and then you flip the floor up on top of the ball, what would the angle be?
So anytime you make a sphere and a plane touch at one point, you're going to have an infinite set of tangent lines. So all those tangent lines are going to be all those tangent lines. I'm so close to being finished. All those tangent lines are at 0 degrees. Nope, I was so close. All those tangent lines are at 0 degrees. All those tangent lines are at 0 degrees.
Right.
Why would you not be able to take an angle to the sun? Why wouldn't you be able to take an angle to the sun?
All your angles are 0 degrees. All your angles are 0 degrees.
Tangent lines and tangent planes are all at 0 degrees. That's what defines them as tangent lines and tangent angles.
So you can't do it on a sphere. Thank you.
You can do it on a sphere. I just described how.
You said everything is 0.
The angle of any tangent line to any sphere is going to be 0 degrees.
There you
Otherwise,
go. So
it's not a tangent line to that sphere.
All your angles to the sun are 0 degrees. You lose on a globe.
No, the sphere, the sun isn't the sphere. Do you think that the model for a globe Earth is that we are on the sun?
You think that you can stand on the side of a ball and get an angle off of it?
That's easy. That's trivial.
No, you can't do that.
Yeah,
you literally can. It's trivial. Just imagine, you take a ruler, you put it on a ball, and then you angle it upward. Trivial, easy.
You're in here because you're fucking up pretty hard, right? You're forgetting to make mention of the fact that you're invoking a tangent line from a sphere, right, and taking an angle from that tangent line, not from the surface of the sphere, right? You're not specifying that. Now, the problem here is you have to assume...
the tangent line is from the surface of the sphere, a specific point on the sphere.
Right. So you have to assume that you're on a sphere in the first place to invoke a tangent plane, right?
Obviously, we have to pick the geometry before we can start describing geometry. We need to... Can I finish?
So therefore, you're not going to fucking win this shit. Shut the fuck up, okay? So therefore...
I want to just get out my point without being interrupted.
I'm going to speak, right?
Apparently.
Right? And therefore, you have to prove that you're...
I would hate for us to have a dialogue.
I'm going to speak, right? So go ahead and prove that you're on a sphere in the first place before you invoke a tangent plane. Otherwise, it's not...
Dude, he's the one talking about geometry like this. Not me. This is his problem, not mine. This is his problem, not mine. This is his problem, not mine. I'm describing the system that he described. He's the one who said it's a basketball. Basketballs are spheres. Do you think basketballs aren't spheres?
No, dude, don't confabulate the whole thing. Okay, here's the problem. We know basketballs are spheres.
No confabulation.
Right? And we can actually...
And he was talking about basketballs, right?
Hang on, dude. I'm going to finish. We can actually invoke and create
the tangent plane to a basketball because we know it's a basketball. We know it's a spherical object.
Yeah,
right?
so my description is correct, right?
You have to assume we're on a giant sphere. So prove that first before you invoke any sort of geometric abstract object like a tangent plane to something that may or may not be pertinent.
Do you know what a proof by contradiction is?
Go ahead and prove that it's a ball, dude.
Do you know what a proof by contradiction is?
Yes, sir. Go ahead and prove it's a
Okay,
ball.
so then you understand that assuming geometry is perfectly fine for the purposes of a proof, right?
No, dude. No, you can create a hypothetical, but then you want to concretize it, right? Yeah, prove it somehow.
The fuck?
And
one of the ways you can prove it is by contradiction, right?
Okay, therefore, then do it. Go ahead.
Dude, we're talking about basketballs. I don't know why you're going to something else.
No, dude, the basketball was just to illustrate a point. Now, when we're going to
And what was that point that was being illustrated?
Yeah, it's already illustrated. We got it, dude. Okay.
Okay, so what was the point?
Now apply to the context, the subject matter.
Apparently what was the point?
Ball.
You said you understood it. What was the point?
Apparently we're on a giant ball. So apparently we're on a giant ball.
You said you understood my point. What was it?
Prove that it's a giant ball before you invoke a tangent plane.
So again, you said you understood my point. What was my point?
Dude, prove it's a fucking ball, or else you can't invoke a tangent plane.
You literally can. You can do it in a proof by contradiction, for example. And again, we were talking about basketballs, not the Earth. So try again. What was the actual point I was making? Do you remember it? You said you understood it.
Let's check on something. Triangle. Why was the basketball invoked in this conversation? Clear the air.
So we can see if we can get an angle between a basketball and a table.
Right, to illustrate the point of taking an angle or trying to take an angle between a straight line and a curved line, which can't work.
Correct.
Right? You have to invoke a tangent plane. You have to create a tangent plane to get a straight line, and then take an angle to that between that and something else. Right? This is like grade 7 shit. Fantastic. All right. So now the basketball thing is out of the way. Move on and apply it to the real world context, the grander context of the topic. Okay. How can we do that? We have to assume that we're on a ball. Right?
You don't have to assume it, no. But rather, his objection has been dismantled.
Otherwise, there's no analog. Right?
So again, he said you cannot do this on a ball, and I said you can do that on a ball, and then I showed you can do it on a ball like a basketball.
You cannot
so
do
we're
it
good.
on the
We're
surface
done.
of a ball. You needed the center.
No, you didn't. And again, the center isn't real. The center is a geometric fucking pattern, dude. It doesn't exist in any meaningful sense other than as geometry we invented and slapped onto the world.
Make an angle standing on a ball.
You can. You can literally just take a ruler, plop it on a basketball. Oh, look, you've made an angle. Easy.
Nope.
You're so dumb, dude. Holy shit. Now you've created a tangent
Then show me where I'm going wrong.
From there,
nope, no tangent plane. No. We very specifically want the ruler to not be on a tangent plane.
What the fuck? Dude, if
we're
you
not
take
talking about it being on a tangent plane.
Hang on. Watch this, right? Just to illustrate how dumb that fucking statement was. You take a ruler, you put it on a basketball. There's there's line number 1. Where's line number 2? Right? To which you can actually take an angle.
What the fuck are you talking about?
What did you say, dude? You take a ruler, you put it on a basketball, boom, you have an angle. Those were literally your words, more or less.
Yes.
How the fuck is that at all coherent? You need 2 lines to make an angle. Normally, what people would do is they would invoke a tangent line, right, to create line number 1, and then take an angle to that with respect to something else. The whole point of the tangent line is to actually create something straight to create the angle to something, right? That's the whole purpose.
If you want an angle to a tangent line, you could also just have 2 rulers and figure out an angle between them. There's so many options.
Dude, if you're going to say that you take a ruler, you put it on a basketball, and boom, you have an angle with respect to what?
Just have 2 rulers. Well, in that case, you could do it with respect to a tangent or with respect to the center. You can pick anything you want.
But here's the problem, right? So now you're
you can
now
pick
you're moving
anything
the
you want.
goalpost. Now you're
I'm
moving
not
the
moving the
goalpost.
goalpost. You can pick anything you want to measure your angle with regard to. You can invent a line that passes through the center and do that as the thing you're making your angle to. That's fine.
You don't have a center to work from.
Yeah,
It's geometry. None of it's fucking real, dude. It's all invented. It's all human constructs. Hello?
You can't pretend you have an Earth center. Sorry, dude.
You can't pretend you have a line. You can't pretend you have an angle. What the fuck is this non-realism of geometry bullshit?
What the fuck?
Are angles real?
Dude, what are you saying?
What are you saying?
Do you even know what an angle is?
Yes.
Go ahead. What's an angle?
A geometric construct. A thing that does not exist in the real world. Because it's geometry. It's math.
Yeah, that's the definition of an angle?
No, it's not the definition of an angle.
Yeah,
but it is
give me
part
the
of the
definition of an angle.
It's the relevant part. It is the relevant part of what an angle is to this conversation.
If the Earth is not a globe, then nothing is real, guys. Come on.
Go ahead. I'm waiting for that definition.
Math is not real in the same way that physics is real. Math is not real in the same way that objects are real.
Do you know what a triangle is? Do you know what a triangle is?
I do know what a triangle is.
Oh,
Yeah.
you do? All right,
It's
good.
yet
I'm going to
another
post something
geometry.
in chat for you. Stop talking. This is a NASA
You
IQ
stop
test
talking.
question. And go ahead and
I
answer
don't
this
care.
question. It's in the chat. Go ahead.
I'd rather not.
They can never answer this one.
Why would I want to?
You can't.
Why would I want to?
You can't answer it anyway.
Why would I want to?
You don't know what a triangle is.
Why would I want to answer your stupid question?
You told me you knew what a triangle was.
I do. Why would I want to answer your question?
Go ahead and tell me what.
You clearly
what
don't know
answer
what
is.
you're talking about. There's no reason to engage with you, man. Try to actually make sense in a conversation, and people might want to be interested in engaging with what you bring up.
I'm interested to even know if you know what a triangle is or an angle, because you haven't been able to answer those yet.
Except I have repeatedly. Do you agree that angles are geometry?
What an angle is not. You told us what an angle is
No,
not.
I told us what it was. It's geometry.
An angle is
I also
geometry.
told you it was the sweep between two lines. I gave you multiple parts of a definition. I gave you all the parts that would be necessary for this conversation, in fact.
Very good. Can you qualify those lines, please? Are they curved? Are they straight? Shit like that.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
See, he thinks you can do it between two curved lines. I'm telling you, the dude's out of his mind.
How do you do it without
obviously
creating a straight line, dude? This is the point.
Why,
This is
you
what,
don't
like,
need to create any straight lines. What are you talking about?
How do you create an angle between two curved lines or a straight line and a curved line? What's
Readily.
the process?
What's the problem?
What's the
It's
process?
the exact
dude?
same as for straight lines. There's literally no difference.
Okay, you're bricked.
In no way, shape, or form.
Absolutely.
He doesn't know the difference between a straight line and a
Nope.
curved line.
See,
I got
this is
3-year-olds
And
that
it's
can
not
do
relevant to
that.
the ability to build angles between them.
Here's the thing, humanity, right? This exact, phrasing that you just, spewed out is why you ought to at least take a chance and take the test to refresh your own fucking grade 2 geometry understanding. This is why.
No, again, I understand it.
This is one of them.
You're the one who doesn't know what you're talking about. This is your problem, not
Everybody
mine.
that's listening on YouTube, this guy refused to take a second grader's triangle test. It's not a NASA test.
Why would I
it's
want
just
to?
a second grader test,
This
and he
is
couldn't
why,
take
dude.
it because he couldn't
Why
pass
would I
it.
want to? Why would I want to take it?
For your own good, dude. Refresh.
It's not for my
grade
own
2
good.
geometry. Oh, you don't.
I know geometry. At least this level of geometry.
Humanity, can you stop talking over top of everybody? They're talking.
They're
Can you do a
over-talking
back
me.
and forth conversation? It's very, very annoying to the people that are listening.
They're over talking me.
So here's the thing, dude. You ask, why should you take it? This is why. Refresh grade 2
You've yet to establish
geometry,
why.
Or
There's nothing to refresh.
Keep coming in here, at your own liberty and make a complete fool of yourself. You're allowed to do
I've yet
either
to
way.
do so.
Listen back on the recording, man.
Yes, I've been entirely correct the whole time.
That you can create that you can take angles to curved lines?
Yes. We do it all the
How?
time. It's easy. It's
How do you
trivial.
do it, Dave? How do you do it? Go ahead. Okay, explain.
So at the point of intersection, you can look at what is the actual angle of the lines. And there you go. You don't care whether they're curved on some like broader thing. The question is the instantaneous angle between them, like it is for
Thank you very
all
much.
fucking lines.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for proving our point, dude. That quote unquote instantaneous angle, right? You invoke a tangent line, you create a straight line, and then you take an angle to
I didn't invoke a tangent line. That's not what that is.
Actually, yeah, it is.
No, that's not what tangent is. That is a parallel line. That's literally not what tangent is.
You're fucking stupid, dude.
You can't have parallel lines on
You think
curved
this is a
surfaces,
tangent? That's not what a
idiot.
tangent is.
If you basic calculus, you would be able to understand what I'm talking about. You're just using a different word, right, to try and obfuscate the fact that you don't actually know.
You called something a tangent that isn't a tangent. Don't call it a tangent when you're wrong about that. Holy fuck. It's not a tangent line.
Angle, dude? What's an instantaneous angle, dude? How do you derive that, dude? How do you derive an instantaneous slope, for example, to a curve?
I think you were in fact pointing to it earlier when you started talking about calculus. But it's going to depend on what the line is exactly.
What actually
You're
happened?
not wrong, because you need
a
a Taylor expansion to solve for that. The meeting point between a line and a curve.
What gets created?
Yeah,
Nothing.
You
You don't need to create any tangent lines. That's not necessary. You can just consider the instantaneous like angles between the lines. You don't need to build any tangent lines. It's unnecessary.
You don't understand that these two terms are actually synonymous.
They're not synonymous. They have some equivalencies,
Yes, they
but
are,
in
dude.
one case,
Yes,
I'm in the middle of a sentence. 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 Nope, I'm correct. I'm in the middle of my sentence. I'd like to finish it, thank you. So in one instance, you end up with a bunch of straight lines extending off into.
You don't fucking get it. You don't fucking get it. All right. Anyone else want to come off mute and continue with that? I mean, this is getting sad.
Yo, another round Earth W.
Really?
Yeah, that's definitely a globe Earth win.
No, just have both sides arguing their sides. Don't mute the guy. There's a conversation going on.
I don't mute anybody. I never mute people, so don't blame me muting them.
I didn't say you, bro.
I did it, dude. You heard.
Let's continue. Have you guys spoken to this guy before? Because for me, he's new. So just continue the convo, guys. Come on.
Go for it. Go for it.
Simple question. Is a system with 2 lines the same as a system with 4 lines?
No, one has 2 and the other one has 4. Anyone?
So they're not the same. There you go. It's that simple.
I mean, what's the context, relevance to the shape of the Earth?
We're not even on that point. We're just in simple geometry land where this guy's struggling.
Okay, so was it?
Does the guy who can't take a triangle test?
I don't want to. You have yet to give me any reason to do so.
Okay.
So I can figure out your IQ.
That's literally not an IQ test, but nice try.
Ad hominem fallacy.
It's an ad hominem for him to say it's literally not an IQ test.
It's not even an argument. It's just
IQ is indicative of whether or not his argument is correct. That's an ad hominem.
If he said that, but he didn't even say that. It was just a non sequitur with implications.
How come you're afraid to take my test?
I'm not afraid. I'm bored.
Yeah, you are.
It's like a boring test.
How come none of you guys will take it? How come none of you guys will take it?
Will you pay me to take it?
You guys are afraid?
Yes, I'll pay you. I'll pay you.
Why do you want to be in the Hall of Fame? Weapons grade autism.
That's what you have. Weapons grade autism.
No, flat earthers have weapons grade autism.
Thank you.
Oh, is that Flounder? Flounder, you're back?
Yeah, man. He couldn't stay away.
All right, Flounder, you're muted. Okay.
Brutal.
I mean, he was like chanting some, I don't know, weird stuff in the background while he was driving. Now he's just intervening between your conversation and the other guy. So I guess
I have
mute.
no idea if it was justified. It was just fucking funny. You're back muted.
Yeah. Just making sure
You missed
the
the show
voice
last
is
night.
being used. I wanted to hear someone that tried to come in if he's available. Hammer, Grottle Hammer, Joder. You were trying to say something earlier, but I couldn't hear you though. If you're available, maybe not. He wanted to reply to you guys, but couldn't hear what he said. So what's the point we're trying to cover at the moment? Humanity. Got anything about the globe, maybe?
Well, he was the one that wouldn't
No,
take the triangle test, right?
I'll put it this way. The globe model is consistent with my observations of things like ships going away from me. I've yet to see a flat model that's consistent with those observations. So by
The
simple virtue of
consistency.
a lack of a meaningful model in the opposition, I'm forced to
Celestial
conclude it's a globe.
navigation. There's your globe. There's your flat Earth proof. Your globe Earth debunked. Celestial navigation.
Celestial navigation would be possible on a sphere. What's the problem?
No, you can't make an angle from the surface of a ball.
You literally can. It's trivial. You can put.
No, you
You
can't.
can take. So if we have a sphere, we can slap a plane on it in any direction we want. There's no problem. It can intersect with the sphere. It can not intersect with the sphere. It can be above the sphere. However we please.
So,
it can bisect
you
the
take,
sphere.
okay,
Ooh.
you do that. Take an angle to the light in your room, and then take another one and take another light to your room, and tell me what the angle is.
I have no idea what take a light to your room. I don't know what you're saying.
Take another angle to the light in your room from one, and put another ruler on there, and take another angle. Tell me what those angles are.
I still have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Not between the rulers, just the angles between the ball and the rulers to the object in the room.
I still don't know what you're talking about.
Because it doesn't make sense. You're a fucking
No, because you're not
retard.
saying anything that makes sense.
Yeah, he's re-invoking the essence of the last conversation where you try to take angles to something, right, between a curved line and a straight line, right? The surface of the ball being
Which is trivial.
curved, right? So how do you do it without invoking a tangent line?
I just told you. Use instantaneous angles. Use instantaneous slope.
Which is a tangent line, dude. Like,
it's not a tangent line. It doesn't extend to infinity like a tangent line does. But is it similar? Yeah, it basically is. It's virtually a tangent line, but there's no line, so it's not actually a tangent line. Welcome to geometry. It's fucking annoying.
No, dude, hang on a second. Okay, if you take an instantaneous slope to a curve, what do you get?
What do you mean?
What form?
You get a slope.
What form? Exactly? And what form does that take?
If you project it out into infinity, it might be a line, but you don't have to do that.
It will. Here's the problem, right? It projects out to infinity by its nature.
Nope.
Y equals
that's not what points are. A point is not the same as a line. A point is not the same as a line.
Homie.
Is a point the same as a line? Is the point the same as a line? It is a point. We're talking about an instantaneous slope. It's a point. It's a point infinitely close to another point.
Dude, hold on. An instantaneous slope is a point?
It's at a specific point.
It's at a point. Thank you. But the slope
and is
not
a slope at a point the same thing as a line, or is it merely sufficient to define a line?
Dude, the slope at a line. The slope at a point. It creates a line.
It can be used to create a line, but it doesn't create a line. No. If I invent some slope at a point, does a line exist there necessarily? No, that's not how geometry works.
Dude, what's the slope? What does the slope imply?
Nothing. It's just a slope. You can use it to build lines if you want.
Hang on. Are you just talking about the M or the A in the mx plus b or ax plus b? Then that's just a factor.
If you want to build it into a line equation, but you don't have to build it into a line equation.
Dude, if you don't have the whole line, you don't have a full thing to operate with.
You don't need the whole line. Why would we need a line extending off into infinity? Hell, we could just use a line segment if that will somehow make you happier. It still isn't a line.
Okay,
Line segments aren't
the line
lines.
segment, right? If you're going to define the line segment, then you but you need the whole line to derive a line segment. So
That's not how that works, no.
Okay, how would you do it then?
Without making the entire line. Why would you need something of infinite length to find something of finite length? That's silly.
Dude, the infinite length line is a starting point, then you crop it.
No, right? You can just not extend it to infinity in the first place.
You're going to need the whole line.
You start at a point. Nope, you don't.
Dude,
you start at the point. You start at the point. You start at the point, and you follow the vector for some distance, and then you stop. There's no need to have any line of infinite length. That's silly.
Okay, if you have a vector, then what? What do you do?
You follow it for some distance. You trace a line segment for some distance, non-infinitely, thereby only constructing a line segment.
Okay, can you walk us through an example?
I'm literally just going to say the same thing. It's geometry. No, that is the example.
Okay, watch this. I'll give you this. I'll give you a parabola. Okay, y equals x squared. What do you do?
What do I do?
Yeah, to get this.
What am I trying to do?
What you said.
You're not making sense, man.
I am making sense.
No.
I want you to walk us through the process of how you derive whatever you're talking about without at all, crossing over using a tangent line of sorts.
I already told you how to do it.
Walk us through this example, please.
Sure, dude.
Thank you very much.
So, at some point on the parabola, you draw a line to some other point off in the distance.
Do you just draw the line on a piece of paper? Hold on. Do you just draw the line on a piece of paper ad hoc, or do you derive it mathematically somehow?
We're talking about geometry. You draw it geometrically.
Yeah. Okay, so you're gonna do this ad hoc on a piece of paper. You're not actually gonna derive it mathematically.
No, we're talking about geometry. We're not talking about drawing anything on any paper. This is geometry. No paper is involved in geometry.
Okay, so walk us through the math then. Don't just quote unquote draw the line. What is the definition of that line, dude? And how do you derive it?
Sure, it has a length, the distance from the basketball to the lamp.
What?
And it lies between the lamp and the basketball.
What basketball is in a parabola, dude? I'm asking you a specific example. You have an x squared, okay, parabola.
Sure, so replace the basketball with a parabola. It doesn't change anything.
What line are you talking about then?
I told you.
What line are you talking about, and how do you get it?
So, you have somewhere in space projected a parabola. And I'm saying, just project, intersecting that parabola at some random-ass angle, a line which connects that parabola to a point distant to it.
What's the definition of that line, dude? Like, why can't
Let's
you walk
say,
us through
127.274 x.
You're fucking stupid. This is
You're
crazy.
asking for numbers in a system that doesn't have any numbers. I don't know what the fuck you're expecting to get back.
What are you talking about? I gave you x squared. That's all you need to derive any tangent line.
Okay, you're asking for a tangent line to an arbitrary point. Sorry, we're not talking about tangent lines. We're talking very specifically about non-tangent lines. And you're asking me to invent some equation for a line that will intersect with this parabola? Sure, dude. Y equals x. There you go. Are you happy now?
This guy, okay. You really don't know what you're talking about, dude. I asked you.
Does y equals x intersect with your parabola?
At 2 points, yeah. And that's your problem.
So it satisfies the requirements then.
No, it does not.
It literally does. It intersects it. That's the only requirement.
The tangent line, dude.
We're not trying to build a tangent line. We're trying to build a non-tangent line. Did you forget the entire conversation? This guy claimed we cannot build a non-tangent line. We're looking to build a non-tangent line.
Dude, the whole point, what we're trying to do here is derive a tangent line to which you can actually take an angle. This is the whole conversation.
Literally the exact opposite. We're trying to derive a non-tangent line. Yes, we are trying to derive a non-tangent line. Because this guy claimed you can't derive a non-tangent line from a sphere. He said you can't construct that. He said that's impossible.
I didn't say that. I was talking.
I'm not talking about you.
The whole talk
and the whole conversation was about that. The whole conversation was, can you construct a non-tangent line that intersects with a sphere? And I said, yes, you can.
Is that what you said, Triangle?
I said you can't make an angle between a curved line and a straight line. Take a basketball, for instance, and lay it on your table. What's the angle?
That's the whole point, dude. Because at this point, if you're just going to take any arbitrary line, you don't even need the ball in the first place. You don't need the curved.
Well, no, it needs to intersect with the ball. You do? You need to prove it can intersect with the ball. If the ball somehow couldn't be intersected with, then it would be a problem. But it can be intersected with. That's why it's trivial.
At how many points does it need to intersect?
It doesn't matter. At least one.
At least one.
Yeah, it's fine if it intersects multiple times. Who cares?
Okay. So if it's going to intersect at one point, that's called a tangent line or a tangent plane.
Sure.
Right.
But we're talking
that's
here
why
about
we're starting
allowing for more than one. More than one.
If it intersects at more than 1 point, then there's no real point of speaking about it because it's arbitrary.
Tell that guy this. He's the one saying you can't do this for some reason.
No, he's saying the whole.
Yes,
he's saying what you can't do. No, you're not tracking, dude. Okay, the whole.
Did you not listen to his explanation about the basketball and not being able to make a line between the basketball and the light?
You can't take an dude. He was saying you can't take an angle from the surface of a ball, a curved surface, and anything.
But you can. I just told you how to do it. You have a light. You have a basketball. The light literally shines on the basketball. Imagine tracing a line along that vector of between the two. Oh, you have a line that intersects with the ball that is drawn from the surface of the ball to the light source. It's a finite length. It's a line segment. There you go. Easy.
That's a line. That's a line. That's not an angle.
Dude. You made a line.
So sure. So now draw a different line to a different point. Let's say to the door to the room or to the window to the room to the same point on the ball. Oh look, you can find the angles between these things. Yes.
Of course you can take an angle to any arbitrary lines and then make those lines.
Yay! That was my entire argument.
No,
but not on a curve.
Hold on. Dude, that's like saying, okay, I'm gonna have two lines and I'm gonna make them intersect at the surface of the ball. Okay, big fucking deal. But if the origin,
that was the entire thing I was trying to tell you.
No, you weren't tracking, dude. The whole point was
nope, that was the entire conversation was to reach that proof. Was to reach. Yep, that is indeed true.
You completely misunderstood, dude. You completely misunderstood.
No, this was the entire point of the argument.
Just check this out.
This guy claimed you couldn't do that. You can.
No, you don't get these two lines. Okay, this is the whole point. Those two lines, depending on the angle, okay, one of the lines will either intersect with the ball at one point or multiple points, and the other one will absolutely intersect at 2 points. Okay, there's at this point the conversation. Yeah,
they're arbitrary. They're arbitrary. They're both at least one because they intersect with it.
At least one. That's what I'm saying. One of them will.
Yeah, but there's no guarantee that both have to be two or one has to be one. No, you can just have two that both point into the ball. That's fine.
But do they intersect at the surface?
Yeah, they also intersect with each other at the surface.
Exactly. So one of them will intersect and skim the surface. The other one will hit the and go through the ball.
Imagine you have one line that goes towards the center of the ball and one that goes at a 45-degree angle to that first
one. But now you're talking about from the center.
No, I'm talking about the line. I'm talking about a line that is perpendicular to the surface and one that is not perpendicular to the surface, but also isn't, or not perpendicular, sorry.
Thank you very much.
No, that is perpendicular, yes.
Perpendicular to the surface, i.e. 90 degrees
Yes.
from the center point outwards. Thank you. That's a tangent line.
No, 180 from the center point outwards.
Yeah, you
It's
don't
not
have
parallel to the surface, it's perpendicular to it.
This bloviating is beyond me, man.
I'm sorry you don't know what perpendicular or parallel are, but tangent lines are parallel to surfaces.
I know exactly what those
Yeah,
mean.
they're definitely
You're
not
just
perpendicular.
Then I don't know why you flipped what they
Nothing to
meant.
do with a ball. They have nothing to do with a ball. That's for sure.
Yeah, dude. You're
They have to do
filling
with
in the
lines.
gaps with any sort of combination of syllables that you can derive on the spot to sound like you know what you're talking about. This is absolutely
Dude,
incredible.
you agreed that this is trivial. I don't know why you're fighting me on it. Just imagine, you got two lines, and between them is an angle of 15 degrees, and neither one of them is a tangent line to the ball surface. There you go.
Are they touching the surface, though?
At one point where they intersect, yes.
Thank you very
And
much.
then they
So
touch
one
it
of them's
at
going to
other
be
points
tangent line.
down below somewhere.
So one of them's going to be
But we
by
don't care
definition
about
a
those 2
tangent
points.
line.
No,
One of them's
because
going to be
they
a
both
tangent
touch
line.
it
That's the
twice.
whole fucking
No, they
point,
both touch
dude.
it twice. They both touch it
How about
twice.
this?
They're not tangent
Watch.
lines.
Then I will ask you. Let me put forth this request. Okay, go get a piece of paper and draw out what the fuck you're talking about.
This is
and we
trivial.
will analyze.
Can you really not imagine this?
I'm asking you to formalize it, please. Because what you're saying
formalize, you
is
mean draw something.
incredibly incoherent with respect to what we've been talking about.
No, it's literally what we've been talking about.
Incoherent, dude. Absolutely
Nope,
incoherent.
it's literally what we've been talking about.
Okay, then if I'm mistaken, do me a favor, draw it out for me like I'm 5 years old.
Sure.
Yeah, turn the whiteboard on.
Yeah. And you'll see, dude.
Let's see. Can Discord figure this out?
You will see, man.
Success. There you go.
Okay.
I've pasted it in the chat.
Let's see. Thank you very much. Now extend those lines, dude. They're going to go through the ball, right? Because the definition of a line is, right. Thank you very much. That's what I was saying.
If you extend them into lines, but these are line segments, as you can tell. They don't have infinite length.
Oh my god.
Great. Let me put my glasses on. I love that. I need to know that. So you got two green lines touching that ball. The bottom one, what angle is that at?
To the other one? I don't know.
No, not to the other one.
Measure
To the
it
ball.
if you really care.
Not to the line.
So,
to the ball.
What do you mean by to the ball? What do you mean by to the ball?
Celestial navigation to the ball.
No, you're not making sense.
Uh-oh. Now I'm not making sense.
My god, dude. This is
celestial navigation doesn't require that it's to the ball at all. Why it doesn't require that in the first place.
This is what we've been talking about the entire time.
Yep, the whole time.
What we're gonna do.
I said celestial navigation, and he said, yeah, it does work on a globe. And I said, no, it doesn't.
True.
And we're back to the actual topic.
This is crazy, man.
And you've debunked
celestial navigation just requires that you can see things in the sky and know where they are relative to where you're trying to go. Like if, for example, you live in the northern hemisphere, if, for example, obviously we want to use celestial navigation to go somewhere, otherwise we wouldn't be trying to navigate. So if, for example, you're in the northern hemisphere and you want to go south, you can look at the passage of the sun to figure out what direction that is. If you know the lunar cycles, you can also figure out like east and west and stuff.
Only on a flat Earth.
No, whether or not the Earth is flat wouldn't really change that. I mean, you would need to build a functional model with a flat Earth and a sun before we could start talking about the properties that they have. But certainly possible.
Can you go back to your picture and tell me what angle that
we're not trying to do it any like surface of a ball. We're trying to do it from our perspective.
Yeah, so you
don't care about the surface of the ball.
As a black circle, and then you drew you standing looking up one direction and me standing looking up the other direction from the same place. Which direction am I looking? What's my angle?
Which direction are you looking? In the direction you're looking. Like, we haven't defined any angles here. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Well, you're on the surface of a ball. What angle? And then you're looking at something. What are you looking at, and what's the angle? What you're on
I'm
the
looking
surface
at
of
the
that
thing,
ball.
and there's no angles because angles are between things, and that thing is just a vector out from me. There's no angles
No angle
involved.
in celestial navigation on a ball.
We're talking here about a specific question you asked me, not celestial navigation.
Do you even know how that works?
If you want to follow the sun, you don't need any fancy angles. You can
I
just
don't
look
want
at
to
the
follow
sun.
the sun. I want to look at the stars and measure angles to the stars.
Okay. Measure angles to the stars relative to what?
To the Earth.
To which part of the Earth?
Where your feet are standing, basically, or your eyes, either one.
It's called
Okay,
an
well,
elevation
your
angle.
eyes aren't on the Earth.
No, but it's called an
But
elevation
again,
angle.
your eyes also aren't like a line, so that still didn't answer the question.
That's why we use a sextant.
Yeah, but again, sextants do it relative to, like, usually a gravitationally defined
No,
perpendicular.
it doesn't say anything about gravity in the book.
I didn't talk about any book. What are you talking
You
about
just said, oh, it has to do with gravitation. It doesn't say that in the celestial navigation books, that it has to do with gravity.
Are you stupid?
You're stupid.
Yeah, dude, you're the one that didn't pass fucking like grade 2 geometry here.
Couldn't pass the
Is that the
triangle
case?
test.
Or was I actually
Know what an
correct about
angle
all
is.
my claims when it came to geometry so far?
No, you weren't, dude.
Yeah, thinks you
No,
can
it
make
was not.
angles
I
from the
literally
surface of
was.
the ball.
Nah, bro. You misrepresent the
What was I
entire
wrong about?
argument. You
What was I wrong
misrepresent
about?
the entire argument. We were talking
No,
about
it didn't.
line definitions of lines, right? Ax plus b, y equals ax plus b. I was telling
Well, now
you,
you're putting them in
give
coordinate
one that does
planes.
not
We don't need to do
intersect
that to
at
have
one,
lines.
that does not intersect at 2 points, right? And you gave us one that basically intersects at two, or intersects the ball at 2 points.
Because we
If
were
you extend
talking
those
about
two
ones that
lines
intersect
out,
at 2
by
points.
definition, right? If you take those 2 lines, right, and you extend them out by definition, okay, they will intersect at 1 point and then cross through to the other side of the ball.
If you're talking about a tangent line, but we're not talking about tangent
The only way
lines.
to get it at 1 point, the only time that you can actually get it intersect the surface of the ball at 1 point is if you get a tangent line. This was the whole fucking point. Unless you
No.
crop them, but
This
that's
was not
not
relevant.
what we were talking about.
Yeah.
That's not what we
We
were
could
talking
probably
about.
solve this with just a definition. No worries.
Ting ting tong.
Oh, the children have showed up. Hi, children.
Yeah.
Humanity, you say this has to do with celestial navigation. Do elevation angles pertain to celestial navigation? Is that primarily what's used?
Well, I don't know what you're trying to say, man. Like, it depends what you mean.
I'm asking
if you're talking
you
about following
in
the sun, then
celestial
no.
navigation. I mean, if you're going to be obtuse about it, we'll just move on to somebody else. Children that came in here.
Yeah, you're going to have to
If you're
slow
talking
down
about how to use a sextant, is that what you're talking about?
No. It's not what I'm asking you. I'm just asking you, in celestial navigation, do they use elevation angles primarily to find out where they're at?
So for most of the celestial navigation that's been done by humans, no, because it was pre-modern. It was like ancient.
Okay, so what were they using then? Can you tell us about it?
They followed the particular stars. They followed the cycles of the moon. They followed the sun, especially.
And how did they follow them? How did they figure out where they were on the Earth?
By looking at them.
Just by looking at them? That's it?
They aren't
Just
on the
staring
Earth.
at them?
They're not on the Earth.
Fair enough. The stars are not on the Earth, but I'm asking you, how did
Nor is
they
the
just
sun.
look at them and know where they were?
Because you can see them. You have a vector from you to the object that you're seeing, to the vision. Sorry, so the image.
Do we really want to continue with humanity? I mean, he's a known troll, but I mean, is there anybody else?
Questions at all. It's funny.
He's butchered literally every sentence that he spewed out in this entire conversation.
Yeah, I know. He's just kind of trying to waste time, as usual. So, I mean, if you guys want to keep going at him, I guess I'll unmute him.
No, man. Leave him on mute. Fuck. I tried to mute him earlier because it was evident it was a fucking joke. But someone really wanted him back in, so we brought him back in. And he dug his hole even deeper, so fuck that.
we have any other new people here that believe that they're on a spinning water ball in a vacuum?
I mean, Foundry's still here.
Wait, you want to downgrade from him to Flounder? I mean, is that an upgrade, downgrade? I'm not sure.
My suggestion was irrespective of any up or downgrade.
Mm-hmm.
We got Prop Hat, though.
Hey, that's me. So what's up? What's the topic? What's going on?
We are on flat Earth.
So do you guys believe the Earth is flat, or?
Oh, we know it for sure, without a doubt, my friend.
How? I don't believe that. Convince me.
Well, first off, it's what you see in experience, isn't it? I mean, do you see curvature?
What gets me is, can you explain an eclipse, lunar eclipse?
You explain it first.
Yeah, that's the question. Can they even be explained? And I don't think they even can be explained. But yeah, I mean,
what is the
you want me
shadow?
to attempt it, or you want to go ahead?
No, go ahead. Tell me what an eclipse is, so we can explain it to you.
The shadow of Earth. I don't know the proper word, but the shadow of Earth. What is the word I'm looking for? You can see the shadow of Earth from the right side of the moon, and then you can see it progress slowly.
C-A-S-T-E-D, casted.
Cast on the fucking moon, and you can watch the stages. I watched it before, and it looks like a curve too as it approaches, and it goes from the right to the left, and then how do you explain that?
How do you know that that's the Earth?
What else would it be?
That's a good question, because in many cases, when we see an eclipse, at least a lunar eclipse, where we see the shadow, whatever it is, sweep across the moon, there's a selenelian eclipse. And this happened at least a couple years ago, 2.5 years ago in the United States. We all saw it here. When the shadow comes from the wrong side that you would expect, and it's moving in the opposite direction the shadow is that you'd expect. Essentially what happens is you're staring at some point. You're staring at the moon above the horizon on one side, and over on the other, you're staring at the sun. They're both above the horizon. It's like daytime, daylight out. And the moon is eclipsed, even though it has an unimpeded path directly to the sun. That's called a selenelian eclipse. And I don't know if those can be explained.
Oh, so if it wasn't the Earth and it was another object, it would have to be, I guess, behind the Earth, but because it can't be in front, it can't be in the path between the Earth and the moon, because then you'll actually.
Right. If there's something up there, whatever it is, we don't know about it, but it is highly coincidental with the motions of the luminaries. I mean, they can predict it pretty accurately and have been predicting it for thousands of years. But that doesn't mean they know what it is. I mean, the phenomenon is still
at least
quite mysterious.
Tell the poor guy what the globe actually says it like a selenelian is.
Well, it depends what source you read. If you go to one of NASA's web pages, they call it the impossible eclipse. You know why they call it impossible? Because it appears to be an optical illusion, because you have the sun and the moon both above the sky at the same time, and the moon is what's eclipsed, and there's nothing in the way.
Well, you didn't explain to him that this appears on every lunar eclipse, right? Like, if you're in the main,
potentially,
the
I
main
guess,
pathway of the eclipse, you'll see the normal shadow, like you do.
Well, this is the exact opposite. This is not a normal
on the
appearance.
outer edge. Then you might see the refracted one, which can appear weird.
Well, hold on. So here, let me describe the motion of this for the audience who might not understand what I'm talking about. Okay, I'm going to use a sunrise example because these can happen whether the sun's rising or setting. But if you stare at the sun in the east, it's going to be coming up over the horizon. It's coming up. Now, meanwhile, over towards the west, if you look in the opposite direction, you're going to see the moon starting to set. So the moon is going down and the sun is coming up. Here's a funny thing about the motion of these objects relative to us on the ground. The sun and the moon move at about the same speed, but the sun moves slightly quicker through the sky than the moon. They don't move in the same track either. So as the sun is coming up, it's coming up a bit faster, in the east, and the moon on the other side in the west is setting. So as the moon is more slowly setting, the sun is coming up, and you know what you see? You look over on the moon as the sun is coming up in the morning, you see a shadow on the moon, not coming from the bottom, but from the top. So the shadow of the Earth is coming from the top, and it's gobbling up the moon as the moon is starting to set. The moon is getting more and more eclipsed because the shadow, the black shadow, is chasing the moon and outrunning the moon. Eventually, the moon gets fully eclipsed by this black shadow, but the moon is still above the horizon, and by that time, the sun has more fully properly risen in the morning, and there's nothing obstructing the moon on the ground. So you have the shadow coming in from the top instead of the bottom. That's the opposite. And you have the motion of the shadow coming down from the top as the sun is coming up. So it's an opposite direction of travel as well. So it's not only the wrong location, but it's the wrong vector of travel. Like, that's the problem with these.
Yeah, but to help the poor guy, right? Like, you're telling him, uh, as long as he knows that this happens during a normal every normal lunar eclipse, and the shadow travels normally in like the normal full coverage, and then if you're towards the edge, you might see partial coverage, and if you're even further, there's a tiny band where you'll see like the refractory effects.
Okay, so what?
And you can predict exactly where you'll be using globe math, like where that band will be.
Yeah, you can predict it where it will be using any math. You can use any coordinate system.
Well, this one works as consistent with a globe. Like, there's nothing spooky.
Yeah, well, flat coordinates also work and also offer greater precision depending what you're doing.
I don't know why it would be greater precision, but like for this, is it more precise because we can predict where you'll see the selenalian or where you'll see full coverage? Like, I don't.
Well, they needed so much precision for LIGO that they actually used a flat datum. They used a flat Earth coordinate reference system, and they started surveying the arms to build them out.
Okay, so they took a globe projection, flattened it out, and then for this tool, it was more impactful.
I don't think they took a globe projection and flattened it out. They used a local coordinate system that's not globe derived.
I think wasn't he asking a question originally though, like circling back? Was he asking, okay,
sure. I mean, if we want to move on to something else, we can.
Was he asking what an eclipse is on a flat Earth? Because eclipses are explained by a globe, but how do flat Earthers
listen, we can explain it. I can give you an amazing explanation for this. It doesn't involve a globe. It doesn't mean it's true, but I could probably convince you with it.
I've heard the whole black sun thing. Is that what it is, or do you take a different?
No, this is something I came up with myself. That's actually quite brilliant and explains everything. But you know why I won't do this? Why I won't entertain it? Because you can't prove anything with an explanation, no matter how good it is. Like, who wants that? That's just an excuse. Like, if you've ever dated a cheater, I mean, they got explanations for days that sound really freaking good. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, if your explanation's ad hoc, it's not going to be able to make solid predictions. But fortunately, the globe one that I just gave you does make good predictions, so we know.
Well, it's still ad hoc, right? Like, you can still have a really good ad hoc explanation, but it's still not true.
If something has like a bunch of different band-aids onto it, it's not going to be as robust or reliable of a model or explanation. But
probably
fortunately,
not,
this one doesn't.
Well, that's the globe. The globe actually is. There's no single interoperable model for the globe. So I don't know what you're talking about.
What do you mean?
There's no single interoperable model describing and explaining everything about the globe consistently, internally, all the time. It's so full of problems. The whole reason why our community exists is because we document these problems and post them on our Discord and elsewhere. to talk about.
Yeah, but you guys don't even
And
use models.
we're talking about one of them right now with the Selenelian eclipse.
Flat World doesn't even have a model.
Yeah, but
who
when
needs
you
a
explain
model?
the
We're in the
Selenelian,
process. Listen. Everybody comes in asking for models when we don't benchmark our claims against a model. You benchmark a
Because you
claim against
can't. Not
reality.
because you
If
won't.
you're trying to
Because you
prove that
can't.
something, exists in reality, you benchmark
Are
the
you a
claim to what's
rusher
happening
or
in the
a
real world. You
dragger?
don't benchmark it. Can I get through a single sentence here? Or am I going to have to keep repeating myself? Because I'm going to get bored.
Are you a rusher or a dragger?
All right, you're getting muted.
Okay, so we all clear?
yeah. No, I just was saying, when you explained the Selenelian to the poor guy, and this is how it was explained to me originally in this room, was it's some kind of rare eclipse, which it's not rare. It happens on every lunar eclipse, right? Like, it was just explained wrong, and just wanted to mic up to
That happened
help
here?
the poor guy out.
When was that?
It happened to the poor guy right now, and then it happened to me, like, when I first came in here a couple months ago.
Okay. Well, I mean, it can be rare for the observer. It may happen every time it occurs on Earth, but it could be rare for you because you don't get to see it very much. Okay.
Yeah, but if you explain like part of it or half of it or leave important details out, like, it's misleading. I'm not
What was
attributing
left
like
out that was misleading?
malice to. I'm not attributing malice to it or anything. I'm just saying it's misleading.
Okay. Well, who was doing the misleading and how specifically?
Like, not explaining all of it, right? How it occurs on every lunar eclipse, but you said it's a rare eclipse.
I just
but
acknowledge
it's
that that's
rare
the
to be on the
case.
spot. And then saying
All right,
that, like,
so,
and then also including
okay,
that.
so we're setting the record straight.
You'll see the normal shadow on like most locations where like there's only a tiny band on the outer edge where you see the refracted variant, but it's
Refracted?
normal elsewhere.
What do you mean refracted? What's getting
The
refracted?
Selenelian.
What's refracted?
I'm just telling you, that's what, if you're going to just steelman the globe explanation, that's all I'm saying.
Well, listen,
don't leave out half of it.
People can't steelman the Selenelian because it's paradoxical in both its motion and orientation.
It's not.
I don't even think you could steelman it. Can you diagram a Selenelian? Like, could you MS Paint it? Because every time we ask people fail, we actually collect their failures and put them in a forum, and we review them once a year, like at the end of the year as an album. But I mean, if you would be so kind, maybe you can actually document this for us and set the record straight once and for all.
You want me to build a ChatGPT like Python program that shows
whatever it takes, man. Show me both the motion and the location of the phenomenon on a globe using the heliocentric principles.
It's been done multiple times. It's just all I was saying was just don't leave all that stuff out.
People say it's been done. I hear this every day, and then I say prove it, and they can't.
Well, I mean, like, they prove it, and then you guys don't listen to it.
Oh, really? Why don't you try to prove it right now?
Correct.
I'm going to listen to every word.
Just dismiss evidence arbitrarily to fit your worldview.
Dismiss arbitrarily. Okay, well, why don't you present it right now, and I'll show you what it looks like when we don't dismiss it arbitrarily. Because I hear us being accused all the time of hand-wave dismissing claims and evidence. And while we can do that to the claims, we shouldn't do that to the evidence. But I've only seen that accusation levied against us because people didn't like what our justification was. We gave justification for dismissal, and they didn't like it. And so they said, you didn't even give one. Like, it's like, yes, I did. You just didn't like it. Come on, MFer.
Yo, I just want to say, if you want to claim the Earth is flat, you need a flat Earth model. That's just
No, you don't. You need a measurement. And you know, we've got models of this everywhere. I would like actually to point out that NASA's got some great flat Earth models. One of them was actually developed on a computer using Fortran, and it's the code is in the paper Derivation and Linearization of a Flight Path.
Which model is that?
It's a flat Earth model that NASA created to model aircraft for safety purposes.
Okay, well,
Would you like a PDF? We got hundreds of these.
Or is it? I don't think that model is consistent, though. They only
okay.
use
Well, then
for...
you can take that up with NASA. You can tell them that their flat Earth model wasn't good enough for modeling aircraft safety.
Yeah, he hasn't looked at it. He hasn't looked at it yet, but he knows it's wrong, even though he hasn't looked at it.
You know it's wrong. You're gonna have to tell them too why it's wrong. And I think the whole audience here would love to hear from you why this is inaccurate. Can you go into that for us, or are you just making stuff up?
He hasn't seen it yet, but he doesn't like it. Though.
Exactly, he's making stuff up. He's like, everything the first says is gonna be wrong, no matter what he says. Default.
I mean, because I'm already aware that
he never heard of it before, but now that he heard of it, he knows already.
No, I haven't heard of that specific map. I just know that the only consistent topology is one that's of a globe.
No, that's not even true. I'll show you a paper right now from the United States Naval Postgraduate School, where they increased the accuracy of their military targeting by getting rid of the spherical globe coordinates and using a flat plane coordinate system.
Reply to that one, buddy. Come on, you got it.
He's just going to hand wave.
Front page and abstract I posted. Now this is your chance to not hand wave dismiss claims and evidence by us. So why don't you go directly address this without hand wave dismissal?
Crickets.
If you don't want to right now, just say, no, I don't feel like it right now. That's cool. And then we can visit this later. But I'm going to write your name down on a list that we keep so that we can make sure that we follow up with this and not let anything slip through the cracks, because that would be bad.
Will you post the whole thing?
Yeah, it might work to post the whole thing. I mean, this doesn't even seem to... Where does this actually say?
Oh, you want the whole PDF? Excellent. Well, while I go fetch the PDF and I'll post it in here, can you read the abstract out for the audience while I go find the PDF for you? That way that I do something for you, you do something.
This isn't the entire abstract.
No, it's not. It's the top part of the abstract. Do you have the PDF handy? If so, you can post it.
Go ahead, Olishness. Read it for us, can you?
Huh?
Can you read it for us?
No, it's not the entire abstract. I'm not going to read half of an abstract.
Can you read half of it?
No, I cannot.
They hate seeing the words flat Earth and flat here and flat there. They hate that. They hate that shit.
It doesn't say flat. It says plane. Be clear.
Yeah, it doesn't actually. None of this what you've posted supports.
Right. If it's a plane, it's curved, right, guys? Like it's a globe plane.
Well, it says to be.
Oh, you're so silly. Keep it up, guys. You're so silly. You just like reinterpret stuff all the time.
To be clear, it's a tangential plane, not just a plane.
Oh, does tangent mean it's curving with the globe or no, Alishness?
A tangent can be curving. Yeah.
No, a tangent necessarily does not curve.
What do you mean it necessarily does? So it does curve, just does not necessarily.
No, it necessarily does not curve. Tangents don't curve.
I think it's fairly obvious that you don't actually have a working conclusion from this.
What do you mean? I don't have a working conclusion. My conclusion is that what you believe in a globe doesn't actually work the way you think it does. And that people can actually increase their accuracy practically, especially the military, when they dispense with global coordinates and use flat plane or local coordinates. It's great. It's wonderful. This isn't the only thing. Like we've got hundreds of these cases, folks. Like we've got stuff not only from NASA and from the military, but from the field of academia, field of surveying, geodetic surveying. In fact, the entire field of geodesy itself is built on this core foundational principle. So you measure the Earth flat. You measure the Earth flat, and then you mathematically develop round Earth models.
Right, but that's fundamentally incorrect. That tangents are not curved. Have you ever heard of parabola? Because that is literally
parabolas. Yeah, parabolas have a tangent. And the tangent,
Yeah,
I guarantee, is
so
not
it's a
curved.
curve. You don't think a
Tangent,
parabola?
the tangent is a point on the curve that is perpendicular to the foci of the ellipse.
There is such a thing as a curved tangent. I don't know why you're denying this is like math. This isn't like
A curving tangent. Okay, show me an example where you use a curving tangent to measure the Earth.
I'm sorry, to measure the Earth, or are you asking me for evidence of a tangent curve, which you know exists? You can't deny that there is such a thing as a tangent curve.
You
Now,
can curve a tangent if you want, but a tangent by definition doesn't curve.
Yeah,
I don't
Alice,
care
you're
what
missing.
it does by definition. It's called a tangent curve.
Alice, you're butchering the entire thing there. You're misconstruing the term like a derivative, taking a curved derivative to, say, an x cubed curve, right? That derivative
Oh shit,
is going
you're
to
right.
be
Oh, you got it, dude. She's
squared.
thinking of the tangent function and not the tangent. Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah, no, we're talking about, we're not talking about tangential functions from trig. Come on.
Why not?
You're so silly. You just love moving those goalposts around,
Yeah,
Alishness.
tangents
I
are
know
always
you.
straight.
How
Tangents are always
tricky of
straight.
you. We're not talking about the tan function. We're talking about tangent lines to a curve.
Not even just that. We're not talking about first derivatives to high order polynomials and shit.
That's not what the PDF says.
Well, that's what you're trying to claim, and we're not. So
Yeah, you're
What do you mean?
You're
That's
butchering
not
it, dude.
what.
you're trying to do what the previous guy did. What was it, Humanity or somebody else? Like just trying to. What you're doing is you are going off on a tangent, and you're trying to keep us there.
It's
And
like
we're not
putting
going there
a
with you.
ruler.
We're going to come
It's
back
like
to where
putting
we
a
started.
ruler on a basketball.
Yeah,
It's like putting a ruler on a basketball.
Yes,
no
and
one
you
That's
will
a great
find,
tangent example.
and you will
no one
find
can
a point
measure
on
up
that
to what
basketball.
humanity did.
No, it
And you will
stays
find.
straight.
Okay, so there is a point of the basketball that is flat.
A point?
The
No.
tangent stays
Points are
straight, though.
dimensionless. A point is dimensionless and cannot be flat.
I know.
Oh
but
my god,
But you said a point is flat.
yourself.
Yeah, Alice, you're fucking it up
No.
again.
I'm
Yeah,
saying
you're just Alishness. You need to. I know you're on break right now. You're a government employee. You're probably running around Central Virginia outside the the freaking National Archives, whatever. Maybe you're in Greenbelt. I don't know. Go get yourself a sandwich. Relax. Maybe a glass of wine or mimosa and come back, and we'd be more than happy
I'm
to
actually
chat with you
outside of
then.
your house. I'm at the FBI. I'm outside of your house right now. Thank you.
Yeah, Alice, you're conflating.
Oh, you're at the FBI now. I thought you're in Culpeper or something.
Yeah, Culpeper.
I knew this channel had feds.
Oh shoot! I'm so sorry for unintentionally doxing you.
Oh, okay. Anyway, so are you gonna post? Did you post the thing?
Oh wait, right, the paper. Hold on.
Can you actually explain to us the paper rather than just posting it? I mean, like you're saying, oh, the word flat shows up. There's a tangent. Tangents are flat. That's kind of like
Yeah, I can get into that. They're using what's called the differential method of GPS leveling.
I'm a little confused why you have memorized.
Oh, we know that you are confused. We know that. It's pretty obvious that you're confused.
No. I don't understand.
We can tell. It's not like a secret though.
No, I'm concerned and confused that you're memorizing information about me. Like, are you A-logging me? Like, what's going on?
Yes.
No, I'm just one of these many nerds in this community that you've talked to. Probably hundreds of us that have near photographic memories. So
you've been.
Yeah, I know it's a curse.
Having a photographic memory, you have an eidetic memory, not the same thing. Thank you.
I didn't claim they were.
Okay. Anyway, I would like to look at the paper. Give it a good look.
For what? So you can report it to the FBI? No.
What are you talking about? It's a NASA paper. Why would I report it? Government already knows about it. It is NASA. I mean, if you don't want to.
Then you're gonna go to that NASA office where they're holding the original paper. You gotta get it burned. No.
What? That's fine. I'll just find it myself.
You're gonna do a witch hunt, right? Is that what you're looking to do, Olish? Witch
Why
hunt?
would I burn?
You're gonna burn the digital information, aren't you?
All right, paper
Yeah.
posted.
Burn it onto a CD. Take it home with me.
You want to talk about now why GPS actually improves its accuracy when you use flat planar coordinates instead of spherical ones, and how they've actually been doing this for decades, and most people don't know. People don't know about the whole ground segment to the GPS system. They think of the space segment. They think everything is top down, but it's really not. It's bottom up to down.
Yeah, that's
But
how.
the ground segment includes there are 1,300 radio emitters on the ground that are part of the GPS network operated by NOAA, NOAA, as well as the U.S. Air Force. And these ground-based radio stations actually provide a carrier frequency, a wave that is used to correct and improve the accuracy of the so-called satellite-based pseudo-ranging transmissions.
That's how
It's called the CORS network, CORS. CORS, like I said, has 1,300 emitters worldwide. And these are used in order to deliver what's called a local tangent plane to GPS receivers. By default, your receiver, your Garmin, your TomTom, what's in your phone actually uses a local tangent plane to begin with. Why? Because it's also using these ground stations to enrich your GPS data. It's also using Wi-Fi networks, radio stations from airports, cell towers to enrich your data. All this enrichment is called the differential method. And it started in about the year 2000 under a program called Skyhook, which was operated by the U.S. Air Force. And the name of Skyhook is a homage to when they were doing retrievals of satellite canisters of film back during the Cold War, when the early Satelloons and satellites were spitting out film that they were taking of like Russian and Chinese military sites. That program was called Skyhook. Well, in the 2000s, there's a contract called Skyhook, and I think a company even made with the same name. And they basically flew airplanes all over the world, all over America for sure. And they geotagged using GPS. They geotagged the location of emitters. Your Wi-Fi home router was tagged, and so was the local radio station, and so was the airport's radio tower, and so was everything else. Those are all geotagged and fed into a gigantic server so that they could use that with GPS signals alongside. And what's delivered to the end user is a flat coordinate plane system where the point of the origin is at the receiver. And what the receivers do is they are chained together. All these tangent planes are chained together, boom, 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 one right after another, like a tessellating tesseract. And what they do is they use mathematics. They use 4 spatial dimensions, not the typical 3, to chain these tangent planes together around what's called a hypersphere. And that's the Earth-centered Earth fixed coordinate reference system. They take local tangent plane LTP called east, north, up, ENU, for every receiver, and they take their little square flat chiclet and they chain them together hyperdimensionally using math around a fictitious ball that exists in 4 spatial dimensions. Yep, and you know how I know this? I mean, you can read the mathematics, and I've got the formula that they use to do this rotation in 4 spatial dimensions. They actually have 2 vertical dimensions. They've got a z-axis being your local plane that is orthogonal to your ground. Your vertical is orthogonal, that's 90 degrees to the ground. And then you've got a w-axis, which is the fictitious Earth radius vertical that goes from the point of center, it's often chained at WGS 84, all the way up into outer space. So you've got this interaction between the W axis of the fake globe and ECEF, and then the Z axis on your local tangent plane. And they actually calculate what your angle of deviation is from one location to another relative to the point of origin in the fictitious Earth for each local tangent plane GPS receiving user. So that's really what's become in this modern age of GPS. Okay, it's a series of flat planes that everybody uses. It's chained together and hyperdimensionally, so that you can still imagine that you're on a globe.
And do those measurements work without it?
Well, they're not measurements. Yeah, you've got calculated coordinate distances and orientation of things, and that's all internally accurate and internally consistent. I got no problem with it as a flat earther.
What do you guys think about Artemis? Like, what do you think happened there? Just like a rocket went up in the sky and came down. Yeah, but I'm a man.
Do those measurements work? Do those measurements work?
Foolishness, there's men speaking, so please back off.
I was
those
just
measurements
Okay,
are
well then
actually
stop
not
talking.
going to be
There's
accurate,
no.
go ahead.
English.
I
Those
was totally
measurements
joking.
can't
Just
be
go ahead.
accurate.
Thank you.
I didn't mean to
And
interrupt.
I'll tell you why those measurements can't be accurate. It's because there's what's called a topology mismatch between the curving spherical manifold of the globe and its coordinate system and the measured flat Earth that we have with our lasers and long distance infrared
No,
observations.
that's not what I
That
asked
just
you.
So
That's not
what's
what I
happened
asked you.
is you have a topological mismatch, which means that the curving distances that you calculate using latitude and longitude, even though they're internally consistent, they're not accurate in the real world.
That just presupposes the data is
Not
correct.
without extra
That's your whole
modification, and there are
argument.
tons of modifiers where they
All right,
wait.
I found the paper. I
posted
linked
the
it in
paper.
side
And I'm
chat.
glad you found it, but I actually posted it
And
and announced that I
also,
posted it.
importantly, do you realize? I'm just going to screenshot and send this. They adjust
Go
for the
ahead.
curve. Yeah, the second step is to use a coordinate transformation, which uses the ellipsoidal surface. The
Well, that's for
ECEF
putting the coordinates back
is what they.
into latitude and longitude. Yeah,
Yeah.
they have to. If you're going to express anything in latitude and longitude, you're going to have to remap it or reproject it back into a curve.
Big
Yep,
conspiracy.
Yeah, so he just said that it's doesn't work unless you use
So
the
you're saying that
mathematics.
No, it
you're
does
saying that
work. They actually
you literally
state that
need
they
the
can prove
curve
the
to make it
accuracy
accurate.
once they strip out the spherical geometry, that it improves the accuracy.
You're
I
saying
know.
they need to transform it for the curve to make it accurate to get proper coordinates.
No, they need to
you output?
transform it for the curve to make it compatible, not accurate. Compatible.
Compatible with reality.
Compatible WGS 84 and all the other systems using geocoordinates, latitude, longitude.
Yeah, compatible with coordinates we can actually use in
It's a practical
reality.
purpose. It's not reality. In reality, they said that they can improve accuracy by using flat planar coordinates.
Okay, well, if you have it,
point of doing
if you have the raw data, that's just like they assume the 2D plane. Do you have anything on this that works on a larger scale? Because that would really prove your point. That's the challenge.
This is not
How
good.
about the entire
The novel is
British
not good
national
enough for
grid
them.
system?
So this
Something
one did
called
the transformations for a curve.
Yeah, listen, when I mentioned
or if you have one
hundreds of examples, I wasn't joking. And one of the biggest examples that I can quote, I have to go in 3 minutes to a meeting and then I'll be back, but it's called the British National Grid System. Okay, there's something called the UK Ordnance, that's like military ordnance survey, where they surveyed the realm, at least their holdings, the British Islands. And what they actually chose to do it in was not using spherical coordinates, latitude, longitude. They used a flat Earth coordinate system called the British National Grid System. This is the same system they use to resolve legal disputes. So you've got like a company that's building across some farmer's land. And they want to resolve who's on whose property. They're not using spherical coordinates. No, they're using the flat state plane coordinate system of the British National Grid System, which are flat
we can go into that
orthogonal.
when you
It's
get back.
2,500 kilometers squared.
Sure, but just to be clear, you're retracting the paper that you cited proving a globe.
I'm not
and then
retracting the
going to this-
paper. I'm
going to
supporting
another
the
thing.
paper. I am
Flat Earthers
supporting the
talking.
paper debate, Daddy. I am adding extra to my claim. This is yet a second piece of evidence that I'm stacking onto the first, that's supporting the first.
Well, this one, to get any practical measurements, you need to account for the curve. We went through that.
No, they
You
don't.
went to the British coordinate
You're just
system.
lying and misstating this. It's obviously
I
not
quoted
the
the
point of
paper.
the paper. It's not even the point of the paper. Like if you read the freaking title of the paper, you're going to debunk yourself.
Well, okay, like the title doesn't
Well,
say
yeah, well,
the
okay.
hard
I'll
abstract.
accept a well, okay. That works for me, and I got to go to a meeting, so I'm going to.
Hard abstract that you cut off doesn't prove
Daddy,
anything.
we're glad that you agreed with him in this. Okay, thank you.
That flat earther got absolutely destroyed and just ran away.
Is that what you heard?
What a retard. Yeah.
Delusional.
Damn, guys. Good job, guys.
What do you guys think about Artemis? You think they just shot like a rocket up in the air, just came down somewhere else? I think that's what happened. It's fucking stupid. It's hilarious.
Are you laughing at your own jokes or something?
No, I was laughing at you. Well, maybe you. Probably you.
I think also
what are you
the
laughing
second
at?
one
It's just the flat Earth, like
before
just
we go
like
to
the
Artemis,
idea.
I think the British
You
national.
laughing at the flat Earth? What does that mean? You laughing
I'm
at
laughing at the flat Earth idea, the idea that you're
what is
in
that?
this
What is
Discord
that?
channel.
What is that you laughing at? Can you show me what you're laughing at?
Yeah, your reasons or your idea that the world isn't a globe.
What reason? What reason? Can you explain that to me?
Are,
What
are
reason?
you are you retarded? Whatever reason you think the world's a globe, I'm laughing at that.
I'm trying to get
I'm
the
laughing.
joke that you're laughing at. Can you tell me the joke, the reason? Can
The joke,
you
the
say
joke
the
is
reason
that
that you're
you're
laughing at?
the joke is that you're a goofball for believing it, dummy.
Believe in what?
That the world isn't a globe, dummy.
This just sounds like a troll.
Wait,
what do you mean? I all he says like
think
you're
it's a
fucking
joke?
retarded.
You think it's a joke that people don't believe in the joke of the globe?
No, I think you are a joke because you don't think the world is a globe, dummy.
What? So why do you believe that it is a globe? What is
Because
there a reason for that?
because of the overwhelming evidence and what it would take to suppress that evidence.
The overwhelming evidence. Can you tell me like one piece of evidence?
Yeah,
Yeah, pictures. Yeah, pictures of the globe.
Like, so are you saying that pictures are is the evidence?
Yeah, you don't take pictures to
So
be evidence.
photo evidence is not evidence.
It's not evidence.
So, wait,
You say it's bad or fake evidence. It's
you
clearly
gotta remember,
evidence.
he said pictures. Remember that part?
Yeah, you don't think that those are evidence?
So if I see pictures of Godzilla,
Hey, say
pictures
silly.
of
I've asked you 3 times. Here's the fourth question. Do you think that pictures are evidence?
Is that evidence?
Yeah, it would be weak evidence. It increases the probability of the proposition that Bigfoot exists, but it would be weak evidence because of other independent reasons.
Okay,
right? It still would be evidence, retard. Do you
So
agree?
do you have? How can you
Hey,
confirm
I asked you a
these
question. Do
pictures?
you agree? Do you
How can
agree?
you
Do you
confirm?
think?
How
Do
can
you
you
think?
confirm
Do you think?
any
Do you
of these
agree? Do you
pictures?
agree? Now, do you agree that that's evidence? Yes or no? It's the 5th time I've asked you.
There's evidence for non-curving Earth as well.
Whoa! Do you think the
There's
pictures of the
pictures
globe?
and there's
Yeah.
photographs.
Do you think that's not what I asked you, retard? Do you think the pictures of the? Hey, retard! I asked you a question. Hey, retard! Hey, retard! Hey, retard!
Of the Earth. There's infrared photography of the surface of the Earth that doesn't show any curvature. So which one is the correct one though? Is it the curving one or the not curving one?
What are you talking about?
can we
The
tell the
question makes no
difference?
fucking sense.
What was that?
Tell the difference of
Skull?
what? What are you asking?
He says that he has pictures of curving Earth, right? He said that, right?
Yeah, there's pictures of Earth being like you could observe the curve
Okay,
from
there's
like
also
space.
pictures of non-curving Earth.
Yeah, well, I mean, it depends at what distance you take the picture from. Like, if you take it like from the stratosphere, of course, the curve is not going to seem as precise as if like you were outside of the stratosphere.
So you do agree that there are pictures of both curving Earth and non-curving Earth. So
Yeah, but it's about perspective.
What can we do to differentiate from which one is wrong and which one is correct?
You could literally, both are right. That's not the point. You could literally just fly higher
Both are
above
right,
the stratosphere.
curving and not curving?
Okay, did you hear what I just said? Both are correct. It depends on the perspective. Yeah, I mean, if you fly like higher, like if there's like a spacecraft, for example, that takes pictures, like a satellite or something that's out above the stratosphere on the Earth's orbit, you would see the curvature much.
Have you seen the pictures of concave pictures of the Earth?
A concave picture? You mean like a picture where the Earth is not? You mean convex?
Are those correct as well? When the pictures show concavity, is that correct as well?
I would have to like look at that. I can't really imagine that.
Okay, so will you agree that if we want to check and verify which one is correct, can we check the Earth, like the surface of it?
What do you mean?
Like, instead of going away from it, like you're proposing, let's go away from the Earth. We actually go
no, the Earth is too big for you
to the point that we can measure it and check what it is.
Earth is too big for you, like to like observe like actual curvature. You would have to do it by looking.
Sections.
You could still measure it. You could still measure the curvature.
So can we measure the Earth? Can we measure?
You mean the curvature, or what about the radius, the diameter?
Or the lack of the curvature.
Sure, there's methods to
If
measure
there
the
was
curvature.
curvature, we will be able to measure it. If there was a lack of curvature, we will be able to identify that there is a lack of curvature as well.
I don't understand your question.
Based on measurements, if there was a curvature, we would measure the curvature. But if there was no curvature, we will also show that there was no curvature.
And like, are you talking about like are you asking? Are you trying like to tell me the method of how you would measure it, or what are you trying to say?
Well, there should be methods. If people want to do something, they
Yeah.
will develop a method
There's
to identify what they were trying to
Eratosthenes.
find, right?
Yeah, there was like Eratosthenes' method, for example, where he used shadows that produced angles at certain degrees, and that is how he
But we're trying
measured
to
the
measure the
circumference.
Earth, not shadows, though. Not shadows. And Aristophanes didn't
Yeah,
measure.
you measure the Earth. You measure the Earth by observing the shadow angles.
No,
right?
listen. Aristophanes wanted to find out the size of the circumference of the Earth, not the curvature of the Earth. You're kind of like mistaken in
Yeah,
your
he used that. Yeah, he
conclusion.
used that to measure shadow angles by calculating the difference in shadow angles and knowing the
So
distance between
he
two.
already pre-assumed that the Earth was a sphere. So then he measured shadows to determine the size of a circle, and
No,
said
he
this
didn't. He
circle is
didn't
part of a sphere.
pre-assume. No, he didn't pre-assume. He determined that the Earth is a curve because there's different shadow angles in like different cities, right? Like he would look at the
That
two
around the
towers.
same time, the Chinese did the same test, and they came to a conclusion that the Earth is flat.
I would really want to see who came up with that conclusion, but sure, we could look at their experiment.
Measuring the shadows, if you change the variables, like remember, he assumed that it was a sphere already, so his conclusion was that the sphere is of a certain size because he measured a section.
That's not a variable. That's just a hypothesis, or that's just
That's not a hypothesis.
an axiom, or that's just an axiom.
Axiom, hypothesis. The axiom will be that the Earth is flat and stationary. That will be an axiom.
Yeah, but the Earth is clearly not flat and stationary. That's the whole point. And Aristophanes was able to observe that it's not flat.
It's clearly horizontal, flat, motionless. That's pretty clear, though.
Check where I tagged you in the open chat.
If we live in a dome and a firmament exists, then the Earth would be flat.
You live in a dome?
Yes, because we have compressed air. We're
I thought you lived in your
compressed
body,
air and
though.
gases.
I live in my body, though.
Okay, I mean, I don't even
live
know
in a
why. I don't even know why you have to like talk about like Aristophanes when there's literally like satellite images.
You brought it up.
Yeah, I'm telling you how people like were able to measure like to able to measure the circumference of the Earth by observing that the Earth is not flat.
You're confusing calculations with measurements. That's your issue. Because if you use different variables and different pre-assumptions,
Okay,
you
what
can come to a
variables?
different.
Okay, what was the issue?
Different conclusion.
What was the issue with Aristophanes?
The Chinese came to a conclusion that the Earth wasn't curving, and Aristophanes, whoever that was, came to a conclusion that the Earth had a certain size. So it depends. It's inconclusive.
So here's the thing. The Chinese never actually did any measurements. Yeah, the Chinese never did any measurements. It's actually traditional Chinese cosmology.
Check where I tagged you in the open chat.
Someone tagged you, sir, in the text chat. Someone tagged you in the text chat, and you're denying what's being said.
Talking
But
with
we're
you
not
right
looking
now.
into it, though.
Well, can you like give me this like the source where like the Chinese
is telling you that he
code and a citation source is right there.
Aristophanes said two hypotheses. Some difficulty. The Earth is spherical. The Sun is, for practical purposes, at an infinite distance, so that its rays reach the Earth sensibly parallel as it will appear.
Pre-assumptions, presuppositions before the facts.
What were the experiments done by, or how were the measurements done by the Chinese philosophers that came to the conclusion
You're
that
not understanding. You're not understanding. They did the same action as Eratosthenes without trying to factor into their logic train the presuppositions that they identified.
I just googled
What?
it and I can't really find anything about any Chinese mathematician philosopher during that time trying to do.
The
Yeah,
PDF
you haven't
that was
found
provided
something
for
according to
you.
you within a grand total of 10 seconds of research.
Why are we assuming
Okay.
that they didn't have a preconceived notion of flat Earth when they did their
Cambridge
measurements?
University plus age.
I'm confused as to why you think
Alish,
Aristophanes
we're
had.
talking to a new person. Can you just let us talk to new people, though? You've been over this like 1,000 times. It's freaking annoying.
No, I'm asking you. You can't answer the question.
We have a new person, and you're here to interject and to just try to get the new people to go away. That's what you're trying to do. Obviously.
I am. Obviously.
You've had this conversation how many times, Alish?
So to briefly answer her question and then to just move on to the next point, right? To act as though the surface of the earth not being horizontal is the default is obviously ridiculous. In the history of humans, the spheroidal earth doctrine is the Johnny come lately. Just hang on. Just hang on. Just hang on. Okay. The spheroidal earth doctrine, the SE doctrine, is obviously the Johnny come lately as it concerns the shape of the earth in the history of humans. So the default that we observed our entire lives until someone thought they were so smart, such as Pythagoras, which is the primary originator of this doctrine, okay, which didn't originate from empirical observation, let alone verification. It arose from his aesthetic opinion about the gods favoring or the spherical shape above all else. That's where the spheroidal earth doctrine began. That's where it began. How it began. Okay.
I asked ChatGPT to summarize me this article, a Chinese Eratosthenes of the flat Earth, and they actually do the same thing you criticize. They come up with an assumption, and then they already work on believing that this assumption is true. So what they do is they had a flat Earth. They had a belief already that the Earth is flat, and there's dome sky cosmology of some sort. I don't know what that means because this is done by cosmologists. And so all the math in it is.
Concentrate on what's being said here, dude. What are you talking about? Concentrate on
No,
what
this is the article.
You.
No, this is the article, right, that he posted. And so what they do is the math in it is already internally consistent with that assumption, right? So they're doing the same thing you criticize.
All right. So like I told you, it's inconclusive.
Look,
go ahead, Gregory.
You're not getting the point. He's not getting the point. The point is, people try to appeal to this measurement that Eratosthenes did as though it's exclusively indicative of the Earth being a ball. The fact that just not necessarily the Chinese, that another person or people did the same operation and got the same result, and the interpretation is coherent with that evidence, proves that it's not exclusively indicative of the Earth. So it's a weak inductive argument and doesn't prove your doctrine.
Well, the thing is that we actually could verify that Eratosthenes was actually correct. He was actually off by 1,000 kilometers for the Earth's circumference, but we could verify that he's correct through satellite geodesy, for example, or GPS systems. So the Chinese were wrong in the
thing that underlies this. Okay, look, we heard you say this before. Okay, here's a reply. The thing that underlies this is your metaphysical doctrine, which is so-called gravity. Without that,
okay, do you not believe that there's satellites in space? Do you really need metaphysics to talk about satellites?
We heard you already. We heard you say that appeal already thoroughly.
Why do we have to talk about metaphysics? This is just so simple.
Because this is a part of your worldview. This is a part of your cosmology.
My worldview is simple.
Stop talking to me. Cosmology is
Why are you talking to me,
category.
Then, bro?
Stop talking through me. I said.
Oh God.
Cosmology is a subcategory in metaphysics. So you're already talking about what is categorically a metaphysical subject. Look it up. So it's
Okay,
not as though
but guys,
me
you have to
mentioning
relax,
metaphysics doesn't
guys. You have
apply
to
to what
relax.
you said.
It's gonna be
So again,
okay.
can you stop that?
You're just yapping. You're not really saying
But
anything of merit.
Now you're just ignoring what I'm saying to you now.
Because
That
you're
doesn't
yapping,
prove that
dude.
you
It
know
has
better.
no merit.
That
No,
does
he
not prove
hello.
that you know better because you're just snobbishly hand waving. What I'm saying, yeah, of course
He
you have to leave.
left. He's not
Please
receptive
say
to new
something
information.
substantive.
He wasn't ready to be schooled.
okay, okay. Let's go through it. I will tell you. Everything that you say with me, I will give you a fucking answer. I will not go away. But I will tell you everything about the space and about the Earth has been a lie that it teach in school and so on. No, we are living in a topographical landscape. That's no question. And on my captain, I know how you take and use text. I know the elevation line. If you have an elevation angle, you need 180. That's the ground we are using. All
Thank
below
you,
this
Johnny.
that, and then we
Who's
have a
the new
circular
person that had a
equal
question?
altitude. Circular equal altitude gives you thousands of miles. That is absolutely flat. Circular equal altitude, 1,000 miles. How is that? And at the same time, you think that you're living in
Thank
a
you, Johnny.
spinning
There's
ball
someone
for
that had a
39,
question,
15 minutes.
Johnny. You're monologuing, Johnny. 1 second.
No, I'm not
Christian.
monologuing. I'm telling. That's not
Yeah,
monologuing.
but there was someone that had a question, though.
Yeah, I am telling. Now everybody can question me just like that because I know what it's about. That's
My
all.
bad, Johnny. Thank you. I just wanted to hear the other question that someone had because the other guy left in the middle of the conversation. So
Yeah, I can talk about that also, but I come late in, so I was not there before. I just was in the middle. But I really want to discuss this problematic. But I'm just saying, I know the Earth is flat. It's massive flat. I'm not friends with Nathan Nucleus, but he learned it from me. But I have nothing to do with Nathan Nucleus, so just relax. I will just tell you that there is something that you have to take in. The world isn't like you have been taught. There's a lot of questions, and you should not have any fucking bias. And just relax.
yeah,
It's
we're
not
relaxed. Everybody's relaxed.
good. Very good. So, I don't have to talk. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for a response.
1 second. Go ahead, Christian LDS. Do you wanted to say something, Christian?
Yeah, I was just curious about what people think about the pictures that taken from that whatever it is thing that's flying around or whatever.
Well, I'm glad you
Space.
asked because that's the very thing I was
Are you
going to talk
talking
about
about
earlier.
picture from space? Are you
So
talking about?
yeah, obviously. So
Yeah.
so what I was going to talk about
I
just
might be able to
earlier.
post one of the screenshots I took.
Yeah, what I was going to talk about just
Go
earlier,
ahead.
right?
Okay.
So obviously
I
we
will
live in an
say.
age where. Hang on, Johnny. So obviously
Okay.
we live in an age where we've been inundated with the notion, right, with the whole psychological operation campaign that humans have contrived devices, aerospace devices, to fly far enough away from the Earth to get pictures of the Earth allegedly being a ball, right? Okay. Problem is that one, if that is indeed the case, that entails that we can measure the curvature down here on the Earth that we've been on for only God knows how many thousands of years since He created human beings. Okay. And secondly, it rests upon a fundamental metaphysical presupposition which is incoherent. I'll get to that later. First part, the simple modus tollens explains the issue. If there are authentic, if all the alleged images of the Earth being a ball are authentic, then we can measure the curvature down here on the Earth. observe and measure down here on the Earth. We don't observe and measure the curvature down here on the Earth. We can take you through the ringer, showing you all the long distance observations where we see farther than what would be possible on a ball, including laser measurements that show that the surface is parallel with the laser rather than deviating in a convex slope downwards from the laser, which is the entailment of the Earth being a ball. Okay, so there's that much. So if there are images that are authentic images of the Earth being a ball, then we would observe and measure the curvature of the Earth down here on the Earth. We don't observe and measure the alleged Earth curve down here on the Earth. We observe and measure it to be horizontal. Therefore, there are no authentic images of the Earth being a ball. Those simple modus tollens to help you understand the issue. With that first layer, the first layer.
Yo, man. Okay, I understand. I understand your viewpoint, but what I want to talk about is
He was answering the question to the other guy, Johnny, to the Christian LDS that asked the question.
I will talk about the reality, what we have, what we haven't.
Yeah.
So, Christian, do you have a question so far?
There's no proof. Oh, shit. There's no proof for anything that about the space. There's no proof about anything. We are land on the moon. There's no proof about anything. Everything is a fucking lie. It's a made up fucking shit. And a lot of people is making a lot of money.
Johnny, we can find shit in the physical and natural world, and that's real. But what they're proposing is an impossibility, something that doesn't exist. That's why they have to only show it in the TV. Shed is more real than the globe idea.
For me, it's a lot. It's about fucking money and the control.
What do you think, Gregory, when people say that the globe is shit or bullshit, but we can find those in the physical and natural world?
Yeah, but
unlike the globe.
I know.
Wait, what they say is shit?
I know that
when they say that the globe is bullshit, but I'm like, no, we can find bullshit in reality.
Okay, I will tell you. It might be some balls in it. I have a balls.
That's why I call it fantasy.
It doesn't matter. I'm a fucking spherical just because I have a balls hanging down. You know, I'm a universe. I have balls hanging down. That's not. Yeah, I think it is my universe because I'm thinking about my dick all the time or my balls. No, it isn't. It's more. Fingers, brain.
Let me check in the new Johnny. Let me check in the new people. Go ahead, Audie. You want to say something, Audie? Go ahead. Got a question?
Yeah, I just joined.
Hey, Audie.
All right. If you got any questions, you can direct them to Gregory.
Or Johnny. Johnny will field any question you got.
Well,
fix your connection, Audie. Fix the connection, Audie.
Yeah, fix your connection. Yeah. Audie, check your satellite connection. Check your satellite connection. Maybe the satellites are not.
In the first place. What? High altitude platforms. No satellites.
Yeah, Johnny, let him try to get the question out.
Okay, where do you want to go? You're all over the place now.
He's trying to get a better satellite signal, Johnny.
Yeah, but there is no satellites. Yeah, well, satellite only is going around. Okay, it's going around, but it's not through around spherical things. It's about. Oh no, it's not. It's over. Just circling. Everything is circling around.
No,
and this started in 1953. 1953,
Johnny,
they started balloons.
Johnny, you missed it. He said he didn't say satellite.
Still using balloons.
Johnny, listen, dude. He didn't say satellite. He said sad old light. Like a
sad old light. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like for seasonal, mood disorder.
Oh yeah. You know, that's one of the problems here. But I thought he said satellites.
No, he said sad old light.
Yeah.
What,
So,
Johnny? What color light do you use for seasonal light needs? Like, do you use red, blue, or do you use like full spectrum?
I thought they were asking me for the eye color, over my. Yeah, it was a fucking gay color.
I bought a red light and it works okay, but I don't know which one do you use.
Okay, is it working for you?
Yeah, pretty. I look at it and I'm like, so pretty, and that's about it.
Yeah. And you're looking in your mirror and say, "Oh, that's working fine."
Yeah, my room looks reddish and everything looks reddish, so I don't know. Feels good.
Yeah. What can I say? I don't know.
How about you, Crit? What color do you use, Crit? Since you brought it up.
Yeah, I kind of have it, rotating, but it kind of goes from like a light green to like a deep purple.
So you're talking about 78 fucking disco ball. Everybody had overhead.
Yeah, I mean, I could turn it on, but we got too many people in the room, so I can't turn my camera on. Well, I'll show it next time when we get a chance to talk.
So you're talking about that? Oh,
All right, let me double check on the new people again. Anybody want to ask Johnny any questions?
Johnny's like an encyclopedia. You can even ask him like random stuff, and he'll know dates and times, and it's like incredible. Like he won't even give him a chance to Google it. You'll get done with the question, and he'll know all about the topic.
So you're saying he's AI?
No, better than AI.
No.
AI will hallucinate and tell you like wrong shit. Johnny nails it. Like he's the ultimate bar trivia champion.
So you're saying he's the Minority Report program?
No, I'm not. I have a reaction like a human being.
Yes, he what? You want to test it out?
Nobody can drink so much like Johnny B and still be question. Answer the question.
Okay, Johnny, which
but
country?
I want to say he might be questionable if he drinks too much. No, not Johnny. Johnny's always clear.
Like Johnny, which country is also a continent?
This country is also a continent.
Yeah, a country that's also a continent.
I would say Australia then.
Nailed it.
Aha!
Antarctica.
How many bones are in a giraffe's neck?
How many bones? How many bones?
In a giraffe's neck.
I think it's the same as a human.
It's for Johnny. Shut up. Shut up, go lay down.
I think it's absolutely over 52, but the ground base of the bone is 52. But
nailed it. Look at that. He nailed it.
Is it really 52?
Yeah, he just absolutely nails these questions.
Is there? I have a quick question to ask. Right? Is there like?
Okay, here we go.
Yeah. Is there
52
like
bones. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
What?
I'll just write this down for later.
Right. Okay. Is there like a way I can test out the flat Earth theory?
Yeah, definitely. You can use water. The physics of water you can use the test.
I got a question. You won't get right.
Oh, is that for Johnny? Oh, sorry, I didn't know if that was for Johnny.
Yeah, I got a question that not even your AI will get right.
Okay, let's see. Ready, Johnny?
Yeah, I don't have to be right here. I'm just me.
Question is,
the only time Johnny was wrong is that he thought he was wrong, but he was actually right.
Yeah, that was terrible, angry.
Just one.
How can I think I was wrong? That was terrible.
Name one of the ancient texts that are found inside of the Sacred Records app. This is an app released by Native Americans. Contains over 50 works, 1,000 pages.
Sounds like he cut out. Did you
Yeah.
get the whole question out? He cut out halfway through.
There's a app called Sacred Records, and it contains more than 50 ancient records from Native Americans, from South America to North America. Name just one of the books that are in it.
Has never that all of that that you're talking about is also false. So you cannot take it as a reliable fact. Therefore, it has to be crossed out. That your question is malformed. I'm not able to answer it because of everything up behind it. There's a big light. There's no clarity. Therefore, I cannot answer the question. That's not my fault.
You can't answer it because it's not on AI.
Well, generally he won't answer stuff fictional. It's got to be
It's not
non-fiction.
fictional. I can name some of them, and you can pull them up, and you'll find historical records.
No, listen,
archaeological
you're not getting the point. You're not getting the
different
point.
scopes.
You could have the correct answer, but Johnny will fix it though. Go ahead.
Oh,
But
my bad.
I'm not doing that. There is no clear answer for this question. Because
here's a good
misinformation and so on and so on.
Yeah, so this is the type of questions you got to do for Johnny. It's like, which artist painted Starry Night?
Oh, I would say David Bowie.
Nailed it. Look at this. Every single time.
Let me double check in the new people. Anybody got a question about the topic of the VC? I think there was a guy that asked, how can I test the Earth or something? Are you still here? Maybe he left, maybe not. You see?
But I'm getting old about hearings.
Old is getting you, Johnny.
Christian, did you have a question for me? What I said earlier? We had like a little thing like several minutes ago. Do you remember what I said to you earlier?
I was just posting it in the side chat. No, sir.
Okay. Did you want to retain my answer? Do you care or?
Oh, you can repeat the answer. I was just curious about the photos that I posted on the chat with.
Yeah, I saw those messages in the open chat too. Yeah. So yeah,
dude, I just don't know.
we're all familiar with the notion that humans have allegedly built aerospacecraft to go so far away from the Earth, hundreds of thousands of miles, to get far enough away to take some snapshots, come back to the Earth, and do a
Talking
big,
about
the best show and tell ever.
like a reality, it is
So
high altitude fucking
the first
platforms,
issue,
you can say.
The first issue, right? Like I said to you, with the modus ponens, excuse me, not modus ponens, self-correction, modus tollens.
Space.
Okay, if A then B, not B, therefore not A, right? If all the alleged images of the Earth being a ball are authentic, that's a very sad sentence to say, are authentic, then we would be observing and measuring the Earth being a ball down here on the surface. We don't observe and measure the Earth being a ball, the surface curving like a ball would down here on the surface. Therefore, the alleged images are not authentic.
I'm getting boring. What the fuck are you talking about, my friend?
Now, of course, the next step is to, I would hope you would ask, okay, where is the observations and measurements of the Earth being horizontal? So there are several people who are waiting.
You're bad connection.
Right now in the VC, they can
tell me.
send all sorts of things in the open chat right now. You can study them. FE core laser test, all these long distance observations and measurements.
How can we study
farther than would be possible
how can I study?
on the
how can I do?
Johnny,
how can I
Johnny,
do?
Johnny.
How can I do that? How can you study it?
Johnny.
Okay.
So they can show you that laser tests, the surface of the waters, no matter how far, it's parallel with the laser rather than convexing down away from the laser, which is the entailment. The entailment of the Earth being a ball, which is not evident at all. Show you the long distance observations where you can see much farther than what would be possible on the alleged ball that we allegedly live on. All right.
Laser test, I love that.
It clearly
That's
falsifies supposes that these alleged images, and that's the technical specific term for these images,
long
are not
distance,
authentic. And why do I say
long
images? Because they
distance
themselves
images.
in court are going to say images and not photos. Because if they do say photos, then it explicitly asserts that they're authentic and liable to scrutiny, right? And that
Yeah.
gives grounds for a lawsuit, which they don't want to be bothered with.
Don't forget the microwaves. Microwaves going. Everything is going in a straight line, and the technology we're using is use a straight line over long distance. It will never work if you are 39 small ball of 3959 radius. So yeah, it's proved the Earth is not 3959 radius. It's proved it cannot be this or that. So on the Earth, the area we're living on is measured flat in all directions. There you have it, guys. It's over. If you are a globe type,
I follow. The same answers as before.
it's just like you
I'm
cannot
interested
believe.
to see if any of the stuff would create some confrontations or discussions or ideas and whatnot. But I thought it would. But I guess
Confrontation in here or like any given forum?
in here.
No, not really.
I'm curious.
And of course, confrontation between those who believe the SE doctrine, SE Strudel Earth. Confrontation between those who believe SE and those who believe FE, right? Other than that, and not really.
So,
Mouth is dry.
do you understand that
I just found the
Genevieve is
image
utterly
interesting.
correct and right on it? I can be teasing, I can be because maybe I'm crazy. I think it's fun, but just because I thought it's fun, I'm trying to make some kind of entertainment of all this fucking nonsense. But in reality, over a long time, of course it's not fun because it's making everybody stupid. Everybody is trying to start his life coming from nowhere, making a nowhere from the Big Bang. New children born every time. They are trying to take their first step, and that's you want to teach them? Fucking nonsense. Wake up, guys. You have to stop this. Be real.
Thank you, Johnny.
Because we can go so high, but so long as it goes, it's just go down, and it's not fun. Just because I'm making fun of this fucking nonsense, it doesn't mean I'm satisfied for everything that's happening. Of course not. I hate it. I'm just making fun of this fucking nonsense, stupidity. You are not living in a fucking
The globe as a brain rot. I wouldn't call it making people stupid because there was, stupidity probably was, how do you say, existed before the globe, but it's causing something called brain rotting. It's a brain rot.
What's that?
Brain rot.
I don't know what it is.
Well, when people think too much about these fantasy ideas and they just think about it and they entertain it for way too long, these brain rot ideas it causes an effect called brain rotting.
Okay, then it gets real. It's a cult mentality, though. Cult, yeah. They start believing something that they want to believe in. Yeah, they believe it's true. And
Gregory, are you still here?
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah.
wanted to ask Gregory something.
That's craziness. That's craziness.
I'm
Gregory
not here.
left. Oh, you're not here. Gregory, in the scriptures,
How
it
can
talks
you answer if
about
you're not
it,
here?
it talks. I've been entertaining an idea. Maybe you can clarify a little bit for me based on the
Yeah.
scripture. Maybe it talks about the Creator will send a great deception because they don't love the truth or something. He says
Yeah, you're
they will
referring to the strong delusion, quote unquote, in Second Thessalonians.
for the Creator to fulfill His plan, right? Great delusion. Wouldn't he need like agents of delusion working, or maybe just let's say, let's say I learned about the globe and I kind of like believed it for a while, but then when I actually came back to my senses and I acknowledged reality for what it is, right? I realized that there's a design in place and my senses work. I'm actually in this reality and I'm operating in it, obviously. And I was able to upgrade my programming to accept reality from the brain rot that I was in, believing in the nonsense brain rot of the globe, right? But it looks like there's people that are actually not capable of kind of like getting it, and it kind of like gives me this signal that there might be people out there, many examples that join this VC that are not designed to actually get it. They're actually designed to just believe in the delusion and not
Yeah.
get off it.
Yeah, it's real. It's here. Many are deluded, and not everyone has been saved by the Lord.
So it might be a valid train of thought that I just kind of like been considering.
Yeah, you're correct. In Revelation, the Lord talks about all He will penalize, and one of the descriptors He said about them is that they hated the truth and loved lies and practiced them.
Wow.
In John 3, He says the judgment is that people loved darkness and hated the light.
Yeah, that adds up to it too.
Denying the facts, denying cosmological facts is to deny what God has revealed about Himself via creation.
And even denying your God-given, I mean, not you, but people denying like
those who do
even
this.
our God-given senses. How we operate in here is kind of like it's such like for me, it's such an obvious thing, but for some people, I think they kind of get it, but like it says like they hate it in a sense. They actually work against it.
Yeah,
it's almost like a rebellion of a sense, like a rebellion against your father or something.
They suppress the truth and
I would say
unrighteousness. Right?
people are depressed. People are depressed. They want to stay in the dark. They are alone. They lie. They're not doing nothing. Doing any work. They're not feeling good. They don't feel the light either because they just want to stay in light. It's a depression. It's something that's negative. It's not positive. That's all it is. And I will tell you guys.
This stuff is. I don't know. Sometimes I don't even want to think about it. I just want to like. But it's. This is. They come in here as why is so important to have this conversation. Like they don't even see how important it is to actually just as a starting point acknowledge reality for what it is and not kind of like replace it with these nonsensical fantasy ideas that people want to like kind of like live in their minds.
Yeah, it's driven by
really feel
the
with you.
intimidation of the weight of the subject. It's
Intimidation.
correct to use the word gravity. The gravity of this subject, of these facts, is very heavy, and not everyone has the emotional and psychological strength to carry it.
Yeah, and at the same time, you are using the word gravity for this situation. In the same time, a gravity has been and say everything is because of gravity. It's holding everything and everything. That's a lie. They are using the word gravity, and the word gravity is a lie. It doesn't mean there is some part because of how things is falling down of 9.8
Right, it means weight, heaviness. Right.
second. So everything might be some truth inside it, but how close of misformation and fucking lies. That is terrible. Therefore, we cannot use like people cannot say this and that, and they have to use all the words, censor and so on. It doesn't mean the word. We cannot use many words because they have been misused, and so on and so on. It doesn't mean the meaning is away. It's just, oh shit, we have to change the words then. So we cannot use gravity anymore because the gravity is the answer for everything that you cannot answer. It's like the magic word. What is gravity?
Yeah,
Which
these people,
gravity
they
are you
abuse
talking about?
words. They don't know how to speak well. They don't know how to speak accurately. These
Hey, Jack, can
scientists.
you hear me?
Scientism. Hey, Taylor.
So, is it? Are you
Good
talking
to hear
about the
you.
Newtonian gravity? Are you talking about Einsteinian gravity? Or are you talking about this or that? Or are you talking about the gravity of the situation? What is that? Everybody understands if you say the gravity of the situation. It's about how heavy it is. It's about weight of the conversation. It's about weight.
I like to think. I've heard you having so many conversations in the past. You've been in these talks for a long time, and I kind of contrasted you talking to people. And I remember the Globers in the beginning, like me listening to conversations, and people try to tell them things. They will say this, "Oh, you use word salad or whatever," right? But when I was able to comprehend a lot of the topics and come to my, kind of like certain conclusions about everything, I was able to identify that your speech was cohesive and what had like a means to an end, and you were trying to, make it to the bridge, cross the bridge, and make it to your goal, make it to the other side in the conversation. I was trying to follow, but then listening to them, like putting what like kind of like going contrary to what you were saying, and in a sense, many people trying to not have the conversation with you. But I actually I was actually able to see what you were doing with the language, and I appreciate it because right now I can see it more clear, and people, even when you're addressing people very politely, cohesively, English language, they shut down just by you speaking English, just by you saying words. They just shut down. Like, he's just talking.
It's like
words with meaning.
I'm speaking better and better. My
And
English is getting better
the
and
knee-jerk
better.
reaction to
Because I'm
blurt back at
speaking.
me is you're playing semantics, and then they obviously don't know what the word means. You don't know what semantics is. So yeah, I am playing semantics. Semantics is the study of meaning. That's what it is. Semantics, study of meaning. And I want to speak meaningfully, unless you would like me to speak meaninglessly.
Of course. Yeah.
Would you rather me
able to
speak
do
without meaning?
then everything fall
Would you rather speak
between.
without meaning? Right?
Yeah, but I am
And
so. I would
real
say.
quick, in contrast, that many of the times when a lot of, the globe believers, even if they do it intentionally, subconsciously, or whatever, they say things speaking about this globe mantra nonsense idea, and they speak a language that doesn't make any sense in reality. When
Incoherent.
actually is super incoherent, and they are speaking like they actually mean something, but they don't, which is
Okay.
crazy.
And most people have no idea how to actually, identify those types of errors, those rhetorical errors, or those grammatical errors, or things like that. So they just go on talking, and they impress most people as though they know what they're talking about, and they just go unchecked, and they're not convinced themselves that they're just so rigid and solid and got it all nice and tight, and they don't. The errors go as fundamental as grammatical errors.
Okay, and
Gregory will
I
check
will.
them.
No. I will come in some point.
Taylor.
So no, you can talk after me. No, because
Tyler,
I
you
will
got
say
next,
something.
Tyler.
You can go after me. But what I will say now is all of this independent podcaster and everything. They are always talking about the truth. They are always going after the truth and this and that. And yeah, listen, yeah, they are on the right spot and so on. But then, in the same time, they follow in around the globe and everything. So they don't know the biggest fucking shit is the globe. They are talking about the pandemic. They are talking about COVID, all of that, but they cannot take the dot to you're not living on a spinning ball. That is the biggest fucking de-saving that the mankind is in just now. And all of these guys are trying to do the right thing and talking. They are still there. They are not going out. They don't know, and it's so hard to go to them. They are really going against the system and all of that's happening, all this fucking shit, all of this fucking war, but they are still in the nuclear fucking manipulation. There is no fucking nuke in the first place. Yeah, there's a crazy bombs. Now there are much more dangerous things. And nuke was a lie in the. But I will tell you guys so much before say something. But if you feel in your heart that something is wrong, I'll talk about it. And then the other guys can help you out. And internet, is right on. The people that is in charge, they are afraid with internet. They are afraid with the living, growing communities and so on. They said they call us. We are not cats. It's a conspiracy theorist. What is the fucking word? What is the definition of being conspiracy theorist? Is trying to get to the truth, try to understand if something is wrong. Yeah. No, that's actually how it should be. Everybody should be under control, out of lie. We will have greatness, great people, and we should be able to trust the government. But nobody trusts the government, really. It's a fucking play. The American regime is a satanic.
Johnny, let's let Taylor say something. Tyler, is he still here? Tyler, was it Taylor?
Okay, what do you want to say then?
I think someone wanted to say something, but
I'm just what I was saying is that your people have to know everything from the beginning, and you have to understand that everything's a fucking manipulation and has been paid by billionaires.
Wow.
And you're in the midst of it. You just have to grow up and understand it. I love you people. And the earth is massive flat.
I was did y'all just start up this server again?
No.
Oh, it's been going. Okay.
We jump around from the other server to this one. It's just random. People decide to come here or be on the other place. It's just jump.
Yeah, we're like a bunch of Jews in tents wandering through the promised land.
Exactly.
Where's the other one?
Okay, have you something to say about what I was saying, or you just saying, I'm a sweet girl, I'm just coming in, what's up? Did you listen to what I was saying?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, have you something to say about it?
Well, you were talking about how people use words and they don't even know what they're talking about. And then you kind of went on a tangent and I got a phone call at the end.
Oh shit.
It was my point about Gregory, because Gregory is very he used the words with meaning and like
Yeah, Gregory's super smart.
yeah, so I kind of like was able to hear him since the beginning, kind of like doing that, and I saw a lot of people pushing him back for doing it, but I actually appreciate his style a lot. So yeah,
I know the
that's what
first
I
time I
wanted
heard
to say.
him, people can get a bad taste in their mouth because he's very like stern and stuff in his like, just the way he talks. But if you actually listen to what he's saying, he makes a lot of sense, and he doesn't let people get away with speaking about nonsense, and I love that a lot.
Likewise, yeah. Even Flat Earthers push him back.
How tall are you, honey?
5'2".
Oh, okay, all right.
Johnny?
Yeah. What? No, I'm not doing anything.
Johnny, you crack me up, bro. You like
No, I
you
was
light
just
it up. You
joking
light
with
it up. I love you, Johnny. A random question.
I'm like 105 pounds, 5'2", but like like I'm in good proportion. My bones are tiny, so I'm like all over tiny, but not like a midget or anything. It runs in my family. Like the women are small. But I like doing science and research. So one of the things about gravity that y'all were talking about it last
Thank you,
night too.
darling. I love you. I love your voice, and I love your spirit.
Thanks. I'm about to get an elevator. But they don't know how gravity works at all on the atomic level. They invoke it all the time, but they don't even understand it.
It's not a real thing.
Tyler, haven't you? I've heard people talking about you in a few VCs. Haven't you conducted a few tests yourself? You did, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
What do you think yourself it will be your highlight that you kind of like? This is kind of like maybe your highlight that you actually maybe you're proud of doing it, or maybe you kind of like you want to present it more than others.
Yeah, definitely. So I was in a Flat Earth Friday one day, and they were telling me like, "Oh, you should talk to Jesse or whatever because he has like proof of flat Earth. I mean, sorry, the globe." And I was asking people like, "How would I test it? Like, what's like definitive proof of curvature and stuff?" And I was presented about theodolite readings, right? Like with the theodolite, and so I really did a deep dive into that. I was able to get a theodolite and do some surveying myself. And one of the things that I figured out is that they're not like if you're looking through the theodolite at different times of the day, you'll get different readings. And some of the papers I was reading was talking about how day versus night, you'll see things in different locations. Things will actually get shorter in their visual apparent height as the day goes on. And I'm like, this is really interesting. So it's like a trend happening. Things will get shorter as the day goes on. And I'm like, why is that happening? So I basically looked into like Snell's law, atmospheric refraction, stuff like that. And the most important factor is the temperature gradient. And I found out, many peer-reviewed papers talk about this, like not using standard refraction because the temperature gradient in our lower portion of the atmosphere is much more steep. And this would actually give you a prediction. You would expect things to look visually lower because of the temperature gradients that are present during the daytime. And so I should do, which is get the temperature gradient so you can know which way the light's bending. And when I did that, it was basically closer to the FE prediction without curvature than it was to the globe Earth prediction. All I did was properly account for refraction and use what their own model says that you should do. And then it was closer to the flat Earth prediction. So that's something I'm pretty proud of.
Thanks for that. Do you get any replies from the Globers, any resistance? Because I know a couple days ago there was this guy here that you mentioned. What's his name? With the guy with the theodolite. Forgot his name.
Jesse.
Jesse, yeah, he was here the other day, and he has an image of him on top of a mountain, looking to another mountain that is like 80 miles away or something. Are theodolites used for that distance? You got anything to say about what Jesse says? Because I know the guys in here kind of like just basically just how do you say debunked his claims in a sense, and he kind of like resets every time he comes back. But what do you got to say about him in general? About his
him in general, I don't have any issues with.
his test.
It's just like really people you have to do your own research. You have to look into papers and stuff because many Globers won't tell you the whole truth of what's happening. They'll like tell you what like portions of it, but like so for example with me, I'm like, okay, so whenever I do these theodolite readings, the Globers are the ones that like kind of dared me to do it. Like and I of course like I'm gonna take the challenge or whatever, but so I'm like, okay, so what about refraction? How do we account for that? They just say, oh, standard refraction. But if you actually look into it, many papers now say not to use that. It's not representative of where we're at, in the troposphere. I can go through the whole thing. I'm not trying to like monologue though.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Okay.
so yeah, and fast surveyors, they say that they do like short observations, like maybe 1 mile max. Like they don't usually do observations like that distance for any practical surveying.
No, it's true. I find this all the time. Like what they'll do is they'll hide the globe within the margin of error that they accumulate everywhere all the time. So they will confine themselves only to doing short-term distances. And they will purposefully use error-prone and gross observations. One thing that I'd like to see is maybe a theodolite that's set up and observing the horizon, but to have it record something that's time lapsed, almost like Skunk Bay. Like show us Skunk Bay, but show us you doing your reciprocal zenith angles over the course of a day or two, time lapse, so that we can see the horizon getting squished and stretched and shifting down and shifting up and all that other garbage that happens.
Yeah, that's a good point. So actually, like whenever I've done like a lot of research into it, I feel like I understand what's happening with the theodolites. So that's what I'm proud of. And what else was I gonna mention? Oh yeah, he asked me what pushback I get. Okay, so the main pushback that I get, because they fully acknowledge what I'm saying. It's like in their own, papers and it's like peer reviewed, like they can't deny what I'm saying. However, they'll say, oh, whenever you get like on top mountain, then the temperature gradient is so that you're not going to have the upward refraction per se, where things like appear to drop over distance. Okay, so it's like if light bends up, things drop over distance. That's how it works. And then if light bends down, which they say always happens, which is not true, things appear taller. Now they say that things, because of refraction, always appear taller than they are. But even peer-reviewed papers I've given them say no, that is not true. Especially like in the up to like 10 feet from the surface, if you're looking on any given average day. So it's actually not what they say standard refraction would predict. Okay, so they say whenever you get on top of a mountain, then it's going to be different, but I highly disagree. And this summer, I'm going to be doing testing temperature gradients on a mountain.
So you're going out there to do another test. Awesome. Good news then. I'll be looking forward to that.
Yeah. Drop my spreadsheets in here in the chat.
So here, guys, someone testing surface of the world. I mean, I'm doing some testing out there. So if any of the Globers out there looking for information, it's available right now in the text chat.
Testing. It's
not working. It's not working. Check your satellite
This is
connection.
working. Hello. I'm on the moon. I'm on the moon. You have to talk with me on the landline. You need landline to talk with me because I'm on the moon.
Is that my mic making weird noise? Is that what it is, Johnny? You mocking my mic or what?
No, I'm just saying all the people in the politics server, they are sending me 1,000 messages. They love me. So I'm very thankful.
I don't know if I
I
can
love
post
you.
a picture in the text chat. Do I
Yeah,
have
I'm
perm?
just saying. There's a lot of people now. Ding, 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 ding.
Yeah, they DM you. The perms in here are kind of weird because you have to have activity. But if you send me some stuff to Gemsy, I'll post whatever you trying to text. It's kind of like
okay.
we are not moderators of the server. We are moderators of the VC. Of this
Okay.
VC.
Anyways, people are listen to our conversation and they say I'm kind and I'm nice. They love Johnny B. And I will say thank you very much to everybody who has given response. And it's just making me humble. it's making me humble and thankful also. Yeah, that's almost the same. And I will tell you, I know more that I can give because people don't get more than they can understand.
Johnny,
Therefore,
shut up.
no way. But I will tell you some secrets, just a little bit every time. Just a little bit. But then you have to come over to Fucking Shit Friday or Chip Panda server. That's my show. But he muted me. he was crazy. He got bollocks. But I can say, oh shit, what's wrong with him? Yeah, but I love him anyways. But he's crazy. He's just a little stupid. But, somebody in your family that is stupid, but you love them anyways. It's just like that. But you can ask me a question. I can answer a few questions. Over.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you.
Oh, Amarant, so I can give you some knowledge. You cannot think on a spinning ball if you have an elevation angle. Let's give you a certain equal altitude. 1,000 miles, thousands of miles. If you're living a ball, it's impossible. I understand that you don't understand what that means, but I'm telling you, elevation angle is you are standing on the ground. You take elevation. It has nothing to do with altitude at all. It's just
Taylor, did you see the post in the chat from Yaga Bruno?
Whoever did the mute, thank you so much.
Yeah, I did that because we can't take it over on YouTube anymore. Sorry about that. But he's drunk and he's rambling for 30 minutes at a time. We need to fix this.
Hey man, you don't have to explain yourself to me. You just
Taylor, are you still there? We appreciate you being here. We have some questions for you.
Jimsy, I sent you the pictures.
Johnny being drunk? Come on.
Let me double check real quick.
My hands are
Is there
busy
anyone
with.
else? Is there anyone else with perms that I could send the picture to? The trials.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, you
Okay.
posted it?
Not yet. I'm gonna check it in a second.
Hurry up, Chimsy. Stop slacking.
Sorry, my hands are busy.
Okay. Look, I see in the text chat, Jesse says they all show a drop of 9 to 13 inches at 1 mile. Yes, they do. But whenever you take the temperature gradient into account, that's what you'd expect, even on a flat Earth. So if it was a globe Earth, and we took the refraction that was calculated, we should see like a drop of 20 inches. But if you expect flat Earth with the refraction that we calculated just based on Snell's law and temperature gradients, then it was closer to the flat Earth prediction. And yeah, so Jesse was the first one that told me to get a theodolite. And he said to basically, start I was like, well, theodolites are like $1,000. This was years back. And then he was like, okay, we'll help you get one. So yeah, they pitched in, helped me get a theodolite. I did readings. That's not anything that, like I'm ashamed of or whatever. They told me to get it. Globers and fighters pitched in. I did measurements, posted the data multiple times. And yeah, I think that I figured out what's happening. And so it's true, 9 to 13 inch drop was measured. However, that's what you would predict on a flat Earth just based on Snell's law. You know what I mean? So that's not like a debunk. He knows that because he helped me do the calculations of where you would expect something to be seen even on a flat Earth with the temperature gradients present. So I measured temperature, pressure, and humidity. But temperature gradient is far outweighs the pressure and humidity and what they would, what visual change they would cause.
I posted what Tyler sent me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I see some miraging there.
Yep. That's what's usually seen because it's mainly present during the daytime too when the sun's like really heating up the earth. Yes, sir. Sorry, I'm at school right now. If anybody has any questions, just DM me.
Anybody look through Tyler's work and made any conclusion about it?
Yeah,
I saw
nobody has ever debunked the work itself. It's valid, it's legitimate. Even Jesse Glober's helped me do the math for it, so they can't dispute that. The only rebuttal is like, yeah, exactly. So really the only rebuttal is like, oh, on top of a mountain, you wouldn't have this happen. But I disagree, but we'll see what happens with my data I'm gonna get this summer.
So you're like the anti-Jesse. You both have theodolites, and you are dueling. You're dueling theodolites.
I don't dispute his methods. He's just not accounting for refraction. That's it.
That's exactly it. And other things. You know, he produces exceptionally perfect data. You know, like he's got, I don't know, what is it, like 100 different data points showing curvature around a globe. And he has that spreadsheet that shows the curvature and this point and this point and this point and this point, and it's curving and curving and curving and curving. But the curve is created incrementally, and there's enough error within the total system that he's working with such that you can create any topology out of those observations that you want. You just don't need a globe one. You can create a concave one, convex, a dinosaur nugget, banana, a rubber dildo, who knows? Like you can create whatever you want out of the data.
There's a lot of things that I looked into, a lot of rebuttals I've heard to the theodolite things, and this one stands the strongest. It's actually like predictable, repeatable, even on a small scale. Go look up Skyfree on YouTube. They do like small scale observations showing the same phenomena.
Something I point out is a square swath of the globe, a curving square of the globe, is, if it's 69 by 69 statute miles, it's 99.77% flat. You know, if I said, hey, boss, I measured this flat spot of the Earth for our construction project over the 69 by 69 mile site, and I am 99.77% accurate, boss. Boss can be like, good job. And I'll be like, good. You can't tell the difference between flat or globe with that.
So for my observations, it was like double the amount, like the actual where I measured it to be was like the GE prediction was double the amount from where it actually was compared to the FE prediction. So it's like twice as accurate to go on the FE prediction.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Go look. I think I highlighted actually what to look at.
Do you have a YouTube?
No. I work a lot at school.
I
Trying
hear
to
ya. I got so much going
get
on. I
back
got
to
so much equipment and means and know-how. I'm like, I just need time. I just need like a few days to go out and go do stuff. But yeah, okay. I mean, DJ is one of our esteemed moderators and super fan. Um, he's got the means, motive, and opportunity. So if you wanted to send him stuff for him to publish, I'm pretty sure he'd do it. He's the guy that blew McToon out of the water a couple weeks ago.
Have you heard me and McToon debate?
Not yet. I heard you're pretty good though.
He said I was the most. What did he say? I'm a top tier F-ear. I have to be careful
Top
what to say.
tier. That's
Yeah,
wonderful.
like the best. Like, well, because I will go read papers, and so that's their standard, and so it's hard for them to argue with that. But yeah, go look. A couple of them were done recently on QOP server, but he can't dispute what I'm saying either. I'm not trying to boast whatsoever, but yeah, if you could find those debates, they're pretty free for to watch, personally.
That's good to flex, and I like flexing people from our side.
I don't like doing that actually.
My claim to fame is I got myself blocked publicly by a Dr. Shiva. Freaking clown.
It's funny because on McToon.net it mentions the temperature gradient, but none of them actually measure it whenever they do their observations.
I've heard some people joining. If you want to address the new people real quick, if you're welcome to open your mic and ask any questions.
Well,
about
I'm
the
here, and
topic.
I just want to say that Artemis 2 proved flat Earth completely wrong. I mean, I watched a live stream and saw our 4 brave astronauts, American astronauts, by the way, and they showed the Earth, and they showed that it was not flat; it's a globe. And I just find it so amazing how people like you guys can sit here and continue to be flat earthers.
We just have someone in here that tested the Earth itself. Lady right here, Tyler, and came to a conclusion that it's not curving though. So how can going away from the Earth proceed a direct measurement of the Earth?
Exactly. You need something more than something you saw on TV, Rico.
And the astronauts even said it. The astronauts said flat earthers are stupid. I'm sitting here looking
Oh
at the Earth right now.
no! Some people on TV said something. Oh, terrible! We're ruined.
Pack it up, boys. Shut the room down.
Furthermore, those astronauts are better scientists than you guys will ever be. Those are real scientists. They do science.
Those are real scientists. Oh,
You know
trust
what
me,
science
bro.
is?
I know because I saw it on TV.
How do you do science, right? Scientific method. And
Nah, you got to go to school to
that's
do science. You got to go to
observational
science
science.
school. No,
I
you
am
got
a
to
Wait,
go to
this
science
science
guy's
buff.
school.
being satirical. This is real. Like, this is really what you believe. What you saw on TV. That's
Scientific
serious.
method.
I watched the rocket take off. I
On
watched the
TV.
rocket leave the Earth, and then I watched the rocket cut on his cameras and show us what the rocket
But
saw.
what I'm asking is, you're being serious right now. This isn't satire. Like, this is truly what you believe.
This is just the fact of reality, bro. We watched it live.
It's a yes or no question. Is this truly what you believe? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Okay, that's
Yeah.
that's what I wanted. That's all. That's wow. That's amazing.
We watched it live, bro. How can anybody look at this and watch this live and say, "Oh, the Earth is still flat"? After we
He
just had four,
said that he
four of the
watched.
greatest scientists.
Because they're not brainwashed minds.
What's their
Real
name?
quick, he just said that he watched the rocket leave the Earth. Did you actually saw that yourself?
Why can't with this project had like I think $90 billion of funding, and they can't live stream it? Why?
They did live stream it.
No.
Yes.
No.
There's a cut every
Okay.
few seconds. That's
Aren't
not
they
live
still
stream.
aren't they still doing it right now? Aren't they still there? Can you send me the link for the live stream, please?
Sure.
Thank you. Last time I checked, it was like a still shot of like an AI generated picture.
Yeah, there was no continuous live stream. It would cut, fade out, glitch all the time, blue screen.
Here's the live stream right here. They're actually getting ready to land soon. So you can see the 4 actual scientists preparing for that. The
What's
real
their
scientists
names
that you guys
and
are
their
not.
degrees?
I don't know their names, but they went to very, very,
But they're
very,
the best
very
scientists.
strong science schools.
Can
Man,
you give me
it
one
would only be
example of
nice if
any
they could
science
show
that
me
they're
the
doing that they're
Earth.
doing?
Why aren't they showing the
Excuse
Earth?
me?
What science are they doing?
Space science.
Space science. Okay, great, got it noted.
Space science.
He said
Okay,
he
look.
said the best scientists, but he doesn't know who they are. He doesn't know the names. The best
They're doing
scientists.
space science, guys.
Okay, look, here's a picture from earlier. I just scrolled back on the stream. And tell me if y'all let me send it to you, Jim C. You can post it or whatever.
Yeah, I'll post it.
Where did you go? This looks so fake, to be honest. They were laughing about it. My husband told me they were laughing about the hospital. This one guy was like, "How fake this looks." He was like cracking up, laughing. The doctor, he's in this family medicine rotation. So this guy's like, I don't know. A lot of people are questioning it for sure. At least SpaceX has like a continuous like stream, even if they're not showing like the Earth, they're showing like one of their propellers or whatever, propulsors. At least they have a continuous stream.
Downloading and posting. Tyler sent me something, guys. I'm gonna post it for her.
So who do you think I'm going to believe? Actual space scientists or you
The
guys?
authorities. Appeal to authority, most likely.
Oh, you're gonna believe your priest. Obviously, you're gonna look up for the priest, and whatever the priest says, you're gonna say yes, priest. Aren't you?
We do real science around here. We don't do that fake shit.
How is this doing real science? Please tell me.
See, as you can see right here, you have a live stream video of the capsule itself floating through the space.
How is that science? Do you know how to conduct science?
Of course I do.
Okay. Do you know scientific method?
Yeah.
Okay, go through it.
You said the scientific method?
No Googling.
Well, I know it starts with hypothesis. I know what comes after that.
No, observation.
Wrong. Observation first. So
Well,
you
look, I'm
failed
not.
already, though. You just
I'm not
failed.
sure. No, I'm not saying I'm a scientist though. Like, we got real scientists up there doing science. You feel me? They're looking down on Earth and they're saying like, "Oh shit, this shit is not flat." They're taking photos. They're live streaming.
Wait,
And they're
if you
sending all
don't
the
know
pictures.
what science is, how do you know they're doing science? You're not qualified to talk, right? You just believe they're doing science. You just admitted you don't even know what
Look
science
at this.
is,
Hang on,
right?
hang on. Let me help you out. Let me help you out. Look at this picture and
No, I don't
snapshot.
need your help. I just pointed out your contradiction.
You see that
So,
picture right there?
discussion over.
Help him out at this moment. If you even have a driver's license.
I scientifically have a driver's license. Yes.
Hopefully, you're not on the same roads as I am.
You guys see that picture? That was taken by Reed Weissman.
Ooh, there's a problem there, though. You see that blue stuff there? The blue? You know what
That's
that
water.
is, right?
That's water.
Yeah, water doesn't do that, though.
Water does do that because of gravity. You understand what gravity is, right?
Gravity, for you, at least for you, is a word like that you repeat like a parrot. Gravity, but you don't know what it means, do you?
Oh, I know what gravity means.
What is it?
The thing that holds stuff down to the ground.
So you see, like a parrot.
I'm very familiar with gravity.
How does it work at the atomic level?
That was a question for you, Rico.
It just works. Because all matter has density, right? And so when
That
matter has
doesn't
density,
explain it.
what that does is that creates a weight, and that weight is what holds you down, right? So if you were a
Helium has
feather,
density.
if you were a
Helium goes
feather,
up,
yeah, but if you were a feather, you wouldn't be down on the ground, you'd be floating in the air. That's
but
why
it has
birds can fly.
density.
But that's why birds can fly, because they're light.
Feathers have density. What are you talking about?
Yeah, feathers have density, but the density creates gravity. So if you don't have a lot of density, you're not as gravitatious.
What was that one?
So all matter has density, but if you have a light density, you're not as gravitatious as other
Can
people.
we get a fact check on that word, please?
Like the reason why we're gravitatious, the reason
Gravitatious?
why, yeah,
Gravitatious?
the reason why we're gravitatious as humans is because we on average weigh 210 pounds, right?
Hey, I ain't gonna lie.
That's a lot.
I just learned a new word today. Thank you, Rico.
Gravitatious.
We're
What is
not
it?
as gravitatious.
Exactly, that's facts.
It's so weird.
The heavier that you are, the more gravitatious that you are.
Gravitatious.
Rico, are you saying that mass attracts mass?
I would say that it's effervescent.
Is what?
So like mass, so when you have mass, right? Like if you hold mass in your hand, it's effervescent to being gravity. So if I let that mass go out of my hand, what you'll see is that mass will drop to the ground because mass does attract mass, but the mass of the ground is what is attracting the mass, and it's effervescent.
This is interesting. Okay, so I'm messing with the contrast in this picture you posted. Between the loop of his hair, it doesn't change whenever you alter it, but so it's like he like stitched himself in this picture. Okay, I can screen record it and share it. Tell me there are changes. I'll share it with you.
You can't go messing with the pictures now because if you mess with the pictures, then it's you who's editing it. You know that, right?
No, this is how you see if they're generated AI.
No AI, no AI, all facts
How do you know?
because they're up there right now, bro. What do you mean? They're up
How do
there
you know?
because I saw it with my own two eyes. I saw the rocket take off with the people.
Did you ever see SpongeBob on TV?
Yeah, I saw SpongeBob on TV, but SpongeBob's not a real person, goofball. What are you talking about?
How do you know that Keeping Up with the Kardashians is authentic? Because they
Look,
said that.
all I'm saying is it's so you can see it. So here's the thing. If I'm watching a live stream, right, and then we have people who are actually there on the ground watching the same thing that I'm watching that's just on TV, right? Because people are there recording it. That means I can be because it's effervescent, right? And we can be sure that because people are there watching it and and I'm sitting by the TV watching that shit, right? So if I have my boy, I could call my boy, yo, are you there in Florida watching the rocket take off? He could say, yes, I'm live streaming and watch my live stream. And that would be confirmation that because SpongeBob, you
Confirmation
can't see,
bias.
you can't see SpongeBob.
Well,
SpongeBob
we
ain't
can't
real.
go there either. We can't see what they do.
But we
You
had
know,
plenty
I
of
looked
people there
into
watching. But
I
here's the
looked
thing.
into
Here's the thing.
like
We had plenty of
how
people there watching the rocket take off live.
yeah.
It's
Okay.
effervescent.
We see planes take off too. Effervescent is an adjective with two primary meanings. First, describing liquids or substances that produce bubbles or fizz, like sparkling water. And second, the second definition is people or qualities that are lively, bubbly, or vivacious. So, what do you mean by effervescent? Because
Exactly
I
what I
only
said.
find
Exactly what I said.
fizz or bubbles.
Because when I talk about gravity, right, and we talk about what it means to have gravity, to have mass, to have matter, to be
It's
made up of
bubbly.
atoms, right? What I'm talking about is, uh, you see, because the bubbles they rise, right? But that's the thing. Look, at the end of the day, the gravity, right? Okay, hold you down, hold me down. Boom. How do we get up? We can't do it no more because of that. So, with that being said, all I'm saying is matter, mass, feathers. Can't keep a feather down because the birds fly. Gravity makes sense.
It's like sparkling water is effervescent.
That's it. That's all I'm saying.
I feel so bad for Jim C. I've sent him like 4 pictures.
Don't feel bad at all. I might just post this video short and the image below that. Posting for Tyler, guys. Posting this for Tyler. Am I saying it right? Tyler? Am I?
It's Taylor, but it's cool.
Taylor. Yeah, Taylor. Yeah.
Because Tyler's
So
like a
yeah,
male
perfect. So in
name.
this video right here, it's actually perfect because you can actually see the clouds, right? And so what do we know about clouds? We know that clouds are water,
Effervescent.
basically. So clouds are water,
Good
and
one.
water is water. So you can see that the water that's in the ocean, right, and in the lakes, and the oceans, and the rivers, and the seas, and the ponds, they create the clouds. That's why you see the clouds. They primarily sit over the oceans because in the oceans, what you have is evaporation, and what the evaporation is doing is that's because the it turns into gas, right? The water, because it gets so hot in the oceans that it melts. So when the water melts, it turns into clouds, and so that's why you see all the clouds above the ocean. It's called evaporation.
It's called
Because it gets so hot.
evaporation, dumbass.
That's how you get rain too. Did you know that? So all the rain that you ever see, it comes from the evaporation of the water in the ocean.
Evaporation, dumbass.
Yeah, evaporation. My fault. My fault. So that evaporation is what happens when water melts because it's so hot, and then it turns into gas and it goes up into the atmosphere, and then it actually travels over to you, and then the water comes back down from the sky. Right? You can't have that on a flat Earth because on a flat Earth you wouldn't have the circle required for the clouds to travel.
What are you talking about?
Dude, what? Yeah, listen, what you're describing is basically the condensation and evaporation cycle. Like this happens regardless whatever the shape of the Earth is.
Nah,
In
it
fact,
don't. It
in
don't.
fact, yeah, this cycle requires containment. It requires containment to define a boundary layer and a volume limit for the expansion of gas. And the reason
Nah,
why you
Why
need
this
that is
be
because
exclusive?
the gas contains all the liquids in the system. Because you have this hierarchy. You have the gas contains the liquids. And if you don't have a gas containing the liquids, you're going to have a vacuum and the liquids are going to explode and turn into gas.
nah, that ain't true. That ain't true.
That's
Look,
absolutely true. 100%. We've got, besides so many videos of this that we've shared throughout the years, I mean, this is just basic gas laws.
well, look, the gas. Okay, so the only reason the gas is going around the Earth is because it's going around. So hang on. Let me just say it like this, right? Okay, so
Gas
Albert Einstein.
molecules propagate linearly in a straight line unless acted upon by a force. So no, they don't go around in geodesics. Gas
All right,
molecules don't curve.
let me just say this. I understand that you disagree with me, but to be quite honest with you, I have to disagree with you back. Because listen, Albert Einstein said very strongly that when you, well, I don't know if it was Albert Einstein, but it was one of those people, right? One of the people. And he said that on the earth, right? The only reason you have the gas, right? So the gas, okay. So clouds are basically gas, right? Clouds are
No,
made up of vapors
no.
of water, and they all
Water and
coalesce.
water. You sound like you're from like Delaware County, Philadelphia. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's made of water and particles, particulates, all kinds of dust and crap.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. It's effervescent because when it travels
Dude,
around
you're
the,
not
so it
using
has to
that
travel
right.
around the earth. It has to
What?
travel
Why would it
around the
have
earth.
to? Why is that exclusive? Why couldn't it do that on
Because
either?
without it, because okay, if you don't got a circle, you don't got travel. Because the
What?
okay, so basically, then the clouds would just sit
They
there.
travel, they just don't go in a curve.
Well, they have to go in a curve.
No, they don't.
You're tripping. Are you just saying stuff?
If they're curving, it means that their trajectory, their velocity has to be constantly changed and updated. Something must be acting upon it at every point momentarily, instantaneously across the entire time
And that's
it's
exactly what
allotted
I was
to.
going to get to. That's exactly what I was going to
Is
get
that
to. I'm glad you brought that up
gravity?
because I was gonna get into that. Because when you're talking about water traveling in a circle, how does it travel? Well, the water is traveling because of the wind, right? You don't got wind on flat. If I'm in a if
It
I'm
would
in a flat
evaporate either
room,
way.
You don't have
if
wind
I'm
on a
in if
flat
I'm in a
surface?
if I'm in a flat room, right? Okay, the reason why the desert's so hot is because it's so flat.
What?
But the reason why when you're up high,
I
like in a
never
building,
heard
like
this
you're in a
before.
skyscraper, you feel a lot of wind because you're
Like,
curving. But no. But hear me out. Hear me out.
So the
he's
desert's hot
Let me
because
let.
it's flat, but it's windy because it's curving?
Did I
Rika,
just
come
say
on.
that? No. What I'm saying is no. What
You're
I'm trying
just
to say is
seeing what sticks.
I don't know. Look, no, because okay, so you got wind, you got water, you got clouds, you got energy, earth, gravity. It all works together. Bing, 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 bing. And
Yeah, but
but if you take
gravity's
one of
not
those
a
away,
force for
right? But if you
gas
take one of those
molecules.
away, but if you take one of those away, bro, you can't have clouds. Period.
You can.
What you
What do you
just
mean you
said
can't have clouds if
is
you
one of
take?
the most
What do
insanely
you mean
idiotic
take one
things I have
away?
ever heard.
Because they call it because they call it the water cycle for a reason. Because all of those
Yeah, it
things have to
doesn't
be
require a globe.
right. Yeah, it does because all of those things have
Oh.
to be in a cycle, in a circle,
Yeah,
a
you can
globe.
have all
Boom.
that. Listen, you can create a water
Bing,
cycle.
bing,
There are
bing,
people that
bing,
create
bing, bing.
terrariums. You know what a terrarium is? A terrarium's in what is a natural environment somebody creates inside of a sealed system. So you can take like a gigantic on a 20-gallon glass jar, fill it with dirt, fill it with plants, even put some animals and bugs in it, and then grow it, cork it so it's completely sealed off, and just sit it in your living room. And that thing will last like years, if not decades, as an entirely
Okay,
contained,
but
sealed system without
Poppy,
curvature.
with all due respect,
Without
Poppy.
curvature. It's going to have
Okay, but Poppy,
clouds in it. It's going to
With
have
all due
rain. It's
respect,
going to go
Rico,
through
you're a dumbass.
evaporation and condensation cycles inside of the glass container. Yes, you get evaporation and condensation inside a terrarium. It happens without a
okay,
globe.
I get that. But here's the thing, Poppy. The
No
thing is,
globe.
right, but what I'm saying is this: like the terrarium itself exists within a globe, so therefore it's subject to the same curve as
How do you
the
know
rest
there's
of
a
us are.
globe? How do you know there's a globe in the first place now?
He said in. It's gotta be on the globe, not in the
I get
globe.
that,
On the
Gemsy. Yeah, so
Because of
you're on a globe.
Artemis.
How do you know you're on a
Because of
globe, dude?
Artemis.
Because we just know,
Because of
bro. We can
Artemis.
look at Artemis. Look at what the Artemis spaceship is doing. You can see it. It's doing live streams. And the astronauts have said very strongly, if they look outside the window, they see curve, they see globe, they
So
don't
that's
see
why
it
you
flat.
know that the terrarium's on the globe. Because astronauts said that when they looked outside a window, they're like, "Oh my God, there's stars."
Do you trust everything the government says?
No, what I'm saying is that the astronauts
Do you
themselves
know it's a
looked at the
government
egg.
department?
Of course, I trust the government. Why would I not trust the government? Fuck is wrong?
What?
What?
what about the intelligence spice agencies? Do you like when they do intelligence on you and spy on you? You love it?
Dude, you trust the government? You ever been to the DMV? They pardon my French. They screwed up my driver's license.
Yeah, I
Me
mean,
too. I got
sometimes.
tickets. I got tickets that weren't mine.
You
Why?
guys
Well,
know
look,
the
look, look.
Artemis
You're talking
program.
about low government. I'm talking about high government. Okay, there's a difference between low government and high government.
Oh, you're
Low
talking
Low
about the
government
government
high
and
doesn't.
high
priest.
government.
He's talking about the high priest, guys.
The high priest of government. Yeah, so you got high government. Who's high
So when you're
government?
talking about when you're talking about the high government, you're talking about people that have been anointed by God who have been there for years, right?
Jeffrey Epstein.
But in the low government, these are just people that work for the government. So there's a difference
Right,
between.
they were anointed by the devil. The high government's anointed by God.
No, what I'm saying is the low government, they just work there. Like your post office worker is not going to have any idea what NASA is doing. But at NASA, because these people are so smart, by the grace of God, they can actually work on very high level stuff.
This guy. I'm smelling a pretender clown show. This is a circus show.
All right, funny joke, Rico. You know,
I'm
jigs
not
up,
even
mate.
joking. I'm not even
No,
joking.
no,
Like,
you are. You're not serious.
I'm not.
Nobody is this dumb, bro. You're obviously a flat earther who's pretending to be a glober to make them
No,
look stupid.
bro. No, bro, no.
Yeah,
Because
he
I already
is.
explained it.
It's obvious,
All
mate.
right. So here's the thing.
Yeah, he's been
I
trolling us. You're
explained
one
my
of
science.
us, aren't you?
I explained my science. It's effervescent about gravity. You have to be gravitatious about because
Yeah,
when you have mass,
nobody's going to be that
Gravi-
stupid and use that
refraction.
terminology.
Yeah,
Yeah,
if anything, this guy's high on government.
evameration,
What the
effervescent,
Dude,
gravitatious, bro. Come on,
do you
give it up.
crush up treasury bills and snort them? Yeah,
look,
you're
I
crushing up
look,
treasury bills. You're snorting treasury bills, aren't you?
look. Let me show you something real quick.
Freaking
God
high on
damn.
government.
Let me help you guys out.
Hey, he might be
Snorting the Constitution.
You know, he might be a demonstration that the programming and vaccines work. My bad.
God, yes, man. What am I listening to?
And that's facts.
Somebody's high.
Dude, he's rolling up the Constitution and boofing it.
Well, listen, I didn't want to come here and interrupt you guys. I just wanted to come and say hello and talk about Artemis. But I can tell that you guys
Retardimus.
aren't. I
Let's
could
talk
tell
about
that you guys aren't.
retardimus.
I could tell that you guys aren't interested in a serious intellectual debate.
No,
You know,
retardimus, man. Like, let's talk about how real retardimus is.
okay, but you have never gone to space, so I don't understand how you can sit there and
Well, you've
talk shit
never gone
about
to
them.
space, so how do you believe in a globe?
You don't know what I've done in my
Well, you've
life.
never gone to space, so why do you think Earth is a globe? You've never gone to space.
You don't know what I've done with my life.
Yeah,
And most
you've never
people have.
gone to space.
And by the way, most people go to space when they get on airplanes.
Most people go to space. Are you in space right now, space cadet?
Go to
No,
space on
what I'm saying
airplanes,
is,
guys.
You go to
when
space
you
on
get
a
on an
boat, dude. You go to
aeroplane,
space when you dig underground like a mole.
when you get on an aeroplane, you go up
Artemis is not
36,000,
landing,
50,000
guys.
feet, right? And so
No one
what you
went
can
into
do is you can
space.
see the edge, right? Right where the
Climate
space
ladder.
right where the space meets the Earth.
Do you
And
go to
you can
space
actually
when you
see that.
start huffing marker gas?
Hey, Rico, I just want to say that I feel proud that one of the best pretender clowns that I've ever been in this server is you, and you're half Mexican like me, so I'm proud.
I'm not even pretending.
Is
I'm
that
being
all you're
deadass. Look,
proud of in
when you get
life?
on an
Being
aeroplane,
Mexican?
okay, here's the thing. Let me just
That
finish. Right?
aeroplane. Did you steal a bicycle?
Let me finish. All right, so you're on an aeroplane, right? Bing, 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 boom, goes up in the air. Okay,
Bike thief.
50,000.
Can I just be
You
proud
look
of
up.
my people? Can I
You
be
look
proud
up.
of my people? Papi,
You
I'm
look
proud of
up.
you, Papi.
Okay,
Dude,
but
he's a bike thief, Gemsy.
Listen. You look out the window. You look up. What do you see? Okay, you see a little ring of black up there because that's space. Okay, the space is coming in through
A
the.
ring? Like a donut?
No. What I'm saying is you can see a little bit of
A
the space.
ring?
Dude,
Listen,
A
Papi.
ring of space, a ring of blackness.
Papi Poo, you should make a YouTube channel, and I'm pretty sure you get a following, though. Honestly.
Well, I already have a YouTube channel.
Are you stealing
you don't
bikes,
have a
Rico?
following. I have a YouTube channel as well.
Can
I
I
think
follow
everybody
you,
has a YouTube
Papi?
channel.
Can I follow you, Papi?
Yeah, stop calling me, fam.
Dale, Papi, please.
Dude, this
Papi,
whole
please.
Artemis stunt
Yeah,
is
yeah,
such
stop saying that.
Hollywood bullshit. Like it's just so. How is there even a consumer for this shit?
What
But
was the
anyways, if
question?
I can finish
Nobody
my
went
point
into
before I
space.
got rudely interrupted. Look, go up in the aeroplane. Bing, bing. Okay, you're up in the air. Look up. Look out the window and then look up if you have a window seat, right? You see, okay, so you see the blue, and then as you go up and up and up, and you look up with your eyes, you see the blue fades away and it turns a little black at the very top. That's space. That's space coming in from the blue, the sky, because the sky
Jacob,
ends
just
where
That's
stop.
George
Just
Floyd
stop, bro.
meeting the knee of the police officer.
the sky ends where the space starts, and
Blackness of
so
George
space
Floyd meeting the blue of the police officer.
He
when
said that
space meets
the space is coming in, the empty
yeah
space.
because
Papi, can you explain that to me again, Papi?
sure. So when space meets sky, what you got is because the space is a vacuum, right? There's no air,
No,
there's
well,
no
the
water.
coming in part. The coming in part.
Right, because when space meets sky, what happens is that this space is sucking out, it's sucking that stuff out.
Isn't there another glober in here that's going to stop him? Like,
Yes, there's
I
one
mean,
right here
he's,
that I'm gonna stop.
The infinite vacuum, the infinity vacuum of outer space is sucking Earth's atmosphere, except for Earth's atmosphere.
Listen. This is just the way it is. This is just the way it is. And look, and let me tell you
That's
something.
the
And
way it is.
furthermore. Okay, bing, bing. You got the ozone, right? And the reason we had to take care of
Carry
the hole
on.
is because that hole in the ozone prevented. Okay, so the ozone is what prevents space from sucking us, right? So it wants to
No,
suck us out.
it doesn't. The ozone is a gas.
Right, and the ozone is a super heavy gas that
But
prevents
the
space from
gas
sucking
doesn't
out.
contain gas. Gases mix homogeneously. Gases love to mix and mingle.
Because no, you have heavy gas. Okay, so then
No,
why
they
does
do because
fog
they don't
sit
have
low to?
any
Okay,
bonds.
but why
They
does
don't
fog
have.
sit low
Do you
to the
know what
ground?
molecular bonds are?
Do you know what fog is? Do you know fog science? I'm a fog scientist. Look, the fog
You're
sits
a
to the
fog
ground
scientist.
because the fog is heavy.
you
The
got
fog is
fog
The
heavy.
brain.
fog. The what?
The oxygen is light. It's not so heavy. So when you
Yeah.
got
So
light,
you don't
heavy.
know anything about gas behavior or kinetic molecular theory.
I do. I'm explaining it to you right
No,
now.
you
If I can
don't,
just have a
because
moment,
there's no such thing as a heavy gas in
there is a such
KMT,
thing as
right?
a heavy gas. It's called
Because no,
CO2.
Papi,
because that's dependent on there being weight, and weight has no bearing on the behavior of gas.
you got that, Papi?
What are you talking about? Look, it's very simple. Fog
I'm talking
sits
about
low to the
kinetic
ground.
molecular theory, where
Okay.
gas
All right.
behavior
Let
is
me make it
modified
easy
by
for you. Fine.
temperature, heat. Heat. Gas is altered by heat, not gravity. Gravity does not create heat, unless you want to rebut that and say it does.
Well, let me make it easy for you. It's not
Well,
easy. You
hang
don't
on a
even get.
sec.
I'm making it easy for
Hang
you.
on a sec. Hang on a sec. You got a bunch of heavier gases at the top called ozone. At the very top, shouldn't they be at the
Okay,
bottom?
perfect. Yeah, correct. Because
Shouldn't
the
they be at the bottom?
ozone. No. Because the ozone is what prevents the space, right? Because space is a vacuum,
Shouldn't
as we
the
know,
gas, the
from
heavy gas, be
sucking
at the
out all of the
bottom?
oxygen. So it creates.
Shouldn't the heavy gas be at the bottom if gravity's pulling it down?
No. Because the heavy ozone sits on top of the air, creating
Yes, the
that.
gravity's not pulling it down.
It is pulling it down, but you have air in the way.
This
So it's like
guy.
making a root beer float. It's like making a root
Oh,
beer
dude.
float.
Hang on.
Okay, so
My
why
bro.
does why
My bro.
okay, so why does ice
My
cream
bro.
why
Hang
does ice
on
cream
a
float
second.
at the top of a root beer float, even
Hang
though
the
ice
fuck
cream is heavier
on.
than soda? Why does it do that?
Hang the fuck on. Hang the fuck on. Do gases stratify?
I don't know what that word means.
Yo, Funky Monkey, join another one.
He knows what effervescent and gravitacious and evaporation means, but he doesn't know what that means.
Yeah, this dude's a dumb fuck. Why are we even entertaining this?
Listen.
The
All right, if you guys don't want to hear me
It's
anymore, that's
got
fine. I get
to
it.
be trolling. It's got to be
Funky
an
Monkey,
act.
join
It has
another
to
one.
be.
Funky.
dude,
Nobody's
Join another one.
dumb.
Can I just ask you
Yeah,
guys
dude,
one thing?
Hey,
Can I
hey
just ask
guys,
you guys
dude,
one
you
he's
last
should
question?
one of
bounce yourself
he's
out.
my people. Just give him a handicap. It's okay. Go ahead, Papi.
Okay. When you make a root beer float, why does the ice cream sit on top of the soda if the ice cream itself is heavier than the actual soda? Well, that's because it's the same thing with the ozone layer. The ozone may be heavier than the air,
Yo,
but it
Funky
sits on
bitch.
top of the
Bitch
air
ass
like a root
Funky,
beer
join
float.
another one, bro.
Just like
Join
a root
another
beer
one,
float.
bitch ass
It
Funky, bro.
floats. And
Yo,
that's what
bitch ass
protects us from
Funky.
getting sucked into space.
The ice cream is heavier, dude? Really? Did you weigh it? What's the density of ice cream? What's the density of root beer?
Just look at it,
Yeah,
goofball.
look it up.
One is ice cream. One is
Yeah, look it up.
one.
Yeah, look it up. Look it up and come back and give us the numbers, please.
That's why it
Yeah,
floats.
fucking God damn.
And we have a floating layer of air, heavy air.
Yeah, dude.
Prevents us
Like,
getting sucked out into space.
Yeah, my bro. Can you like do what I asked, please?
No, you know what?
Do
You
your
guys are
own
mad.
shit.
Nah, you guys are mad rude, and I just don't appreciate it anymore.
Hey,
You're dumb
Papi,
as shit.
don't say that. We're trying. We're just trying to have a combo with you, bro. Just listen, Papi.
Yeah, we're trying to hold your hand and shit, but you keep
This
letting
Talon
go
guy's a
and wandering
moron.
around. Yeah, we're holding his hand, but he keeps letting go and wandering around, and we're trying to catch up to him, and he just won't.
And that's what happens when you're brainwashed.
No, there's another idea, guys. Papi, have you considered that the creator, when he sent his Great Deception, he needed like people to, be part of the deception? Like maybe he designed you to not get it. Oh, he left. He dropped out.
Here's
I was meaning like a pretending way of operating. Like he was definitely, I don't know. It was.
Yeah, they need a fantasy version of the Earth in order to cope with reality. That's what it comes down to. They don't like the fact that reality often contravenes what they think is true and wholly applicable 100% of the time. It's like the whole gas pressure without a container thing totally rubs up against the notion of outer space. They hate that.
Yeah, and the real sad part is we're all gonna have to spend next, unaccounted for amount of time recovering all the brain cells that we just lost.
Dude, this Talon guy cannot think for himself. It's such a sad, ironic situation. He thinks he knows what's going on, but in reality, he knows nothing.
Adam, you guys, we're talking about the molar way of oxygen. No, does anybody here
I'd like to hear.
memorize
Yeah,
the way?
Talon, talk to Yoda about it.
Yeah, what did you just say? The molar wave of oxygen?
The molar mass.
I thought you said molar wave. Did you say molar wave?
No, I said molar mass.
What about the molar mass of oxygen?
Well, that's what I mean, we're just talking about it in the chat. I don't know why Adam is talking shit in the voice chat. That's wasting your guys' time.
I have no problem with whatever the molar mass of oxygen is.
That's what.
He
Yeah, that's
said
why I
that,
don't understand why Adam's attacking me in the voice chat when we're just talking about.
It's
molar
not
mass.
Adam, dude.
Just
Nobody
calling
was
it-
attacking
it up
you.
and he's calling
Wow.
me stupid for looking something.
Talon.
You don't even know what's going
Talon.
on. Nobody was attacking you.
Adam,
Talon,
you just
calm
said I'm
down,
stupid
dude.
and don't know what I'm talking
Talon.
about. Do you have amnesia?
Talon.
Do you not remember what you just said, Adam?
Talon.
There's a lot of people, and you're trying to argue with multiple people here, so I'm not surprised you got confused. But the world's not out to get you, bro. Relax.
Adam literally just brought my name up and said, I don't know what I'm talking about. Do you not remember? Were you
Talon.
not listening?
Yeah, and I was
There is
brought up
nothing to
too,
remember
Talon. So
because I
let's
didn't do
get
it.
through this together, buddy.
Maybe pay attention next time instead of assuming things.
That's what I'm telling you. Did you not pay
Oh
attention
my
when
goodness.
Adam said
We're not going to do
Talon
the
doesn't
math
know what he's
thing,
talking about?
boys.
Can't think for himself.
Yeah.
He said, I can't think for myself because I looked up something.
We're done here.
Okay. Yeah.
So Talon mentioned the molar mass of oxygen. I was told to talk to Talon. Talon was lambasted in front of the public and said he doesn't know anything, and that's where we are. Want to pick this up right now, Talon? You and me.
Sure.
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Great. We're just talking about the weight of oxygen.
Yeah, me too. And so weight is something that's kind of confounding to me, and I'll tell you why. And it's because like the weight of individual atoms that are unbonded actually doesn't mean much of anything.
Well, why not? Well, what does it mean? If it means much of anything, it should mean a little bit of something.
Maybe it doesn't mean anything at all.
Okay.
I mean, what little bit it does mean to me is like density and how much those molecules like to be close to other molecules. And some molecules need more space than other molecules. That's just how it is.
Well,
I was just curious how you weigh.
Atomic
How do
mass
you
is
weigh
how
it?
many protons and neutrons, electrons it's got. So
Yeah,
that's
great.
like that's how we define single atoms of mass, is how many particles makes up the atom. So like a small atom makes up only a light atom only has a very few particles,
Oh
like
my God.
hydrogen, but like a
Right,
heavy
and that
atom.
affects like degrees of freedom.
I mean, particles are a real thing, right? Do we all agree that particles exist?
I like particles.
Yeah. So like an atom is made of particles,
Okay.
and then those
How are you
particles
gonna
have
how are you gonna
mass.
prove this?
Yeah, but particles don't like exist in a vacuum. literally, they don't exist in a vacuum because actual vacuums don't actually exist.
That's you'd have to show me that.
What the like actual vacuums don't exist? I mean, that's like
Well,
a
you can't
natural
really
law.
prove a negative, but we can make a vacuum. We can suck all the air out of a space.
Yeah, but like a perfect vacuum is what I'm saying. Like you're gonna have particles that are gonna be next to other particles always.
What about like the vacuum of space? Is that not a clean vacuum?
There's going to be a particle next to some particle, even in the vacuum of space. Just might have to go a long distance to find it.
Well, what's between? What's between the two particles?
Well, I
Bunch
mean,
of
Tom, think about it, right?
imaginary position coordinates are between the particles. Coordinates.
That's confusing. What do you mean coordinates? It's just, you mean space? Like a
Yeah,
point?
yeah,
Are
delineating
there particles in
space
that
and
space?
subdividing space between the particles so you know how far away they are from each other.
Like places where there's no material substance at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just like most of the universe is a pure vacuum.
Right.
There's no matter at all. Like the universe is not completely full of matter or mass. It's mostly empty space.
Hang on, Tom. What's the stated pressure of outer space?
Well, none. It's a perfect vacuum.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not
I
sure.
keep
You want me to
hearing
look
the.
it up? I mean, I can look it up.
Yeah. Please verify this. Right? I hear 10 to the negative 17 torr thrown around left, right, and center. What does that imply?
Well, there probably is like very tiny amounts of things.
Thank you. So not perfect. Thank you. Go ahead.
Right. And so particles generally have like 6 degrees of freedom throughout time and space, right?
Degrees of freedom for time and space?
Yeah, 6.
What does that mean exactly in plain English?
Well, which dimensions that particles can move. So if like a motion of a particle is constrained to a dimension, like it has to move along a wire, okay, from A to B, or some kind of surface like a sheet, then the medium is going to constrain its degrees of freedom.
Well, that's your
It's
3
due
dimensions.
to the thermodynamic boundaries.
Okay.
Right, because it's pushing the energy, the heat, along in a certain direction.
But why are we talking about this?
Well, because I wanted to bring this to space.
Yeah, we're in space where there's like near
6
zero.
degrees of freedom.
Near zero, but like the vacuum is almost, it's like nearly a pure vacuum. So there's tiny amounts of maybe hydrogen, some like atoms here or there, but for the most part, it's a vacuum. Because you got solar winds and some dust and stuff everywhere, but there is still empty space.
Yeah, I kind of think of the whole vacuum thing as like a mathematical equation. So if I have like 1 + 1 = 2, I got 1 and 1 on one side of the equation and 2 on the other side. What happens if in addition to the 1 + 1 on one side of the equal sign, I start adding like 300, 250, 150, 75, 83, 22, 10? It's going to have to balance. Thermodynamics,
Right,
thermodynamics is like accounting. like cosmic accounting.
So, but 1 + 1 and 2 are the same thing because they equal.
Yeah, but if I started putting like a 50 on the left side of the equation, an 83, a 212, a 3, yeah, exactly. It's going to be unbalanced.
That would not equal. You'd have to change the equation.
Yeah. So we've got all this pressurization on Earth.
Yep.
Like 14.1 psi at the surface, and it just sprays up.
Yeah, it's very stable.
Right. So the amount that gas expands is commensurate with the size of the container in order to produce the stability.
Well, no, it's a gradient. Like there's no the only thing containing
Yeah, it's commensurate with the size of the container. Yeah.
Well, it's like no, because in a gradient.
I didn't say it's not a gradient. I agree, it's a gradient.
But like inside a container, there's usually not a gradient. It's usually equilibrium within.
No, there's almost always a gradient.
So like we can tell it's not a
No,
container.
like in almost every container, there's almost always a gradient.
Yeah, but
like
the container is
true. It's never completely stable because of entropy.
So like a force can contain something, right?
So now he can't appeal to gravity for a cause of a gradient.
Great. I'm running out of steam. T-Dub, you got this. I got a meeting I need to tune into. Corporate stuff.
That's it? That's all you have time for?
I've heard this before. It's almost like globers think that that gravity only affects gases when it's not in a container. It's weird.
Well, it's being contained. The concept of containing is not just a like Tupperware container.
What's the reason there's a gradient? Why is there a gradient? Why do we have a gas pressure gradient?
It gets weaker.
Right. So do you think that applies inside a container also?
Right. Well, we're on a container. We're on.
So there'd have to be a gradient within a container then, right?
Would there have to be a gradient within a container? Well, again,
what causes the gradient?
You're using the word container. And
does gravity disappear inside a container, does it? Does gravity disappear inside a container?
Like, what do you mean by container?
What's the reason for the gas pressure gradient?
Gravity.
Gravity. Does gravity disappear when gas is inside a container?
No.
No. So there'd have to be a gas pressure gradient in the container as well, right?
Why? No.
Because of gravity.
No, the answer is no.
What?
When you pull when you contain
so
air,
gravity disappears when it's inside a container. So gravity's not affecting the gas inside the container.
If it's different gases in a single container, then yes, there would be a gradient.
Is gravity affecting the gases inside the container?
Yes.
Yes or no?
Yeah.
Right. So why isn't there a gradient in there then?
Because it's just it's too small.
It's too small.
It's even amount.
What do you mean it's too small? That doesn't make any fucking sense, bro.
I'm trying to. Well, you gotta
either gravity is causing gas pressure gradients or it's not.
So the container and the air within the container are all already stabilized by the gravity. They're not falling any further. If you added a gas that's heavier into the container, then that would.
It wouldn't matter if it's in a container or not.
And there would be a gradient within the container.
My God, bro.
Put in like a light gas. If you put in helium and you put in fluorine, there would be a gradient. The helium would be at the top of the container, and the heavier gas would be below the helium, making a gradient within the container. That should make sense.
No. Stratification of gases is not equal to gas pressure gradient.
That should make sense.
You're insane. Give up. You're not globe Jesus. You disappoint me, bro. You disappoint me. No, you disappoint me.
Wait, how do you think what do you think stratifying the air, dude? What is stratifying the air?
So yeah, we don't have any evidence that gas is stratified based on molecular weight. We've got the exact opposite in nature.
No, you don't. Nature is where.
Yeah, we do. I'm going to post for you in just a couple minutes here from the Journal of Cave and Karst Studies, where they talk about the thermal diffusion of gases in cave systems is molecularly homogeneous, which means that the molecules actually diffuse and mix amongst each other in these massive, massive cave systems, sealed off from the outside world for millions of years, whose gases have not have not stratified based on molecular weight. Would you like to see it?
No, because that sounds like an anecdote.
You don't want to see it? You don't want to look at it? You don't want to look at it? Okay,
But, like,
fine. I
honestly,
won't
'cause
post it.
honestly, if you
Actually,
show
you know
that-
what, guys? I am going to post it.
Yeah, go ahead and post it. But then when
I'm
I
gonna
find
post-
when I find the part where it says that the gravity is affecting the gas, then you're gonna be in real trouble.
And then
You're
the
gonna have-
Earth is yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be
The
bad
Earth
for
is
you.
square. Yeah.
You'll find the globe click quicker, and you'll find that.
It definitely doesn't claim gravity doesn't work in a cave. I can tell you that right now.
Gravity only works where you want it to. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying gravity is working everywhere. There's
It's not
gas.
stratifying the gases.
I mean, it sounds like through your emotional reaction that it does.
All right, posted. You know, we know why it's not stratifying gases, right, guys? Like all of us flat earthers know about Avogadro's law. One of the gas laws, like a natural law that can't be violated because it happens all the time, everywhere, in every situation. So in this case, what's happening is you have different molecules of different molecular weights. And they're heated to the same temperature, but they exhibit different pressures.
Right, but within the cave systems, there is a temperature gradient. There's a stratification of temperature, but not of the gases based on their
So the
differing
gases
material.
are stratified based off of weight. So, yep, the heat that's imparted into them increases their velocity based off of their molecular density. And they have different velocities based off of these different densities. And all these gases are colliding and ricocheting and running through each other randomly within the cave system, without regard to actual molecular weight being modified by a fictitious force of gravity. It's just not present. So I posted the link in the side chat. There you have it. Gravity is not a variable in kinetic molecular theory.
Otherwise, when you open the top of a SF6 tank, it'd stay in there indefinitely, right?
Yep, so maybe I'll read this, okay? So despite the claimed influence of gravitational fields, atmospheric mixing driven by thermal diffusion and turbulent forces prevents gas stratification. This is evidenced by caves where gases have been trapped for millions of years, maintaining a homogeneous mixture without stratification by molecular weight. Journal of Cave and Karst Studies, Volume 71, Number 1, page 100 through 107. Link provided.
All that study is saying is that there's a lot more mixing of gases that prevents the gas stratification. So if there was
no shit.
driven, so again, like if you look at the paragraph, it says despite the claimed influence of gravitational fields, atmospheric mixing driven by thermal diffusion and turbulent forces prevents that stratification. So while there is gravity on the air, because
No. You don't have that. While there is gravity on the air, you don't have that yet. You don't have that yet. You don't have that because they're not able to prove it.
Because in the case
No, because weight and gravity are combined under the same concept. And because you don't have any stratification by weight, you don't have any stratification by gravity. Do you get that, Talon?
No, that's what you're. I get what you're saying, but that's wrong.
That's what the paper's saying. Okay.
No, that's not what it says.
Yeah, yes, it is. Like gravitation is not stratifying molecules based off of gravitational weight. That's exactly what the paper's saying.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. That's like the title of the paper.
Yeah, because it's telling you about how much it's.
Yes, it is. Okay, so now you agree. Before you're like, no. And now you're like, yeah. Okay. No. All right, go ahead, Talon. And I got to step back. I got to go to this meeting.
It says the legend of carbon dioxide heaviness. What does that have to do with?
You gotta remember that Talon has to do his Globe Earth Scam community service, so he has to come in here, kind of like say nah to whatever is being presented. It's part of the community service that he's doing for the Globe Scam, right, Talon?
I'm sorry. Hold on, I was reading. What did you say?
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
Ugh.
I think you nailed it, Jemsy.
Go ahead, say that one more time, Jimsy. I want to see if it made sense.
Oh, that the creator created a great deception, and he needed certain people to not get it. You're one of those people that cannot get it, even if you try.
You guys are the ones who brought up the study. It's your burden to prove that this study denies gravity, and it doesn't.
Even if you try to get it, Talon, even if you put your best effort, you're designed to not get it.
See, but you're conflating gravity not existing with thermal diffusion.
Even though you have here evidence of the opposite of your belief, you still cannot get it.
So okay, that's cool, man.
So this is complete evidence that you cannot get it because you're designed to not get it. You get it? Do you get that? At least, I think the programming is to a point that you cannot get. That I'm trying to tell you that you cannot get it. Right?
Well, that's wrong. Because you're going to tell me that I don't get it, and I understand what it means, but you think I don't get it.
You're never going to explain.
But you'll never explain it.
English, you still don't get it, Talon.
Yeah, but you won't explain why I don't get it because you don't actually have any fucking clue. So you won't actually tell us how.
The other option, Talon, the only other option is that you might be part of a global community scam service, and you're just doing your community service for the globe scam. And
I did help.
When it snows, and I see the neighbor's car like filled with snow, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna do some community service today. I shovel the snow, right? And I shovel it and I clean it. That's my community service, you know. You do globe scam community service, and that's pretty obvious.
No, I mean, like I took care of puppies and cleaned up dog shit this morning for the shelter, the local shelter. That's community service. I'm not, but you thinking that I'm some kind of
that too. Yeah, that's definitely community service. But the globe community service that you do 24/7 whenever you join it, does 24/7. It's pretty obvious. Like people do get it, even though you don't get it, but other people do get it.
Yeah, but you can't explain, you can't prove that. You don't have any proof.
It's okay. You know what scammers do? They deny the scam. You know that's part of the scam, right? Denying the scam.
Scammers don't show up with evidence. They don't get evidence when they're lying. When you lie about saying that
scammers deny the evidence like you do.
When you accuse somebody of not getting it, but you can't explain why they don't get it, that means you're lying.
Because you cannot get it even if you tried, Talon. You can try it all you want, you won't get it. Obvious.
No, like I said, I do get it, but you will never get that I get it because you think I don't get it, but you will never. You don't even know why you think that.
Maybe you're just a pretender clown, and you're doing a good job at it. You're just pretending you're a clown, and you're doing your job, being a pretender clown. That's it.
A gas law doesn't need an explanation. A gas law doesn't need an explanation.
And he has no proof, so I don't have to prove that I'm not a part of a scam, global scam.
Right. Gas laws don't need explanations.
I don't have to prove a negative. That's his burden. He's failed to provide any evidence to support that I don't get it.
What needs to be provided is that gravity is containing gas, and not just containing gas, but compressing gas, creating friction and heat, and causing it to basically burn up the surface of the Earth.
Like a desert?
Yeah, like if gravity is a force, it's constantly acting to compress gas molecules. Then it's going to be constantly creating friction and generating heat, and we don't see any evidence of that. No evidence whatsoever. And so that's why people like Einstein came out and said, well, gravity may not be a force after all, because there are some problems with calling it a force. And one of the problems is exactly what this Amish Yoda guy described. Was if gravity is a force, then it's going to be creating perpetual heat from gas molecules and things, and we don't see evidence of that. So Einstein is like, you know what? Relativity. We got this, folks. We're gonna reframe this as not a force. Space-time. It's space-time coordinate system.
It's not great, and it's not changing. It's not forcing matter to change state.
Good nuance there, T-Dub. It's
So
not
there's an example
forcing
of
matter to change state. Yes, forces do this on matter. Forces cause matter to want to change state one way or another. And that's not what's happening with gravity. Not one bit. Nobody can prove it. Nobody ever has.
Yes, we have. We do and can and will.
Great. Show me one example.
So an example for the, like you said, with the heat and friction, that's why there's deserts where they are on Africa, because the equator gets really hot and all the moisture rises it up
You're
in the air
talking about heat and temperature. Where's gravity?
because of the
Come
gravity
on.
gradient. Gravity is what's causing the rain to condense and fall back to the equator. But then the hot air will cool and dry, and then it doesn't fall until it hits the desert, and then that comes back down and rips all the moisture out of the desert, the areas where they become deserts, and gravity does all that because gravity is what drags the cooler, dry air back down to onto the Sahara and the Namib is what's the desert in South
Citation,
Africa?
please. Citation, please.
Namib
Citation,
Desert.
please. Citation.
I just put
Citation.
a diagram in the. There's a diagram in the side chat showing a visualization.
No, I want a citation. I want a citation.
The citation of what? Gravity, or the desert?
Of gravity causing the temperature changes in the desert.
Well, gravity causes heat to rise everywhere. Everywhere on Earth.
Citation, please.
Again, citation for gravity.
For what you just said, gravity causing heat to rise.
You want the
My God, Talon, don't play coy. Don't play coy and dumb.
Oh, okay, so this is atmospheric physics 101. You want me to send you that one? It's by
I mean, there's observable phenomena in the deserts. You can label it certain names and everything, but how does that translate into the scam thing that you're trying to sell?
We're not trying to sell anything. We're just
obviously the thing that is on the TV. The TV sales stuff. The thing that you're selling here as a representative of the Globert scam community. That thing. How does the stuff that's happening in the desert? How does that happen? How does that translate into the scam that you're trying to sell? Globe scam.
I'm not trying to sell any scam.
So how does that translate into the globe scam?
There's no, you're asking me to translate something into a scam? That doesn't make any sense,
whatever you're saying about the desert, yeah, the desert this, the desert that, whatever you said about the desert, yeah, sure. How does that translate into the scam of the globe that you promote?
It doesn't translate into a scam.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh, okay, thanks.
It's just the facts, Gemsy. Descending air warms adiabatically due to compression under increasing pressure, a process driven by gravity and responsible for the hot, dry conditions of subtropical deserts. This is based on the David G. Andrews book, Introduction into Atmospheric Physics.
Okay, now show a demonstration which establishes that gravity is the cause.
Yep,
No, fair. You provided a citation. Okay, now provide the experiment that determined that gravity is the cause of that.
There's
not a diagram, an experiment.
Bro, I'm not a scientist. I don't just pull experiments out of my ass. That's an unreasonable question. You want to talk?
Then do not appeal to it. Then you have no appeal to it. Then you have no appeal to it. Then you're invoking cause and effect relationship. If there's no scientific experiment validating that gravity is the cause of temperature change, then it's out. We can throw it away.
That sounds arbitrary. Why do you think you can do that?
Because that's how cause and effect relationships are established in natural science through experimentation.
Well,
yeah,
in the case of the desert, you would observe the hot air rising from the equator and then descending upon cooling in the sky, and then using weather balloons to measure the temperature of the atmosphere, and then you'd use thermometers to measure the temperature on the surface, and so You can also use barometers.
Those are just measurements of. Those are just
I mean,
measurements of variables. Hey, bro, listen,
You want me
bro.
to tell you
Stop.
the experiment, buddy?
Shut up for a minute. I'm interrupting you, justifiably. Those are just measurements of the variables. None of them are measuring the gravity that you're claiming is the cause. None of that is a manipulation of the gravity which you're claiming is the cause, which would be required within a scientific experimentation.
Measure the gravity. What are you talking about? You can measure the gravity. What do you mean I can't measure the gravity?
You're only measuring what you're claiming is the result of gravity without doing anything else. You haven't manipulated gravity, you haven't identified it, you haven't isolated it, nothing. You're just measuring variables and then claiming these variables are the result of gravity without establishing that to be true.
No, I am just establishing that to be true because that's what I'm saying. That's the whole point of the stuff falling.
Yeah,
towards
which is
the Earth.
ipsy dixit.
Therefore, truth. Yeah.
It's an because you can measure gravity. It's an acceleration. You can drop an object and measure how fast.
No, acceleration is acceleration. You're saying the acceleration is the result of gravity.
No, it's not what I'm saying. I say that.
That's exactly what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying. We have to understand. We'd have to agree on what I'm saying in order for us to know what I'm saying.
Okay, so the acceleration is not the result of gravity then.
No, again, you got to stop trying to twist my words. And
acceleration is not the result of gravity. Then you're not saying that. You're not saying that acceleration is. You're not saying that acceleration is the result of gravity.
No, I'm not saying that. You're saying that.
Okay, all right. Then why are you arguing for it then?
I'm not arguing for that because I'm not saying that. You gotta let me say what I say. I can say what I say.
You just did say it.
No, I didn't say that.
You did.
Oh my god, you gotta let me say what I want to say.
Okay, so what's the cause of acceleration then? What's the cause of acceleration?
Gravity.
For fuck's sake, bro.
I'm telling you, he's designed to not get it.
It's Newton's second law, dude. It's a net force.
You just said that's not what you're saying, and then you said it.
Again, if you
gold. This is one of my greatest wins. Thank you, Talon. Thank you.
Oh my god, dude! I don't even you got to explain what you're talking about, T-Dub. You're just saying I'm not saying this. You keep telling me I'm not saying something, and then you say something completely different than what I said. Instead of
it's okay, Talon. The audience heard it.
Can we agree?
It's written down in digital history.
Why don't we agree
for all to go back and listen to?
Oh my god, dude! But it's not gonna be the same thing. I'm not saying you're not memorizing what I'm saying verbatim and then repeating it back to me. You're saying completely different shit.
It's okay, Talon. It's okay, Talon. It's all good. It's all on record, bro.
What's causing the acceleration?
I'm not making a claim about it. You are.
Hey, when the glow scam
acceleration can be caused by heat.
You might get third place.
Heat.
Let's talk about why gravity is
causing
acceleration.
Let's talk about the theory of heat.
No, we got to prove gravity first before we can prove temperature.
Gravity. We gotta talk about the theory of heat.
Well, I have to be able to talk about what I'm saying. If you guys keep interrupting me, then I'll never get to say anything.
So gravity doesn't create heat.
What? Dude, no, it's the heat that is again, what do you think what is creating heat?
Friction.
Sun. Okay, wait a minute.
Friction.
Yeah, and then what's creating the movement? That's creating the friction. Something's got a force.
Yeah, not gravity.
Particles
it's
in order
electromagnetism.
Oh, it's magnetism now? Wait, what?
Electromagnetism, not gravity.
Excuse me? Whoa, this is a
electromagnetism moves things. Imagine that.
Do you agree with that, T-Dub? Are you suddenly saying that electromagnetism is the cause?
Me, Jamesy, me.
I exposed your idiocy. You're done. I'm done with you. I destroyed you.
Yep, and I agree with T-Dub.
You can't even
I agree with T-Dub, dude. I agree with T-Dub, Talon.
You gotta let me we gotta have a mutual understanding, or you're just gonna keep.
You tried to make the audience think that we don't agree, but I agree with T-Dub. So You're not going to get
Agree with
away with
what?
that.
You guys won't even consistently make a point about what
Yeah,
I'm
I just
saying.
made a point.
And like you won't
I'm
let
making
me
it
agree. You
consistently.
won't let me have a chance to say, yes, that is what I'm saying. I haven't said that yet. So like whatever it is you guys think I said, I haven't agreed to that any of that because you won't let me agree. You won't let me actually clarify.
But Talon, your
I
whole
have to be able
point is to have
clarify
no
what I'm
point.
saying in order for you to understand what I'm saying. So you don't understand what I'm saying because you don't let me clarify. And you keep saying the thing that I didn't say rather than hearing what I did
But you're
say.
designed to not get what you're saying. You say, but you don't get it.
I mean, Gemsy, you just don't let me say anything, Gemsy. But T-Dub actually lets
You've
me say
said more
things,
than I've said.
but I want to hear. I want to follow up.
You've
with what he does
spoken
say.
10 times what I've spoken. So yeah, you said more.
So I think we can all agree. Let's start with something we all agree on. We all agree on things moving and the gas is rising and falling.
Let's agree and not agree.
So does hot air rise and cool air fall? Do we need to prove that, or do we all agree on that?
At this point, I will agree to lose your voting rights. Also, your driver's license on any of those, like gun licenses. Just take it away from this guy.
All I did was say, let's agree on the hot air rising and cold air falling. Can we all agree on that?
You don't have anything, bro.
Do we have to prove that?
You don't have anything.
Do you have to prove that? Do you know that? Do you know that hot air rises? Do we all know that?
You don't have anything to support gravity being the cause of anything.
Let's forget about gravity.
And then when I challenged you, you said, "No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it's the cause of it." And then you said, "Yes, it is." Yeah. And then I asked you, "What's the cause of it?" Then, and the very thing you're saying, you're not saying that it's the cause. You said it's the cause in the next breath. So you contradicted yourself.
So
either it is the cause of it or it's not the cause of it. And you, every time you challenged for evidence, you say that I'm not saying it is, when you are. That was the very thing you started out saying is the case.
So it would be less frustrating if I could clarify, please.
You don't need to clarify.
Yes,
you
I
already
do.
did.
No, I didn't.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
It was very clear.
No, I didn't.
It was very clear that you originally started off saying that gravity is the cause.
No.
You started off claiming that gravity is the cause of temperature changes in the desert, which would be the result of acceleration. Right? The very thing that you're saying is the cause of the acceleration is gravity.
Wow.
Right?
You are all over the place.
Yes or no? Is gravity the cause of the heat change in the desert?
Well, you have to tell me we have to decide.
Is gravity the cause? Did you or did you not start off claiming that gravity is the cause of temperature change in the desert? Yes or no?
Gravity doesn't alter heat at all.
Yes, gravity is the reason
no,
why.
Gravity. If you can provide a citation for gravity altering heat, which means gravity's causing the compression, right?
You guys are deliberately making things more confusing.
No, we're not. So the idea is that gravity's causing things to come down.
No.
And not just down, but inward towards a common barycenter.
Like you're trying to guess what I'm trying. You're trying to guess what I'm about to say.
If all things in the world are being drawn to a common center, then all things are being drawn in towards a common inward point of convergence, which creates friction. We need evidence of that.
Why do you need evidence of that?
Because I don't have any conclusion to reach without it.
Nobody made that. You're the one making that claim. I never made that claim.
I'm not making that. No, I'm definitely not making that claim. That is the claim of the people that we argue with every day.
Okay. Sorry, are you saying that I'm making that claim?
I thought you were. Are you claiming that things meet a common barycenter of mass?
Can I actually make a claim? That's actually.
See, he just did it again. He just did it again. Now he's reneging.
To the center of the earth.
Ooh,
now he's reneging on his claim.
He really is. He wants to sidestep this.
Let's just forget whatever.
As soon as you're challenged for evidence, this is what you do.
Fresh. Well, let's just start fresh.
You dismiss your claim, your original claim, and then start. When we start afresh, you start with the claim that you're saying you're not making.
Oh my God! Well, then let me make that claim. Let me make that claim, and then we'll talk about it, rather than you constantly like twisting my words. Just let me
You
make the claim.
already did. You made it clear.
How do you know
Gravity is
that?
the
You don't
cause
know
of
that.
temperature changes in the desert.
No,
You
see, that's
already made that clear.
no, that's what you think I made. That's the claim you think I made, instead of letting me make my
Get
fucking
out.
claim.
Get out.
No, dude, don't do this. Like, this is crazy. Let me just
No,
talk.
get out.
You
Get
keep
out.
arguing with me about what my claim is, rather than just letting me say my claim and then discussing it.
I just asked you to clarify about
Well,
5
no, you
minutes
literally
ago.
won't
Are
let
you
me.
claiming that gravity is the cause of temperature changes in the desert? And you said yes.
Are you claiming? Am I claiming? Like, well, like rather than like, I'm just gonna say no. You asked me a yes or no question. I'm gonna say no because I want to use my own words rather than what you think I said.
Okay, so why don't to just go back and clip it out.
Oh my god! And it, can you do that? Because it'll be way better than whatever you're saying. Because it'll be my voice, and then we can talk about the words I used instead of the words you think I used. Because you're definitely not saying what I said. I maybe said like 3 words. The fact that you are trying to even claim that I said that much when you guys interrupt me after I say a half a sentence means that you're not actually telling the truth, because you haven't given me the opportunity to say that much.
Why are you so emotional, man?
I would love to finish my point without being interrupted, but Gemzy and T-Dub and Hammer interrupt me every single time.
Hammer. No, it's not Hammer. It's Grundle. Grundle Hammer. You know what the Grundle is? The Grundle's the last mile.
Yeah, we get it.
The Grundle is the final inch. And you better protect that Grundle. Otherwise, you're going to have a bad time. Did you protect your Grundle today, Talon?
I'm going to plead the 5th.
Okay, well, everybody else is going to know.
Your name is Grundle Hammer, so that's technically a hammer of a Grundle.
Freaking hammer. That's right. My Grundle has a hammer.
So your name is Hammer.
Yours might have a pixie stick or, a toothpick.
So my claim is just that gravity has an effect on gas.
Well, guess what? That claim is disputed by mainstream science.
Okay, prove it.
I would point to the law of Avogadro to prove it.
Law of Avogadro?
Yeah.
Avogadro these nuts.
Glad you said you were going to read it and get back to us. What happened to that?
I'm not the one. The burden of proof is not on me.
You're the one who said you was going to read it. What'd you volunteer to read it for then?
I'll read it. I'm fine with that. But you're jumping.
Yeah,
read it out loud, please.
I could read it too.
What does this have to do with gravity having an effect on gases?
Everything. It has everything. Avogadro's law has everything to do that's pertinent with this discussion.
So Avogadro law states the equal volumes of gases at the same temperature and pressure contain the same number of molecules. So all that means is gases have equal volumes in temperature and pressure. But anytime the temperature changes due to gravity, the molecules become lighter. Avogadro's law means that the volumes of gas won't be equal because they won't be the same temperature. Therefore, the gravity
That's freaking hilarious.
The air would then be a different.
He just start putting words in where they don't belong. Go for it. All right, keep going.
I'm not putting words into the law. I'm explaining how the
law Santa Claus too.
You exactly did that, man. Like that was freaking hilarious.
This law doesn't dispute what I'm saying. It actually reinforces it because it talks about
how it causes Santa Claus,
similar
dude. It causes Santa Claus.
Stay the same. Stay together. They stay the same number of molecules within the same gas. But any gas that changes temperature will then rise.
All right, I'm going to read something. If you guys maybe, I'd like to read an article. I wrote this. I might publish published this somewhere. All right. I'm going to bore everybody to tears. I'm sorry, but I want to read this. Okay. So why is gravity not crushing your gas? It's the name of my article. So we need to talk about the atmosphere. Specifically, we need to talk about the absolute mess that standard hydrostatics makes of gas physics. So you guys know the story that the atmosphere is a stack of blankets, you pile them onto each other, and that the bottom layer is crushed by the layers on top of it. But this is kind of dumb, because if you treat gas like a stack of blankets or bricks or anything that exerts weight from above down below, you're going to miss the most beautiful part of gas physics. And that's the motion of gas. So gas is not a solid form of matter. It's not a liquid form of matter. It's its own form of matter. It's chaos. It's billions and billions of tiny particles that bounce off walls, off each other, going thousands and thousands of miles per hour. If we look at the math and logic, we're going to see why the weight argument falls apart and why the mass of gas disappears as the cause of force. The standard textbook physics wants you to believe that the pressure of gas is just weight equals mass times gravity. So the weight distributed over an area that it's pressed upon. If that were true, then a column of heavy gas coming down from above should crush you much harder than a column of light gas, as opposed to heavy gas. But if you look at Avogadro's law, this law, it's a law. It's non-negotiable. Avogadro's law says that if you have a box of hydrogen, let's say it's 1 cubic foot in dimension, and you have a box of argon, we'll put that next to it, 1 cubic foot in dimension. So the hydrogen will have like a mass of 1, the argon will have an atomic mass of 40. Both of these boxes are going to have the same number of molecules. So you're going to say that the hydrogen box has 40 times less the molecules as the argon box. You'd be correct. We would put the same number of molecules in one in accordance with their mass to the other. Now here's the funny thing. If we increase the box of hydrogen molecules from 1 atomic mass to 40 to match the argon's mass of 40, and we bring them to the same temperature, these two boxes will have the same pressure. And so people are like, whoa, hold on, wait, argon is 40 times heavier than hydrogen. So if gravity and weight were driving pressure, then the argon box should have 40 times the pressure as the hydrogen box. But it doesn't. It has the same pressure. So how's this possible? Doesn't the mass of Earth attract the mass of gas? The answer will surprise you, and it's no. No, it doesn't. The mass of Earth does not attract the mass of gas. You cannot meet this out or prove it with any of these demonstrations. With hydrogen and argon and different boxes, and you measure all that, you're not going to get mass attracting mass from the Earth to gas. So pressure in a gas isn't pushing down. I want you to, if you could take anything from what I'm saying to you right now, the pressure of a gas is not downward pressure. It's bombardment. It's like cannons shooting stuff. Ba-boom, 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 ba-boom. That's kinetic molecular theory. The pressure of gas molecules hitting or bombarding something is proportional to the mass of the particles times their velocity squared. Pressure to the mass of the particles times their velocity squared. That's how pressure is proportional to mass. P is proportional to m times v squared. So with that in mind, the secret sauce is that gravity is causing pressure. And everybody gets this wrong. You think that because the Earth is a gigantic center of mass, that it's a center causing pressure. You think that Jupiter is a gigantic center of mass, that it's causing pressure. The sun is a gigantic center of mass, it's causing pressure. You think that's the great secret of the universe, and it's wrong. Temperature is actually a measure of the average kinetic energy of a system. Temperature has nothing to do with the measurement of gravitational compression of gas molecules. So if two gases are at the same temperature, argon and hydrogen, their kinetic energies are equal. But because kinetic energy is 0.5 times mass times velocity squared, then a heavy particle, like heavy by mass, has to move slower. And that's true. Heavier, weightier particles move slower. But that doesn't mean that they move down more than up. Okay? Yes. Some particles move slower. You could call some of them heavier particles. But even this isn't true. The higher the atomic mass of a particle, of a gas molecule without bonds, doesn't mean that you need more temperature, more heat to cause it to move. So this seems to generally happen, but it's not really what happens. It's not the granular case. So the velocity of a gas particle scales, the velocity scales of the particle inversely with the square root of its mass. So the square root of the mass of argon is heavier than the square root of the mass of hydrogen. So the velocity of gas with argon is going to move slower than with hydrogen. But the movement is governed by heat, by temperature imparted into it, not by gravity. So if we were to plug the velocity of gas into our pressure equation, we're going to start with like pressure is proportional to mass. We're going to borrow from Maxwell. So we're going to do pressure times mass is proportional to mass times 1 divided by the square root of mass and that quantity squared. So if you were to take gas pressure, make it inversely proportional, So if you were to make this inversely proportional, take gas pressure, P, make it inversely proportional to mass times the velocity of that mass and square it, which is acceleration. You're going to end up with an equation that distills into P for pressure is inversely proportional to mass times parentheses 1 divided by the square root of mass, close parentheses, squared. And if you square the term in brackets, you'll get pressure is inversely proportional to mass times 1 divided by the square root of mass. And when you consolidate further, you're going to get pressure is inversely proportional to 1. And this means that the mass of gas cancels out. K or P equals 1. The heaviness of the argon, apart from the hydrogen, the heaviness of the argon atom is perfectly and mathematically destroyed by how slow it is, its sluggishness. And the lightness, the happiness, and how energetic hydrogen is perfectly compensated by its immense speed. This means that the pressure of gas has nothing to do with the weight of the particle, hydrogen or argon, in whatever gravity field you're imagining. It has everything to do with the energy and the containment that it's in. Energy being temperature and containment being volume. So people are asking, like, what about the barometric formula? And I hear you. So the barometric formula is pressure is equal. Pressure is equal to the incidence of pressure multiplied by E to the raised to the negative mass times gravity times height divided by radius times temperature. Yeah. So with the barometric formula, the fall off of pressure happens in accordance with the radius and distance from the point of origin. So listen, I see the little g2 in that. I see the little g in the barometric formula, but if you look closer at that, we're not just going to regurgitate the little g, but we're going to think about the little g. So if you have a ratio in the exponent, mgh divided by RT, that's a barometric formula. The top term, mgh, mass gravity, it's the gravitational potential of energy term. So you have mgh divided by, so you have gravitational potential energy divided by the bottom term, which is RT or KT, K1. So it's a thermal kinetic energy. mgh divided by RT, gravity potential energy divided by thermal kinetic energy. This equation for the barometric pressure isn't calculating weight pressing down. It's describing a statistical distribution, not the forces, but the outcome. The barometric pressure formula is describing
the
outcome of this statistical distribution and not the forces.
What are you trying to prove?
Well, I'm trying to describe how basically the weight of molecules has nothing to do with the pressure of molecules.
Well, I mean, it kind of does if the kinetic energy remains constant.
No, it kind of doesn't, because kinetic energy is entirely reliant upon heat. HEAT, heat. Because gravity is not a force that causes the compressing of gas and causing heat. It's just a description of where you're going to find these gas molecules most prevalent versus others.
Wait, hold on. What are you trying to prove with that, though?
Gravity's not a force. It's describing...
Gravity's not a force?
No, it's not. It describes a statistical distribution.
How can gravity not be a force of... I mean, literally all you need to do to disprove that is just...
Yeah, well, literally, for one, gravity doesn't cause gas molecules to force together and excite themselves and generate heat.
So are you saying
nobody's ever been able to
exist?
demonstrate that. And that is probably the biggest proof against this.
Are you trying to say that gravity doesn't exist?
No. I'm just saying that gravity is not causing the forced heat compression of gas molecules.
It is a force.
I don't think it is. And
how
if
can
it is,
objects accelerate towards the ground?
Even if it is, it's not causing the compressed heat friction of gas molecules.
Okay, but how would objects accelerate towards the ground if gravity isn't a force? Newton's second law of motion.
Because the objects underneath them are going up against them going down.
Then there's a force that's acting
what's
on the
causing
planet.
the particles going up?
Wait, so then there's a force acting on the planet, making the planet go up.
Yeah, what's causing gas molecules to go
What's
up?
that then?
Yeah,
Well,
what's
no,
causing gas to go up?
No, because if the
Gravity
ball,
does gravity, hey Farms, does gravity cause gas molecules to go up away from the Earth?
if the ball accelerates towards the ground, either the object, the planet itself, is accelerating towards the object, or the object is accelerating towards the ground.
Why
So either
would the
there's a force.
planet, why would Earth have to accelerate towards the object?
Well, exactly.
Here, can I try something real quick? See if he gets this.
Yeah, Crit, I think you
Okay.
got this guy.
Can you just
He's
explain
he's
that?
ready
Okay,
for your
so-
level, not mine. So go for it, Crit.
Like, so I've got an object that you think is being affected by gravity. I pick it up, I let it go, it goes down. Now that it's here, why is gravity off? Why isn't it forcing the kinetic energy into the object that's holding it up? It should be building heat right now. That force should be applied right now. Like when you
The
see
normal force.
when you see like two cars, like a car just slightly tap each other, like a little fender bender, that creates a large amount of heat. That's why they swap paint. You call it swapping paint. How come my water bottle is not swapping paint with my my desk?
The normal force. Force that opposes gravity when you put an object on a table. So when you put the ball on the table, there's a normal force which
Listen,
opposes
gravity's
the
not a
gravitational
force. Gravity's not a force to even be opposed.
Do you know what Newton's second law of motion is?
I do, and you know what? Newton's
Okay, what
second
is it?
law. Listen, I'm going to explain to you and the audience something about Newton. Newton actually described gas molecules as moving away from each other instead of condensing towards each other. Against
Moving
his
away from
own
each other.
proposition of gravity, Farms. Yes, that's right. Newton
I'm just
said
asking
that
about
his
Newton's
own.
second law.
Oh
like,
my gosh! You have
specifically.
to listen, Farms, guys, for the audience. Farms has to talk over me because he doesn't want you hearing this.
Does it sound like
But
I'm talking over
Newton
you?
described. Oh, here he goes again. Newton described gas molecules as expanding away from a common center as opposed to compressing towards it, because gases expand and solids and liquids contract.
Okay, so I wasn't talking about gases. I was talking about the second law of motion.
Well, when you butted into this conversation, we were talking about the atmosphere of Earth.
Okay, perhaps you can entertain this, because this should be very easy for you. What is Newton's second law of motion?
Is that what? Every action has an equal and opposite reaction?
No, that's the third. That's the third law.
Third.
The
Okay,
second
what's
law
the
is
second
F
one?
equals ma.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so yeah, we were just talking about that too. So F equals ma.
Mm-hmm.
So gravity's not a force.
So F equals ma says that if an object has an acceleration, then it has a force.
Gravity's not a force because the acceleration of gas molecules depends on temperature.
Okay, so I want you to just stop thinking about gas molecules for a second. Let's just think about a ball.
Why won't you think
because
about
I think
gas
it
molecules?
simplifies the question.
Yes, farms. You don't want to think about gas molecules. Listen, the audience, farms, the audience. You guys don't want to think about gas molecules. You know why? Because you're gonna start doubting your worldview. You're gonna start coming over to our side. Yeah, you're gonna start being one of us. You're gonna be like, no, you guys are so right and correct. We can't talk about gas behavior, farms. We can't, because if we talked about gas behavior, people might start to doubt the globe, farms.
I wasn't talking about gas molecules.
All right, well, guess what? I was and I am. When you butted in.
So I was just going to ask, right, if gravity isn't a force, but the object is accelerating, then how is that possible?
Hello,
because
farms.
Newton's second law says that if an object has acceleration, a force is present.
Yeah, so
if
farms, let
gravity
me
isn't the
end this
force,
real
what
quick
is the
for you
force?
right now, because gravity is not a force, and there are other
Yeah,
forces.
no, we've established that. So what's the force instead?
Even if you think it was, there are other forces.
Grundle, you seem to be struggling. So I'm saying
I'm
that if an
not
object has
struggling. I am
acceleration, a force is
relaxed.
present. That is the
Force
second
is
law of motion,
present.
right?
Okay, so how do you determine
So
a force that's not present?
what? I'm saying that Newton's second
No,
law of motion,
Farms,
says that there's a
whatever your name is.
force.
How do you determine a force is not present?
How if the object is in equilibrium, then a force isn't present?
No, that actually means forces are present.
Oh well, it means that the forces balance out. Sure.
Yeah. So you were wrong and I was right. Okay, so
What?
just so the audience hears that.
Okay, so I
So
corrected
you were
myself
wrong. Farms, you were wrong. I was right.
Why
Let's
are you
continue.
resorting to these childlike antics to debate me? Like,
Because
I'm
people like
being
you
quite
want
level-headed here.
to portray people like me as being uneducated, as being stupid and dumb.
No. You sound
And
quite. You sound quite smart.
I'm doing this. I'm doing this right now.
Were correct,
I'm
right?
doing this, Farms. I'm doing this right now. People like you portray us as being stupid, and then I come
How am I
along.
portraying you as stupid? I
And
asked you a
come
fair
along,
question.
and I come along, and I upset your apple cart. Okay, I totally destroy your worldview,
Grundle,
and probably
you haven't
cause you to
answered my
lose
question.
followers on your YouTube channel because I'm so good at this.
I don't have a YouTube channel.
So
Well,
that's
good.
what this is
If
all
you did,
about,
you'd be
right?
losing
You
followers.
guys don't believe in this bullshit about the flat Earth, and you're all just clip farming for YouTube.
No, we definitely don't
Fucking
believe
crazy,
it.
bro.
They could be stupid enough to believe
Yeah,
it.
I know you guys don't, bro. I've spoken. You guys started laughing one time. We talked about projectiles and weaponry.
Yeah, I know. Everybody thinks we believe it, and they're so stupid.
You actually don't believe it? Oh.
No, we actually don't.
So why do you do this?
Because we know it. It's beyond belief. We actually know this to be true. It's not we believe it could be true. We know 100% factually it is true.
That just sounds like an argument of semantics.
No, it's not. It's an argument of evidence.
When is
let's see if you
Do you
understand
believe
this.
it or not? Like, I'm
Is
confused
it
now.
if something's true, is belief required?
If
I'll
something's
answer
true,
for him.
well,
Absolutely
I think the
not.
belief is.
Like, why would you need to believe something that is proven?
So you're saying that belief is. I
Not
think that you're conflating belief and faith.
Belief is not required.
Faith is different to belief. So belief is just like I can say I believe that. Like,
oh,
the
you
Earth
want to
is
redefine
round.
belief as something that you can accept without evidence.
No,
like the
no,
globe.
that's no.
Oh, yeah,
So that's
like
what
the
I'm saying
globe.
you're doing.
Okay, yeah, like the globe. Got
No,
it.
so you
Okay,
didn't
like
listen
the
to
globe.
what I said. So I said that that's faith. That's different to belief, right? So faith is believing in something
like
without
if
evidence.
you want to have faith or belief in a globe as opposed to
No,
knowledge,
those are two
then that's
different
fine,
things. That's
man.
what I'm saying.
You go for that. Like you can just believe and have faith all day long. That's great.
Did you even hear what I said?
Yeah, you can have belief and faith all day long in your worldview. But we're here to destroy
Did I say
it.
that? Did I say
Yeah.
that?
Yeah, you
Okay,
did.
repeat to me exactly what I said.
You said that you can have faith or you can have belief, and belief is greater than faith.
That's not what I said, so you didn't listen. I
Yeah,
said
you
that
said
faith and
belief is
belief are two
greater.
different things. I said
You're
that
like,
they're
no,
two
no,
different things. So
Yeah,
faith
yes,
is the belief in something without evidence.
Yeah, so you have belief without evidence, don't you, my friend? You got belief with
So now you're just changing the conversation
zero
again.
evidence. Zero evidence, and you got total faith.
Did you not hear what I just said? My point was that
Do
I
you
said
not know
something
what I said?
and you didn't hear what I
I
said.
heard what you said. Do you not know what I said?
then-
You got belief and
what are you
faith,
even saying?
and they both have absolutely no evidence backing
Well,
either.
let's get this conversation back on track because I feel like we're losing.
Yeah, so can you show me any evidence that the Earth curves?
This is kind of important.
We're going back to default now. I was going to ask you about the F equals ma equation.
Dude, okay, this is important. F equals ma. Does that require belief?
No, it's a law.
Okay, so that's what we're talking
I mean,
about.
depends what you mean by belief, because I think that if you're taking belief in how you're taking it, which is like faith, then no, it doesn't require faith.
Belief.
Because it's just sort of a fact of nature,
okay.
right?
No, don't change any words. Add no words.
No, because how are you defining faith? You seem to have a different definition to me, right?
remove
I
no
would
word.
define belief as just believing something, like
Okay, yeah. Does
thinking something is true.
F equal MA require someone to also believe it?
Yes.
Yeah, and Fred,
Okay.
he said that belief requires belief. I think
It
he
requires
couldn't
someone
be
to
any
think
more
something is
descriptive.
true.
That is like so precise. That is the best 200
It
IQ
requires something to be
description.
true.
Belief is belief.
Okay.
Yeah, what we talk about here in other spaces is that belief is lower than if you know something. If you know
Okay.
it, you don't need to believe it. Belief is saying that you haven't passed that burden of proof to that you know something.
So that's why I asked
It's
you what you
one-
meant by belief.
it's
This
one
is
thing
such a stupid
under.
argument because I literally asked you what you meant by it.
So
I'm
listen,
by your
no.
definition,
Franz,
yes, by
you
my
want
definition, you need to believe in it.
you want belief to produce a physical globe for you, and it doesn't do that.
I don't remember saying that actually. I
No,
just
I know
remember
you don't
saying that
remember
F
saying
equals
that,
MA.
but listen, I'm so good at this because I've been doing it so long.
Okay,
I
Grundle, so
can
if you're
think
so
about
good
your
at
thoughts
this,
before you think
maybe
about them. No,
Grundle,
listen,
if
I
you're
can
so
think
good at
about
this,
your thoughts in the future before you actually think about
okay,
them. And it's
good for
happened
you. I'm
twice
really
now.
happy for you, mate. Really happy for you.
Great, I'm
Listen,
glad you're
can
happy.
you
So would you like me
can
to
you
carry
just
on this
answer me the answer
conversation
the
for you,
question?
with you, by myself?
Grundle, can you just answer this question for me? Can an object have acceleration without having a force present?
No.
Okay. So how does an object accelerate towards the ground when I let go of it?
Because you picked it up and dropped it.
So when I dropped it, was there a force present on the object?
No,
making it accelerate towards the ground?
but you increased its energy level when you picked it up, and with every centimeter, every millimeter, every inch, every micrometer that you picked up that object up and up and up and up and up, you imparted more and more thermal heat to it. You imparted more energy to that object. The more you lifted it up, and the higher you lift it up,
So now we're talking
guess
about
what?
energy?
Guess what? Guess what? The more it drops. Totally serious. The higher you
So-
pick up something and drop it, the longer it drops to the ground.
So
You
now
think
you're
I'm
talking about
crazy,
energy.
right? Everybody thinks I'm crazy for saying this, but that's the truth.
Grundle, you're talking about energy now, but forces
Yeah. Do you think
irrespective
gravity's
of
energy, or is gravity not energy?
But
Because I
forces
don't
are
think gravity's
irrespective of
energy.
If an
I don't think
object
gravity's
accelerating to the
actual
ground,
energy that you
Grundle, I
can
need
use
you to
for
stick with me
anything.
here. No, I need you to stick with me here.
Oh man, he
If an
loves
object-
talking over everybody.
If an object is accelerating towards the ground, is there a force present?
Yeah, because you dropped it.
Okay, so was my dropping, the action of dropping, provided a force,
Yeah.
which was then maintained?
Yeah, because the
at a
energy
constant
is, listen, you pick up something
Newton
off the
moving.
ground. No, listen, okay, I'm going to diagram this thermodynamically for the audience. You got a rock.
Are you talking
It's
about
on the ground.
thermodynamics?
You got a rock on the ground. You pick it up, and the higher you raise the rock, the higher it goes above your head. And let's say that you have a jetpack and you press a button and you go up into the sky. You bring that rock higher up into the sky,
So you're
higher
talking
and
about
higher.
thermodynamics
Guess what's
again.
happening to that rock? That rock is experiencing something. It's experiencing an increase of energy.
Yes.
Yes, and when
Gravitational
you
potential
let go
energy.
of that rock, after you did all the work, all the force, all the time you spent, like you could have been there for your daughter's wedding, but instead you decided to take a rock and lift it up to the sky. And as you did that, you imparted your energy into the rock. And when you let go, that energy dissipates. Poof.
I imparted
poof.
my energy into the rock.
As you lift it up, you impart your energy because you're lifting it. And when you let go of the rock, it falls. It falls down.
No, that's actually
The energy dissipates.
that's actually not
And
how it works.
everything, guys, for the audience, everything returns to equilibrium.
Yeah. So you're talking about
It's
energy
beautiful.
again? I wasn't talking about energy.
Thermodynamics.
Grundle,
No
I need you to stick with me here.
space gravity
I know you
farms.
can do
No
it.
space gravity. No
Come on,
Einstein
you can do
gravity
it.
required for this. No Newtonian gravity even. just thermodynamics.
Grundle. Okay, Grundle. I wasn't talking about energy, I was talking about forces, okay?
Force. Oh, wait. You weren't talking about energy, but you were talking about forces.
Yes.
You want to tell the audience how dumb that was?
No, because I was talking about forces instead of energy.
Wait. You were talking about
Which is different.
forces.
Yes.
Instead of energy. Yeah, you want to tell the audience how dumb that was?
No. Or maybe we could just keep on going with the conversation. So, what I said was, and then you started talking about thermodynamics, I said that when you drop an object, it accelerates towards the ground. It accelerates at 9.81 meters per second. Why does it do this? If there isn't a force present, what is causing the ball to accelerate towards the ground?
Yeah, your energy.
Energy, okay.
That's
yeah,
like the
forces,
time.
pushes, and pulls, which are
even if you
vectors,
have
are not
energy,
energy.
just
They
gives
cause
something
acceleration.
velocity. Energy gives something velocity. That's the kinetic energy equation. I'm sure you know it. 1/2 mv squared.
Forces cause acceleration.
He wants to know why the direction that it takes. That's what it is. That's what he's meaning to ask.
That's not what I asked.
Oh, okay. So it doesn't matter what the direction is.
Everything is energy.
So it doesn't matter what the
it
doesn't matter what the direction is.
Fundamental misunderstanding of
Does
how
the direction matter to your inquiry or not?
Well, I suppose it does, but it's not what my inquiry was about because
it wasn't.
I was literally just
why are we
asking about.
discussing it?
No, because I was actually before I even combated the problem of direction, the mere presence of a force is being disputed here, which is just insane.
From your own
force
side, it's declared that there is not one. From your own side. Your own side declares there is not one. Your own side declares there is not one. Are you presenting something that's antithetical to the mainstream?
Teed up.
Are you presenting something? Are you claiming something antithetical to the mainstream? Yes or no?
No.
No. Okay. So the mainstream says it's not a force. The mainstream says it's not a force.
No, they don't. They say gravity's a force.
Yes, they do.
They have not said that it's a force for over 100 years.
They've said it's not a force for over 100 years.
They have said gravity is not a force for over 100 years. You know where they teach that gravity is a force? They teach gravity is a force to kids in school, up till about the age of maybe 14 or 15. And then after that, they start teaching kids that gravity is not a force. And before they taught them that it was a force. And when they teach them it's not a force, they get into space-time warpage and relativity, which has nothing to do with the forces of Newton.
Yeah, so what you're saying is Newton's gravitational equations are actually wrong, which they were, yes. But
I'm not saying they're wrong, although they are wrong. But I'm not saying that they're wrong. I'm saying that Newton's equations are fully enveloped within Einstein's equations. And Einstein's equations supersede Newton's.
And in both cases, the dynamics are just declared without verification.
So your claim is that
it's kinematic.
And there's no force.
Yeah, it's all kinematics. That's right, T-Dub. It's kinematics. You got it.
Exactly. You could literally replace any background, overlay that's been placed on top of the math, right, as being a reification for an idea of cause, right, without scientific experimentation, with anything you want, gnomes and fairies, unicorn farts, anything you want.
Okay, but that doesn't change the fact that force equals mass times acceleration.
No, F.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
So fairies equals that. Fairies equals that, not force.
Yeah, energy is not necessarily
Guys,
force.
you're going to have to just work with this for 1 second, okay? Maybe I'm really
Energy doesn't equal mass times acceleration, which you seem to think it does.
For a second here. So,
energy is just your capacity to do work. It's a scalar. whereas force is
Grundle.
actually a vector. Like this is
Grundle.
like, you know, high school physics. Energy is a
Force is a vector.
scalar. Force is a vector.
Yeah. What's your point? This has nothing to do with what I said.
Well,
I want you just to
it does have
let me
everything
just
to do
work
with
you
what
through
you
my
said.
thinking. Let me just work you through my thinking, okay?
What's your point,
Do you
Farms?
accept that? Do you accept that F equals ma?
Yeah.
Okay. When I drop the ball, does it accelerate towards the ground?
Yeah.
Okay. So if it
So it's going
accelerates
to
towards
calculate
the
the
ground,
force that
F
it's
equals
going
ma
to
means there is a
have,
force.
not the
Yes?
force that's being placed upon it.
So F equals ma
That's a
indicates
calculation
there is a
of
force.
what the object is. That's a measure of what the object is. That's a measure of the force the object is going to cause, not the force that you're claiming is being acted upon it.
Precisely.
What's the unit for a force then?
Yeah, check this out. You nailed it.
Kilogram meter
Right,
per
this guy
second squared, right?
Farms, check this out, dude. Okay, Farms, check this out. Okay, you're
Oh.
conflating the word force here in two different contexts. The term
No, I'm
force,
not.
when you describe it, yeah, check it out. If you describe the term force as in the cause, right, as opposed to the amount of energy expended, okay, there's the problem.
I'm defining it as kilogram meters per second squared.
Okay, there you go. So you have okay, so check this out. You have energy expended upon impact, let's say, right? If you take your F equals ma, mass I have, however many grams, it's accelerating, at this, rate or whatever, and upon impact, you do a calculation, and then boom, you have the amount of joules, kilograms per meter squared, what have you, expended in that instant. Big deal.
Just say joules, kilogram meter per second squared, what have you?
I said joules. No, dude, I said joules, right? Comma.
Yeah.
Kilograms per meter squared.
Yeah.
Whatever
that's what I
unit
meant.
you want to describe.
Yeah.
Whatever unit you want to describe it as. Okay. There you have your energy expended in that instant. Okay.
So
this
energy,
says nothing about the
kilogram meter per second squared has nothing to do with energy.
What?
That's not, and that's not a unit of energy.
What's your unit of energy then? In this case, or unit of force, you said. What's a unit of force?
Squared?
What does that translate into?
The amount an object is accelerating per second.
Oh man, we need the amount of
Proportional to
units.
its
We're
mass.
talking like coulombs, henries, newtons. What is it?
Coulombs is a unit of charge. What are you guys talking about now?
I'm asking you for your units of energy.
Joules.
Joules. Okay, so heat. So does gravity cause heat to form?
Joules is not just a unit of heat; it's a unit of all energy. It's just a
Yeah.
unit of energy.
So does gravity cause joules?
Oh, so it has nothing to do with thermodynamics then.
No, because
can you measure something in joules without invoking thermodynamics? Can you measure something in joules without invoking thermodynamics? Can you measure something in joules without invoking thermodynamics?
I'm so confused.
Can you measure something in joules without invoking thermodynamics?
Okay, hold on. Use the logo.
Can you measure something in joules without it involving thermodynamics?
You can't mute a mod or something like that.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
So
you coward! You utter coward muting me.
Acceleration is present when you drop the ball. What a coward! So therefore, there is a force. This is very easy to understand. So since there is a force,
can he please be
something needs to be pushing the object down.
He's had
I demand
diarrhea
he
in the
answer
mouth.
that question.
He's
I
had
demand he answer that question and not
Yeah,
be allowed to speak until he does.
He's had diarrhea in the mouth for
If
like
the
an
object is
hour.
going down and something's pulling it down, what is that thing?
I want
not gravity,
Yoda's
because gravity
question
doesn't exist.
addressed. I want Yoda's question addressed.
How is the ball accelerating towards the ground? This isn't just something
Farms,
that happens.
Hang the fuck on there. Farms, do you have T-Dub muted?
Yeah.
Okay, you're a rat fuck. Okay, unmute him. Let us know when you're unmuted him in the chat, and shut the fuck up until then. No fucking wonder it's getting fucking chaotic. Are you crazy, dude? Who the fuck do you think you are? That explains everything. Sorry, T-Dub.
Thank you. I demand Yoda's point be addressed. And address it It's good.
You're going like a bitch. Tabarnak, man.
Yeah, he just wanted to skip straight past that one. Yeah, it was not. I was not going to let him.
Yeah, good stuff, man. Yeah, Yoder, if you wouldn't mind clarifying that, right? I tuned in. He's talking about F equals ma. Is it not the case that mass times acceleration yields, an energy output at an instant? Right? That's what we're talking about, right? You drop a ball, it hits the ground. How much force is there on impact?
Yeah, it's going to dissipate energy.
There you go, right? So just the sheer fact that it's dissipating energy, right? It says nothing about the reason why, it's dissipating energy per se. But he seems to be like wrapping that up in a nice little package and giving it to us as if there is a thing that he apparently knows as to why that's happening. I don't know if that came out right, but you follow what I mean? Yay, nay? Or did I miss something?
I thought did he leave? I thought you said he left.
Yeah, he left. I was asking Yoder if he.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
Could corroborate. Yeah, I was just asking if anyone can corroborate what I was thinking about what just happened there. If not, I mean, whatever. Maybe I misunderstood there, but. Anyway.
So, final boss, you didn't answer my questions in the side chat. Why not? What is that image supposed to be of? You said, do you believe this? What is it supposed to be? Either of them. I asked you the same for both.
What's that blue stuff on the picture?
Why don't you just open your mic and talk to us, final boss? Just talk to us in the VC. No, that's not. If you think that that's what we mean by flat Earth, then you're incorrect. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about that. That's not flat Earth. It's not the flat Earth we're talking about anyway. You might want to go find somebody that thinks that that's actually flat Earth. But okay, so if you say that the first image is of Earth, in what respect does it represent Earth? Like, what is that? How was that image taken? How was it created? Is it a photo? Like, what is it? Where did it come from? Yeah, can you show the source of that, please? Can you show the source data? So, because I don't know where, I'm not going to take your word for it. So, can I see the source of of the image, please? Yeah, that's great. So, post the source. Post where the image came from, please. Post the link. Let's take a look. I want to see what the claim is. I want to see if its source says the same thing that you're saying.
I gave you 8 sources. They're all different. And they are all real flat. They're all real art. All 8 different real arts.
All right, final boss. That says image source NASA. All right, I need you to go get the NASA source. That's a secondary source. It's not primary source. I want the primary source, final boss.
My 8
please.
also from NASA.
So it's your burden because you've appealed to this. They've appealed to NASA. So if you want to appeal to NASA, you have to go find the original source to see if what they're saying it is. The original primary source says also agrees with that.
Hey, by the way, just to settle any confusion from before, when we were talking to Farms, and he was talking about unit of force and all this shit. Turns out a kilogram per meter squared. Excuse me. Oh, I think I misread something. Never mind. Oh yeah, no, kilogram meter squared per second squared. Ah, fuck, no, I messed up. Never mind. Scratch that. I mistyped.
Which is equivalent to right.
Yeah, I there's a typo in the text. I was just trying to convert from kilogram per meter squared to unit of energy. I wanted to see what the conversion would have been, and I think the my search screwed up my prompt because we were talking about force versus energy output, all that shit, and for some reason it seemed like there was no equivocation between the two. Apparently there might not be. Just wanted to clear the air on that. Never mind. I think I butchered something. Give me a sec.
Yeah, okay, we will, final boss. So I guess since you don't want to talk about it or discuss it in the side chat, you'll just be sitting in here silent and listening, alright? Your presence won't be felt within the text chat either. Okay then, don't post anything. Don't ask any questions. Yeah, hold to your word. Hold that to be true, right? You're just here to listen, nothing else. Just listen. Is Gregory lit up for anybody else continuously?
How do you guys feel about the Artemis landing?
The Artemis what?
The Artemis landing.
What's that? What's the Artemis landing?
Landing. So they shot a rocket up into orbit, came back, landed.
Okay, cool story, bro.
All right. Well, have any evidence that they didn't?
Why would I?
That's how critical thinking works, mate.
Why am I thinking about it?
Well, it's pretty interesting, no?
No.
Well, to each their own, I guess.
Yeah.
Did you see the title of the channel?
Yeah, is Artemis landing?
No,
That's
yeah,
what,
yeah, that's good.
why,
Now,
why I
can you
brought it
read the
up.
title of this channel?
24/7 flare.
Any Artemis there rocket?
Yeah, it says in the status, is Artemis landing?
Yeah, I'm asking you in the title of the channel, is any rocket in the title?
No.
No? What is in the title?
24/7 flat Earth.
That flat Earth, what's that?
It means you believe the Earth is flat.
Why should I believe in that?
I don't know.
If something is if something is if something is curved, why I should to believe that it's flat?
I don't know. If maybe you take some measurements.
Yeah, but if something is flat, what shall I do then?
You mean if you measure it flat?
Yeah, if I measure flat, what then?
If you measure it flat, then I guess you believe the Earth is flat. I don't really know what to tell you, mate.
We are here. That's we are here.
Well, we're here regardless. I'm going to drop the Australian accent.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
can I finish the sentence why we are here? We are here because yes, we measured flat. Yeah.
Am I still letting up?
What'd you say?
Is the
We
is the
measured
green circle
flat,
still
and
lighting up
that's
around
why.
my account?
One sec. Where? No, it appears to be fixed.
I actually have a
Okay,
conspiracy
I'm gonna
theory
mute my
about.
headphones. See if it still doesn't.
I have a
You
conspiracy
think that
theory.
geometry is a conspiracy theory?
No, listen. I have a conspiracy theory about flat earthers.
I'm asking you, do you think that geometry is the conspiracy?
No.
That means if something is measured curved, it's curved, and if something is measured flat, it's flat. Is that correct?
If you take into account all variables, yes.
How we will find out what is something curved and what is something flat?
If you measure it accounting for all confounding variables.
Like what?
Like atmospheric refraction, for example.
Like atmospheric refraction. How atmospheric refraction can curve the land?
It doesn't curve the land, but what it does is it.
That means if you see the physical land, it will not curve the land. It will be there. That physical land, what you see, it will be there.
What's curving is the light, right? We're able to detect objects because
does surface curving?
No, listen. The surface isn't
Only
what's
light.
curving. Right,
Only
light is
light
what's
is
curved.
curving.
No,
Okay,
the surface is curved, right? But
okay, the surface is curved.
Yes, the
That means
surface is curved.
it will measure curved also.
Again, when you measure curve, you have to account for refraction to make sure that
Yeah, that means it will measure curved.
Yeah, if you account for refraction, it'll measure curved.
Yeah, I will account on everything, but it will measure curved.
If you account for refraction, it'll measure curved, yes.
Okay, can you show that?
That's the burden of proof is on the person claiming the Earth is flat.
The person of the okay.
Right,
Show
if somebody says that,
so I need to show you something what is flat, what is not curving.
you need to account for refraction in your calculations, yes. And then if it comes back flat, then the Earth is flat. But it won't.
Okay. Can I use Salt Lake, Bolivian Salt Flat Lake, and then also account on refraction?
I don't know the answer to that. I imagine
That's one lake. It's 4,000 miles squared. You know.
I want to say proof of refraction. Refraction is like.
Can I use the flatness of the 4,000 miles squared of the flat lake, Bolivian Salt Flat Lake, and it's only changing elevation for 1 meter in that 4,000 miles squared? Can I use that surface for the refraction?
I don't know what your question is asking. I don't know how you use a surface for refraction.
I'm asking you this: if in 4,000 miles squared elevation change in 1 meter, how we will call that surface?
Well, I don't know what you're asking.
I'm asking. I don't know if other people understand. I'm asking for the 4,000 miles squared surface elevation change 1 meters. How we will call that surface? Curved, spiraling, or flat?
How would you describe that surface?
You're saying with elevation changes?
1 meter.
Of 1 meter. Overall, 1 meter elevation change from one point to another.
I honestly don't understand what he's saying.
Okay, if I'm on 1 point and you are 60 miles away, because 60 miles per 60 miles is giving you 3,600. It's not 4,000. Doesn't matter. 3,000. That means if I see you on 60, if you are 1 meter above me on 60 miles, how you will call that surface if it's your elevation changing only 1 meter from me to you?
Oh, I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Because elevation changes are independent of the macroscopic curvature.
Macroscopic curvature.
Yeah, so like no, so like at 60 miles.
That's not what he asked. That's not what he asked you, mate. Yeah, exactly. He asked you to. How would you describe that surface? And you went on about something about curve, like
okay,
within
some other type of curve that can't be.
Is it that slightly curved
measured.
surface?
Maybe
or is it that flat surface?
It's too damning for him to answer.
Slightly curved.
Slightly curved. Are you saying that we have a drop over distance for 1 meter on 60 miles?
That's not accounting for elevation changes.
Yeah. That's I'm telling you what we have in reality, how elevation change in reality. Do you understand me? Do you want to try with Florida? Or maybe with Holland? We can go to Holland. We can choose the land, whatever you want, and try to see elevation change. And how elevation change, due to sea level or due to sea curve?
Let me think about it because I want to give a good faith response.
What is for you sea level?
He wants to avoid the question 3 times, and now he's going to be good faith. Oh. Yeah, I don't know, man. Describing that as slightly curved of what? It's not the 3959 mile radius Earth ball. They have to go out of their way to be good faith. They have to really lock down and attempt to be good faith here. They don't. They think that sounds like some high speech, but it's just kind of. It lets me know that you're starting from a place of a lie. It's bizarre.
Because it's squared, that means on 120 miles it's 4 meters. On 240 miles it's 16 meters. I can go on if you want. We can come to see how much is on 3,000 miles. 3,000 miles it's like 200 meters. Is it that big ball or small ball? I don't understand now.
It's a big ball.
With small dimensions.
So you're saying across like vast distances, there's very little elevation change?
Seems to be the case.
That's like 3 feet. For 3 feet, you need how much of distance
Do
for
you
the
have an
sphere? This sphere?
Do you have an example of this?
Yeah, it's called Salt Lake, Bolivia. It's in Bolivia. You can take Florida like an example. You can find out how Florida look like. It's almost like that Salt Flat Lake, you know.
Okay, so the survey shows less than 1 meter of elevation over 50 miles. And you're saying that if the Earth were curved, there should be a huge drop, which
Yeah, on 50.
makes
You can find
sense.
out how much is on 50 miles. Go and Google it now. How much drop over distance it's on the 59 with the Earth with the radius of 3,959 miles. Every ChatGPT, everyone will answer that question. The same thing will be correct. No, for don't look for 10 meters. That's nothing. But it will tell you.
Well, according to gravity, like a basin of that size and that orientation wouldn't. It'd be trying to fill uphill, and it'd probably spill over at one end, filled up
50 miles
too
is
much.
over 1,000 feet.
Not the other. Yeah. So it's weird how it just all fills up evenly and just looks like a mirror.
Yeah, and also it doesn't mean that it's dropping 1 meter when you get to the end of it. It means that there's a variation of 1 meter. So whatever the mean level is, one area might be half a meter lower and another area might be half a meter higher than the average mean. It just means that there's a variation, a deviation of 1 meter over that distance. No curvature.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. You can now build the mountains in between with you will have all the time that flat base, that mountains, it's only going away from you, with the changing elevation. That's the flat earth with the sea level and the land above the sea level. Somehow logically, unfortunately.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
But can you imagine these guys could tell you also about that space stuff? Oh my God, there is another story there. There is nothing to measure flat, but it's some another story, you know.
How do you know which way the light goes in the air, Mage?
Hold on, I'm reading something. I think I have an answer to his question. The measurements
okay.
are relative to the geoid, which is true level as defined by gravity on the rotating spherical Earth. Basically, they set up their instruments so that the level follows the direction of gravity. But if you were to start from a point and take that tangent line all the way out, there's still the same drop that you're saying isn't there. But
Cool.
I'm trying to read more because I'm
Let's
trying
see
to
that.
understand it fully.
Let's see this elusive drop of the Earth's curve. Let's see the surface dropping. Where have you seen this?
Well, you can't really see it.
It's still there.
You have to
You can't
measure
see
it.
it. How do you know it's still there?
You have to measure
Man,
it.
but yeah, man, but we show
Where
you
has it
now
been
50
measured?
miles. We show you the 50 miles of the flat surface. Now you're saying that surface it's curving, you understand? And it's not in that
It's not in the
map
measurement.
for sure.
The
you have
measure
to
is the
understand
1 meter difference overall.
And for me will be question what would be the flat surface, what we can say, call it, okay, this is not, but this will be the flat surface. You know, if you have 1 million miles with 1 meter, you know, elevation change, okay, then I will call this flat surface. But 50 mile surface I cannot call with 1 meter, you know,
So the
elevation
measurements,
change.
yeah, but they're measuring the elevation change relative to something called a geoid, not
Yeah,
a
doesn't
flat
matter.
plane. No, it does
Doesn't
matter.
matter.
If it's
Okay.
relative to a
No, that's
geoid,
not.
Okay,
That's not
let's
how they. That's not what they're doing. No, that's not what they're doing.
that is what they're doing.
No, it's
hold on.
not.
It's not.
No, that's not what they're doing at all. They don't have a geoid with them when they're out in the field with their lights and shit.
Well, it's not an object; it's a mathematical abstraction. It's essentially the shape of the Earth's oceans that would take if they were allowed to flow freely without any currents, wind, tides, and they take the measurements relative to that geometry.
No, they just take measurements relative to themselves and their instrumentations.
Here, I'll give you a source.
In the field. That's where they're getting that measurement from. In the field.
Yeah, you're bullshitting, Mage.
It will give us a source. Give us a curved surface in reality. That's better than source.
Why did he even ask for an example in the first place when after you showed him the example, he goes, well, they're measuring it's flat, but it's still there. What was the point of you even showing? Why even ask, Mage?
This is how critical thinking works. Somebody says something and you question
No,
it.
dude, you're
No,
doing
it's
everything
not.
to avoid critical thinking.
Yeah.
No, what I did was I stopped. I said, let me think about it, paused for 5 minutes, read some stuff, and said, oh, this is why you're wrong.
Okay, thought about it or come up with an excuse?
Are you saying that my logic, that what geometry of the Earth is saying, that on 50 miles you will have a drop of 1,000 feet, yeah, but still there is only 3 feet of difference. And you're still telling me that's 1,000 feet, it's covered by this observation of 3 feet.
Yeah, because they're taking measurements relative to the geoid model. Here, I provided a source.
I'm telling you this. That's what I'm seeing. That 50 miles
No,
of
they're not.
3 feet. It's not flat because of
Side chat.
why?
One sec, Sasha. They're not taking
Okay,
measurements with what do you say? With respect to?
Yeah.
Geoid?
My
No,
understanding.
they're not. They're just taking measurements
Check the side chat.
in the field. In the field, they're taking measurements in the field with respect to reality, the physical and natural world surrounding them, underneath their feet.
The salt
Right?
flat.
That part. That's what they're taking the measurements with respect to. That's what they're taking the measurements of.
Yeah, so now be good faith, Mage, because that's what you're after, and acknowledge that.
He's just wrong, and I gave a source in the side chat. They are taking measurements with respect to the geoid. They use kinematic I'm reading. They use kinematic GPS, and the GPS gives ellipsoidal heights, and then they convert those to orthometric heights, and they do this conversion by subtracting the geoid height from the EGM96 global geoid model.
They shouldn't need to subtract anything from anything.
So now you're moving the
just
goalpost.
go and
now you're moving the
take
goalpost. So now you're moving the goalpost. So now you're moving the goalpost.
No, you
Originally
just
it
go
was
and
they
take
aren't
measurements.
taking measurements.
They need to mine. Why are you subtracting something?
You are moving the goalposts.
Why are you subtracting something?
Don't worry about it. He just admitted that they measured it flat, and then they went ahead and afterward added in the curvature. Good job, Mage.
That's not what I said.
That's what you said.
Do some
So
research.
what are they doing? What are they subtracting? Tell me again.
That's what I heard.
So the curvature is only mathematic. It's not measured. That's what he's telling us.
Exactly.
Good job, Mage. Proud of you. Did he boot scoot? Did he run away?
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, got caught with his hand in the cookie jar. He hasn't been here in a while.
He left? He's out of here. Mage is gone. I was half paying attention. What scared him away?
Flatness in reality.
He looked in the mirror.
He snatched his own wig off. He told us that they measure it flat and then there's all kinds of equations and nonsense to put the curvature back in.
Ain't he a usual suspect? Y'all spoken to him many times before, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he sucks.
Thought I did remember him coming back at some point with, some semblance of clarity. But then he went away and now he's back. Full reset, it seems. Or am I mischaracterizing him with somebody else?
No,
Forget
full
now.
reset.
Yeah, okay.
It was if he was hoping we had forgotten he existed. I don't know.
Did you people ever accounted on refraction force that Bolivian Salt Lake?
Who asked that?
I don't know anyone who does anyone accounted on refraction on that. Or when you go there and you make beautiful videos and photos about that beautiful mirror. Did you anybody accounted on that people accounted on refraction when they made all that videos of flatness?
How would they do that? How would they account for it?
Like, look at people. This is the flatness, but we will speak later why you see that what you see. Because light is bending.
Yeah, they'll always do that. They'll always do that. If you refuse to accept it as a debunking of the globe, then you have no choice but to claim that. Yeah.
For me, more logical would be
right?
I will fight. I will like invoke rotation, because in that moment, the Earth rotating and moving the post. To understand, and then it's making you always that that drop leveled, but not with, but not with refraction ever.
Neil deGrasse Tyson actually says that the Earth rotates through the water.
Okay.
That's collected upon its surface. Yeah, that's how he explains tides. So there's a continuous shape of the water in space, and the land that happens to be higher than the equipotential level of it rotates in and out of the different, like in and out of the bulge. He'll say because it's bulging right in the middle, flattened at the tops. So the land that is poking out of the water will sometimes experience deeper water based on that bulge.
Yeah, that's what this guy was telling us. Like a geoid, it's not perfect sphere, It's like a 20 miles over 10,000 miles bulge.
Yeah.
to understand how that stuff it's small.
Guys, do you also shave between your butt cheeks to keep it cleaner?
No.
Not sure, Josh.
I have a dedicated shaving machine for my asshole.
Can recommend you do that?
I heard that when geometry is starting to hurt people, that it's coming to us some kind of questions. Because you cannot deal it with when you cannot deal it with sea level, then it's problem. It's like your life is changing. You you started to be angry. That's the first, and like no, and no sea level. And then other stories are only continuing, like asking stupid questions, But avoid sea level. That's the reason of being like that.
Yippee!
And avoid the places you don't like, man. That's the advice. You don't like that. Why are you coming where you don't like to be? Why?
The gentle hate. No, they probably got ran of all. They got they went to the other debate rooms, got ran out of there, and they're like, "Well, I guess it's flat Earth then." Fuck.
Oh, Chris, I like your today's speech when you said the guy, okay, then I don't have I don't have an answer for you. I don't have anything for you. Now it's,
Yeah, now
you choose your.
Yeah, I was gonna get there. I was gonna be, dude, this is a choose your own adventure. You know, the funny part too was he came here to fuck with Radwin. Like that dude, that was his first day on the server today. He went yeah, like he joined on the 8th, but he hadn't done anything for 2 days. Then comes right into the channel and starts messing with Radwin like instantly. So I'm like, I kind of stole some of his thunder there for a little bit. I don't like Radwin heard him on YouTube or whatever, like somehow, he knew Radwin from somewhere, like maybe an alt account or something, but that was epic, man. The dude freaked out. He totally freaked out and ended up getting like server timed out.
Chris, what is the shape of the Earth?
Not good. It's in very bad shape.
What do you think? What is the shape of the Earth?
Yeah, the Earth is in very poor condition.
We got. I mean, like a physical shape.
Yeah, the physical shape is very bad. It's in bad shape. We got like a giant garbage patch in the South Pacific.
So you don't know?
No, I do know. I know that the Earth is very poor. The condition, the ecological condition of Earth, the ecosystem is in very bad shape. It's like
but seriously, in speaking about shape, like some, let's say, cube or sphere or something. What do you think? What shape Earth is?
Yeah, Earth would be 3-dimensional. Those are 2-dimensional shapes. So that's not going to work. Yeah.
Ball is 3-dimensional.
Yeah, a ball. A ball would be 3-dimensional, but a ball would have curvature, and there's no curvature, so it can't be a ball.
So you don't know what shape your Earth is?
Yes, it's bad. The Earth is in bad shape.
Okay, why you don't know that?
Well, I haven't seen the whole thing, so I wouldn't know whether all of it. Are you kind of thinking about it could be like a cone?
No, I think it in that sense, because he was asking, now he wants the shape from you,
Oh,
and
yeah,
now
shape, a model.
I want, that answer from you. I don't care but why you don't know? That's not possible.
He wants a model. He's like, give me your model.
Yeah, it was eclipses. Now I remember eclipses. You showed to him, and he said, "No."
Oh, that was a different dude. Yeah. Okay, we got mixed up on the guys. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah. There's another guy called like Overly Cooked who came in and messed with Radwood, and I told him the same thing too. He kept saying, "I want sources." Yeah, the one guy came in here. I think.
Yeah. Like you
asking
asking me source, I now want from you source.
Yeah, give me sources.
And you said, I don't have a source. And I was like, great. Maybe you have even. But I was like, he told you that he doesn't have. But he was asking, no, I want source.
I can't remember that guy's name, but I remember I talked to him before. It was F Bomb. Okay, I just found it. Yeah, he was coming in here. He's like, I want to tell you something. And we're like, what? You guys can't explain eclipses. And I'm like, oh, here, just one second.
What do you mean by upside down shadow? Nothing. Leave it.
What's going on here? Double check for new people. Nope. What happened with Achilles? Achilles heel. That's talon, because talon in Spanish is the heel. The flutter is talon's Achilles heel. Mage? Whoa. What the heck, guys? The English hub, it's populated with people at the moment. So since you guys are not saying nothing, I'm gonna go to the English hub later. I was tagged earlier, I didn't saw it. Let me check in here. Tagged. Find it.
I have one simple claim to the flat earthers, by the way. It's very quick and simple and straightforward.
It's not a great week for the flat earthers.
Shut up, let me finish. You interrupt. You don't have basic adequate behavioral discussion
My goodness.
norms, you fucking bitch.
So many cups.
Yeah, because I have to be giving you very thoughtful, adequate, and appropriate, and tailored. Don't laugh. Islamic space, you said, program? What Islamic space? You've never been to space as a Muslim. Oh, you mean the missiles?
Oh, do you think goat pussy flies that high?
Why do you hold up? What did you just say to me, you fucking bitch?
Do you think goat pussy flies that high?
I mean, you're the one who should answer the question. The guy who really... Oh, he muted. He deserves it. Yes!
And that lack of curvature, you're looking up is not going to help you. You're looking in the wrong direction. Remember that. You know, you've got to measure the surface of the earth to know either way whether it's curving or flat. Okay, you've got to do that. That's what you've got to do. Yeah.
technically I wasn't looking at the sun. I was looking at the light of the horizon, and then I noticed that the sky is dark while the floor of the ground is lit, which again I don't see how that could happen on a flat surface, because that's just not how light works.
Actually,
Even
that's
if
how
it's
light does work. Actually, you're witnessing reality. It's just that you're not actually. You're failing in one point is to go out and measure. Okay, you're hanging everything on a whim and a theory that these phenomena you witness are varying in each day. They change in density and power. Okay, but yet the horizontality of the Earth is constant. You need to go and do that. That's why I say it's fundamental
Well,
that
the
you do
only
this.
way to measure that curvature would be with the only way to measure that curvature would be with a scope, and that scope is not a reliable source of measurement.
It's not just
Scope's not a measuring tool.
Yeah, we can use lasers are used as measuring
Right.
tools every day in all different industries, and we can absolutely use long distance observations, infrared photography, lasers to try to find that curvature that would have to be there, because curvature has byproducts, right? Obstruction being one of them. Right, like if I was standing somewhere and then you were 20 miles away from me, and in between us was a hill that was 200 feet high, obviously I'm not going to be able to see you, right? Because there's something obstructing my view from you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so how come I can zoom in over 20 miles and I can see you? If there should be a 130-foot hill, which would be the Earth curvature, obstructing my view from you.
Actually, it's 266 feet, 266.74 feet of
Right,
Earth's
but-
curvature that would be blocking your line of sight right there.
Well, it would be the Sagitta height.
So let's say like I'm on the Atlantic, okay, and you're on, like I'm on like the UK in the or Ireland in the Atlantic, and you're on Canada, or Greenland, right? And you have this
Yep.
really powerful telescope that could actually pierce through the atmosphere. You're suggesting that you would see me, or like a laser that would go through the. You would be able to scan me with the laser.
No, there's no such type of telescope. All a telescope does is magnify things. Okay, there's no telescope that can zoom through the thick, dense atmosphere and all of a sudden it's not like an X-ray vision telescope. It's impossible.
How can you see the other planets then if it can't pierce through the atmosphere?
Because when you're looking horizontally through the atmosphere, and you're looking through the densest part of the atmosphere, it's 40 times more dense when you're looking horizontally than when you're looking up through it. It very, very quickly tapers off. So you're not looking through a dense portion of the atmosphere when you're looking up, but the further you look down, you're looking through more and more dense atmosphere. And if you check
Then
the
how
weather,
would it be possible to leave the atmosphere, or how would it be impossible for NASA to leave the atmosphere if it's less dense?
well, they've never left the atmosphere.
He's starting to learn that NASA's a hoax. Good boy.
Yeah,
No,
they've never
how
left
would
the
it be
atmosphere. Look, they
impossible?
claim. Well, it is impossible. It is impossible
How
because
if it's thinner density, because it would be less friction as it gets above, right? So
Yeah.
wouldn't it be possible if there was a thruster that it as powerful as NASA claims to go through the atmosphere as they are losing friction, they would be gaining speed going outside of the planet because they are going through a dispersing atmosphere. Just like you
well,
were claiming.
I mean, if you
with
put a
the
rocket in a
telescope.
vacuum, it doesn't. If you put a rocket in a vacuum, it doesn't go anywhere. You need that thickness of the atmosphere to be able to project off of in the first place. So if you get a vacuum chamber and you put a little rocket in it, the rocket doesn't move at all. It doesn't have anything to push off of. But that's beside the point, right? The main thing is here that the light can't travel forever through the atmosphere, and you can't see forever through the atmosphere. Like, for example, if you go up a mountain and you're looking off at different mountains in the distance, each mountain is going to become a little bit harder to see. It's going to be more opaque looking until you just can't see the mountains anymore because of the thickness of the atmosphere over just a small distance. So obviously you're not going to be able to see forever through the atmosphere. There's no type of telescope that can push through all of that atmosphere, nor is there any type of laser that can push through all of that atmosphere, because lights, right? Like lights follow the inverse square inverse square law of light. So as the light moves away from the light source, its intensity very, very quickly diminishes. Every time you double the distance, you lose 4 times the intensity. And the light is also being absorbed like by the atmosphere. It's called the attenuation of light. Think about it like this. If you go to the beach in the middle of the day on a nice clear day and the sun's directly above you, you don't have to dive far down into the water before it's pitch black and you can't see the sun. You can't see any light from the sun. It's just completely like blackness. That's because the light is absorbed by the medium of the water. The same thing happens with the medium of the air, just over a larger distance.
I guess that doesn't explain 2 things of why there would be, like, again, pre-sunset post-sunset and pre-sunrise, where the light is lighting on the ground, but dark above.
The sun emits light of all wavelengths. Maybe, just maybe, some of those wavelengths penetrate further than you think they do. Just because you can't see the sun, so the sun coming up, we get red and orange.
Guessing. Yeah,
it sounds like guessing. Yeah, it's a guess.
Might also
Okay, I'll stick with that.
Be able to come up with other explanations too, right? Like you can explain a bunch of things different ways, right?
But if the sun was above us, it wouldn't. Like if the sun was directly above us at all times, I don't.
How do you know what the sun is in order for it to not do something that you don't think it should do?
Yeah, you think you know the mechanisms of the heavens above, and you pre-assuming a bunch of things to be able to come to some sort of conclusion of how should it work and how it shouldn't work. But you're missing a bunch of variables, and there's a lot of unknowns.
To figure out things for yourself. Didn't you just say that was science to figure out things for yourself?
Can you science the heavens above?
That's a starting point. You start off with that, but you don't end with that typically.
Okay. Well, I guess that concludes. I'm gonna go back to the vegan channel.
Real quick, Axel. Can I ask you a quick question on your that might shed some light, because I've been listening, but on your thing about the light at the horizon, you see the sun. How high are you assuming that the sun is above the plane?
Well, I'm not assuming the sun is above. I was asking because during this period of it's called like the twilight hour or something like that.
Do you think the sun is an object, or do you think it's an effect of an object?
Well, I think the light is the effect of the sun, and the sun is the object.
Okay, so what is the sun? What even is the sun? Do we really know?
I guess you could say that I don't know. But I'm not really.
Yeah, the experts, the experts who study the sun for a living, called heliophysicists.
I don't know, but I don't think that's relevant to the
heliophysicists who study the sun's physics don't even know. So you're in good company.
Yeah. So what I was going to say, I don't think that that's relevant based off of the light that I'm projecting on, because I just don't. Usually, if there was light coming from above, right? Like on a usual basis, maybe we are on this really obscure atmosphere that it just makes light completely different than how light usually works. But based off of the fact that we have lasers, flashlights, and stuff like that, that works the same way as the light from the sky works. If you flash something out of what?
We don't know that the light from the sky is coming in the same way as the light we make on Earth. That's the thing. We don't know what those objects in the sky are. And nobody can actually prove that they know what they are.
Well, it's a light in the sky.
Well,
Yeah, so the sun is probably not a gigantic ball of plasma. The sun is probably not a gigantic ball of gas. Mars is probably not a
just like you, I
gigantic
have not made
piece
that
of
claim.
rock
I said
you
it's a
can
light.
land on, because nobody has really any clue what any of this stuff is. Mars, Venus, rocks that you can land on in the sky. Nobody knows for sure that you can do that.
Yeah, he's being fair. He's saying I'm just saying it's a light in the sky. I mean I'm with him. That's cool.
Okay. So, but anyway, I'm gonna probably just go back to vegans. DJ,
Wait,
good to
what?
see you.
Good to see you, man. Thanks for being chill in here.
Yeah.
Catch you next time.
Go eat your bugs. Go eat your plants. We're gonna start eating animals. We're gonna eat cats and dogs first here. How about that?
Congratulations for being a piece of shit.
Hammer, you're very animated today.
I'm gonna start by eating my neighbor's dog.
Wow.
Hey DJ, did you see that stuff I sent you?
Yes, I did actually. I haven't had much of a chance to look over it, but that's
Shit's crazy,
I'll
dude.
Bring it up right now. So where is this from?
Where did I find it?
Yeah, or what is it? Just like, yeah, I'll post some of it in the side chat.
Yeah.
So other people can see what it is. So just explain, like, really basically, like, what is this?
Okay, so yeah, okay, so I saw I don't know if it was John Truth on TikTok. He posted something that said that showed a wind tracker site. It was a globe shaped wind tracker site, and he posted the North Pole, and it showed the wind blowing around something that's like really, really tall enough that like Everest and like Himalayas don't even block the wind like that. And he's like, "What's up there?" And it was talking about the cosmology of the Rupes Nigra, the big magnetic mountain at the North Pole, and stuff like that. And so I wanted to show my wife. So I found this one globe site, and it showed the same thing. It actually showed the wind getting blocked by the North Pole, just like his did. But of course, like we wanted to show, we want to look at different, things. You don't want to just take one site for its thing, So I went to this site, which was a flat map. It's not a globe, it's a flat map. So I was like, meh. And so I scrolled over just to see things. And the first picture that I showed you, the one with just nothing, that's what it looked like at first. But you can see the one line that looks like Photoshop on it. But I scrolled over, and I have an old ass iPhone 13, slow as shit now on these new updates. And I was on LTE. So the Photoshop there wouldn't load. It just broke. And I was like, the fuck is that? And then I was looking around, and I got to break a couple more times. And you see there's two different pictures. It says the date down on the bottom right. It says 18Z, and then the top one shows like 19, and the bottom one shows 20. That's from the 19th and 20th of last month. Two different times and stuff. So I went in the 19th and found those, and then I came back on the 20th and got it to happen again. Shows a bunch of crazy stuff. But the two best pictures are the ones that show all that crazy stuff to the right, show the whirlpool, and that crazy stuff to the right, like all that branchy stuff. Those are the two most interesting ones. And if you know the cosmology cartography of the whole thing, there's supposed to be a giant whirlpool around the big rock in the middle up north. There's supposed to be also other whirlpools. They control the tides. And also there's islands up there and rivers, and possibly some more of the large trees that they cut down everywhere else on Earth, the super big trees. So I got all these things, and I was like, yo, like, what the hell is this? But when I got on the 19th, I was like, what the hell is this? Then on the 20th, I found these other ones that show the 830 there that show it. And if you look at the two worlds, they're two different shapes. All the ones from the 19th are sideways, as you can see, like the one on the first image you put in the chat. And then all the ones from the 20th at 830 are all vertical. Right. And so I was like, something's up here. Well, if you know about the whole idea of the whirlpools and the cosmology of the tides, the whirlpool and whirlpools, actually, all of them, including the ones up in northern Norway and the ones in Japan, they every 6 hours, 4 times a day, they rotate opposite. And that also happens right when the tides happen too. So what my best guess is, and this is just a guess, if you look at those two pictures, the video actually shows it at the end. But if you look at the two pictures with the with all that branchy stuff on the right, I think that's a huge tree. And you can see it. I posted the other one, but on the sideways one from the 19th, it looks like you can see all the shapes of those, what I call the branches on the right, are all kind of pushed up. All the shapes are the same on those two branch-like things, but they all are like shoved up on the 19th, while they're kind of pulled down on the 20th. And I think that's because at 8:30, which was actually low tide, it looks like it's vertical, and I guess it's sucking in. It's pulling all those branches down towards it. And if you look at the 9:48 one from the 19th, it's of course going horizontal, and all the branches are being blown up. Now the cool part about that is it was at 9:48, and up there in like the northern hemisphere, high tide was actually about 10:02 to 10:20 those days. That's what high tide was. So it actually matches up with the 9:48 blowing out, matches up with it starting to blow out, and then all of a sudden the high tides come in, while during low tide it was sucking back in and sucking that tree down. And if anybody's wondering how the hell is that a tree? If you know the ancient history of those big trees, they're tens of thousands of feet tall in some cases. They're super, super big. And so if they are above it, looking down on it, trying whatever sensor or what a camera, I don't know what they use to actually read all these wind patterns, but whatever they're using to look down, that tree is so close to it that it's using perspective, kind of filling the camera more than it would at like ground level, because it's up close to the camera. That's my best guess on it. All I know is that's definitely not supposed to be there. None of it's supposed to be there. That's for sure. We're not supposed to see it. I just got it to break and pulled out all that stuff, and that's my best guess on it. As you can also see in the 2 different days, that whirlpool shape is directly in the same exact spot, while the big Arctic, the polar vortex, is over on the bottom right corner, as you can see as well. But it's not on the 19th, but on the 20th it was. But yeah, you can see the whirlpool shape. Whirl shape is in the same place on both days, but just different angles. But it makes sense if you know things, that it's sucking in on the 20th, but on the 19th at 9:48, it's blowing out and blowing the tides back out. It uses, again, a lot of the stuff we know from back then, as far as old maps and old history and old stuff like that, with what I found, and it matches up pretty well. So it's really interesting. So.
Oh, thanks for sharing that, man. That is interesting. Yeah, a lot of mystery when it comes to the north.
Yes, indeed. Yes. And the actual CIA's claim to why we can't go up there is that there's an old UFO up there. It's been there for a long, long time. And it has like a 200-mile range where everything like electronic dies around it. But if you know the ancient history, the giant magnetic rock that puts about a 200-mile radius of EMF field that completely screws compass.
Oh, they took him down.
There, if you know all that that old stuff, it's like a 200-mile range of just EMF killing up there. So that's why no pilot or ship captain will go up there. That's apparently also why Greenland is frozen over, because Greenland is actually butts up really close to one of the islands. If you try to go up there, the military will stop you going up Greenland. And they say it's been frozen for years. We have 300-year-old maps that show it not frozen at all. Yeah,
I appreciate the skepticism and enthusiasm, but I don't know if there's any evidence for all of this. The 200-mile range of EM propagation, attenuation, and so on. Yeah. I don't know if there's any evidence for that.
Well, no, no, that's what I'm saying. Is this is just all, this is stuff that we /know/ aren't allowed to explore and haven't explored in a long time, like hundreds and hundreds of years type stuff. But they it's all, it's just unknown up there. And this just shows that they are definitely hiding something up there that they are not telling us about, that they don't explain. I mean, that they're definitely hiding that stuff. That's all I'm saying. It's definitely a lot of speculation, because we don't know. It's just definitely showing that there's something they're hiding up there that we're not allowed to see. And it's just really cool because it lends credence to the entire flat Earth discussion. And not exactly, that we live on a flat plane, but that they are hiding stuff up there.
Alrighty, Master Dave, what's your question?
Oh, hello, my mic was muted. Sorry, I didn't realise. So I had a couple of questions because I think it was you I was talking to the other day quite late, and we had a fairly good conversation. And I was thinking a little bit more about stuff. And as you know, like, I don't currently believe in flat Earth, but I am open to having my mind changed. Like, I'm not concrete, either way. Like, I think like everyone should be open to having their mind changed, if the evidence is there. But I just wondered, like, a couple of questions really. Do you guys believe, like, in the magnetic North Pole? As in, like, is that something that you believe in, or?
We accept all of mainstream science as a starting point. How about that?
Sorry?
We accept all of mainstream science as a starting point, and then we go from there.
Okay, so if we, like, believe in the magnetic North Pole, and then we sailed a ship around the outside of, like, the North Pole, where you could actually sail, where it's not like ice, and the compass would always point to the magnetic North Pole.
Yeah,
And
so it's
then-
like if you grab a flagpole with your left arm, with your hand, and you walk around it.
Yeah. So that
so that's on a flat surface, right? That's a flat surface that you're walking around on.
Yeah. So if you then went down to the South Pole and did the same thing, so you sailed in a circle around the outside of the ice wall as close as
then you do the other thing down there. Yep. Perfect.
And then
good.
Presumably the compass would point to the South Pole as you in the same method. But why would it do that if the South Pole was an ice wall?
Well, what if it did this at a third point, or a fourth point, or a fifth point, or a sixth point? How would you know?
I guess so. I mean, obviously, like, so from the globe theory, obviously the poles move, right? So I know that. So I guess that could make it quite difficult. Like the
Excuse me, just for a moment.
What if
Can
they're
I-
independent
hold on,
poles?
Can I just interject one thing?
Yeah, sure.
Our friend here mentioned an ice wall. Are you envisioning the flat Earth as the azimuthal equidistant map, where there's a ring of Antarctica around the flat Earth?
Well, that was what I kind of drew, I guess, from listening to bits that you talked about. Obviously, I've not been in here loads, but kind of thing I assumed from was it Admiral Byrd or Captain Byrd, was that he sailed to this ice wall, managed to get over it, and then presumably if he had, say, walked around on top of this ice wall in a circle, which would obviously been very large, he would have seen land expanding.
So let me correct you with something really quick, okay?
Yeah, sure.
There is a problem with, and I even hate, at this point, I'm growing very tired of the term flat Earth. So let me just tell you about the Earth itself. The Earth, as we measure it, is a flat plane. Now, in the flat Earth community, and I'm using air quotations, try to kind of imagine me using the air quotations, flat Earth community, there's this huge problem with people creating this straw man, even the flat earthers themselves. This is not your fault. I'm not blaming you. But that the Earth is this azimuthal equidistant projection where the Antarctic ring, is all the way around that circle. And then there's this ice wall. That is not what we are claiming. So I want you to kind of like let that go. Just let it go. I've let it go. You've let it go. The ice wall itself was a term that was coined by the U.S. military, because when they went to Antarctica, whatever that landmass is, they had to kind of navigate and scale and get over this very large cliff of I guess you would call it glacier ice.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the ice wall.
Yeah.
There are some flat earthers that say, "Oh yeah, no, it's the azimuthal equidistant map, and there's this big ice wall you have to get over." Blah blah blah. I actually don't know. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's ultimately what the Earth looks like. I have no clue. But we don't want to put that idea and project that forth as what we are actually talking about. We try to keep this conversation really concise. The Earth, as a realm that we live in, is measurably flat. The water stays level. Ultimately, you need a shoreline of some kind to contain the water. Fair enough.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean that the Earth looks like that map that you've seen. So if you're going to ask us questions pertaining to that idea, then we're probably not going to be able to help you too much. Like we're just going to say,
I'm asking the wrong questions. Is what sort
maybe,
of
maybe, probably so.
Yeah,
that's
like
not our idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's cool. It's just something I was thought about, like, because I was looking into like the Admiral Byrd stuff, and that was kind of where my brain led me to, and I was like, well, if there is this, ice wall that effectively did encircle what I would envision flat Earth would look like if it was true, then surely if you sailed around it and the compass pointed in towards it and moved as you sailed around, then surely that would prove that you could actually sail around it, as in the outside of it, not the inside of it. But then if that's not what you're claiming, then I suppose that's irrelevant, really. But yeah, it's just a thought I had, and yeah, I'm just like, I find it really interesting, and I'm just trying to get my head around some of it a little bit. So,
Yeah, I'd like to answer. I'd like to just address one point you made about you don't believe in flat Earth and that. Well, we don't believe in flat Earth. So we know it's flat. That's the thing.
Yeah,
because
yeah,
we've
I
done
understand that. Yeah.
questions, and we'll give you the answers, but you're going to have to validate these things for yourself. These answers.
Yeah.
Remember that. Okay.
Yeah. No, I
It's all
understand
upon
that.
you.
I mean, I've looked at obviously quite a lot of the laser measurements and stuff, and like, I mean, granted, I'm not clever enough to sit there and do the maths to work out refraction and stuff like that, but it definitely seems, from what I've seen, at least somewhat suspicious that if the Earth falls away at the curvature that is claimed with the globe theory, we definitely seem to be able to see a lot further than what the percentage of atmospheric refraction that they give would allow. So that does confuse me, I will admit that, and I don't really understand that. But yeah, I'm just trying to get my head around some of it and try and.
Well, you're getting your head around it perfectly, but you still haven't made any observations as yet. You see, you haven't actually gone out, so you need to do that. That's when it's all gonna fall into place, when you actually go out to different places, when you have the opportunity, and start making some quantitative measurements with your pals, your family. Go out there and have a look, because you're going to
So
ask
what
all
would
the
be
questions. Yeah, go ahead.
What would be the simplest way of me getting like my first steps into looking at, like, measuring that? How would be the simplest way I could
Okay, well,
measure
if you, I don't know where you are in England, because I can tell you're in England, but there's a guy, we got a guy called Jedi. He lives near the coast of England, and he can see France. That'd be a great place to start. Go down to Dover for a day with your friends, all right, and then see what you can see and get your measurements. Do your measurements there. And
Yeah, I
that
mean,
way you'll
I
know.
have been there, and I have seen France from Dover, so I know that that's the thing. I live
there you are.
near Felixstowe, so like on the east coast. So
yes, I know that. I know where Felixstowe is. So
yeah.
again,
Well,
see if you can
you've
see
done that
Holland from
already,
there. Yeah.
if you've
There
done
you
the
go.
France observation already, jump onto Google Maps, have a look at what the distance is. You know where you went and did that observation from. So work out your elevation.
Yeah.
And just chuck it into a Earth curve calculator.
Yeah.
And you can tell how far you should or should not be able to see. It'll tell you, and you can just work it out from there, bro. You don't have to be some whiz bang expert at maths or anything.
Right, and then the second one would be go to Worthing. So you're going to head west from Felixstowe. You're going to go along the coast.
Yeah.
Go to Worthing and then look at the Isle of Wight right there. The Isle of Wight right there. Another beautiful one. That's about 30 odd miles, and you can see the no curvature there again, and you can witness and view the Isle of Wight. So if you've got the time, these are the places to go to. The reason we're saying look across the ocean because it's an uninterrupted expanse.
Yeah. There's no terrain to interrupt.
Exactly.
Yeah. I understand that. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Go ahead. Do these things. Do these observations. You will be moved, and that's the beginning of your realization that you're on a flat Earth. I'll tell you that. It's beautiful. Go and check it.
I mean, I guess that's why I'm curious, is because of that. And from everything I looked at in terms of refraction and the percentages that they give seem to be vastly incorrect, which either points to the Earth being, if it was a globe, a damn sight bigger than what it's saying it is, which seems a bit odd. Because, but at the very least. But it just does, it almost like when I've tried to look at it in terms of like sources like Wikipedia, which obviously we know are not going to be great, it seems to be very confusing and also doesn't seem to actually calculate with things that I've looked at. So it just seems to be a little bit odd.
Yeah, the heliocentrists throw the word refraction in, and refraction isn't an exact science due to the fact that Earth's atmosphere, the air we breathe, changes by the second, by the minute, by the hour, by the day. So there's just no way you can't penalize, you can't what's the word I'm looking for there? You can't finalize it and say, okay, this is how much refraction happened. You just can't do that. It's varying as we have fingerprints. So the thing is, go and make those observations first and foremost. And if you've done the Dover one, then go and do the Isle of Wight one. That's a beautiful one. Again, you might need a weekend to do that because it's I don't know where you live. Oh, you said Felixstowe, so it's a bit of a drive for you. You've got to head west. But it's beautiful.
Yeah, I'll be down there at some point. I'll have a look. I just find it interesting. Like, not because I'm particularly bothered either way. Like, I don't think it makes a massive difference to my life. I just find it curious. You know, I am intrigued by this situation. So,
I find it important because obviously kids at school are learning the wrong thing. You know what I mean? You know, so why not teach the kids properly? You know, why not learn about the Earth as it actually is? Right, and then why have this globe that doesn't exist? They're going to Mars when they can't go to Mars. They're on their way to the moon. Apparently, on the way back, it's crap. It's just nonsense. Stealing trillions of pounds and dollars from everybody, whilst we're all being duped. I mean, that's I don't want to be duped. I don't want to walk the streets of Japan or the streets of London, and I'm living in a duped world, a world where I'm being duped every second. I look at the people. I look around and people don't even know that the Earth is flat, but they're busy getting on with it. You know what I mean? And that's for me, it's shameful. It's really bad. Really bad. The governments. When I say shameful, it's on the government's part, not on the people as such. The government that are doing that. Yeah. So that's why it's important to me, because when I walk the streets, I look at people and I think, if only they knew. That's how you think, right?
Yeah. I'll have a look. I appreciate your time.
Well done. Appreciate your questions as well, sir. And how's the weather in Felixstowe? Nice place.
Well, it was nice. Well, I'm not quite at Felixstowe. I'm slightly further in now, but not far away. But
all right.
I think the last couple of days were good. It wasn't so nice today, but it's all right.
All right. Okay. Well, enjoy anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time, guys.
Cheers.
Seems his logic is screwed on a lot better than quite a few others that have come through.
Well, yeah, he actually admitted that the refraction thing didn't seem to be accurate because it's suggesting a larger globe. So there you are. He was screwed on. You're right. Yeah.
We've had plenty of talks with him. We had some big arguments with him when he used to come in, but now he's come around.
I wasn't aware of these. Thank you. Yeah, I knew he's from England anyway. And the fact that he's near the coast.
Ship guy, dude. He had a meltdown the other day. That's not the first time he's had a sook.
Yeah. The other European guy that DJ was talking to about he could see the sun, even though he's looking at Australia. The sun is above Australia, and he's looking through the telescope, but he can see the stars. He can't see. I mean, what a silly thing to say! What a silly thing to say there.
He can see. You know how there's a difference between daylight and sunlight?
Well, yeah.
That's what he was. That's what he was referring to. Why is it we can see daylight pre the sun being there? Why is it illuminating things? And that's what when I started to tell him about the wavelengths of light. Oh, you're just guessing. No worries, mate. I'll just keep guessing. All good.
Yeah, yeah. And then Yoda tried to explain to him, and DJ the attenuation of light, and he just didn't seem to want it. He didn't want to get it. He had his agenda. You see, he'd already got his case well rehearsed.
I nearly want to go to uni and just do a full rundown on optics, just for the specific purpose of when some clown show like that comes in. Oh, you're just guessing. Yeah, no worries, mate.
Yeah. I get that temperament or sentiment. Yeah.
We have Debate Daddy back. You follow us around, Debate Daddy. Have you found any chinks in the armor yet?
Video demonstrating gravity earlier today, but I had no responses yet.
Don't have any gravity demonstrations. I told you that earlier. You can't hang balls in a closet and call that gravity.
I'm going to just treat that as a troll, but if there's anyone who wants to seriously look at these two examples in side chat that I just linked.
Well, that wasn't a troll. That was an accurate description of Henry Cavendish's setup.
Yeah, if there's any serious responses, I'd be interested.
Yeah, Debate Daddy. What are you showing us? I'm clicking on the link, even though it's ill-advised.
It shows two experiments. One of them is like a horizontally pivoting arm, and the only force that is stationary until the big lead balls are next to the small lead balls, and they actually rotate towards them. And then the second one is a very similar one, but vertically with mass. There's a triangle on a string. We weigh it. We put the lead ball below it. Lead is not magnetic, and so the mass actually gets heavier. The scale tips up.
No worries.
And this is something that's, you could do yourself, presumably, right?
No worries. So we have an experiment. Can you show me the naturally observed phenomena?
Just look at the video. I don't know why we're doing this.
Naturally observed phenomena. So you said experiment. I assume we're talking about science and the scientific method, right?
Yeah, I mean, the only thing attracting it is the bigger mass of the bigger lead ball. That's the only variable.
Obviously, this is not a naturally observed phenomena. I'm talking about in nature. What are we observing that you would be creating some kind of experiment? What are we looking at?
Well, we weigh it. We see if it gets heavier if we place mass below, which is what gravity predicts it does. So,
bro, you're skipping past the naturally observed phenomena.
Debate Daddy, with the amount of times you've been in here harassing us, visiting us, surely you'd have heard us say we're thanks a lot for just jumping right in, bro. The amount of times you've been visiting us, surely you would have heard Says Who or Yoda or Jedi or any one of the guys talking about natural science, because that's what this is all about.
So the naturally observed phenomena in nature that we see so we can create this quote-unquote experiment would be what?
I don't know. I don't know what you're getting at.
You don't know?
You want to talk about the video or not? I can go back on mute.
No, I want to talk about, you said there was an experiment, so I'm talking about the scientific method. And the first thing that you do is you observe a phenomena in nature, and then you go ahead and see if you can create the cause of the effect. So in nature, what are we observing that we would create this experiment? What are we talking about?
Look, do you want to talk about the video, or do you want to talk about the scientific method?
Well, when you said about the scientific method and this experiment and what we observe in nature, that we would
It's a
create this
demonstration.
apparatus.
It's a
I know, a
demonstration.
demonstration of what happening in nature.
You know, it
Larger
says
mass
I think
attracting
that's the
smaller
most
mass.
exciting part about science is observing the thing in nature that happens.
Right, right. So, do we have any lead balls in nature that are attracting to each other that we can create this scenario? What are you pointing to that we would recreate so we could find the cause of the effect?
Why is the scale going down in your explanation? I just want
Okay, debate daddy. How about we change the bottom lead ball to a big plastic one? Do they get the same effect?
Well, I thought he was debating, not asking us questions. He's asking us questions
I
on
just
why.
want the answer. I don't want a
Go,
question. I want
figure it
the
out.
answer to my
Do an
question.
experiment.
I'm
and
asking
figure
you
it
about
out.
your video.
What is causing the result?
If we have an experiment, certainly someone can tell me in nature what we are trying to recreate in this experiment. So, what is the naturally occurring phenomena that we can all experience and view so that we can create this experiment? Are you going to keep dodging this debate, Daddy? Or should we call you Dodge Daddy? Dodge Daddy.
You're dodging the video I linked, to be clear.
Okay, I will address the video. No, hey, Cezu, check it out. I'll address the video. From what you've given us, I can assume lead is attracted to lead. There you go. There's nothing else that's in there that suggests otherwise.
Triangles. I told him earlier
that-
it was lead was attracted to triangles, and he didn't believe me.
Yeah, interestingly, lead's not magnetic.
I never said lead was magnetic. So don't give me a straw man.
No, but you had a lot of electricity to flow through it, huh?
Terrific. This is fantastic. So, Debate Daddy has actually admitted that magnetism is not a part of what we're observing here. So, what do you suggest is the reason for the two lead balls coming together?
There's a force.
What
There's
force?
a force there.
What is the force?
Well, if you deny gravity, then you have to say it's some magic.
No, don't tell him what he is or is not going to do. He asked you, what is the force that you speak of?
Yeah, you know, we could ask Matrix, we could ask him, why should we accept gravity as a force? Why should we accept gravity?
Experiment is the obvious answer here. I mean, the only thing that could be moving the mechanical arm there is gravity. If you deny, you're just confirming magic.
Okay, so why should we accept gravity as a force? Why should I automatically believe that is the case?
You're seeing it right here.
No, why should I automatically believe your explanation? I think you're crazy. Okay,
in front of your eyes.
I don't have to automatically believe what you're presenting in front of me as an explanation, right? I mean, why should I do that?
It's being demonstrated in front of your eyes.
Here's the thing. Actually, what's being demonstrated is that there are invisible fairies that are pushing the lead balls together, and you cannot deny that.
No, I agree with that one. I think it's fairies too, because you can't debunk that.
Well, there's just enough evidence for invisible fairies as there is for curvature.
Yeah, the thing is, this is a simple demonstration showing,
Yeah, but it doesn't demonstrate what you believe it demonstrates, Debate Daddy. Debate Daddy, that doesn't demonstrate what you believe it demonstrates. You do understand
you could do it
that.
you could do it with any other math.
No, I didn't say. I didn't ask what you could do it with. I'm asking you, do you comprehend that demonstrates what you believe it demonstrates? Because you're claiming that demonstrates gravity. Gravity's a force. Okay, so go and do your natural observation to kick it off. Where have you observed this force?
I want to know where he observed lead balls flying sideways and then set it up in his basement.
Yeah, me too.
100%.
Oh, this is something that physicists. This is a really common intro to.
No, it's not what it's not the common intro to pretend science. What made you want to hang balls in a closet?
There's something This this is something that's done all the time in physics classes, right?
Yeah, we know that.
Like
What
physicists.
made you want to hang them in the closet?
Yeah, I'm not clear on like the purpose of the question.
Yeah, I took that class too in like 1996.
You're just you guys gotta mute that troll. But yeah, I mean,
Don't mute him.
so the guy who said that this proves that lead attracts lead, and it's not
Just ask
magnetism.
him what I said, and also tell him lead is attracted to triangles
lead
too.
attracts-
Because he said,
so why did-
he,
so on
he
your
told
view,
me
why
that
does-
he told me he put a triangle on the ground and the lead went towards a triangle because it's attracted to triangles before.
Yeah, presumably this is done with different shapes, different materials.
Oh, presuming.
And
Well, you don't show that.
Triangles attract things. Triangles
done all the
attract things.
time
Is
in
what you're
physics
saying.
classes. So
Yeah, you're
given that
repeating yourself, Debate Daddy.
Given that I've
Debate
demonstrated
Daddy.
this,
Debate
how do you
Daddy, we
explain-
know it's done. Debate Daddy, we don't have to explain anything. You're the one that's
Yeah,
got
you
to
do.
explain. No, listen. You're the one that's presented a video and then expecting us to explain your video. That is not how it works. You put data
I've just done
forward.
it.
If it requires explanation, you are the one that has to do it. If we don't ask for explanation, we can walk away. Why do you have this innate fucking need to talk through people, you rude little child? Stop that, please.
He mutes people.
You're the one who needs to present your data backing up your claim. What you've done is
said it's
walked in
gravity.
with the back end of a video and went, here's something that I think proves gravity. That's great. So what was your natural observation to kick it off in the first place?
Yeah. Debate Daddy, you claimed that it was gravity. I claimed that it was invisible fairies. So how do we prove which one is correct?
He still won't answer the question.
that's
What
great,
made him
actually.
want to hang the balls in the closet in the first place, Sonny?
That's a good point.
Well, if we're claiming invisible fairies, I'm going to take a W on that, right? If those are the two options, gravity or invisible fairies, I think I've won.
So
neither one can be proven.
Gravity is invisible fairies. Is that what you're saying?
If you think invisible fairies exist, that's why the mass is attracting the smaller mass.
If you think
Prove him wrong.
that
I think you need your head
gravity
checked.
is a mass attracting mass, you need your head checked because you haven't even told us what mass is yet. What is mass?
Mass is what is it? Just physical particles, right?
Mass is physical
Particles
particles.
taking up
Give me the citation.
Particles
Debate
taking
Day, I want you to give me
up,
the citation. Citation,
Particles
please.
occupying.
Citation, please.
It's been a while since I've done grade 11.
Well, that's great. Why don't you get me the citation? That way you can get yourself refreshed.
Okay, but suppose I go grab that definition. Am I going to get the answer to my question after that?
Just get the citation, and then we'll go from there.
So you're gonna give me a
Yeah, just go and do it. We don't want to well poison.
Give me the citation, right? You're going to avoid getting me the citation.
He's looking for it. Most excellent.
Yep. And now we're going to compare the citation with what he said, which will be fun.
Oh, sorry. I must have meant matter, but yeah, mass is the weight.
Oh, so wait, mass is weight. How come they're two different words? Is weight, or is mass, or are they the same thing?
I love this topic.
Mass, noun, unified body of matter with no specific shape.
Unified body of matter with, so it's just a thing?
Mm-hmm.
Mass is a thing?
What Google said.
Unified body of matter. So anything could be a mass.
Anyway,
Does that mean you need bonded molecules or
why does
only
big ball
unbonded?
attract small ball?
Oh, I'm asking you.
Molecules, unbonded,
you told
or
us
both?
it was. You told us it was because there was a triangle on the ground.
So if gravity is not true, then big ball shouldn't attract.
No, we just want to get your citation. That'll be, just go and get that. That might help
And
you
I
out
want
a
to see
lot.
the citation where you said. I want to see the citation where you claim triangles to attract things too.
Presumably, you could do it with any shape, right?
Yeah, that's great. Just hold your thing. Go and get your citation. That'll be awesome.
For what, the Google definition of mass?
Well, Google's
No,
not
a
a source. It's a
citation.
search engine. We need a citation, which is a quotation within a source. So get that.
He was he went to an
Isn't that-
advertising agency for his source.
Isn't that interesting?
For what?
He had a dig at you a second ago about I don't remember this year 11 crap, but he doesn't remember what a citation is.
You need a citation for the definition of mass?
Correct.
You'll see why very shortly.
So you just want the
young fellow.
definition of mass that I read? The noun?
No, I want a citation. Friend, here's the problem.
You want me to screenshot the Google definition?
Maybe you could just keep asking questions through me. No worries. We need a citation, which would be a quotation within a source. Google is not a source. So whatever you think mass is, get me the citation from a source, and then we will go ahead and evaluate it and see if it's correct.
What is this?
Your answer is going to tell the audience how smart you are on this subject.
Why are you running away from the video?
We're not running away from anything.
You want to do semantics?
We're actually very much
I'm sitting
digging into your claim, which is that mass apparently attracts things, and we're asking you what mass is. And this all has to do with the Cavendish quote-unquote experiment, right? So we're not running from anything. You're running away from getting the citation that we asked for.
I don't. I'll concede the word mass. I don't care about it, right? What I care about is
we don't want your concession.
What I care about.
Wait.
Things and
what I
hold
care
on to
about.
others. You're done, dude.
I'm being talked through.
That's fantastic. So he doesn't care what the definition of mass is, what it does, but he's going to claim that mass, which is undefined, apparently attracts things. This is brilliant. So not only are we not running from things, now he's run away from his own claim, which is mass does or is something.
Well,
Continue debating.
This is one of the reasons why I love that we have all of our YouTube video bots streaming and recording all the time, because this is one of those conversations that we want to have recorded and archived.
Mass kind of does attract mass, because if you notice, like if you're in a city, a lot of churches are all near each other. And then when they have mass, a church by them has mass. So it is a fact that mass does attract mass. Because you don't see mass in the middle of the desert and then another mass right next to them.
DJ, I think that I don't know the Cavendish experiment with Christmas bulbs. I don't know if there's like static electricity at play, but I'm assuming that's not going to be at play with.
That is with the lead balls, though. Yeah, that's static electricity.
You think they're attracted by static electricity?
Yep, I sure do.
Why?
So
that's so interesting. How
electrostatic
No, they didn't
shielding?
isolate it, DJ. No, they didn't isolate anything, DJ. They just hang balls in a closet and call it an experiment.
Yeah, so lead spheres can accumulate static charge. Even a tiny imbalance produces electrostatic forces far stronger than what the gravitational forces would be. There's a whole list of things that probably weren't accounted for in that test, which could throw off the results. So look, it wasn't done in a vacuum, and because the air isn't static, or even in a closed room, there could be convection currents caused by temperature differences, warm air rising, cool air sinking at the same time. A whole bunch of things, electrostatic shielding, like I just said, magnetic interference, because it's weakly diamagnetic, but the surrounding materials in the apparatus may not be. Nearby steel supports, building infrastructure, or even Earth's magnetic field interacting with impurities could introduce forces. Then thermal stability, temperature differences matter for two different reasons. Temperature gradients, convection, went over that already. Vibration isolation, and then further testing like repositioning the masses and independent calibration of the torsion system, the torsion constant. Whole bunch of things that probably weren't accounted for. So it's probably inconclusive at best.
Thank you very much, DJ. So you're saying that they didn't isolate the aforementioned variables. They didn't isolate any of those at all.
Hey, I've got a crazy idea. Hey, Jen, you're going to laugh at this, mate. I've got an idea. Can we set up a Cavendish experiment next to a Foucault experiment at this, just side by side?
Yeah,
he got it.
That would be fantastic.
So DJ, for some of that stuff, right? Like assuming that there's like no convection currents in the room causing the arm to move. Like let's say it's at rest. I'm going to mainly focus on the only one that really like it seems like matters, because obviously the static electricity is a big deal.
Well, all of them are
the
a
other
big
one
deal.
seemed like a little bit.
Barometric pressure. Also, you need to isolate from that.
I'm not sure why, when the only difference is there's a big ball placed there, that it starts to move, and the barometric
If you're not going to
pressure didn't just cause it
isolate
to move otherwise.
everything out of it except for gravity, you don't have an
Because
experiment.
you'd expect it to be moving before the ball was placed there.
Debate
if
Daddy,
any of
did
these
you
other
just listen
variables-
to what Triangle said? Yes or no?
Yeah, but he's but
yeah.
obviously
So why don't you respond to that directly instead of just yabbering on with some other shit?
Yeah, but that I am responding. So that
No,
wouldn't
you're not.
cause the arm. That wouldn't cause the arm to swing when the only change is that there's a big ball there.
Prove it.
What did he say?
It would be swinging before if the pressure was causing that.
He never mentioned anything about pressure. So what are you talking about, son?
And I never mentioned
It's the
anything about before
the
either.
barometric pressure wasn't controlled or something like that.
So what
Yeah,
about
you're using
gravity
control
pressure?
for that.
Doesn't gravity have pressure?
Like, do you guys actually think that those are likely confounding variables? Or are you really?
Do you
gonna
actually
go
listen to what people are telling you?
We can focus on the electrostatic confounding variable if you want, but
Because we're not going to focus on gravity because that's not what's causing pressure, right?
well, you presumably want to isolate it. But I want to get through. I want to get through the.
That's
other
what we're trying to
variables.
tell you,
are
son.
these
So you've
serious-
agreed with us. So you've agreed with us that we need to isolate things. So have you isolated static electricity? Yes or no? Yo, Bill.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure he's doing that, but so
Tell you what he's not
yes
doing.
or
He's
no?
not isolating gravity.
in standard, yeah, in universities when this is done,
Yeah, we don't need a story.
Yes,
just answer
they
the question.
do.
Has it
The
been
answer is
isolated? Yes or no?
Yes, they do.
How?
Yes.
How was it? How in that video? It doesn't show that. So you're assuming that. Congratulations, you're a clown.
They use a common ground to ensure there's no potential difference between them. So they
the
do.
balls are isolated in the air. Stop lying. So how are they a common ground if they're isolated in the air? How are they isolated?
So when he mounts the lead ball, the big one, onto its position, that is grounded. So there's no potential difference between them. Same with the arm; they're both grounded. So again,
they're not grounded. They're suspended in the air.
So again, now that all of the
you're just making shit up, kid.
brought up. Now that
Debate Daddy, stop making things up.
Yeah, this is how it's done in universities. I'm just trying to explain.
This is how it's done with your like 8th grade version of physics, dude.
They don't do that in
they
universities.
account for these things
clown.
now.
They don't do that in universities.
Ruling out the other nonsense. DJ said like there's a heat draft or something like
DJ
that,
said
which obviously
nonsense
wasn't
to
moving the arm
everybody.
before. So the only
But
difference
yeah, there is
is
nonsense that can interfere with that, right? Like if a heat draft blows it, you're going to be like, oh my god.
The funny thing
only
about
person talking nonsense is you, as usual.
Yeah.
Well, I
Butchering
gave you an
refraction, and now you're butchering
you an
Cavendish,
isolated
bro.
example.
You come in here,
right?
No,
and,
he didn't
and you
give
get
us an
owned every
isolated.
single time.
Do you realize that science is not impressed by examples? Science is not impressed by explanations. The only people who are impressed by explanations from scientists are people who know absolutely fuck all about science. Because people who actually know something about science are not going to ask for explanations off the bat. They're not going to ask for the models off the bat. And we get these kind of questions all day, every day in here. People who are really infatuated and involved with science, they're going to ask for data. That's right. They're going to ask for information regarding the acquisition of the data and the experimentation of it. They're going to ask for how the scientists interpreted, what were their thought processes behind evaluating the data. They're not going to ask for explanations and models. The only people who ask for that retarded shit are people who don't fucking know what they're talking about. So why don't you keep asking for models and explanations, and we'll keep laughing at you. Just plain and simple.
Also, change your name to Asking Daddy, not Debate Daddy, because all you do is ask questions. You don't debate anybody.
Yep, it's true. Like everybody outside of science are like, trust the science. Everybody outside of science are like, follow the science. I trust my scientist. I trust my doctor. I trust NASA. I trust. And meanwhile, the entire scientific method was created so you don't have to trust anybody or anything or whatever. You don't have to trust with the scientific method. The whole point of the scientific method and of doing science is that you don't trust, that you interrogate, that you evaluate. You collect information, you replicate, you verify what was collected. You try to do it yourself. You try to replicate what the observation was or the measurement. You try to replicate what the experiment was because you don't trust the science, because you don't trust the people doing it. You do it, you reproduce it because you're trying to falsify what they're doing. But, you guys come in here, you're like, why don't you trust all the science? Like all the scientists, they just love touching dicks. They just love playing faggot footsie under the table. That's just what they do. They love it, man.
Oh, Yoder. We might have to ban you, bro. You use the magic F word, man. Yoder, can you take a 24-hour hiatus? Thank you. Anyways, for this to be an experiment, we would have to have a naturally observed phenomena, which would be apparently stuff like smashing into each other in reality in a horizontal fashion.
Yeah, going sideways.
And then we would.
I want to see anything going just anything, and then you can use lead balls. You can use birds. You can use chicken beaks. You can use your toenails, whatever you want. But I want to see them going sideways. That's what you saw, and then now I think I'm going to go hang toenails in my closet because I saw them flying sideways. That's how it works, dude. That's how you do an experiment.
Right. So, I mean, you could probably put these objects or whatever they are in a shed, like a closet or whatever, to kind of eliminate the wind factor. No problem. But then the next thing you would have to do is introduce your presumed cause. Now, you're saying gravity. No worries. Get some gravity, put it in the frickin' closet, and then see if it makes the balls clank together. Or turn off the gravity, on and off, and see if it's clankers in there. That would be an experiment. This is just people making shit up. I'm putting lead balls in a closet with a torsion rod and a string and blah, blah, blah. And I'm going to just go ahead and baselessly claim that it's gravity, even though you haven't defined it, explained it, described it, any of that stuff. So this is bullshit on a worldwide scale at this point, putting balls in a shed. They clank together sometimes. Sometimes they don't do anything. Sometimes they go the opposite direction. So you guys are screwed. It's stupid.
And then if we want to be really brutal about it, Cesar, let's just say we go, you know what, you can have your gravity. Now what's that going to prove? Things go down. Yeah. Whoop-de-doo.
Yeah.
It's going to be a problem for the flat Earth for multiple reasons.
Down is only a reference for flat Earth. Down is only a flat Earth reference. Down does not happen on a ball. So yeah, we win again.
The reason it's not a problem, Debate Daddy, is because the ground is measured as flat. So you can scream and squirm and come in here and cry and carry on about gravity. The ground is still flat. There's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing I can do about it. No, if you don't like it, hey, deal with it. If you claim gravity is making things go down, we're going to say, not a problem. Things go down. Ta-da! It doesn't change the shape of the ground, bro.
Yeah, it's a problem because...
No, it's not a problem. The ground is still flat. See, I'll tell you why. Listen, the title of this room is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It's not 24/7 we give a fuck about things going down Discord. You see the difference?
You want to hear why it's a problem or not?
The ground is flat. So you coming in here preaching about gravity means nada to 99% of the people in here.
So, can I go ahead?
You're going to talk shit anyways. So you might as well enjoy yourself.
And explain why it's a problem. You just claimed it's not.
We know it's not. Because you're going to try to conflate things going down with curvature. There's no curvature. We've measured that bit already. So anything that you claim about curvature is going to be a falsity. So it's not a problem. Please, tell us how it's a problem.
Yeah, so objects in space as large as the Earth are naturally formed into spheres with gravity. And if you imagine
there's no curvature. We've already covered that.
If you imagine a flat plane,
we don't have to imagine it. We can go outside.
Objects would be attracted to the North Pole, right? As you went
why would they be attracted to the North Pole? Okay, you're confusing magnetism with gravity. You're talking about gravity here. You're supposed to be telling us how gravity is a problem for us. It's not a problem. I've already told you that. The ground is measured as flat.
Matrix, we got a new guy in here. Somebody introduced themselves, said hello. We can deal with Fallacy Daddy later. Who said hello? Was it Nova? Maybe not. Anyway, to the new people in the room, we're talking about the Earth being completely flat and stationary and enclosed. We'll get to that maybe later. But yeah, whoever said hello, please feel free to pipe up. This is the problem with like talking to these trolls and these sea lioning jackwagons is because someone comes in, they're new, they have genuine questions, and we're dealing with Fallacy Daddy. So anyway, we'll go back to Fallacy Daddy for content purposes. Even though he left, I guess he decided to take the opportunity to run away. Anyway, Nova, welcome. Jesse, welcome. The Earth is flat and stationary. If you have questions or you disagree, please let us know.
I think Fallacy Daddy realised that he backed himself into a corner. Why does he do that? Why does he just come in here and preach just randomness and expect us to swallow it like that?
Well, because he thinks he's in the we give a fuck about things going down server 24/7. That's why.
Yeah.
You know, I thought that was really good. Why do things go down? Why do things go up? Why don't they go sideways? If you have any questions relating to that, please don't hesitate.
Well, Jen, why do things go sideways? Well, that's what I find interesting. Things go sideways, so therefore they go down.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's silly.
Yeah, it is silly.
And that's why I want to set up a Cavendish and a Foucault side by side.
Oh, yeah, I love that one. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, you're coming up with some good ones today.
Welcome, Avi. Avi, you have any questions? The Earth is flat, by the way, Avi. Oh, man, they're gone quick. We must be getting the rejects.
It's a wonder Clippy or someone hasn't done a compilation of welcome, welcome, how's it going? And just the doorbell as they leave, the chime sound as they leave. Hours and hours of entertainment in that.
Yeah, I don't get it. You go into a circle and then you just turn around and leave. Wow, that's just never done that.
So let's have a look. We've got, starting from the top of the list, Al McDad. I'm going to butcher some of these, I can see it already. But anyways, we'll keep rolling down. Jesse, welcome. Down, down, down. Mala. Yeah. Yeah, I probably wrecked it.
Yeah.
I do apologise. If I've said it wrong, please tell me where I've gone wrong. We've also got Nova. That's an easy one. Not too bad, my friend. I'll just go through these names and then we can get a question out of you. I'm sure you've got something to ask. Who else we got? Down the list. Truth by Proxy? I've seen that name before somewhere.
Yeah, I have as well.
And we've got a Fallen Angels down the bottom. So anyways, welcome one and all. If you've got any questions, like our mate Mala?
Yes. No, I don't have any question. You think the
What?
Earth is flat?
Oh, we know it's flat, mate. There's no thinking about that.
No way.
Yes, why? Why do you think it's what do you think it is?
It's like the egg. Maybe.
Like an egg. Okay. So the science guys would call that oblate spheroid. So why do you think it's like an egg?
I don't know.
Well, you're the one that said it's like an egg. Did you go outside and you see part of it and go, wow, it looks like part of an egg?
No, it's very difficult because when you go to YouTube or any website, you search for what does Earth look like. You see example, you see the channel. He talk about the Earth, and he I don't know English very well that word. He talk about the Earth, and he say it's flat. He give you the proof. He give you the proof, and you say, really, is the Earth is flat. But when you go to another channel, it say that like an egg, and give you a proof. I am in there. You know what?
So you're in the middle, not sure.
Middle. Hey, I'm in the middle. I don't know.
Because one story says flat, one story says egg, and you're not sure because contradicting stories. Well,
yes.
what can we do?
And both have a proof.
Yep. Well, that's where you've got to look into their proofs and see what they've got.
Course.
So, on the flat side, what was the proof that they used? Do you remember?
No.
That's all right. Because that's what you've got to do is have a look at the proofs that they give you. Sometimes the proofs are not actually proofs. They're just assumptions. And we've got to look into that and keep an eye out on it. But let's put that aside. So in the left hand, we've got the flat camp. In the right hand, we've got the egg camp. How are we, just you and me, how can we, or what can we do that can prove either flat or egg? What can we do?
I don't know.
Measure it?
Yeah.
Sounds like a plan, eh? We can measure it. And that means that the videos won't mean anything because they're second-hand information and we'll have proven it for ourselves.
Why I can't share my screen here?
You might not be high enough level yet. I don't know. You might only be new.
Because I have a channel in Arabic. Maybe he's have a translator to English too. He talk about the earth and he until the people is what like you. It's say earth flat. I mean? You know what I mean? His name. He's so smart, and he's give you the proof. Wait a second. Maybe I send you the link. Wait a minute.
I'm going to post for you 200 proofs of flat Earth in Arabic. Okay, just give me a couple of minutes. Okay.
In Arabic? Okay,
Yeah, Arabic. Yeah,
please.
it's an Arabic. It's Eric Dubé's video, but translated into Arabic for you. Okay, 200 proofs of flat Earth in Arabic. Give me 2 minutes, please.
I was going to say that'd be a dry lesson. That's torture in English.
Yeah, but it'd be all right for him though. I mean, you know, it's got the main parts in there. It's going to lead him somewhere, isn't it? Not going to. He's not going to be not a flat earther after that, surely.
Okay, I found it.
Okay, there it is. There's your 200 proofs for you. Okay, my Islamic brother. Subhanallah. There it is.
Thank you. Okay.
You're welcome. I should put one more as well. A Quranic verse that mentions flat Earth for you. Okay, it's in the Quran.
I know that in the
Oh,
Quran.
you know that verse, yeah? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll post it in anyway.
But the meaning is not what we think. The meaning
That's right.
Before we go too far, can we address his problem? Because he already described this. He's going to go to YouTube, and then there's going to be a YouTube video that tells him the Earth is flat. Then he's going to go see a YouTube video that tells him the Earth is a sphere. The ultimate thing for him to do is to measure the Earth, like Matrix said.
Absolutely.
So Matrix is right on. We need to go ahead and address reality and screw the videos.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. So, friend, have you ever experienced the Earth to be round, curved?
Hmm. Yeah. Why?
He's not answering your question.
What?
Yeah. What's his? Do you ever experience the Earth to be curving?
Curving? What do you mean?
Have you seen the curvature of the Earth on Earth in your life?
No.
Have you ever seen the curvature of the
I
Earth?
can. You can.
You can.
I saw it.
Where?
Okay.
In your ass.
No. Here we go. We have a troll.
Yeah.
Trolls have to go by.
No, please don't. I believe Earth is flat.
No, I don't care.
You're still wrong.
Please don't. Earth is flat. I know this.
You jacked it up. It's not even. You just can't jump into a channel and start talking shit. Goodbye. Maybe your parents didn't love you. Maybe they didn't teach you manners, but that's not my problem. You're going to have to go somewhere else. So, to our friend here who's asking genuine questions, he said, "No, I've never seen the Earth curving." That's an honest answer. How about this one? Have you ever experienced the Earth spinning?
You can't, because you
can't.
live
Right.
in it. You can't.
Right. So you live on the Earth,
Maybe
and you don't experience
yeah,
any
yes.
motion. Right?
Right.
How about this?
Right.
Do you ever experience the vacuum of space? That means that if you live on the Earth, you would have to experience an environment with extremely low air pressure, 10 to the negative 17 torr. Basically, whatever air was inside your body, it would be trying to leave your body at a very high rate of speed, meaning you would kind of turn inside out. Does that happen to you?
Well, painful.
Oh, I know
He
what
doesn't
you say.
understand that.
Look, you know what's my problem? You know what
Go ahead.
problem? My problem is my language.
I don't think so. I think
can't
you
tell
speak
you
good
what I
enough
believe.
English. Okay, well, if you have questions, because this whole server, the point of the server is for you to practice. So if I said something that you don't understand, please tell me. Yeah.
I can't
So
explain very well to you in English. That is my problem.
well,
You know
so
what I
would
say?
you be telling me things like this? The Earth is so big
I
we
have
can't see the
this channel.
curvature, right?
Yeah. That
Would you be saying that?
that you say is I have answer for that, but I can't collect the word to explain it. My English is not
That's okay.
very good, and
Okay.
I have this channel in Arabic. This channel is a smart boy. That smart boy, Arabic smart boy, talk about the earth and how look like how the answer the flat earth thinking. You can see it, and maybe other after the day or 2 day, you can I can join to the here and tell me what your answer.
Well,
Wait a minute.
before you do that, there's going to be three things that you're going to be having explained to you. People are going to
Okay.
try to tell you that your experience is wrong, and I'll tell you how. They're going to say the reason that you can't see or experience curvature is because the Earth is so big. So what they are admitting, what they're telling you, is that you experience the Earth as flat. They're going to tell you, oh, you can't experience or feel the Earth spinning because it's so slow. Now, that is incorrect, especially according to the scale. But what they're telling you is the Earth doesn't move. Then they're going to tell you that gravity holds the gas down. That's why there's no vacuum. When they're telling you that you live in pressure. So everything that they are telling you is going to say that you live on a flat, stationary Earth. And they have to make excuses as to why you experience those things, and they're all wrong. You're being gaslit and lied to about your ultimate experience, and they don't have any evidence to back up what they say is actually going on, that the Earth is curved, spinning in a vacuum. They don't have any evidence for any of those things. But this topic is not about what you and I can do in an argument. It has to do with what exists in reality. The truth is about what reality presents itself to be. The Earth is measurably flat everywhere we go. There is no experiment or measurement that we can take that the Earth is spinning. And 3, gas pressure requires containment. So it doesn't matter what anybody says in any language, those 3 things are absolutely true.
I search about it.
Okay, you search about it.
Okay, thank you for your explanation.
Yeah, let me help you
Okay,
one more little bit and break it down a little bit more. Hang on, just before you go. What my colleague says, who is telling you, is this: number one, if you have to have air pressure, you need a container. Do you understand that? Air pressure, you need container. Do you understand?
Yes, I know. I understand.
Okay, you know, like if I want to pump up my tire, okay, I need the rubber tire around the rim so I can inflate the tire on my bicycle, and now I can ride the bike. Yeah. Okay, that's
I
fundamentally
understand.
what he's saying. Right.
Pressure.
Okay.
No.
So you understand that you need pressure for that, right?
Yes. Right.
Do you understand? Okay.
Yes.
All right. That'll do. As long as you got that main point. I seem to remember at the beginning of this flat Earth awakening, the Globers would say you're not allowed to use your personal experiences because it's just anecdotal. But I mean, how can you discern then? How do you discern if you don't bring in your own personal experiences? Are you going to tell the difference? And whenever you ask people, have they seen the curvature of the Earth? 8 times out of 10, they say they've never seen it. The other 2 times they've said that where they said they have, they said they've seen it from an aeroplane, you know, generally. But again, you know, you need your experiences to discern. So you've got to go out there and measure it. You gain the experience and then you gain the knowledge, the fact.
Yeah, I do it. Yes, of course. I don't believe in NASA. Really, I don't.
Oh, I'm glad to hear you say that. Yeah, because you know NASA, obviously, you know, they're deceiving the world by saying that they can go to the moon or put things on Mars. Yeah, sending satellites, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2,
Maybe
through.
maybe
Yeah, go.
maybe it's a satellite, but women, no, I don't believe in women can go to the moon.
No, yeah, we can't do that. Yeah, that's not possible. We can say Allah didn't give us the permission. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, definitely.
But
Because you agree that you can't have air pressure unless you have a container. Okay. So the Earth cannot be the ball in the vacuum of space, because it would mean that all the air on that ball would be in the vacuum of space and we would all be dead. That's true, isn't it?
good point. Right.
Right, exactly. So we cannot be the ball flying through the universe. That's it. We would all be dead now. And you agree we're alive because we have 14.7 psi pressure at sea level. So we must have a container keeping the air pressure for us. It has to be. That's protection. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So NASA could never go to space. To be a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. So basically, no, NASA is not going to the moon or to Mars or sending any satellites, Voyager 1, Voyager 2, beyond the solar system. That's all a lie. Absolutely. They're not on their way back from the moon as we speak. That's a lie. I think they might be on their way home today, even.
Oh, of course. Yeah, sure. Why do you think the NASA lying to people?
Well, it's all about controlling. This is just a theory, which I don't often do, but obviously they're making their money from it, and they are controlling the humanity with it all. That's what they're doing, aren't they? They've already tried to reinforce the globe. They're trying to make everybody believe the globe is real, so they send their pretend. They're in a studio pretending they're going to space to show us the image of the Earth. But we know it's not true because we're measuring the Earth flat. So the reason they're doing it is to keep everybody believing in the story of the helios. Okay? That's it.
Okay.
It's that simple.
I love to listen to the other side.
Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. Because
this
where are
Discord,
you from exactly? Where are you from?
I'm from Kurdistan.
I didn't hear you.
Kurdistan, not like Iraq.
Kurdistan. Well,
Iraq.
welcome, and we appreciate you speaking English as well as you do, because I can't speak Kyrgyzstanese. I can't speak that language.
Thank you.
We thank you.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. I'm glad you said that you like to listen to the other side, because that's how you learn. You see, you have your knowledge, you listen to someone else's knowledge, and then you compare, you check. Maybe the knowledge you have is incorrect. Maybe I'm incorrect, so I check your knowledge. You see, information. Yeah. And remember this other point, that everybody learns about the Earth being a globe at every school in every country through the government education system. So you know that the governments of the world are linked together. Okay? They're teaching us about the globe everywhere. Yes?
Yes, true.
Right. So they're linked together. So this is a deliberate action. Yeah, it's not accidental. It's not coincidental. This is a deliberate action from the governments of the world, teaching us we're on a globe when it is not a globe. Okay, so they are deliberately deceiving us. That's a fact. I don't care what anyone says. That's a definite fact. When you look at it on the grander scheme, look at the whole world and look at how the education is being taught. Yeah, it's an education curriculum, and it's there setting us up to fail.
You're right.
Yeah, I do feel that's what I've noticed. Yeah, that's what I have noticed. Yeah. Right.
Your name is Jin?
Jin, yeah, that's my nickname, if you will, from when I was at school.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the CBR1 is the motorcycle name of my motorcycle. Honda CBR 1000.
Honda CBR. I love Honda CBR. Exactly. CB4.
Thank you. Yeah. In Japan here, it's the cutting edge of all the motorcycles that Japan makes, the CBI is the cutting edge. It's not the fastest, but it's not the fastest one because there are other motorcycles faster than the 1000cc. But in the 1000cc class, it's the cutting edge. That's why we call it the samurai of all the motorbikes. But that aside, so we have to really be careful with whatever we're being told by the authorities. Check everything, don't just accept it. Look into it, check it, and then you'll know either way what to do.
Yes, I'm doing that.
Yeah, I can tell. I can tell you're doing that. You see, like you said, your problem is it's difficult for you to find the words to explain your position. I understand that, and I wish you all the best in learning the English so you can tell everybody here in where we are in the West, if you will, and then you can tell your family and friends as well. Because the truth is, the Earth is not a ball, and if you don't trust NASA, then that's a correct position. Correct position is not to trust NASA at all. Correct. And then to look at your land where you live, go and find places. If you're near the ocean, go to the ocean and make your observations. Go across the land and make your observations. Check your country. And you will see that there's no curvature there.
Hmm.
And you said proofs, right, earlier on. You said that they put the globe is a proof and the flat earth is a proof. Well, with the globe, there is no proof at all of the globe. Zero proof. There's information. Okay, there's misinformation, right? Maybe if we go to a court, that would be their evidence. Okay, that's not proof though. That's just their evidence, their material. Okay, their information on the table. Boom. Flat Earth, on the other hand, has proof. Okay, because we can bring data to you that is proving the Earth is flat. We can do that. That's proof we can bring to you, the measurements. Okay, so Flat Earth has proof. Globe has no proof. It just has misinformation and material. And if you gather that material together and you went to a court, you could say, here's my evidence. Cannot be proof because it doesn't prove the globe. Can't prove it in reality. So it'll just be evidence that they put down. Flat Earth, on the other hand, if we go to court, we bring the proofs, which is our measurements, and we bring it to the table, to the courtroom. Yeah, we would win our case because what's on data can be repeated. Repeatable, testable, empirical evidence. Empirical evidence. So you can actually check and validate everything that we say.
Don't worry, I do it.
Yeah, that's the number one thing. That's the most important thing. The thing is that you search for the globe and you find the flat Earth. It's just so beautiful that because literally you take the globe information and you're going out now to measure the curvature, only to find the flat Earth. Yeah, couldn't happen to in a better way than that. It just couldn't happen in a better way than that. You took the information, we all did, to try and validate that globe. And we found the flat Earth. That's why you never forget it. It's such a strong impact that you never forget it. You just never forget it.
It's very complicated to me now because in Quran, I'm Muslim. In Quran, that mentioned that Earth is flat, but not that flat like all the Earth is flat. It's flat on our eye. You see it flat, but it's not flat. You know what I mean?
Yeah. What I would say is don't try to over interpretate the Quran. It's as simple as that. When it's saying to you it's flat, and they lay out the carpet flat out and put the mountains on the corners so that the carpet doesn't fly up. That's what we do when we go and have a picnic. When we go and have a picnic out in the park, we look for a leveled area so that the drinks and your food don't roll off. So you lay it down flat, okay? And that's what God has done. God has made the earth in such a way that we can build on it. Because if the earth was a ball or an egg shape, we would have to factor that curvature every single time. There'll be no time you cannot consider it. Whether you're flying, sailing, and navigating, right? And then building, construction. You have that would also include drilling holes and tunnels. You have to think of the earth's curvature all the time. That's a nightmare. But we don't have to. When they do the construction and the building, earth's curvature is never considered. Never considered. Except, ladies and gentlemen, when they want to lie and put it in a dictionary or in some weird citation. That'll be the only time you're going to hear these words. Outside of that, in reality, it's not even weapons of mass destruction do not factor in Earth's curvature. And that's the worst use of the taxpayers' money when we're making weapons that supposedly fly across the Earth. Those weapons are flying across a flat Earth to their targets. They're not taking any curved trajectory, following any curvature at all. So that's the truth. And God made that Earth flat, easier to build on. Do you understand?
The last point, no. The last point, we don't know.
The last point is that, the weapons that the army, the military, the navy use, they don't think about Earth's curvature when they fire the weapon. Do you understand?
Yeah.
They don't think, okay, let me work out the curvature of the Earth. Hang on, what's the distance? 120 miles. Okay, what's the curvature there? Doing the maths, and then they program that into the computer, into the missile, and then phew, they don't do that. They don't do that. They just point and fire. That's it. But if Earth is curving, they would have to do that. Do you understand?
Maybe they do it. Maybe they do it. But
no, they don't do it. No, they don't do it. I was in the army myself. They don't do that. Okay? The army does not do that. The navy does not do that. The air force don't do that. They don't factor in curvature of the earth. They don't. In fact, there are government documents which I can post. I have 194. Okay, and they state that the earth is flat, stationary, non-rotating, and if you are flying a aeroplane or you're going to fire a missile, you have to consider Earth flat and non-rotating. That's what the government agency documents state. These agencies are the KGB, the CIA, NASA, the military, that would be the Navy, the Air Force, and the Army, and finally, the instruction manuals when you want to learn how to fly an aeroplane. It all states that you must consider up to be non-rotating and flat stationary Earth. Okay?
Okay.
Right. So they don't consider Earth to be curved at all. It's in the documents. And if you want to see the documents, I can give you the documents. Very interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, of course.
Yes, very interesting. You know that kind of documents exist. Those kind of documents exist that state that the Earth is indeed flat and not rotating. Okay, government documents, and I say government agencies documents to be exact. Yeah, when I heard that, that's when I knew, yeah, everything is being done to control humanity. When I found that out, that's when I knew for sure, they're controlling all that information. There's a lot we do not know. that they know.
Where are you from, Mr. G?
Oh, thank you very much for asking. Yeah, I was born in London, England. You know London, England?
Of course, man.
Yeah, that's where I was born. But I am now talking to you from Japan.
Oh.
Right. So I'm in Japan right now. I've been here for 27 years. Okay.
27 years?
Yeah.
Oh, you know Japanese? Talk Japanese?
Nihongo shibarimasu. Hi. Yes,
Awesome.
I do speak Japanese. Yep. 27 years. I have to be able to speak Japanese. It's where my life is here at the moment, you see.
I love Japan, but I don't have enough money to visit.
Yeah. It was expensive to visit back in 1990. So,
What about now?
instead of going to Japan, I went to Africa by motorbike instead, because it is an expensive holiday. Go to Japan. It always is. Yeah, but so instead, it's cheaper to live there. Really. Yeah.
Why? I saw the Japanese people working at every time and sleeping in the metro, in everywhere.
Oh, yeah, that's
Because the work.
true. But they work hard, yes. But when you compare the cost of living in Japan to Europe and America, Japan is cheap.
How much do you pay for your, let's see, your electricity
Okay, let's have a look. Electricity,
for a month?
3 months
3
would
months?
be, it's costing us like 30,000 yen.
Like in dollar, how
In
much?
dollars, maybe $150.
$150.
Mm.
Here for 3 months, here in my
Yeah.
country for 3 months, it's like $50, maybe $50.
Holy
Yeah, well,
shit!
Least.
yeah,
3 months for me
your
is
economy
over
is
a
not
grand.
Fucking yeah, sorry man.
Yeah.
They're cheap.
Yeah, but your economy is much, much lower than the rest of the world, you know?
Yes, but we have oil.
Yeah, and you have
Yeah.
oil as well on top of that, you see. So obviously it's going to be cheaper than us.
What time? What time is it in your place?
Yeah, it is now 8:18. So 20 past 8 in the morning, Saturday morning.
Okay.
Jen, did you say it's 150 for 3 months?
Yeah.
And he's 50. He's 50 a month.
Yeah.
That's the same thing, isn't it?
I suppose. Yeah, his is
Yeah.
$50. Yeah,
For
they're
3
on the
months.
same, I suppose. Yeah, I think still think his is cheaper than ours.
So they're both the same amount per month, but his is cheaper.
Because mine is oh, sorry, his was I thought he said that was 50 for 3 months. That's
Yes,
50 a month, so it's the same. Sorry, yeah.
It's like
Sorry, I thought he said it was
$10
50 for 3 months because I gave him 3 months. So it's the same then, yeah.
Mine's
Yeah, it
about
is the same.
$350 for the month, Jen.
Wow, you must be burning. You must be burning a lot of electric there, man.
No, I'm not. Ours is just that expensive.
Yeah. I did notice around the world that, energy prices were going up, set to go up here in Japan as well, but we're lucky. At last, I found the documents. Here we are.
Let's see.
Yeah. Uno momento. Chotomate kudasai. 1 moment, please.
Okay.
Okay, here we are. Right. Okay, what you got here is 44 documents. Okay, short video. You can watch it now, watch it later. But these documents are stating that the Earth is indeed flat and non-rotating. And it's aimed specifically at flight instructors. Those are the men and women you go to learn how to fly aeroplanes. Okay. And then the military itself, that's going to be the Navy, the Air Force, and then the Army. Okay, boots on the ground. And then you've got like NASA telling us, and then you've got the KGB and the CIA. Now the KGB were looking for curvature, and they never found it, and they wrote their documents about that. They documented that. They went out to try and measure the curvature of the Earth, and they found it to be flat. There we are. So clearly NASA's lying.
I need a lot exploring in that case.
Yeah. The first
Because I'm
step is
digging.
to measure it. Once you measure it, that's it. The game is over right there. Everything else is just like window dressing, because at the end of the day, you don't need to concern yourself with all the other stuff because the surface is level. That's it. That's your proof. You know the Earth is flat. It's not rotating. It's flat. But then, when you look further, you find other holes in the story you've been told. You find other discrepancies and anomalies, right? And all these lend to the truth that you're on a flat Earth. That's all they're doing. Just giving you more strength in your argument. But the basic argument is and the fundamental and most powerful one is the Earth is measured and utilized flat. In fact, our leveling tools came because of the flat Earth. Because of flat Earth, we now have leveling tools. So due to the flat Earth, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah.
I have
not because of a ball Earth, but because the Earth is flat is why we have leveling tools.
Hello, hi.
Hello and welcome.
I have a question for flat earthers.
Okay, you go ahead, sir.
Are you 100% sure that the flat is Earth, or
yes, the
there
Earth is flat? I am 120,000% sure.
So there is no possibility, zero chance that the Earth is a globe.
Zero chance, zero, a gazillion zeros of a chance.
How can you be so sure?
Well, because I've gone out there and measured it. I'm now at 64 years of age. I've never come across a curvature anywhere where I've been.
You say a curvature?
Yeah, the Earth's curvature, I've never seen or measured it in the time that I've been alive.
Oh, I see. Yeah, but you are very small relative to the globe. You
Doesn't
are very
matter.
small.
It doesn't matter. If I travel 6,000 miles, okay, 10,000 kilometers, that is almost 1/4 of a globe. That's 90 degrees. I never saw the curvature or measured the curvature there at all. It was horizontal all the way.
Yeah, for me personally, this is how I would explain it. It appears to you as if it is horizontal because you are relatively very small compared to the globe, which is very huge. So just because you are so small, when you walk across the globe, you don't feel the curvature.
Okay,
Just
hold
try
on a
to
second.
picture.
Hold on a second right there, though. See, what you're doing is you're giving me something that thousands of people have said over the years, and you're incorrect because you're ignoring the method of measuring. If somebody gives me the numbers to this Earth, it means I must be able to confirm and measure it, and I'm not able to do that. It doesn't matter how tiny I am, right? I could be minuscule, but I must be able to measure the curvature. And I'm not able to measure it. I'm finding horizontality. And I just told you that in one instance, I covered 6,000 miles.
Well,
Right? There
Jen,
should have been 3,720.47 miles of curvature. That's not there. It's horizontal all the way.
Hey, Jen, how about instead of your awesome anecdotes, how about we ask this young fellow something very simple? If it's so big and we're so small, as in this comparative scale, how do you know it's curved anyways?
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. I've never look. Myself, I don't know for a fact that it's curved. I'm not a scientist. I'm not an expert.
Science don't measure balls.
I also can't say for a fact that it's flat. That's the thing with me. I'm open to
So when
both
you go
ideas.
outside, so to start off with, you said you're not a scientist. Well, that is great. I'm glad to hear that because this is a question of geometry, not a question of science. So you're not being a scientist is awesome and all, but it doesn't really help anyone here. So yeah, this is just about measuring the shape to find out whether or what it is.
I mean, science, geometry, you name it. You understood what I meant.
No, geometry is not science.
Which is I don't have the qualifications to make a conclusion.
So what? Excellent. So what qualifications do you need to be able to measure the ground? Thank you, that other person. Just hold up. There's plenty of people here. You'll get your go, mate.
Okay.
So, Conqueror,
Well,
what
as you said,
qualifications do you believe you need?
I think you need to be okay. This is just my own subjective opinion because again, I'm not an expert, and don't expect me to give you the exact tools that you need to be able to
No, I didn't
determine.
ask you for the tools. I asked you what qualifications do you need to be able to measure the
Qualifications are
ground.
the tools in this context.
What qualifications? Do I have to have a PhD in art, for example? Do I have to have a doctorate of some description in order to be able to operate a tape measure?
Geometry.
So what do you need in geometry? What kind of special degree do you need in geometry? Your degree is called geometry degree?
I don't know.
Do you know what a triangle is?
Uh-oh.
Yes, I do. You think I'm
You
stupid?
do?
I don't know what a triangle is.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me what a triangle is. Let's see if you're stupid or not.
Why do I need to tell you that?
Uh-oh, we got a problem. He can't tell me what a triangle is. All right. You had your chance.
A triangle is a shape that has 3 angles.
Okay.
Anything in particular about those 3 angles?
That's a triangle. About the thing, like, where do you want to get with these kinds of questions?
Oh, so you need the full thing. 3 straight sides, 3 angles, and the internal angles add up to 180 degrees only. Not more, not less. Correct?
Yes.
Beautiful. So now you know triangles have straight sides, correct?
I do know triangles very well. I have studied them in elementary school.
Oh, my goodness. Hey, too bad, you
What's
guys.
your
I have
point?
to go in this building that I'm in the parking garage of right now. But you guys, I put you right on the track with this one. Happy triangles.
Oh, this guy is crazy.
Oh, yeah. A whole new level.
Bro, this guy asked me about the definition of a triangle, and then he went and he asked ChatGPT, and he literally read it from
No, he didn't.
ChatGPT, bro.
No, he didn't.
I'm sure he did.
Why would I read that from ChatGPT, dummy?
I don't know,
Don't
man.
you see
You're
what
weird.
my name is?
Bro, you're weird. This has nothing to do with our discussion. Like, why would you be asking me, about the definition of a triangle?
Oh, but it does.
Yeah, I mean, I guys respect your criticism, like your skepticism, and you guys question things, and you guys
But the thing
are
is, you're
open.
not questioning what you're saying. See, earlier on, You came to have a shot at us about our beliefs of being flat, and then you're trying to tell us that it's so big that you can't see the curvature anyways. So
yeah,
how do you even know it's curved in order to put forward an argument? What tells you that it's curved?
He replied that he wasn't an
argument?
expert.
What was
He
my
wasn't a scientist. He hasn't checked. Those were his words. But carry on.
guys? By the way, this is not a debate. I'm trying to have a good discussion, so you don't have to
Yeah,
shout.
so am I.
You don't have.
So am I.
Just relax. But the thing is, you said I made an argument. What was my argument?
You were putting forward to me and us that the Earth was so big that we wouldn't be able to recognize the curvature. But when I told you the distance I traveled across the Earth and how much curvature there should have been through that distance, that wasn't there. You seem to be disagreeing. And remember, you're the one that's not the expert here and hasn't actually done any investigation. So obviously you telling me, obviously is a joke, isn't it? Because I've actually checked. I'm telling you the findings. You don't know that yet because you haven't checked. Because as you've admitted to everybody, you're not the expert. So don't you think before you say I'm wrong or you're suggesting we're too big, don't you think you should go and check first? Don't you think?
First of all, I
No, can you
have
answer
never
that
said.
question? Can you answer that
First of all,
question?
I'll answer
No,
the
you're not
question. But
answering my
first,
question. Can you not answer that
first of all,
question? Don't you think
relax.
you should check
Chill out.
first?
Chill out.
I'm chilled.
Chill
I'm
out.
just asking you for a question.
Yeah,
Answer to
I'll
my
answer.
question.
I'll
All
answer
right,
your
please
question.
answer it.
I just want to touch some points before I do that. So first of all, I never said you're wrong.
No. Answer the question. Then you can talk about whatever you like afterwards.
Okay, the question is, you're saying to me, okay, if I'm so small and the globe is so big, I have traveled all this distance. Why wasn't I able to experiment or at least experience the curvature?
I didn't hear anybody say anything like that.
Yeah.
Well, he said that. I was just rephrasing
The
it.
question was, if you don't know either way, don't you think you should go and check first? That is the question. Please answer it.
Yeah, okay, I'll answer the
Right.
question.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So what you need to do is go off and check it and then come back to us experts with your findings.
I don't
You
think
haven't
you're
done
an
any
expert.
checking.
I think you're delusional.
Suggesting we're wrong. We've gone about it wrong, but you're not the expert. You don't even know. You haven't even checked. It's a joke. You're a joker, sir. That's what you're
I don't
doing. You're
think
being
you're an
silly now.
expert either. I think you're delusional.
No,
I think
unfortunately,
you know
you're not expert enough to
You are the
to make that
delusional
claim.
one, dude. You think you live
Yeah.
on a ball in a vacuum. That's delusional, dude.
Thank you. Thank you.
Listen,
Yeah.
guys, you guys are contradicting science. You guys have nothing to do with science.
Hold
You
up.
guys are
What's
delusional.
you made it quite
I have
clear
everything to
that
do
you're
with
not a
science.
scientist. You
I
made
have
it
everything
abundantly
do
clear
with
to us,
science, sunshine.
Conqueror. You made it abundantly clear to us that you're not a scientist. So you making claims of what is or is not
Exactly.
science
I'm
is
not
a fallacy. This is a break in your logic. You don't have
Exactly,
the
I'm not-
right to make those claims if you're going to claim that you're not a scientist. So
Of
how do
course,
you
I'm
know
not.
what is
Here's
or
the
is
thing.
not science if you're not a scientist?
Here's the thing.
Exactly, it's
I
yet
myself, I'm
yet
not
to
a
be
scientist.
determined.
But if
Exactly,
I see,
so it's yet to be
if I
determined.
see all the scientists agreeing upon this, and they are saying that the Earth is
No,
a globe, and there
that's
is a
irrelevant.
global.
That's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
Ex-
That's irrelevant.
No, hey T-Dub,
It's
let's
irrelevant.
find out which scientist said this. He's just he's just claim stacking now to protect himself.
Okay, do
Hey
I
kid,
have to
you
name
are allowed to say I don't know.
You want me to name them?
You made the claim of all of the scientists agree.
Just one.
So
Name
what
one. Just one.
One scientist who believes the Earth is a globe.
No.
Yep.
That agrees with
Yeah.
your bullshit.
Yeah, that agrees with you.
Yeah, I mean Isaac Newton, for example.
No, that's not a scientist. He drank mercury.
Oh, he's not a scientist. Okay,
No, that's not a
the issue with you
scientist.
guys.
They didn't have
So it's not
scientists back then.
You don't even
So it's
know.
not important. That part isn't important.
Isaac Newton,
The important
which
part.
is literally
One sec, bro.
one of the greatest
One sec, bro.
scientists
That's
in
not the
history.
one sec, bro. It's not that part. Isn't the important part. The important part is the evidence that this so-claimed scientist has presented. Okay. That's what's important. Otherwise, if they've no evidence that anybody can present from a scientist or anybody else in that matter, for that matter, right? Then you can't claim that, right? So it's yet to be determined whether we actually are denying scientific evidence or not.
I get what you mean. You're basically saying, regardless of the scientist you're naming or you're picking, if you don't understand his methodology and how he came up to conclude that the Earth is flat or a globe or whatever, then you can't use that as an argument. The thing is, here's the thing. It's not just one. There is a consensus amongst modern scientists.
No, there's not. Irrelevant.
I'm not saying that's necessarily a proof. I'm saying if there is consensus, by experts, then it is more likely. And this is, I want you to underline.
That's a subjective argument. That's subjective.
No, it's not subjective.
Yeah,
it's very objective.
No, it doesn't make it more likely for the Earth to be a globe. Does not make it more likely for the Earth to be a globe.
Hey, Conqueror, check it out. Check this out. Let's go off consensus. Look what room you're sitting in, and let's just do a quick survey. Flat or globe. And you're a flat earther now. See, your consensus argument falls flat on its ass pretty quickly, doesn't it?
Well, your voice cut off. What was that? You said something I didn't hear.
What, you'd be the first person in history to say you didn't hear me.
Anyway,
I don't know what to say, man.
Anyway, my question.
You're basing everything off of consensus.
Yeah.
This is your personal belief. So have a look at what room you're in. You are sitting in a flat earth channel on Discord. Yeah? So what do you think the consensus in here is going to be? So based on your logic of it's consensus, therefore you are now a flat earther.
Yeah, see, that's wrong, isn't it?
The difference. Yeah, but we have to realize that you're making a fallacy here, because you guys.
No, we're not.
You're the one making the fallacy. You're the one. So what? As again, the argument comes back around. What qualifications do you need in order? And you didn't answer that before. See, you're stuck in a loop. You don't realize you're programmed. You are programmed to regurgitate the shit that comes through the computer, the television, the mobile phone. And when you break that cycle for yourself, then you will have more of an understanding. This is not a language barrier. This is you being caught in a loop. You bow down to these so-called scientists. Why? Because you're a dumbass and you don't know anything. That's what you've been told. You don't have a PhD, so you can't make a decision. You can't measure anything. You can't check anything for yourself. So you have to appeal to these other guys. Now, when you haven't done any research, you don't even know what these other guys have done. You don't even know what they agree to.
Bro.
You're claiming consensus without any survey. Have you done a survey of all these scientists? No.
No.
Oh, you have?
I have checked actually an article. It was written like 2 years ago, and it was talking about this specifically, and it was comparing,
Excellent. Put it in the side chat.
I'll put it in the side chat, but just let me finish my point. It was basically comparing scientists who believe that the Earth is flat, compared to scientists who believe that the Earth is rounded.
So just so you can have an understanding, check this out. Just so you can understand 100%. Something, there's an old saying, 100%. You don't bite the hand... Conqueror, there's an old saying, you don't bite the hand that feeds you. So do you think if I'm getting paid $140,000 a year to tell you about physics and whatnot, I'm going to stand up and say the Earth is flat? No, I'm not, because I'd like to keep my cushy little job. Do you honestly believe that article would be 100% truthful about those so-called flat Earth antibodies on there? See, your arguments break down. You don't think about them. You just accept it on straight up face value. This is truthful. Break the thing down and have a look at it.
Hey mate, think about it. You've got two people, a flat earther getting paid 140 grand a year, and your normal ball believer. Do you really think them being physicists has got anything to do with the shape of the ground? And number two, are they going to stand up and say, yes, I believe in flat earth, when it contradicts all of their pay structures and the hierarchy behind their job? No, they're not. They're going to sit down and shut up. So you making claims in an article, it says these flat earthers say this, I call bullshit.
Yeah, I'd like to see that article if you can get it. And I've got a question for Conqueror as well. Conqueror, look, do I not have the right to check what the scientists are telling me? Do I have that right?
Yeah, of
Conqueror.
course you do.
Right. So that means I can go out now, regardless of what they're telling me, let me go and check for myself. Well, that's what we've done. We've gone out to check for ourselves, and we're finding the discrepancies and anomalies in what they've stated. That's how we know. That's why when you asked me earlier on, are you sure? I said, yeah, I'm 120,000% sure. And you said, there's no chance. And I said, there's a gazillion zeros of a chance. No chance at all. Because I know when you know something, nothing can sway you from there when you've checked and validated. And in the case of the shape of the earth, there's no way the earth is a globe. It's an impossibility. And you need to go and check that. Right? Remember, you're talking to me. At this point, I'm more of an expert on this topic matter than you are currently. Okay? So you need to then go out and investigate and come back to us with your findings. We're the experts here. Okay?
All right.
Right. That's it. You can't begin to say we're wrong, make any suggestions, because you haven't checked it yourself yet. Sorry? Well, no, you are. When you say we're so small, it's not detectable, you're saying that my methodology is wrong. That's what you're saying. That's what you
All
are
I said
saying.
is, you know, when I joined, hang on a second. When I joined first, all I said is, I do personally believe the Earth is a globe.
Correct.
I'm not saying 100%. There is a possibility that it could be flat. Why am I saying that? Because I haven't conducted my own personal research, right?
Right.
So
Right.
So the thing is, I'm not saying you guys are wrong, and I'm not saying the Earth
Well,
is.
you just haven't thought about your argument.
Hey, Jim, he just hasn't.
Hang on a minute, Matrix. Hang on.
He just hasn't thought about his argument. That's all.
Yeah, let me get my point. Hey, listen, young man. What you've done though by your statement of the Earth could be bigger and we're so tiny, you're saying that we haven't investigated properly when you put that forward. That's what you're doing when you say that. When you say that the Earth could be so big and we're so tiny, you're saying we didn't check properly.
Yeah, but that's a factual statement. Don't you think that we are small?
No, it's not.
To the
It's
globe?
wrong. No, it's wrong. That statement you made is made from somebody who is not an expert. That'd be you.
So
you
when
made
you
a mistake
stand-
in putting that up.
Okay, hang
You're
on.
wrong there, sir. I can say you're wrong.
When you
because I've
stand
checked.
next to a mountain,
You're still wrong.
When you stand, okay,
You're still wrong, mate.
when you stand
We can
next to a
measure it.
mountain, are you smaller than the mountain?
Excuse me.
Let's say
You're still wrong.
And what has that got to do with the shape of the
ground? Exactly.
No,
Exactly.
it
There
has
you are.
nothing. No, because he's
And then
saying
it's-
my
it's a
statement
non-sequitur.
about us being small is wrong. Okay, and all I'm saying is, Conqueror, you're the one that made the claim about scale to start off with. Now, the reason we jumped straight on it is because every single day there's some kid that comes in here and goes, my proof of curvature is ships going over the horizon. Now, here's Well, I'm
you
not a
telling us
kid.
that,
Why
hey,
are you
thanks
assuming
a
I'm
lot
a
for
kid?
talking through me. We get kids coming in here
Why are you
saying
assuming I'm a
ships
kid?
go over. Why are you still talking? We get kids coming in here
You're
saying
assuming
ships
I'm a
go
kid.
over. Why are you still talking? We get kids coming in
you
here
are
saying,
talking a
why are
kid,
kids still
I'm not a
fucking
kid.
shut
No.
up? Holy shit, dude. Shut up. You cried a second ago about other people talking.
You don't need to crash
We
out
get
over
kids
it.
coming in here saying ships go over the horizon. This contradicts your claim of it being so big we can't see the curve. That's all I wanted to say.
Now you may reply.
Yeah, I mean, you're making assumptions. Why you think I'm a kid?
Did I point it at you? You sound like a kid.
Do you feel insecure that the kid is
I'm not a
smarter
kid.
than you?
Why would you assume I'm a kid? That's why I was cutting you off.
Because you sound like one. And that has no bearing on this argument. The point is the contradictions we get from kids that come in here.
All right, chill out. I feel like you're so.
So address the contradiction.
Yeah, I mean, there's no contradiction. We are relatively.
So let me get this straight. On one hand, we're so big we can't see the curvature, and on the other hand, we can see the curvature because of ships going over it. Which one is it?
Okay, say that again. What was your point?
In the left hand, we've got conqueror's argument. We're so small, we can't see the curve. Okay? Yeah. In the right hand, we see ships going over the curve. Which one is it? Is it too big or too small?
It's the first one, because when we see ships disappearing, it's not ships going over the curvature. It's because our eyes are not capable to, see things that are very far away from distance. I mean, this is actually, you could experience this when you are sometimes very far from a mountain and you see it, a bit foggy, and then the further you
Why
get,
is it when we're referring to ships, how many ships do you see sailing over mountains? Just out of curiosity. None. That's what I thought. Well, it was a very poor one because I've never seen a ship sail over a mountain.
That was
Why would a ship go over a mountain, dude? Come on.
He said it, not me.
Are you guys stupid or deliberately trying to be stupid?
It sounds like you're deliberately trying to be stupid.
The fucking example I gave
chill out.
Has nothing
There's
to
no
do
need
with
to get
shit.
upset. There's no need to get upset.
Conqueror,
Yeah.
we're talking about ships sailing away, and your proof is something to do with mountains. How is a mountain relevant to a ship sailing away?
Can I explain very simply why I brought the example of mountains up?
Because you're sidestepping the ship thing. I know why you did it.
I'll tell you why. The thing is, some people might come on here and claim that the ships are disappearing from our side because of the curvature, because they are going into the curvature, and thus they disappear. And all I'm saying is that's just not true. The ships disappear because of the fog. When the ships gets further and further and further away, our ability to see them gets harder because our eyes are not designed to see things from.
Excellent. So you're a flat earther then.
And then I gave you the example of the mountain to back my
That's
argument.
great. So you're a flat earther then.
Hang on, I didn't finish. I didn't finish.
Oh, you don't have to finish. I've got enough information.
If you see a mountain from distance, if the distance is so huge, the mountain is going to be foggy from distance. And the further you get, the foggiest it gets. So that's why I brought the example of the mountain. I know it has nothing to do with the ships, but it was an example to illustrate.
So you're a flat earther then?
Thinking. I'm not a flat earther.
Well, you must be, because based on your elevation is how far the curvature the horizon line should be. If you're claiming we can see beyond the horizon line, there's no horizon line, therefore no curvature. You're a flat earther. It's all optics. That's what we've been telling people for years. It's all optics.
So you carry some flat earth knowledge right there, unbeknown to yourself, because you're speaking like a flat earther when you say the ship is disappearing due to the distance from the observer to the object as it moves away. That's perfect. That's a flat earth statement right there. Thank you.
So, Conqueror, just so you know,
ship sails away and it disappears. How does it disappear if the Earth is flat?
Oh,
Due to
it disappears
perspective, due to
because it goes
optics.
beyond. Look, the
So,
same way.
Jen, hold up.
Yeah, go
I'll
on.
finish with Conqueror first. So Conqueror, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Now, if you live on a ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, as claimed at school, you might have been taught it in metric. That's nice. You can work out where the horizon or where the ships are supposed to disappear. So at 1 foot high.
That's wrong.
Oh, I'll get to you in a minute. At 1 foot high, the square root of 1 is 1.
It's wrong.
Times 1.22 or 1.225 equals 1.225 miles.
Wrong.
We've got observations that crush that by magnitude.
Can you prove it?
What about the observations? Oh, shit, yeah.
Have you done the maths?
He has
I
done.
just give you the maths for you.
No, have you like proved it yourself?
Absolutely.
I just gave it to you.
Would he?
He believes it. It's all that
No,
matters.
no. He's talking from his own personal experience. Yeah. Come on.
Thank you very much.
Come
Are
on.
you guys religious?
You're wrong.
Come on, people.
No.
So religion's got nothing to do with it. So,
I know.
Iku,
Just
Inku,
out of curiosity.
Ilku, in the side chat, this is a screenshot out of video footage. As you can see, oil rigs, whoop-de-doo. Those oil rigs are for demarcation only. As you can also see, the horizon, well and truly beyond the oil rigs. Anyone who says otherwise is just here to pull our chain and they shouldn't be in this conversation. The issue is, from where that was filmed, or videoed, whichever term you use, we know the distance to those oil rigs. The left-hand one, 9.41 miles. The right-hand one, 6.21 miles. The horizon is clearly beyond 9.41 miles.
Can you verify those distances?
Yeah, get on Google Tard Maps and do it yourself.
In those pictures, though.
Okay, do you guys
Q,
think at
not
least the
Q,
moon is
therefore
a
not
globe?
P. This is a.
You guys think at least the moon is a globe?
What the moon is has no bearing on the shape of the ground.
Question, dude.
I know. I'm just asking, like, again, out of curiosity. I want to know what you guys
There's
believe in.
people. Artemis 2, dude. They just went around the moon. Yes.
Oh, another Artemis believer. Awesome.
They see a flat moon.
Okay.
I think the
Is the moon flat?
I think the moon is flat.
Yeah, it's a
That's
hologram.
You think
nice.
the moon is
Yeah,
flat?
don't care.
It's all created by NASA, I think.
Why is it all of you guys need to stare up in order to validate what's beneath your feet? Conqueror,
That's wrong.
why are you looking up in the sky to validate what's beneath your feet?
Because they're retarded.
You know what is gravity? Yes.
Ilku, why are you looking up into the sky to verify what's beneath your feet? What's the deal with that, bro?
I'm not looking up at the sky to verify what's beneath my feet. I literally said I'm just asking you out of curiosity. It has nothing to do with the Earth being flat or being a globe.
Excellent. So there's no more need for discussions of the moon then, or Artemis. Why don't we just stick to pure measurements and see what you've got? Long-range observations, laser tests. Maybe you walked it out like Eratosthenes got his little brothers to do.
Matrix, can I ask you a question?
I'm very worried about you guys. I feel like you guys are gonna die believing that the Earth is flat. That's a big delusion.
We don't believe it, Conqueror. This is where you failed.
We know it.
This is not a belief system. It's measured as flat. Whether I like it or not, it's measured as flat. I've just got to learn to live with it like you.
It's not measured as flat.
It is measured as flat.
Because what? Your picture.
Because what? You stare at the moon, so therefore it's not measured as flat. Congratulations. You've got no measurements of curvature. Provide them. You've got photographs that you can't even validate or verify where they come from.
You can see it on the Artemis stream.
Okay, where are they?
See the curvature.
Where are these? You can shut up because you're being a pest. Ilko, sorry, or Iku. Where are these measurements of curvature?
That's wrong.
Wait, I will look them up. I promise there are some. If not, I will join you, brother.
I'll see you next
Yeah,
week.
I think his point is I'm just not an expert, but I know that scientists claim that the Earth is
Conqueror, Conqueror, if you're gonna do a conquest, will you just look at the people you're gonna conquest, or you go physically and conquest them as a conqueror?
I would go physical.
You will go physically and conquer them, right? Exactly with like the measurement. You don't look at the moon to determine the shape of the Earth.
Oh my
You
God,
measure the
there
Earth.
is no way he's saying this. I
Oh my
said
God! Yeah, yeah. Thank you,
I
God.
said over 100 times when I asked about the moon. I just asked it out of curiosity.
And
I
that's
didn't ask
okay.
it.
I know what you said. I'm saying what I'm saying. You know, it's okay for me to say that. All I'm saying, if you're asking about the moon, that's observable phenomena. It's beautiful. We can say that. It moves in cycles. We observe that. But what it is, how far it is, what is it made of, what is the cause of the effects, those are unknowns, questions for your creator. And you as a conqueror should know that to be a real conqueror, you need hands-on to do stuff. To conquest. Okay, so concentrate on what Matrix is trying to tell you and don't argue so much. Go ahead.
I don't know what to say, man.
Oh, beautiful Chicago. Why can't you see Eiffel Tower from New York? Why is that?
Because of
Or
its
can you?
angular size.
What?
Angular size. Every single optic, yeah, the lens in your eye can only resolve an image so far. You need to get a bigger lens in order to resolve that image at longer
Can't you
distance.
get a telescope to look from Big Ben?
Telescope not big enough.
Big Ben to Empire State Building, yes?
Telescope not big enough.
What is big enough? Is there a telescope?
Well, you can probably jump online.
Telescope big
Yeah,
enough to,
yeah, that's great. Yeah,
see the
that's
moon.
different. There's a
Very
reason why it's different.
Yeah.
Yep, you can also grab a camera and look at the moon. You can also walk outside and see it with the naked eye. Yep, one at a time. Inco.
Okay. Thank you.
Number one, you can jump online and do the calculations yourself and see what size lens you would need to look across and see Big Ben or the Eiffel Tower. So you'll need to know how big Big Ben is. Yeah, that's hold up.
Yeah, okay.
Most people can't hear what you're saying if you try to talk through me. That ain't going to do anyone any favors. Work out how big Big Ben is or how big the Eiffel Tower is. Jump online. See what size angular resolution you're going to require. Using the Rayleigh criterion calculations, you can then work out what size lens you will need in order to view that at the given range that you're after.
But even then, you still wouldn't be able to see it.
Correct.
No, you would if it was flat.
No, you wouldn't.
You go 100 meters up, you get a telescope to look.
No, you wouldn't.
From Big Ben to New York, you would see the Empire State Building, right?
No, because of the weather and the air itself will be the main obstacle. The air
So
that you
air
breathe.
has pollution, and that's
So,
because.
And the weather.
Jump on
and the weather.
Jump
What
on
about the weather in
Inco.
that system?
Jin, for fuck's sake, please, mate. We don't really need any more help on top of me. I make enough noise for myself. Inco, jump onto a weather app. And if it tells you today's, as in your local weather, rain, hail, snow, that kind of stuff, it will give you a visibility range.
But in theory,
Now,
in flat Earth.
No, there's that. Hold on. It will give you a visibility range. If it tells you you can only see 10 miles, you're not going to grab a telescope and see 10,000 miles, are you?
You can definitely see over 10,000 miles with a telescope. You can look at the moon.
He just missed the whole entire point of what I said.
Yeah, I may have missed it.
Have you looked at a weather app before to see what the weather is going to be? Temperature, raining,
Yeah, dude,
snowing.
it's -1 right now. Wind is 2
Excellent.
meters a second. Okay.
Excellent. Look at the weather app now. Does it give you visibility range?
No, but I guess I could get that.
Some of them do. Just so you know, some weather apps actually give you a visibility range. For example, if there is fog, they might say visibility 10 meters. That's a pretty hardcore fog. Okay?
Yeah, right.
Some of them give you visibility in all conditions. They don't care. Today's visibility range, 20 miles. Tomorrow's visibility, 5 miles, due to smog or whatever the reason. Now, if they're saying your visibility is only 5 miles, doesn't matter what telescope or what camera or what binoculars or what you do, you are not going to see much more than that.
What if you went like a kilometer up on the flat Earth, and you observed under the clouds? Of course, you observed from Europe to New York.
You're still going to need that weather. The weather and the air
So
is
it's
going to
still
block your
weather.
observation.
So it's
Okay, so there's also other problems with your air.
Yeah.
Air
Thank
is
you.
not crystal clear as you believe it is.
Yes,
okay.
Now, I'll give you a more extreme example. You know when you go underwater, you get so far down and all of a sudden light can't penetrate any further.
So air is the same, that light can't penetrate air.
Yeah,
right?
just not as extreme as water. Exactly.
But still you have you know our light comes from the sun, yes?
Yeah.
So you have light in Europe at the same time as you have in other places.
So you've got an issue with places being illuminated at the same time. Or not illuminated at the same time.
Yeah, as you said, like you compared air to water, yes?
Correct.
So because
So with
light
the
can't
sun,
penetrate hundreds of meters deep into water, it can't do the same in air.
that's correct.
So
it cannot
in
shine the whole
air,
of the flat Earth.
Okay.
It cannot shine up the whole of the flat Earth, no, because its luminosity is limited to the local area where it's at. So it's at currently it's here in Japan. It's 9 o'clock. Massive sunshine here, blinding full sun. 9 o'clock right now. Okay. So later on in the day, it's going to move on at around 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock. The sun will begin to it'll start to set. Okay, 6 o'clock, 6:20, it's gone. Yeah, now it gets dark. At this time, it's going to be lighting up other areas of the world. Okay, that's how it is. All right.
I'm sorry, that's incorrect.
No, it's not incorrect at all.
I think that's
I
because
think it
the
is.
Earth
I'm in Japan
rotates
right now,
and
right?
revolves
It's
around
just
the
coming
sun.
up for 9 o'clock in the morning, and I've got full sunshine. What are you talking about? Yeah, it's 9 o'clock in the morning right now in Japan.
Yeah,
And we've
good
got the
morning,
full
Japan, right?
sunshine.
Oxygen's
Full sunshine right now. It's sunny right now. So what's not to believe there? Or what's not to understand? Yeah, Billy. What don't you understand about that? So currently it's 9 o'clock here in Japan, which would make it in Australia, 10 o'clock, 10 a.m., possibly
10 o'clock,
11 a.m. 10 and 11 a.m. in Australia right now. So we're looking at the same sun, me and Matrix and that, and T-Dub.
Brother, we have all
It's
seen the
8
same
in the
sun.
morning. It's in the evening right now in the east coast of the United States, and it
that?
just turned dark. It just turned dark right now. 8
There you are.
p.m.
So you can see that the sun is over where I am. So I'm enjoying the sun at the moment. Good morning, everybody. Everybody else, good night.
Good morning, good night.
All right,
How
good
does
night
it
for
work
those
when
who are...
in my country in the summers we have almost 24 hours of sunlight?
Yes, because the sun is locally over where we are in the Tropic of Cancer. Currently, the sun is. Hang on, because you asked. Let me explain. Currently, when Matrix, who's in Australia, has the sun over his side, we have shorter days because the sun is over where he is. Even though we see it from where we are, it's not as warm. We don't get the maximum heat. It's cold, it's winter, it's freezing. But when the sun is over where we are now, they get their winter over there, okay? And we get the heat and we get the longer days, shorter days where they are. That's simple, okay? Does that make sense now?
Yeah, very much. Yeah.
Thank you. You are welcome. I shall leave you in the capable hands of my colleague now, as I'm going to go to the supermarket to collect my
Is
water.
this your profession? Do you call him your colleague? Is this your profession?
Yes, absolutely. It is a profession here. We are the experts here. We are professionals at what we do.
Yeah, man,
yes, this is one of my professions.
sound like an expert.
I don't make it.
I respect it.
But then we've got people listening in. So one must have a professional approach when you've got people listening in the live stream. Okay? Come on, man. Don't shoot us down for being professional.
Hey,
yeah,
hello,
we're live
people.
streaming this, yes, on several platforms. So don't shoot us down for being professional. Hold on. Do not shoot us down for being professional and holding the scientists you believe in to tasks, because that's what we're going to do here.
Brother, I'm very open-minded about
Good.
this.
I'm glad to hear that. Glad to hear that. And the one thing you must do is to actually go out into nature and verify it. Because when you do that, all your other questions just melt away, because it just becomes understandable like that. Click of a finger. Now I get it.
Maybe it will click someday. I'm not 100% sold right now, but maybe I go
you never will be.
And I'll go on the balcony and look at Empire State Building.
Okay, well, remember this: you will never prove it unless you go out and actually prove it for yourself. So that's how it is. You've got to go out, put your boots on the floor, and make on the ground and make those observations. You've got to do that. Okay, and be open-minded. Yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. This is my 11th year. I'm into my 11th year, and I'm 64 years of age. So I truly, truly know the Earth is indeed flat. I've lived long enough to know now. Okay. All right.
What? I'm not saying you're wrong, but what if you're 70 years old in 6 years, and you get proven wrong? What happens
I will
then?
never be proven wrong. I can bet all of my wealth on that point that I will never be proven wrong, and I'm going to win and leave the money to my children. I'm that confident.
Is that a good state of mind that you will never?
That is a very stable mind. I can lay my life down on the line. I'm never going to be proven that the Earth is a globe. Never going. That's never going to happen. Yeah, I'm that confident. Yeah, there is no evidence for the globe. The globe has no proof at all. Not one single degree of curvature can be measured on this beautiful flat Earth where we live. Okay. Thank you. 8 inches per mile squared is not happening.
Yeah, you're not just talking to any guy, bro. Gene is a successful man in life, family man, husband, brother, ex-military man, engineer, traveler, flat earther, all of those things. He's a very successful man. He's no joke. He's also climbs Mount Fiji dozens of times, walking and in bicycle. Have you ever done that? Climbing a mountain that high yourself? That's Jin for you. He runs multiple miles every day at his age.
That's very
so yeah.
respectable.
He's no joke, bro.
And magical curved measurements ain't gonna just show up all of a sudden.
He's also a teacher, a sensei. Students, people call him sensei. Teacher Jin.
Yeah, he's teaching right now.
Jin sensei. Yeah,
you'll
that's
see
right.
the astronauts just touched down from Artemis 2. They just hit the water a couple minutes ago.
They were dropped out of an aeroplane. That's all that happened there. A capsule was dropped out of the back of an aircraft bomber, and then the parachutes were deployed. That's it.
What are you laughing at? They got busted doing it once before.
Yeah.
Well, do we have pictures of these airplanes?
Oh,
yeah, there's actually video of
evidence
it.
of them, transponder data, anything.
There's actually a video of it. They videoed it. On one of them, the shuttle getting slid out of the back of it, of a massive plane.
Japanese airline, JAL Airlines, that's JAL Airlines, Japanese pilots said they witnessed that happening. Okay?
Really?
They witnessed it over the Pacific Ocean.
Oh, it doesn't work.
Yeah, man.
Oh.
Didn't know it.
Yeah, that's 100% correct, DJ. Animations the whole way, and then they see this thing go kaplunk in the ocean, and they're all lapping it up.
I'm trying to look
So check
up
it out,
map,
J-Dog.
the map for the Earth.
Well,
like as flat.
To be fair, I mean,
So let's have a look at what we've got so far. We had a
Hold
rocket
on,
launch, okay?
let me just-
Thousands of people went and watched the rocket launch. That's good. I'm not going to say they didn't. There was camera crews videoing thousands of people all
quite
gathered
impressive,
around
yeah.
watching it go up. Okay, so rocket goes up in the air. Rocket goes out of sight. Now, once it's out of sight, you guys have got no friggin' idea what it's doing, where it's going, or even if it went anywhere at all.
Correct,
Everything after that rocket went out of your line of sight is all CGI. It's all television, computer, or mobile phone, force-fed propaganda. You don't know if it's truthful or thanks, man. You don't know if it's truthful or not. You just accept it because you saw the rocket go up. Now it's time for the show to end. Ball comes back down, or rocket comes back down, and you still don't know if the bit in between is true, false, or otherwise.
I mean, we don't have any evidence of what you just stated there. I mean, that's a theory, sure. And I'm not going to sit here and say that.
Well, that's not a theory; it's factual.
I know for a fact because I obviously didn't see this with my eyes the full course of their mission, right? None of us did. But I also didn't see this plane or whatever in the sky that we're claiming dropped this capsule.
Oh, there was another video, not this one. There was another video once before where it was they showed the a shuttle getting slid out the back of it and deployed. They get the plane up as high as it can go, slide this thing out, plane flies away. Next thing, boof, shoots come out, everyone's happy, and because this thing's only tiny, like I've been over to Kennedy Space Center, those shuttles, seriously, if you're over about 5'3" or your shoulders are over the size of anything bigger than a 10-year-old kid, you'd struggle to fit in it. Like I looked at it and laughed. Seriously, I'd take up 2 seats. Easy.
I mean, it's not probably comfortable to go into space, you know?
So yeah, so this thing's only tiny. They spit it out the back of a plane, cram a couple of guys in it, spit it out the back of a plane, and all of a sudden it comes into visual range. By then the plane's already long gone. And we watch this thing come down. There's a very large gap between watching rocket disappear out of sight and this thing coming back. You know, like it's just, we're going to rely now on one company to tell the truth.
You're right.
Which they've just had their classification changed.
Yes. Company consisting of many people work different jobs.
Well, that means nothing because, as you know, in any large organisation, things are compartmentalised. So if there's many people working there, maybe the janitor knows what's going on in the boss's office. He might have looked at the paperwork. Maybe the boss knows where the dunny rolls are kept. I doubt it. It's not his job, is it?
I'm sure there's some crossbreeding in terms of the understanding of the rules, to some degree. I'm just saying.
Let's not.
It is very interesting, though.
Yeah, they're meant to be coming in at 32, at Mach 32 times the speed of sound, 25,000 miles per hour. Woo! Wow, that's a record, by the way, apparently. They just busted some records there.
I've always loved that meme where they've got the Blackbird this thing could do Mach 3.2 or 3.6 or whatever its number is.
Yeah.
And then this thing can do Mach 17. And they got a picture of a shuttle. It's like, seriously,
like that,
you've got the most streamlined, epic craft built in history, and then there's a house brick.
Yeah. Oh, it is weird, isn't it? It is weird.
Crack up.
You know. 17,500 miles per hour. He's Mark 23. Unbelievable.
Look, bro, we're not saying you can't believe in your awesome TV show. Go for it. We're not going to stop you. Just take a step back and have a look at what you're actually being shown and what you're actually being told. What we've all seen, rocket went up, rocket went out of sight. And then we're going to see shuttle come back. Yay! That's it. That's what we've actually seen.
I'm sure, and it would require at least a couple people to have the knowledge that we lied about this is all fake. At least a couple people, right?
Well, the interesting part,
and
there was a
require a lot of potential for exposure to many other people that work within that organization. Not saying that everyone's going to be exposed to the information that would really.
The interesting part, J-Dog, is one of the coordinators actually quite openly stated that they can't tell the difference between a simulation and the real thing when it comes to their screens back at home base.
Oh, okay, but that doesn't disprove anything. That's just a.
What it does is it shows how easy it is to trick your workers. So you might have only 5 people that know about it, and all of a sudden we're going to run a simulation. Now they've openly admitted they cannot tell the difference, computer screen wise, between a simulation and the real deal. So if they just run a simulation, all of a sudden now you've got 6,000 people who instantly think that it was real.
Yeah,
there you go.
I'm just saying it would be pretty tough to keep this thing sealed to the degree
really.
that it would need to be, so that people can't leak information about it. And
No,
like, hey, this
the
is
compartmentalization is phenomenal. The guy that puts the triangles together sends them to the guy that makes the circles. One guy bolts all those together. Everyone's got their own individual job to do. There's probably only 1 or 2 that actually oversee everything, that know everything about it. The rest of them are just doing, I'm the guy that does the spreadsheets. You're the guy that puts the fuel in. He's the guy that does the O-rings. Apparently he stuffed that up a few years ago, but we'll leave that alone. You know, everyone's got their own individual job to do. They all do it to perfection.
That's right.
Holy.
And don't they call that a black box when whatever happened before is just a black box and it's really none of my concern? I just do my part and then it goes back into another black box. Isn't that what they call that in operational workflows?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, there's some name for it.
The hint is that's what they call it. I just was trying to leave it a little open for our friend there that, each person does their part, and especially as it passed several steps down the chain, the people at the beginning don't know what the people at the end are doing, and the people in the middle don't know what the beginning or the end are doing, and it's passed off one thing or to the other, and they have what's to them a reasonable belief of what's happening, but that's what it is just a belief.
I mean, let me ask you this. Do you think with everything else going on in the world right now, this would be one of their top priorities to maintain this type of lie?
Yes.
I mean,
because it distracts them from the other stuff.
This lie has been going on for so long, yes? It's like every pilot and every engineer, everyone who does physics, a part of this lie.
It's not about physics. It's a psychology thing. So when people are distressed, and that's great when they're flying planes. When people are stressed or in distress, they will accept information more openly, and they do stupid things more openly.
So are you in
So
this?
here on one hand,
okay?
we've got people freaking out about wars and whatnot else going on. Hey, look at the rocket! See how easy it is to get information into you? It's horrible.
All right, so it's they're just trying to confuse you.
Keep the dream alive. Yeah.
With sending Artemis 2 to go around the moon. Yes, but they have live streams and pictures and stuff like that. You don't believe
And
it?
you believe it. This is the problem. From the rocket leaving the ground, we see the rocket go up in the sky. We see the boosters jump off the side. We see the rocket lean over and sail off into the distance. That's what we all see. That's what probably 200,000 people witnessed with their own naked eyes.
No,
that's as far as the story goes. That's where it stops, because nobody is witnessing anything further than that. This is where you can't tell me whether it's true, whether it's false, whether it's otherwise.
Okay, so they send a crew of people with a rocket just high
That's the
up
story.
into somewhere, and they just quit it. They don't ever come up. They just come down. I mean, and they just start a live stream that is fake. Yes.
Why not? A lot of the other NASA live streams fake. We got a 6-hour compilation of green screens and other stuff ups. Why should Why should they not continue their story?
I don't know. Wouldn't it be way harder to fake it? They just do it actually. You know, why not just?
Well, actually, with this today's technology, you don't even have to leave haven't you had a look at what you can do at home? Seriously, bro.
What do you mean?
I don't think AI's to that degree yet. But
they've been able to fake shit like that easily for a long time. If you think they can't fake something like that, then you're so naive.
when did these lies start then? Like why, or not necessarily why, but when did this start? Because I know there's also
I
theories
don't really care. When that rocket launched, there was nobody in it. Prove me wrong. There was nobody in that rocket when it launched. Prove me wrong.
Curious, like,
prove me wrong. Can you prove me wrong? Can you prove there was someone in that rocket when it launched? Can you prove beyond all doubt that there was someone in that rocket when it launched? Can you?
Obviously, I can't. I wasn't there.
Right. Nobody can. Nobody can. Just on that premise alone, it should be doubted. Just on that premise alone, it should be doubted. Just on that premise alone, people should be outraged. And especially American citizens, especially the entire agency should be taken to The Hague. They should be held accountable and shown and demand that all receipts be shown and be completely and utterly transparent, and also to begin to make this the common person's experience and stop being so fucking greedy. Hurry up. You've had how long? How many decades have you had? Space tourism still isn't a thing except for allegedly for the very, very rich.
Yeah, I think space tourism.
And even then they only take you to like 100K. That's not going into space.
A lot of the stuff.
Where's all the space tourism? Where's the space tourism? Where's the Mars Hotel?
But,
bro, they're not doing anything. They're not going to space. They don't have spacecraft technology. They're lying to you. And when they show you imagery that supposedly depicts a sphere Earth, supposedly taken by the cameras attached to these fake-ass fucking rockets and satellites, it doesn't match what we experience in reality. So the average person's common experience is that the water is flat and the Earth is flat. You'll observe it, measure it, and use it that way. And then you switch on your TV and you see something different. I know which one I'm going to choose. What about you?
Yeah, and T-Dub, you are absolutely correct to make that demand. Hurry up and bloody hell, what's taking you so long? Because there are private agencies that are vying to offer up helium balloon flights up instead. So you go into these little capsules attached to helium balloons, and they're going to raise you up to altitude to see a bit of space. You know what I mean? That's what's coming up.
But who
So
or
that
what is
bear that in mind.
like the deep state? Like what's going on with who's controlling this information exactly?
Yeah. Why are they lying and who are lying?
Yeah.
Who
Because
are those
obviously this would
people?
have to be multiple countries too, where there's at least one or two
Yeah.
people in major organizations who have some crazy knowledge
Multiple
where they
countries
know
that are
this
not
is a lie.
like allied. They're not friendly. Like
Every
let's say
country,
US
that's
and
what you
China.
think. Now, hang on.
Both have
That's what they want you to believe. Hang on. They want you to believe that Russia is an enemy of America and China is an enemy of America, but they're not. They're bosom buddies. That's what you don't seem to understand.
No, that's
Remember,
not
they're
true.
teaching, hang on, they're teaching everybody they're on a globe. And then all those with the space agencies are interlinked because they're lying to the world. We know it's measured flat. So when they offer you up this globe, right, or this space image that is not from space, you know they're pally-pallies. They're interlinked. Okay? Get on with this.
This is the
Wake
most
up, will you?
important conspiracy, just lying to people that the Earth is a globe.
They've been doing
They're
it
not
for the
lying.
longest time. They've had 500 years.
But they,
Hey,
but they just
Inku, check it out.
They're lying about
They're
going
not
to
lying.
space.
lie to people that the Earth is a globe.
They're not lying about the shape of the Earth. When was the last time you had a NASA personnel stand in front of the TV, national news, whatever, and say the Earth is a globe? These are the measurements. You've never seen it.
Countries
to
are
people
all
who
secretly
know.
friends though.
Yeah, and so you're both going to talk at the same time and both talk about different things. Fantastic, lads. Take your time.
I'll let you go first. You go. I could.
No, I don't have anything smart to say, brother. You go ahead.
I was just gonna say, wouldn't all these world leaders then, because these countries would be working together,
You're
they would have
assuming
pretty good actors, right? Like,
no, you're assuming they've got information in the first place. People are fucking stupid, bro. Seriously, they've never been taught.
Yeah.
You're assuming that they know the information in the first place. They don't.
Exactly.
They've never looked into it.
Okay, so the one guy who
You put too much stock into their ability.
Japan and Russia. There's one guy for every country.
All of them.
And they're really good actors.
Yeah. If what they were saying was true, when we go to a lake and we wouldn't see clear across to the other side of a 20-mile body of water, we wouldn't be hitting targets with lasers across those sort of distances. There would be observable and measurable Earth curvature, and there is not. They are lying.
Yes,
this would be pretty insane that all countries were colluding on this fact that the Earth.
I don't care about your incredulity. The surface of water doesn't lie. People do.
The surface of water, you can't see the full surface of water of like a ball that you.
No, but we see more of the surface than what they claim we should, based on the geometry that they're claiming exists. That geometry does not exist in physical reality. There is no radius value of 3,959 miles. There is no horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. We see too much surface for it to be the ball they claim it is. Period. It's over. They lied. They've been exposed. And it's not necessarily that they're trying to convince you that the Earth is globe. They just want to convince you that they have the ability to go really high and far away and place technology in the sky that you can't replicate and you can't authenticate and you can't repeat and test and validate and verify or falsify. That's what they want to do, so that you're a sucker and remain held in their clutches of monopoly.
What do you think they gain about all this?
Your unquestioned faith in their abilities.
What abilities? What do they gain?
So they lead you around like a puppet, like a mindless NPC, not questioning their authority. Because they're the big guys who can go to space. Oh, they're much smarter than me. They're bigger than me. I better not mess with them. Fuck them. Mess with them.
They can lie to me and also tell me that the Earth is a globe or it's flat.
DJ, how
it
are
doesn't
you?
matter what the
DJ,
Earth
look
is.
at your DMs.
They can just lie to
Stop
me.
ignoring me, DJ.
You know?
DJ, you muted me
what
for
does
what?
it matter? What shape is the Earth?
They're nobodies. NASA and all the other
What
space
they lie
agencies are nobodies to care about. While ever you are paying attention to them, they're getting what they want.
I'm paying attention to you.
DJ, look at your DMs, mate. Why are you ignoring me?
So those two are the boy band that just decided to join in. No, we don't need some kind of couples thing going on. If you've got a question, just be patient whilst there's a conversation happening. And it was me that muted you. So if you've got a problem with me muting you whilst you're interrupting, please step up to the plate. No comment? That's what I thought. So if you've got a question for DJ, post it in the side chat. Don't interrupt. That's rude.
Or ask it out loud. I'll shut up so you can ask it.
Excellent. How about we get Sim first? He can ask his question. Sim, you are now unmuted. You may ask DJ your question.
Okay, DJ, can you please unmute?
No.
DJ, oh,
Yeah.
hello.
Okay. So, did you want to discuss some of the things that you were making accusations about in the side chat?
Yes, please. I don't know why you couldn't have just debated me in the side chat. But...
Yeah, we can debate here. It's a bit of a waste of my time to go back and forth with someone that's making such terrible arguments in the side chat. We may as well record it on live stream.
I mean, who's watching the live stream?
Yeah, so we have a whole series of citations ranging from NASA to the FAA.
No. My question was, who's watching the live stream?
We're all
so the live stream gets clipped
someone
onto
might do
multiple YouTube channels. So people take clips of dumb things Globers say and conversations that go well, and then they put them all over different social media networks. Yeah, and they acquire tons of views.
Are you
Yeah.
trying to shame him? Dude, a healthy conversation doesn't do that, you know.
Inco, just mute yourself up, mate, and just have a listen.
No, he wanted to talk shit. He wanted to talk shit about. He wanted to talk shit in the side chat, right? So yeah, let's debate the topic of the channel.
You clearly got triggered. You just instantly muted me for no reason.
Yeah, right. So yeah, because you weren't in the so the side chat